Today's the day I'm gonna rank every single gambit there is, and I guarantee it, I'm gonna upset people. A gambit is just an opening where you sacrifice some material, usually a pawn, but it can be more, for some type of advantage. And these range from what I consider to be the very best opening in all of chess to the absolute worst. Alright, let's get started. Coming in at number 619, what I deem to be the absolute worst, most terrible, bottom of the barrel, poo-poo doo-doo horrible gambit, I have the Dud Weiler. This comes after we play pawn to f4, the bird's opening, which is a little offbeat, but there's nothing that bad about it. Black goes pawn to d5 here, very standard, and we play the just terrible, laughably, bafflingly bad move here, g4, completely hanging our g-pawn. And on move 2, we have given ourselves a position that is going down the drain into the poop-filled sewers and into a heavily polluted ocean where it's probably going to get stuck in some plastic wrap and die a horrible death. And that is not an exaggeration, because after black captures our pawn, what is so baffling here and just so fascinating is that in this position, we only win 19% of games here, meaning that on move 2, you are going to win less than a fifth of your games, which almost no other opening can even come close to that, because it is just so out there. But why actually is it so bad? We are down a pawn, but what is really bad here is our complete lack of any pieces anywhere, and also that with g4 and f4, our king is highly unsafe, and their queen is going to get to h4 and check us and cause a lot of problems. For example, if we just try to develop like bishop g2 here, black goes e6. Their queen is coming in, and we actually have just no way to stop them. We would have to play like d3 here and just let their queen come in. And after like king to f1, we now have an extremely awkward king here. Black can simply go like knight to c6 and quickly long castle with basically no problems in their position. And what's crazy is that this position you're looking at is the absolute best case scenario for you. This is the best position that you can possibly get, which is just laughably bad. And you don't even know, maybe back here, black can also play a move like e5 instead of taking, because their queen is going to get in. If we just capture, queen h4, checkmate on move 3. This is just such a bad gambit. Never, ever play this. And if I do, I mean, it's your funeral. So, too bad. Coming in at number 618, we have the Damiano Gambit, and this one is bad because you're going to give up an entire rook, which comes after white plays pawn e4, we go pawn to e5, white now plays knight to f3 here, attacking our pawn, and here we defend with f6. This is the Damiano defense, and the reason that this is a very bad opening is that white can just take anyways. And this is just going to be terrible for us. We can get a semi-decent position after queen to e7, but here we are daring enough and we actually are going to capture it, which allows white to play queen to h5 check, forking us, and here we go g6, allowing white to capture and just win our rook with a fork. And I guess the idea here is that after we play queen to e7, white will capture this rook in the corner, and if this is the Damiano Gambit position, it is just not good. We can try to capture the pawn on e4 maybe, but I mean, white can simply walk their king over or just block here, and I guess we can take on g2. We might get a semi-decent position here, but we're still going to be down at least like 3 points of material here. The other try we can maybe do is like knight to f6, and maybe in some distant future, we could try bishop g7, and maybe in some dreamland, this queen could be captured, but in reality, that is almost never going to happen, and we just have a horrible position where we're down 4 points of material on move 6, and really, this is just terrible, and you should never ever play this. Coming in at number 617, I have the Schnepper Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn up to d4, we play knight to f6 here, very standard Indian game. White goes knight to f3, and here we now play b6, a kind of Queen's Indian setup. We're probably going to go bishop b7 here, but after white plays c3 here, what I'm guessing happens to most people here is they try to play e6, and they instead mouse slip and play e5. This being the Schnepper Gambit, and this one is so bad because one, it is completely useless. There is not even a hint of an idea as to why you would play this, but more so, white can just capture the pawn. We have no good moves here. We can back up to g8, which is just like, you gambited a pawn to back the knight up to g8. There is no reason for that. If we try knight g4, white can simply play h3. We have to back our knight up to h6, and here they can capture and ruin our pawn structure, which is not going to be very good for us, or simply play e4, and our knight is completely useless here. Or most people try knight to e4, and this loses spectacularly here because white now has queen to d5, and we're getting forked here. We are completely lost. There is no hope in this position, and I really never want to see you playing this. Coming in at number 616, I have the Tumbleweed Gambit, which comes after we play pawn to e4. Black goes pawn to e5, and here we now go f4, a King's Gambit. But unlike true King's Gambit fashion, after they capture, we don't develop, we don't make any move that makes any sense. We play king to f2. This is the Tumbleweed, and it is bad for a lot of reasons. First off, this move is not helpful at all. If black plays literally any move here, like bishop e7, knight f6, knight c6, whatever they play, they're going to have an advantage because our king is on f2 for whatever reason. But the most trying move here, queen to h4, and this gets really bad for us. We basically have to block with g3, but now they capture, and we actually cannot capture back here because then a rook is lost in the corner. Instead, we have to move our king over to g2, allowing them to capture another pawn with queen takes on e4. And after this blocks, they can simply trade here and then capture this guy. And at the end of the day, we're down 3 pawns. I guess we have development, but I mean, the queens are off the board. There is no reason to ever play this. We're down 3 pawns. We have a horrible position. Literally never do this. Coming in at number 615, I have the Fred Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn to e4. We play pawn to f5, the Duras Gambit, and after white captures, here we play the just ridiculous, no-nonsense move, king to f7. This, like the Tumbleweed Gambit we saw a second ago, makes literally no sense. However, I do prefer this slightly because after the same combo, queen to h5 check, g6, and they capture. In this case, there is no e5 pawn that they have to once again capture. So after king to g7, takes, and rook takes, they can play one check, but after knight to f6, we're only down 2 pawns here, and even though we do have a very, very bad position, there's no mistaking, this is terrible, practically, this seems to score surprisingly well for black. They still win around 40% of games, which for a position this terrible is actually not that bad. And so this is going to go a little higher than the Tumbleweed, but this is still horrible and you should never ever play this. Coming in at number 614, I have the Brooklyn Banco Gambit. I mean, this one only has 3 games ever played, so it's not very popular. It comes after we play g3. Black goes pawn to e5 here, taking central space. We now play knight to f3 here, attacking the pawn, which isn't the best because black can now play e4, attacking our knight. And when this happens, we're not going to move it to any sane square. We're going to back up to g1, where we just came from a second ago. Black looks at us, they think we are stupid. But after knight to f6, we prove that we are indeed stupid, because we now play b4. This is just, I don't even know what to say here. There's no logical sense or reasoning or anything going on here. Black can fully take this pawn, and what are we doing here? After bishop d2, I mean, yeah, I guess we're not checkmated. We can go e3 and potentially knight e2, but our development is really slow. We are down a pawn, and worst of all, there is literally no reason why we have done any of this. Coming in at number 613, I have the Zilberman's English Gambit. Get used to hearing this guy's name. I don't know who he is, but he has like 20 or 30 Gambits named after them. All of them terrible, all of them horrible. You should never play any of them, especially not this one. This comes after white plays pawn to c4 here, the English opening, and we play g5. I don't even know what to say here. This move is completely useless. It destroys our king side and is just terrible in basically every way. White now plays pawn to d4 here, attacking the pawn. And here, we play the move e5. I mean, it defends the pawn, but it does hang our e5 pawn. And from here, we just have a miserable position. We can play like knight to c6 here, and there might be some ideas, but what is really bad is white just can ignore this. They can just go knight c3. Give us the pawn back, and from here, we just have a miserable position like knight to f3. And I mean, we can go for this trade here, but like, even though we're not down any material, our pawn is on g5. We have no development, and in reality, we are just going to have a miserable game, and there is really just no reason to ever play this. At number 612, I have the Fianchetto Gambit. This comes after white plays pawn to e4 here, and we now play g6, maybe going for some modern with bishop g7, but after d4 here, we play the move f5. This is very, very, very bad because white can just capture. Now, first off, we cannot capture back. Most people take back, but then a simple queen h5, and we already are checkmated on move 4. That is very, very terrible. Instead, if you are trying to play this at all, you would play the move like knight to f6 here. But after this trade, we are down a pawn, and for that we have really nothing except a completely destroyed kingside. If the kingside was a house, this would be the equivalent of everything burning down except one chimney at the very top, and white can just play like bishop d3 here, attack the pawn, and after like rook g8, which is just sad defending the pawn like this, white just keeps on going. They can play knight f3. Their development is extremely easy and simple. While we are down a pawn, our king side is a wreck, and the rest of the game is going to be a train wreck. At number 611, I have the Dusseldorf Gambit, which comes after we start from knight to c3, the Van Gogh opening, which is a little odd, but it should be fine if you know what you're doing. But here, black plays c5, standard move, taking central space, and of all the moves we could play in this position, like, I don't know, e4, knight f3, you know, those normal moves that any sane person would play, here we go b4. I don't even know what to say about this move. It is just so useless. The point is that after black captures, our knight is attacked. Oh yeah, there is no real point here. What is the point of this? Yeah, there is none. We can try knight d5 to attack it for a split second, but black simply has e6, attacking the knight, defending the pawn, and after we have to back up once again, black can just play d5. We are solidly down a pawn. Black has a big center. Our knight is on e3. This is horrible. Never ever play this. Coming in at number 610, I have the Goblin Gambit. Fun name, not a fun position. This comes after we go pawn to e4. Black goes e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. You may be looking at this thinking this is a normal opening, but then we go c4. This move is not great because it creates a hole on d4 for us that we can't really protect, but that is not our problem here. Our problem is that after black goes knight to f6, attacking the pawn, we play the I don't know what to say, ridiculous, stupid move, knight takes e5, and this is the Goblin. If you have seen the Halloween Gambit, it contains a similar sacrifice, but this is much, much worse. After black captures back, we can go d4 here, and yeah, we have a big center for the moment, but in reality, this is basically useless. Black can just back up. If we try e5 here, then black can play an annoying check, bishop b5. They can force like knight c3 here, which would allow them to play knight e4, and I mean, this is going very bad for you. You down a piece, and unless you play like bishop d2 and allow this trade here, this is just going to be miserable. At which point black can still like just back up to g8, and even though they have a little less development temporarily, they're going to play knight to e7 and castle. And remember, we're down a piece here. Even though we have a good position, it is not nearly enough to justify this, and this is a very bad opening. Coming in at number 609, I have the Laban double gambit, which comes after we play pawn to e4. Black goes for c6, a Caro-Kann, and here we play the Laban variation, not the gambit just yet, just the Laban with b4. So this is already getting off to a very fun start. Black now plays d5 here, striking in the center, attacking the pawn. And here, there's no sense here. We play b5. And what is the point of this? What is the point? I don't even know what I'm asking you. It doesn't make any sense. Black can capture our pawn, and after like this, they will just capture back. And I mean, it's like a gambit for them, but we're the ones down a pawn. And after like knight c3 and knight f6, I mean, yeah, we're not checkmated yet, but this is just a miserable and sad and depressing position with really no hope. Coming in at number 608, I have the Mosquito Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn to d4. We now play e5. This is the England Gambit, which is not good, but it does have some tricks. However, after white captures, here we play just I don't even know what to say here, the stupidest move ever, queen to h4. This doesn't make any sense. What is this attacking? Nothing. White can just play like knight to f3 here, attack our queen, defend their pawn. What was the point of this move? I mean, we can play like, I don't know, one check, a knight c3 here. What are we doing? We're only down one pawn, and yeah, once again, like, we're not checkmated yet, but what are we even doing here? What are we even doing? Coming in at number 607, I have the Fontaine counter gambit. This comes after white plays pawn to e4. We go pawn to e5 here, knight to f3 attacking, knight c6 defending, and now bishop c4 and bishop c5. So far, it's actually pretty good, but here, white now plays b4, the Evans gambit. And there are a lot of good moves against Evan. You can capture the bishop or the knight. But here, this move, it's like a baby started playing chess and their only thoughts are to mirror what your opponent plays. Here, the Fontaine is b5. Counter attacking their bishop, but it doesn't really work. First off, they can just capture, and all that's going to happen here is that after bishop takes on b4, they can just go c3, and we've just given them a better version of the Evans gambit. There is no reason to do that at all, and even if they do like capture our bishop and we capture theirs, this is like fine, I guess, but white could simply play a move, bishop takes on f7 check, we have to capture and then take our bishop, and here we are now down a pawn. We don't really have that much to show for it. I guess after knight f6, we have a half decent position, but d3, white can castle, we're down a pawn, and we don't really have that much to show for it. Coming in at number 606, I have the Skip Wharf Gambit. You're going to want to skip this one. If you want to skip like a minute ahead, I do not blame you. It comes after white plays pawn e4, we go e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez. We now go a6 here, attacking their bishop. They're going to back it up to a4 here, and we now play knight f6. White is going to castle, we attack their pawn, and here we're going to capture. White can now play rook to e1 here and skewer us, and this can be a good variation. And what I mean by good is like actually quite a good and respectable one if we back our knight up to c5. Here, we instead play d5 here. This might not look that bad because we just defend our knight in the center, but it is really, really bad. And there are a lot of ways that white can get an advantage here. They can take on e5, take advantage of this double attack they have going on here, and this runs into a lot of problems for us. But most importantly, they can capture, we take back, and now d3. And at the end of the day, we have to back our knight up, And now they have knight takes on e5. They have this very scary skewer, and the only move we have here is bishop e6. Another move, like bishop e7, would simply lose. Knight takes on c6, and we get disgustingly forked. That would be very bad. We have to play bishop e6, allowing them to capture. And after like queen d7 here, they can just back their knight up to d4. Attack this guy once again. We have not a terrible position here, but it's definitely not something that I would want to go for. And when there's so many other good alternatives in the Ruy Lopez, this just does not make any sense to ever go for. At number 605, I have the Orsini Gambit. This comes after we play pawn e4, black goes pawn to e5. We now go f4, the King's Gambit, and after black captures, there are a lot of moves you can play here, but this move is completely useless. Be free. What? I don't even know what to say here. There is never a position in the King's Gambit where you want to go be free. This is not an exception. Black can now play queen h4 check, attack our king. We have to move it up to e2, and here, just like a move, knight c6. And black already just has a much better position. And after, knight f3, we can get a little bit of compensation, but the queen will just like drop back and be free. We can go bishop b2. There's nothing on here. This is a waste of time. And in this exact position, black would have queen takes on e4, and we are actually just completely lost here after this. And bishop c5. Never ever play this. This is very bad. There are so many other better options in the King's Gambit. I would be shocked if you would ever play this. And by the way, here we can't play d4 because then queen to e3 would be a checkmate. Honestly, it makes me a little sad to have to put this down low because I love the name. It's so fun, but this is just a terrible gambit. It comes after we play g4 the Grob, and black goes g5 the double Grob, which is like, first of all, you're never going to get this. And here, we now play f4, this being the Coca-Cola Gambit. And yeah, once again, it pains me to say it, but this is terrible. Let's black take us. There's not really any good reason to do this. And once again, like the first Gambit I had, it really weakens all of these squares with g4 and f4. Our best try would be something like d4 here, but black can now go e5. If we capture, then the queen comes in, our king has to run to d2, and this is going to be a very bad position for us, as you can quite tell. Instead, our best try would be something like h4 to prevent their queen from coming in, but still, this is a very poor position. They can play like bishop e7. Their development is very easy, and we are having a tough time here, very much struggling, but there might be some chances. At number 603, I have the Van Hooydonk Gambit. Probably only a hooligan would even play this. It comes after e4, e5. Of all the moves in this position, there's so many good moves. Queen e2, it's just not a good move here. Now, black goes knight c6, and our only plan here is to try and go c3 and maybe d4. It doesn't really work. Black goes knight f6. We go knight to f3, trying to get d4. Black prevents it with bishop c5, but what if we played d4 anyways? It's still not good, because then capture, we take back, and now knight takes on d4 here. Attacking our queen and knight, and honestly, this gambit isn't even too bad. It's more so there is 0 point to playing it. There is no idea to this. After captures and bishop captures, we're down a pawn, and for what? Nothing. There's no reason to. Bishop e3 is the engine's best, and after like this, black can just castle. After knight c3, I guess we do get a bit of a space advantage, but like d6 here, we really do not have that good of a position. It doesn't make much sense. We're down a pawn for nothing, and yeah, it's just not good. Coming in at number 602, the Pac-Man Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Once again, there's so many good moves here. d4, bishop c4, bishop e5, knight c3. And of all the moves you could play, who would ever play b4 here? I don't even know what to say to this. There's just no point. you're letting black capture, you're down a pawn, and the only hope here would be like c3, and maybe you get some like worse version of an Evans Gambit, but in reality, after like bishop a5, it is just not the same, and it really is not the same because it is terrible, whereas the Evans Gambit is very good. Coming in at number 601, the Carrera Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, and the King's Gambit. I'm tired of seeing these just sad King's Gambit variations. Comes after black captures, and we play queen to h5. What even is the point of this? It's like going to like a standardized test and just writing a bunch of smiley faces on it. At least you do not get it at all. This is not what you're supposed to be doing in the King's Gambit at all. The only idea here, I guess, is after knight f6 attacking, we have like queen e5 check, and I mean, yeah, but we win the pawn back like this. But like you don't get it. This is not what you do in the King's Gambit. If you wanted to keep the pawn, you probably should not have played f4 in the first place. And now your queen's awkward in f4. Black is going to have a great and easy time ahead of them, and we just have a very awkward position. And coming in at number 600, the Oxford Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, and we get a 4 knights game after knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, and knight f6, and white now goes for d4. This is the Scotch 4 knights, and here we don't take, we play bishop b4, which as a sideline can work here with the pin. Let's say white now plays d5 here. You have a couple of options. The best move that most people play is knight back to e7. The very bad move here, that is the Oxford Gambit, is knight into d4. What? Honestly, what is the point of this? After captures, we take back, and queen takes. We're down a pawn. Once again, for what? There's no reason. There's no reason to be doing this. Also, white can play a move, knight takes on e5. And now this guy's hanging, and it does not have any good home to go to. It's quite literally trapped. We would have to play like c5 here, at which point we are just completely struggling. Our position is terrible, and in reality, there is no reason to ever play this. Coming in at 599, I have the Medusa Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn to d4. We go knight to f6, c4 here, and once again, there's so many good moves here, but g5? What is the point of this move? After they capture the pawn, like our position here, it's like it's not checkmate, but we're down a pawn for basically nothing. We can try bishop g7, and maybe we can like try to get castled here, and we might have a semi-fine position. Our other try would be like knight e4 to attack them, but I mean they can just back their bishop up. We're still down a pawn here. We still have a very bad position, and yeah, there's not much of a reason to ever play this. At 598, the Panova Gambit comes after e4. Black plays e6, French defense, and here we play b4. This is the Bonsai Lion Gambit, which is actually a bit further up because I don't think it's that horrible. But the point is here is that after they capture, specifically the Panova Gambit, is the move e5 here, which like this just can't work. Once again, delaying our development and our entire position to put the pawn on e5, which is trying to work as some kind of force to stop them from developing, but it doesn't really work that well. Black can simply go like knight to c6 here to attack. The only point here would be we can now play queen g4, and this may trick some people. You might get a fork like this, and they'll miss bishop back to f8 here, but they can simply find this move. And if they do, even though they are undeveloping, we have a very awkward position. Our queen doesn't really belong on g4, and we are still down a pawn here, while black will quickly go d6, and our position doesn't really make that much sense. At number 597, I have the Shigorn Gambit, which comes after e4. We play pawn to e5. White goes knight to f3 attacking, and we play f6 here, the Damiano defense, which is not good because white can take on e5 here. But in this case, we don't actually take back. We play the move queen to e7, skewering like this, and we're still not going to get a good position, but it is still better than if we had captured the knight. And after they back up here, we can try to play the move d5, and this is the Shigorn Gambit. We put pressure on their e-pawn, but sadly this cannot save us from our just disgustingly bad position. And after like d3 here, we can go ahead and get this trade. But at the end of the day, even though we get equal material, bishop e2. And white will go knight c3, castle, dominate us with their development, and we still have a very poor game ahead of us. Then again, if we can try to get bishop d6 and potentially long castle, we might have some chances. At number 596, I have the Urbanheimer Gambit, which comes after c4, and we play pawn to e5, very standard. White will now play knight c3, we go knight f6, and white plays knight to f3 here, attacking our pawn. We're going to push up to e4, and white doesn't like this. They're going to move their knight to g5 to attack us, and we have a couple of good options here. What is not a good option is knight g4. Honestly, I still don't really know the point of this move. We reveal this attack on their knight, but they can simply go ahead and capture this guy. We're now down a pawn without much to show for it. Our knight is on g5. I guess it might pressure f2 a little bit, but like queen h4, simply like g3 here. And there's not that much. This is still a very bad position, but there might be some little chances along the way. At number 595, I have the Australian Gambit. This comes after we play pawn e4, black goes pawn e5, and we now go f4, once again the King's Gambit, and once again we're going to get a complete massacre that does not show the King's Gambit in any flattering way. They will capture, and we now go knight to f3 here, and black goes for the main line with g5, potentially trying to push up to g4, and after we play bishop c4 here, they do push up to g4, attacking our knight. And any sane person in this position would play like castles and, go into the Muzio Gambit, but instead, the Australian Gambit is the move h4 here. The point of this is that it prevents the queen from coming to h4, but after it captures, we just get a much worse Muzio Gambit because we're not castled. And I really don't understand this, because if we just castled, then that removes the threat. There's no more, this isn't a threat anymore. So after it captures, this would just be a far superior position. Coming in at number 594, I have the Miguel Gambit, which comes after we play pawn to e4, black goes e5, and we play bishop to b5. This is the Portuguese opening, and it's just not very good. Staring at this pawn is just not a smart decision, so already we're off to a bad start. But after black goes bishop c5, the Miguel Gambit here is the move b4, which once again, it's just kind of a question of why. After black captures, you don't have a terrible position, but there is no plan, really no point to have sacrificed the pawn, and the bishop on b5 here really doesn't help us, but black is still pretty undeveloped, so there is a lot of ways the game can still go, but overall this is quite poor. Coming in at number 593, I have the Double Dutch Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn to e4, and we go c5, the Sicilian, which is such a respected opening, and I think it's just so funny how bad this gambit is in comparison. White now plays knight to f3, and we go f5 here with this gambit, which is just already not good. This is the Brussels Gambit, but after white captures, the Double Dutch Gambit is the move knight to h6 here. And this is just not a great move. Yes, it is going to end up recovering the pawn like so, but still, we're going to have a very poor position afterwards, and the best line here is for white to strike in the center for d4. We capture. They capture us, and we can play queen to a5 check here, and at the very end of the day, we're not down any material, but still here we have a very poor position. White can simply go like bishop d3, attack our knight, while we're just suffering here. Both our d and e pawns have not moved, which makes our development of our bishops extremely slow, and from here we're just going to have a very subpar position, and there's no reason to do this. At number 592, at number 592, I once again have a Zilberman's Gambit, but this time it is the St. George defense. I don't even know what to say for this one. It's such a nothing gambit. It comes after white plays e4, and we go a6, which is the St. George defense. I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, this move does actually nothing, so it's just kind of a waste. And after white goes d4, here we now play e5, striking in the center, and I mean, yeah, after white captures, we can go knight c6, and maybe we'll have some pressure on their center, but overall, especially with a6, this is just a complete waste of a gambit. There's almost nothing here, and in reality, you should never play this because what really is the point? At number 591, I have the Gaga Gambit, which comes after we go e4, black goes e5, and we play f4, once again a king's gambit. Black will capture us, and here, once again, there's so many good moves. g3 is not one of them. This is just not in the spirit of the king's gambit in the slightest. I mean, yeah, we're attacking them, and after captures, we capture back. Like, we're down a pawn, and really, for nothing. We don't have a horrible position, as in, like, we're not checkmated yet. Maybe the open h-file could be useful in some small way, but overall, our pawn structure is terrible, our king is very unsafe, and in reality, when there are so many other, just way better options, why would you ever go for this? Coming in at number 590, the Melon Gambit. This one is just kind of strange, comes after e4, e5, and queen to h5, the wayward queen attack. So unless you're under like 1,000, you're probably never ever even going to get to play this, but it comes after we now play knight c6, defending. White goes bishop c4, and there's a lot of good ways to defend this with like maybe queen f6, queen e7, probably g6 is the best option. Knight h6 is not a good option, because even though it does defend in the short term, white now has d3 here. Now our knight is attacked, and in a lot of cases that is going to lead into very bad problems for us, but this gambit comes after we now play g6, attacking them. They back their queen up to f3, retaining this threat. We now go f6 here, which, by the way, it kind of pains me looking at this, to be honest. It's just kind of sad. And after white develops knight to e2, we now play the move d5 here, immediately striking in center, attacking their bishop. And I guess the idea of this move is after, like, let's say captures, we could play the move bishop g4 now and attack their queen and their knight, and maybe there could be something half decent here, but still we're down a pawn. Our position is extremely just weird and awkward, and there are so many good ways to play against the wayward queen attack. Like, back here, just go g6 here, and then knight f6, and already you have a much better, easier to play, just way better position. So I don't really see the point of ever playing d5. Coming in at number 589, I have the Paris Gambit, and there's actually two Paris Gambits, so this one is specifically the King's. This comes after we play e4, e5, and f4, going to the King's Gambit, and after they capture, we now play the move knight to e2. This move just isn't great. It blocks out our bishop, and yeah, it does attack the pawn, but in the King's Gambit, that is not really the #1 priority to regame it, and white simply has a move queen to h4 check here, and after g3 and this trade of capture with the pawn, then moves a rook, so we have to capture with the knight. I mean, yeah, we're defending the pawn, and their queen can be a little awkward, but the knight is very misplaced on g3. This pin is annoying, and Once again, the big question in so many of these pathetic gambits is just why, especially in the King's Gambit, there are so many better options, and here, we're down a pawn, we've given ourselves a much subpar position, and there's no reason to ever play this. Number 588, another Zilbermint's Gambit. This one comes after we go e4, black plays d5, the Scandinavian defense. There's a couple moves you can play here, like capturing or pushing up, or maybe even knight to f3, a Tennyson Gambit. b4. I'm just imagining the thought process of Zilbermint's, this guy. How do you even come up with a move b4? Well, you don't really need me to say it. I'm pretty sure you already know it, but this is a very bad move. They capture our pawn. But I guess there is some potential idea here of playing a move like a3 and going into kind of a scuffed Polish defense, which could actually be half good, but still, this is pretty pathetic. Black can go e5, they have a dominant center, and even though their pawn is a little weak, they're still up a pawn, and we can't really compete against them. Coming in at 587, I have the Zurich Gambit, not sure how to say it. It comes after d4, d5, and as common in so many of these very bad gambits, g4 now. What is the point? What really is the point here? After black captures, we're down a pawn, and we don't really have that much to show for it. Potentially in the future, we might be able to use the OpenG file, which I guess could be the only real reason we would ever play this, but this is way too early to be sacrificing the g-pawn. We have no development, the bishop is very annoying. The only real try here would be maybe something like f3 to try and strike in the center of e4, but still, this is pretty pathetic. Our king side is very weak, and especially in these d4 openings, sacrificing a pawn early on is just not the best thing to do because these are going to be really rock-solid positions, not usually something you can crack open. Coming in at 586, I have the Irish Gambit. This one is a personal favorite of mine. It comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. A lot of you might be familiar with the Halloween Gambit, which comes in a very similar position with knight takes on e5 here. Like this, and then knight takes on e5, and this is actually a pretty good gambit. However, the Irish Gambit comes one move too fast with knight takes on e5 in this position. It's just very stupid. After black captures, we now play d4, the knight backs up, and yeah, here we do have a decently sized center, but still, this is just very, very bad. Being down a piece, we don't have nearly enough compensation, but especially at the earlier levels, this might actually be enough to crack a black open, but if you go any higher than beginner, this is probably going to be very, very poor. Coming in at 585, I have the Thorold Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop's opening, and now the move b5 here, which isn't that good. It's not, you're down a pawn for really nothing here. But after this move, the actual Thorold Gambit is the move f5 here. And this move, I'll say it's not great because white captures, and you're now down 2 pawns and not that much to show for it. But after knight to f6 here, surprisingly at the beginner level, this actually works decently well because after, I don't know, let's say knight e2, some move, you can play c6 and probably take the whole center with d5, but still, if white knows at all what they're doing, they should be able to defend against this and eventually consolidate their 2 pawns advantage, at which point you just have a very bad game. Coming in at 584, I have the Scorpion Grob Gambit. This comes after e4 and c6, a Caro-Kann defense. There's a lot of variations in the Caro-Kann. One that you have never heard of is g4, this being the spike variation. It's just bad, there's not really a point to it, but there is a maybe halfway something good gambit here after d5. Attacking the pawn, we now play knight c3, defending, and after black captures, here we can play d3. Now, obviously, this is still not good because you have the pawn on g4, but after black captures, and you take back with the bishop, you do have 2 pieces developed, and maybe in some fantasy land, this g-pawn can maybe go to g5 and help in a kingside attack, but really there's not enough here. You have destroyed your kingside, and really this is just going to be a very poor game for you, but honestly you might have some chances here. Coming in at 583, I have the shoulder gambit, which comes after e4, e5, and f4, king's gambit, black captures, and here we now play knight to f3. Maybe we'll get a half-decent king's gambit here for once. Defending the h4 square, black now plays d6, this is the Fischer defense, very respectable, but here we play just b4. I don't even know what to say for this move, it's just completely out there. You don't develop your bishop and prepare to castle. You don't do, play d4, take the center. You play b4 here. It's not like horrible, as in like you're not checkmated, and this is a more positional advantage that black now has, but still b4 does nothing useful. You're not taking any space on the queen side. The bishop doesn't belong on b2. It belongs on either c1 or f4. Yeah, I mean, this isn't horrible, but I don't even know what to say for this. Coming in at 582, I have the Reuter gambit, I think that's how you say it. Comes after e4 and e6, French defense, and here we play f4. This is the La Bourdonnais variation, which isn't horrible, but taking central space with the f-pawn in the French this early is not a good option. Black now strikes in the center of d5, and anybody sane would either like push or capture or maybe defend with the knight. Here, the move is knight to f3 for the Reuter gambit. It just doesn't make any sense. After black captures, we have to move our knight away, but it has no good squares. We either have to go to g5 and attack the pawn, which would allow black to play a move like f5, just completely defending, and our position is now miserable. We can try knight e5, but this is not good either because black can just go like knight to d7. Offer the trade, and we really do not have anything here, or we can back our knight to g1, which is just depressing. This is not even a horrible position, it's more so there is no plan here, and as such you cannot expect to succeed that much in this position. Coming in at 581, I have the Borg gambit. This comes after white plays pawn to d4, and we go g5. Once again, it's one of these positions where g5, what is the point of this? White can capture our pawn, at which point we don't really have anything in return. Potentially, we might be able to play a move like d5 here, and maybe try to attack their bishop at some time in the future, but overall, this is just quite poor, and there's not really any reason to play this. Coming in at number 580, I have the Senecaud counter gambit. This comes after e4, e5, and f4. This time we're on the side of the defender of the king's gambit, and here we play bishop c5. This is the classical variation, taking advantage of the fact that white cannot capture, because then queen to h4 and we simply win. Instead, white plays knight to f3, defending, and here the move is g5. I don't really understand the point of this move, but still it does have some small tricks. The only point here is that, if white captures, then we can push up to g4, and we might get a half-decent position here, but we're still going to be playing down, and really, white can just play a move like knight takes on g5 here, and if we capture, then a simple h4. And our bishop is going to get kicked away quickly with d4. The pawn will be captured back, at which point we're just going to be kind of crying here, and there's really not much here. But there might be some small tricky potential, so it is going to go above some of the others. At number 579, I don't even know how to say this one, Bayerl gambit, I don't really know how to say it, comes after e4, e6, and it's very bad, so it doesn't matter anyways. Comes after white now plays d4, and we go b5 here. There's so many gambits that are so similar to this. After white captures, I don't even have any unique thoughts to say here. It is in the French defense, which is slightly more solid than other options, so it's probably better than some of the other similar gambits, but really there is nothing unique here. At number 578, I have the Schneider gambit. This one is just funny. Comes after white plays h4 here, and the Kadas opening, and we go G5. I don't even know what the point of this is. White captures. I mean, this is a joke. I don't even know. I'm not, next Gambit. At number 577, I have the Zilberman's Gambit. This one is specifically from the Queen's Gambit, coming after D4, D5, White goes C4, and in the spirit of so many of these bad openings, the move here is B5. If you're going to take one thing away from this video, do not play B5 or G5 unless you know what you are doing, because this is just so bad. I mean, White can take either pawn and be better here. If they take this one, well, they're up a pawn. They can go knight c3, h4, very easily defend it, and we have problems, and they don't have any. Or if they don't want to get crazy, they can just take this guy, and this is also bad. I mean, here just e3, and if they want to play in just the exact same way they normally do, b5 is just a very unhelpful move that does not benefit us in pretty much any way. But then again, White does not really have anything completely 100% concrete to beat us here, and as such, it seems to score surprisingly well. At number 576, I have another Zilberman's Gambit, and this one is really not that much better. Comes after White plays e4, and now g5, the Borg defense. Just say that word out loud, so fun, Borg. Borg. And White now plays d4, attack our pawn, and here we defend it with the move e5, which is just like, I mean, yeah, it defends the pawn, but it hangs this guy. Surprisingly though, with moves like bishop g7, this does seem to score actually quite well for black, but objectively this is horrible, and like really, really horrible. This is very bad. The best thing for White is to just give up the pawn and counterstrike with a move like h4. And this is getting pretty sketchy. We might have to capture here, but then this would allow White to play a move like queen to h5. Yeah, they'll probably never play this, but if you do get this position, you are miserable, you are crying, and this is absolutely horrible. White's going to win the pawn back. They're going to play bishop c4, and they're going to absolutely fork the crap-a-roni out of us, and we're probably going to die a horrible death. So, as such, you probably shouldn't play this unless you do want to die. At number 575, I have the Morphy Gambit. I really hope this is not the real Morphy, the one that's like a world champion, because, I mean, if he was smoking, or he was doing something, because this is not good. Comes after e4, e6, d4, d5, and like, of all the moves in this position has been reached millions and millions of times. The move knight h3 has been played under like 500 times, because who would even think to play this? I mean, it's not like completely terrible, I guess. After black captures, we can go bishop e3, and the knight may come into the battle eventually with a move like knight to f4, but it's such a convoluted and just stupid way to develop when you can simply play knight f3, or I don't know, maybe back here, like capture the pawn, and then just play bishop d3, knight e2, castle. Just compared to so many other better ways, this is just stupid. Coming in at 574, I have the Elbert counter gambit. This comes after d4, d5, and e4, getting a blackmark gambit, and after we capture, knight c3, attacking, knight f6, defending, and now f3, the classic blackmark deemer, and here you play the move e5. This can actually be half decent, but if White knows what they're doing, you're going to get a miserable position. A lot of people here are going to push up to d5, which is actually a pretty bad move, and after bishop b4, you're doing quite well here. Problem being, if White knows to capture, this is just going to end up being very bad for you. You can capture their queen. If they take with their knight, you might get a fine position, but after they take with the king, this is just going to be very bad for you. If you go to like knight h5, then potentially move g4 here, and you're probably going to get trapped. If instead a move like knight back to d7, which is what most people play, then knight d5 here. The engine is only giving very slight, like 0.7 or so, but this threat is very, very dominating, and almost nobody is actually going to survive this. Coming in at 573, another Zilberman's Gambit, this one coming out of the ready, which comes after knight f3. We play d5, and now c4. This move is actually the ready Gambit, which is actually very, very strong. b5. It's just, I'm getting tired of this. There's just nothing here. I mean, if they capture this, we can take back the queen. We're fine, I guess, but b5 is an unhelpful move, so just have a subpar position. Or they can take this guy and just be up a pawn, at which point you once again just have a sad position. White is just going to go like g3, bishop g2, castle, and we are just sad here. I don't have anything else to say. Coming in at 572, I have another Zilberman's Gambit. This one comes out of d4, and this is actually a counter gambit, but it's like the exact same thing. Comes after d4, d5, knight to f3, knight to f6, c4, and now I have b5. This is literally, I'm going next gambit. If you want to know about this one, just watch the one before this. Coming in at 571, the Platz Gambit comes after white plays pawn to f4, the bird's opening, and here we now go e5. This is the From's Gambit, which can actually be very good if you know what you're doing, but after white captures, knight e7, I don't even know what to say. There's so many good moves here, like maybe d6 or knight c6, just, attack the pawn, which makes sense. Knight e7, I don't know whose Platz guy is. I don't know what his deal is with this, fancy schmancy stupid development. White can just go d4, and this is just a complete and utter waste of time. After knight g6, you're not checkmated here, but you've given white an extra pawn and the entire center, and their pawn is defended very well for this, which is a useless and time-wasting maneuver that helps no one. At number 570, I have the Polish Gambit, but there's a few ones that have the name Polish Gambit. This one specifically from the Sicilian, and it is very bad. Comes after white goes e4, we play c5, knight to f3, and if you gave a toddler that had no idea, they didn't even know what a chess was, they didn't even know what wood was, and you just gave them gave them their hand and just started moving around pieces, guarantee you in a million years they would never ever find this move because it's so stupid. b5, what is the point? What? Someone in the comments, please comment right now, what is the point of this move? If you know one, tell me please, because I'm trying to figure it out. After white captures, I don't even know what to say. Our pawn is now pinned. It's just a map position. After e6 here, we can go bishop b7, knight c6, and we're probably fine, but I really don't see any reason on why he would sacrifice the b pawn, but then again, it's not terrible. At number 569, I have the Brussels Gambit. Another one coming from the Sicilian, not Brussels sprouts, by the way, which, by the way, if you're home listening to this right now, Brussels sprouts, underrated. Don't lump it in with all the nasty other green vegetables. Brussels sprouts, you cook them, put oil on, put olive oil on, put a little salt. It's really good. But the Brussels Gambit is not good. c5 here, Sicilian. And after knight to f3, you play f5 here, which it's just not like the Sicilian, After white captures, you can go knight to f6, probably striking the center with d5 and maybe win the pawn back, but still, this is not very good. You're down a pawn early on, and if white can counter-strike in the center immediately with d4 here, you're probably going to have a sad game ahead of you, but it might have some chances. Coming in at 568, I have the Lobster Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, and f5, the Latvian Gambit, and here we can capture this pawn, or even just develop with knight c3. A move that is not great here is g4. Once again, the curse of g4 and b4 and b5 and g5. It's just kind of sad. This one is not too bad though, because with this option, a lot of people pick capturing on g4, which after knight takes on e5, you're going to win this guy back, and you're actually going to probably have a good game ahead of you. However, if they capture on e5, this will not work out very well, because after captures, they have the annoying queen e7. our knight is going to be forced to drop to c4, and after d5, we're giving them the whole center, which is not great. After knight e3, the engine even suggests d4, which is just completely insane. However, even with this, you can actually go d3 in a lot of these positions. Like, the engine's best is knight f5, this trade, and here, even though you're definitely worse, surprisingly, it actually ends up working quite well for you in a lot of games. Not objectively, but practically, the win rate wise, this actually is pretty good. At number 567, I have the Pac-Man Gambit, or Pacman Gambit, I don't really know how to say it. This is for the Hungarian opening, which is the immediate g3 here, and this comes after black now plays f5, the Dutch defense of g3, and now e4, which is a little odd, but what's even more odd is after black captures, the actual move here to go in this gambit is queen h5 check, g6, and now queen to e5, which this is it, but it's just not great because black can defend with knight f6, defend like this, and now our queen is just in the center and it's just going to be attacked a billion times. But to be fair, after a move like maybe d3 here, this actually ends up scoring pretty well for white, and is not as terrible as it looks, but still though, this is quite a poor opening and I would not recommend you play it, but it's not all bad. At number 566, I have the Pyrenees Gambit. Pyrene, I don't really know how to say it, comes after d4, and we play knight to f6, Indian game. White plays c4 here, and this is the move b5. Literally, like, I swear half or even more of these gambits so far are just the move b5 or one of these moves. It's not great. White captures, but we do have bishop b7, and we actually get pretty dominant control of the center of our pieces, but still, this is not worth an entire pawn. White can pretty easily recover from this, and at the end of the day, we're down a pawn. Our pawn structure is going to be very awkward too, because this is kind of annoying. Yeah, it's not great, but it might work in some beginner games. Coming in at 565, I have the Wolfert's Gambit, which comes after white plays b4, Polish opening. We now play e5, striking the center. White goes bishop b2 here, attacking, and we now play c5. And this is not great, but it is actually better than it looks. After white captures here, you can play a move knight c6, defend like so, and we're actually going to end up winning the c5 pawn back, and trying to hold on with a move like bishop a3 would be quite poor after like queen a5, so that actually is going to be quite good for you. However, if they instead play a move like bishop takes on e5 first, we're probably going to have to take this guy, at which point we don't have a terrible position, but our d-pawn is now isolated. Their bishop is probably just going to back up to b2 eventually, and they can just continue with their normal plan, but we have a very awkward pawn structure here, and even though we're not down any material, there are far better options here, like back here, just capture this guy. And after they take here, knight f6, and you already have a far superior position, so really there's no reason to ever play the move c5 here, but it's not horrible. Coming in at 564, I have the Zilbermans Gambit, this time with the Horwitz defense, which comes after d4. We play e6, Horwitz defense, and after white plays c4, this one is honestly just funny. It's the move e5 here, which... Why didn't he play it immediately? I mean, England Gambit is not great, but I mean, it's better than going e6 and then playing e5. This Zilbermans guy, he was on something. He was on something good. I mean, after the capture, you know, knight c6, it's pretty basic. It's not terrible for you. But if you're going to play this, at least play e5 first, or honestly just play something else entirely because it's pretty pathetic. It's not really worth your time, but after knight f3 and d6, you might be able to get a half-decent position. Coming in at 563, I have the Omega Isis Gambit. This comes after white plays pawn to d4. We go f5, the Dutch defense, and after knight to f3, traditionally in the Dutch, you either play g6 and go into a sort of Leningrad, or play e6 and go like knight f6, bishop e7, quickly castle. Here, the move is e5. Like, it's not horrible. You're not checkmated, but it's not very good either. White can take with their knight, and they're solidly up a pawn here. We have no reason to gambit the e-pawn, and especially with f5, it just kind of weakens our entire position. Then again, after knight f6, we can play some moves and like get castled, get a half decent position. But what is the point of playing this when you can just play normally? There really is no good reason. Coming in at 562, I have the Nemeth Gambit, which I don't even know what to say here. It comes after e4, c5. Most gambits against the Sicilian aren't good, other than like a Smith Mora or maybe some wing gambits, and this is not an exception. First, we play knight a3. Strong start. Black goes knight c6. We now gambit a pawn with d4 here. They'll take with their pawn. And now, bishop c4. I don't really know what to say. This is just kind of a nothing gambit. We don't really do much here. It's not a horrible position. We can probably play knight to f3 and end up winning the pawn back. But after something like e6 here, black can eventually play d5, which is why bishop c4 is not good in Sicilians. And really, there's a lot better options. If you want to play a gambit against Sicilian, play Smith Mora d4. This is actually quite good, but this just doesn't make sense. Also, knight on a3. What is he doing there? What is he doing? Defending the bishop? He doesn't need defending. It's stupid, but it's also not horrible. So, Coming in at 561, I have the Williams-Zilbermans Gambit. This is the first Zilbermans Gambit where it's not just him on his own. And this is the only one between Williams and Zilbermans, so I'm really hoping that what happened was they got together, they made this Gambit, and Williams realized that the Zilbermans guy is absolutely horrible, and they never spoke again. That's what I'm hoping, because these Zilbermans Gambits are really, really starting to take their toll on me. This one comes after f4, d5. We now play e4. This is the Williams Gambit, but after they capture, we now play knight c3, attacking. Black goes knight f6, and now the move knight g to e2. I guess it's not like horrible. After something like knight c6, we can play knight g3, and we're going to win the pawn back. But honestly, it's such a waste of time especially with gambits. You either want to gambit the pawn and try to get it back like very, very fast, or just try not to get it back at all and let white have it. But this weird stuff where it's like knight e2 and then knight g3 and then they're going to capture like 3 full moves is not what you want to be doing. And yeah, I guess after, I don't know, like some move, maybe e5 here, and we can win the pawn back. Maybe we'll get a half decent position. It doesn't make sense. It's bad. Don't play it. Coming in at 560, I have the Rice Gambit, and with Gambits, how rare or common it is can be both a disadvantage and an advantage. In this case, it is a disadvantage because I really doubt anyone has ever gotten this more than a single time. It comes after e4, e5, f4, captures, knight f3, g5, h4, g4, knight e5, knight f6, bishop c4, d5, captures, bishop d6, and in this position, when a knight is attacked, we don't back it up, we simply castle. And this gambit, it's like not great, but it's even made worse by the fact that you're probably never ever going to get this. The point is that after black captures, we can play like rook over to e1, or engine's best is even d4 here to attack the bishop, and then after backup, we can play like bishop takes on f4 and try to take advantage of their very weak king. You do actually have quite good chances here, but more than anything, with it being so rare and also like it's not incredible, I'm going to put it this low. Coming in at 559, I have another Zilbermans Gambit. This one is from the car defense, which comes after e4. We now play pawn to h6, the car defense, which is, once again, it's not bad, but it's just kind of a waste. And after d4, we now play e5 here, gambiting the pawn. Not too much to say. After captures, we can play knight to c6 to attack the pawn. h6 I do think is a useful move because bishop g5 pins are going to get very annoying in these gambit type setups, but overall it's not very special. There's not that much to it. Coming in at number 558, I have the Hoffman Gambit. This one is really weird. Comes after white plays pawn to e4. We go e6, French defense, and after d4 and d5, white plays queen to e2. So already this is getting some points off because you're never ever going to face this except for like once in a blue moon. And here, you don't just capture, place normal move. You play e5, which is just odd. Letting them capture doesn't make much sense. And then here, now white plays f4. Once again, this can give you the advantage if you capture on d4, but instead the Hoffman here is to instead capture on f4 like this. I mean, first of all, you're never ever going to get this, and even if you do, it's just not that good. They can simply take the d5 pawn, and after you block, a simple knight c3. Defending it, they'll soon capture this guy and probably long castle. You're probably fine here, but it's just a very weird game. You have so many opportunities to get better positions that playing this just doesn't make much sense. Coming in at 557, I have the Kadas Gambit. This comes after you play h4, the Kadas opening, so already not off to a great start. Black here now plays the move c5, which is fine, but it's not very common. To play better, play e5 or d5, and here you now play the move b4. This is a type of wing gambit. It's just what? Why? The question of why is really important here. Because you go h4 and then b4, there's not really a reason. After they capture, you can go a3 and you can get a fine kind of gambit position. But h4 is just such a useless move, and that overall makes this entire gambit kind of useless as well. At number 556, I have the Eisenberg Gambit, not the Heisenberg, the Eisenberg. Comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit. They capture. And here, you now play the move knight to h3. It's not as bad as some of the other options, because if they check, you can now block with the knight on f2, and from here you can probably get a half-decent position, but still, there's so many better options, and knight to h3, you can't really expect a good game if this is how you are developing, so it's not terrible, but it's definitely not your best try either. Coming in at the 555 is the Masseur Gambit. This comes after e4, and we play g6. White goes pawn to d4, and we place our knight on h6. Have you ever heard the saying, knights on the rim are grim? That is because they have a lot less squares that they can access, and that's why you really don't want to place them on the side of the board like this. It's just not, you have better ways to develop it. Knight f6 is just more central, more better. White now plays knight c3, and we strike in the center with f5 here. If they capture immediately, then we can just take back with the knight, and this is surprisingly fine for us. So instead, they can win a pawn with captures. We take back the bishop, and now they capture our pawn like so. And here, we actually don't capture back because it would allow this, which would be very, very bad. Instead, we simply castle. Attacking the pawn, and after they capture again, it's not good. Engine really does not like this. However, practically and win rate wise, this seems to score pretty good because for white, it is surprisingly hard to play and develop. Long castle is what they would want to do, but our bishop actually controls that quite well. And from here, we can play moves like a d5, get our bishop out, and keep on developing. And even though we are down 2 pawns with a kind of awkward king positioning, this is surprisingly good. Coming in at number 554 is the Kotov Gambit. This is another King's Gambit, so e4, e5, and f4. They capture us, and we now play knight to f3 here. And black hangs onto the pawn with g5. We go bishop c4, and now g4 here, attacking our knight, and we're going to sacrifice it with the move d4 here. They capture, and to get a decent position out of this, we must play queen takes on f3. That way we could, what did I just say? That way we can quickly castle and then start impaling them on the open file with our bishop. However, here we instead play bishop takes on f4, which, while on its own it's a fine move, here we are down a piece. We must be urgent, and this just doesn't cut it. One good thing here is that if they capture again, which a lot of people do, then we do have bishop takes on f7, and we're going to get a perpetual, which is a nice little thing. Problem being, if they know a move d5 here, or bishop b4 check, we're already suffering, because after captures, they can just play a move like c6, attack us, and after we have to like back up here, now capturing works, with the difference being now their bishop is opened up, and at the end of the day, even though we can get some half scary threats, we're down an entire piece, and we sadly do not have enough compensation, and our attack is not going to play out. However, at lower levels, this still can work pretty well, so there we go. At number 553, I have the Jerome Gambit. This is a very fun one. Comes after e4, e5, knight to f3 attacking, knight c6 defending, and now bishop c4. Black also develops bishop c5, and here we now play the move bishop takes on f7. Sacrificing the bishop for not that much, and here we sacrifice a second piece with knight takes on e5. Point being, after captures back, we can now play queen to h5 check. We get this and various threats on their knight and also their bishop behind them. Overall, this is a terrible gambit, because if black knows what they're doing, then you are going to get a much worse position where you're going to be down at least a piece. However, their best moves here are king to e6 and king back to specifically f8, which are not the easiest to find. A lot of people are going to like drop the knight back, and then we can get this check in, king must move, and then we can take their bishop, at which point we are still at a small disadvantage, but overall, this is actually not that bad of a position. So overall, Jerome Gambit, if they know what they're doing, it'll be very bad, but if they don't know what they're doing, which most people don't, you can actually get pretty decent positions, so yeah. At number 552, I have the Portuguese Gambit. This one comes after e4, e5, and bishop b5, which is the Portuguese opening, which isn't terrible, but the bishop does not belong on diagonal until a knight has already come to c6, because right now it's just kind of staring at nothing. Here, black plays knight to f6, attacking the pawn, and the Portuguese Gambit here is pawn to d4, immediately counter-striking in the center, and this one, objectively, is actually not that bad. However, practically, this score is absolutely horrible for white, and there's a couple reasons for that. The biggest reason is that after something like black captures, let's say queen takes on d4, black has the extremely annoying c6 because we placed our bishop on b5 for some reason, and after, I don't know, like bishop drops back to d3, they can strike in the center immediately with d5, and this tends to score pretty terribly for us. Even though we don't have a super bad position, it's just not good, and really, why would you even consider playing bishop b5 in the first place? Coming in at 551, I have the Perseus Gambit, which comes after e4, e6, French defense, d4, d5, and now instead of defending, the move knight to f3, which just is not good. Black can capture here, and you have two options. You have knight to g5, which attacks pawn like this and isn't that great. It's like very bad, but you can get a, you can get a bit of a more aggressive position with knight e5. It's still not that great, but after like knight to d7 here attacking, you can play some tricky move like a queen to h5, which is what the engine suggests, and there might actually be some good in this opening. However, overall it is still very poor. Coming in at number 550, I have the Anderson Gambit. This comes after white plays pawn d4, we go e5, they now play bishop c4, Italian game, bishop's opening, and here we now play b5, attacking the bishop, which just isn't great, and after they capture, the Anderson Gambit is the move c6 here. attacking their bishop like this. And while it's not super great as a gambit, it's actually not that bad. The best move here is bishop a4, but a lot of people play bishop c4, which isn't great because you're now striking the center with d5. And after this trade, they can give one check, and we can simply block with the bishop. And here we actually do have compensation for the lost pawn because we have a big center of 2 pawns, which white really just cannot match for us. If they do know the better move here with like bishop a4 though, now preventing d5 because the pawn would be pinned, and it's not super bad, but it's not that great either. After like knight f6 and knight to c3, because we can't get pawn to d5 right away, we're kind of stuck with a pretty awkward position, but overall this is still not that bad. At number 549, I have the Quetzalcoatlus Gambit, I think that's how I say it. Comes after e4, and we play g6 and a quick bishop g7 while white continues taking all the center with e4, d4, c4, and here we now play d6, white goes knight c3, and c5, immediately attacking them at the center, and they capture us, and here we play the move queen to a5. This move looks very good because it attacks our knight, or sorry, white's knight on a c3. The problem is there isn't really a real threat here. A lot of people get scared and place a move like bishop d2, which does allow us to play pawn takes back in c5 with a actually pretty good position. Problem being here, if white doesn't get scared and just captures again, we're going to be kind of miserable. Capturing here is very bad because we lose our great bishop, and also we're not like winning the rook or anything. They can just block a bishop d2. It is defended. Queen will have to move somewhere, and from here it's just not that great. Maybe like bishop d3 to defend. It's not horrible, but it's a pretty meh position. Our king side is vacant, and this overall is just not that good for us. And after they capture, if we instead just capture back, then now we have an isolated pawn in the center, which just is not very good. And eventually white can probably also take. They can't take immediately, because then this trick actually does work and the rook is lost, but they can just take it later, and we have a very, very weak position, and we're down a pawn, so overall it's not great. Coming in at 548, I have the Richter-Grob Gambit. This comes after g4, Grob opening, very powerful. Black plays a d5 here, immediately attacking us, and we play bishop g2. This is the Grob Gambit, which is not great, but it does carry some good surprise value, and black here doesn't let us have any fun. They go c6, just solidly defending the pawn, at which point our position is pretty meh, but here the Richter-Grob Gambit is c4, they capture, and now b3. First off, you're probably not going to get this because it's just such a weird position. And also, b3 and c4 just isn't that great. First off, they can just take now, and after like we take back, we don't have any of the tricks that we usually do in this Grob Gambit, and as such, we just have a pretty miserable time. But if they do end up capturing, we can take back with the queen, but still, what is the queen really looking at? This is defended, this is defended. Our pieces just are not working in harmony, and they're going to be pretty tricky to develop. We might be able to go bishop b2 and get some pressure on their king side though, and as such, this is not terrible, but overall, it's pretty bad. At number 547, the Madigan Gambit comes after d4. We play knight to f6 in Dean's game. White goes knight to c3, which is a bit of a sideline, but it's not that bad. And here we play the move e5, which it just doesn't make much sense here. After captures, we have to play knight g4 to attack the pawn, but really they have two good options here. They can just play knight f3 to defend and assume bishop f4, and we just are having a miserable time here. Or, back here, they can also just play e4. Give us the pawn back, and after, like, f4 here, our knight is getting pushed back. We really have no solid development here, and their knight on c3 is working really good to prevent us from pushing anything in the center, and overall, we have a pretty miserable position here, but there are still chances. 546, the Bayer Gambit comes after white plays pawn e4. We go e5 and d4, the center game. And here, we don't capture, we don't develop, we go pawn to d5. This move, it looks good at first. It's kind of like maybe a baby is just wanting to copy their opponent, but really it doesn't work very well because they can just capture on e5. Capturing on d5 is good too, but this is very good because we can't really capture back, or we can, but then this happens and we're just going to have a much less preferred endgame. White has a much better endgame here, which just, why would we go into that? And other options, they're not really many. You can try maybe bishop e6, but something like knight c3 here, or just immediately capturing, it's not horrible, but once again, there's not really a point here. You're down a pawn and not for much. At number 545, I have the Bonsai Lion Gambit. This comes after e4, e6, French defense, and now the move b4 here. Once again, it's not great. A lot of these wing gambits aren't too special. After they capture here, we can play a move like c3, and in the French defense is probably one of the better options where you can do a wing gambit, because you also have ideas of playing moves like queen to g4 to potentially try and attack them. And in the French defense, with black being so tight and usually not that well developed because of how close their position is, these can work, but overall this one is still not that strong. Coming in at 544, the Achilles Omega Gambit comes after we play c4, English opening, black develops, knight to f6, and here we play the move e4, which is just a very unnecessary gambit. Some of these early young gambits can be fine, but this one just isn't great because c4, why? It just doesn't really help. It doesn't go well with e4. After they capture, also they can just play e5 and just get a better position, but if they do end up being daring and capturing, there's not much here. Maybe d4, I guess, but after something like, I don't know, let's say e6, let's say bishop d3, we can try to attack for 1 second, but they just back up, and we're down a pawn. We don't have any real development in return. We maybe have a slightly bigger center, but it is not enough compensation. At number 543, the Gundaram Gambit comes after white plays e4, we go e5, they play knight to f3 attacking, and now we play c6 here. It's not that good. The idea of c6 is we support the d5 push, so like after, let's say, captures, we can play d5 now, but it's fine, but it's not worth the pawn after like captures and we take back. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have too much to say. They can play like d4 now, and after like bishop d6, just like they can just play like a check, just easily develop. We're not putting any pressure on them, and having the d5 pawn in the center is not nearly enough compensation, but hey, if you're at lower level, this is not that terrible. At 542, I have the Ulysses Gambit. This comes after we play e4, and c6, Caro-Kann, d4, d5, and now here we do not defend the pawn, we instead play knight to f3, and after they capture, we hop the knight over to g5. And this one, it's not terrible, but it's very, very unnecessary. This maneuver of putting the knight on f3 and then g5 to hopefully recapture the pawn in e4, you're wasting so much valuable time developing, and how it usually goes, something like knight to f6, probably knight c3, and now bishop to f5, just keeping it defended. And after something like probably f3 here, captures. I mean, this isn't terrible, I guess, but we're just wasting so much time with this useless knight maneuvering. Black can quickly go e6, move the bishop out, castle, and it's kind of like a much worse Black Mardemer where we're just down like 2 moves. There's not really much of a point to it, but you know, it's not terrible either, I guess. At 541, I have the Stamma Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, pawn to f4, King's Gambit. They capture, and now the move h4 here. This prevents the queen from coming to h4, and I guess the idea of it, other than that, is to maybe try and stop black from playing a g5 move or make it less tempting, but overall, it still doesn't really work. You get the exact same effect from just, you know, developing piece in f3, which is a lot more useful. And black has many good options here. They can just develop, they can strike and center immediately with d5, and overall, it's not a terrible option, but there's far better ones. Coming in at 540, the Spanish counter gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, a Ruy Lopez. And here we strike immediately with d5. And this, it's not horrible, once again, but it doesn't work out that well. And white has a couple of good options. They can take immediately an e5 and just win the pawn, at which point it's kind of a waste and kind of a mystery as to why we sacrifice the pawn. We would probably have to place something like bishop d7 here, or actually that would be really bad because they can probably win another pawn eventually. Maybe knight e7 would be our best try here, at which point, yeah, it's just kind of odd as to why we sacrifice the pawn. There's not really any good reason. Or then capture on d5 first, allowing us, or allowing them to play knight c3 after we capture, at which point we're just kind of down on development. So because that, this is just kind of a redundant option, but it's not horrible. At number 539, I have the Frankel gambit. This comes after we play pawn e4 and e6, a French defense, and we get an advanced variation that comes after d4, d5, e6, c5, and here you traditionally defend with either c3 or, feeling a little crazy, maybe knight f3. Instead, the gambit here is b4, which b4 in the French actually can work quite well, but here this is just not at the right time because they can capture on d4 here, and the pawn is very awkward. If we capture back right away, then knight c6, and we're going to end up losing the b4 pawn, so it's just kind of a waste. However, if you do play like a bishop d3 here, and maybe knight to f3, and potentially get the pawn later like so, you might be able to get a actually not that bad of a position. Or if they capture on b4, this isn't that great for you either, but you can keep developing. And a lot of the typical pressure they have in the French on our pawn is not going to be there, which might cause some French players to freak out. Coming in at 538 is the Lolly gambit. This comes after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit. They capture, knight to f3 now, and after g5, trying to go to g4, bishop c4, and g4 here. You have a lot of good options, like maybe castles, like a Mutio gambit, or d4, the Ghulam Qasim gambit. The one option here that's not great, however, is bishop takes on f7, because it looks like you're going to lose a piece, so why not lose the bishop, and then be able to check in the center with knight e5. Practically, this is pretty good. It ends up scoring decently positive for white. However, objectively, if black knows what they're doing, this is very bad. Like, for example, king drops back to e8. Let's say queen takes on g4 now. A simple knight to f6. And even though we do end up winning both of the pawns back, d6 here, and at the end of the day we're still down a piece. We still really don't have nearly enough development to get a proper attack on black, and as such this gambit is not that great. However, practically, if you want to, this can actually work decently well. Coming in at 536, I have the queen sack gambit of the England. This comes after d4, e5, captures, the England gambit. We now play knight c6 attacking. They defend with knight to f3. We now play queen e7 attacking the pawn once again. They defend once again with bishop to f4. And we now play queen to b4 check with the triple fork, a trork if you will. They back the bishop up to d2. We capture here. They play knight to c3 to defend their rook. And after bishop e4, white will play rook b1 here. These are all the best moves. And you can either try queen to a3, which is the main line, or a queen sack with queen takes on c3. And this looks very fun, but objectively, it's just not that good. After this, and they block for the knight, yes, we can win one of the pawns back with this, but here we're still down, where we have, two pieces and a pawn for their queen, which, while not massive, is definitely a material disadvantage, and white will consolidate after a while. However, especially beginner level, people will not know how to consolidate that, and so this can work surprisingly well at those levels, but Anything higher, this is going to be a pretty bad time. At number 535, I have the Harkson Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, a Rui Lopez. And for some time here, we get some mainline jargon, blah blah blah. Comes after a6, bishop drops back, knight f6, castles, captures, d4, b5, bishop b3, d5, and now in this position, here we play the move c4. This tries to attack them by counter-striking immediately, and it can work decently well. If they capture like this, then after bishop to a4, we actually get a decent position with like bishop d7, captures, and then our knight can hop in the middle, and we're kind of pushing their bishop all around, which is actually quite good for us. Problem is, they can either take back with this pawn, at which point, after queen e2, maybe we can get a good position in the chaos, but this is not going to be a very good position for us if they know what they're doing. Or bishop g4 here, simply pinning like this, because after captures, they would have knight takes on d4, taking advantage of the pin, and this is looking kind of grim for us. So overall, this gambit can be pretty good, but if they know what they're doing, you're probably going to end up with a subpar position. Coming in at 534, I have the central counter gambit, also in the Rui Lopez, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. And here we now play a6, attack the bishop. They'll back it up to a4, knight to f6, white castles, and here we now play d5. This is slightly better than its cousin with the other kind of central counter gambit in the Rui Lopez, but this isn't that much better. The real problem here is knight takes on e5. We're just completely hanging that pawn, and if they take it, it's not going to end up very good for us. And the other thing they can try is back here, they can take on d5 first. To try and defend this, we can try to take with the queen, but after a move like knight takes on e5 anyways, we're not doing that great here because captures rook e1. This is very bad news. This is maybe a little better than I made it seem, but still you're going to get pretty poor positions with maybe some chances. Coming in at 533, I have the Krajicek Gambit. Took me like 10 times to spell that right. And there's 3 of these, so this one is from the bishop's opening. Comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, knight to f6, attacking the pawn, and we defend with f3, which is not a great move, but it does defend it, I guess. Knight c6 now, we play knight e2, we're trying to castle, so black plays bishop c5 to prevent us from doing so, and here we now play the move b4. Usually b4 is very bad, but here it's actually not horrible. If they take with their knight, then after a move c3 here, we can kind of get some sort of an Evans Gambit with now d4, and our position is actually working out surprisingly well. Problem being, if they take with the bishop, this isn't that good for us, because after c3, they can just back the bishop up either to a5, or the engine prefers bishop to e7 here. And even though we still get the strike in center with d4, they can counter-strike d5, and amidst all the chaos at the end of the rainbow, at the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, it's more like a pot of poop, because it's not that great. But overall, it's actually not horrible, but yeah, it's definitely not the strongest here. At 532, I have the Duras Gambit. This comes after e4, and here we play f5. And this move, I think, gets a little bit worse of a reputation than it really deserves. After they capture, we can go knight to f6, and if anything, this is just a kind of mediocre opening. After like d4 here and d5, attacking the pawn, if white defends with bishop d3, we can then play e6, and at the end of the day, we don't have a great position, but honestly, it's not that bad. For the pawn, we get a little bit extra development in an open f-file, which we can use to attack in the future. Not much to say, this opening isn't that horrible, but it's definitely not good either. Yeah. At 531, the Prokofiev Gambit comes after f4, bird's opening, d5, and now e4. This is the Williams Gambit. They capture, and here we don't attack again, we just play d3. This move it's nothing too special, to be honest. If they capture, then we can just take back the bishop, and honestly, this is not that bad. We can quickly develop with like knight to f3, try to castle quickly, and there may even be some tactics with the x-ray we have right here. And overall, this is actually not that bad of a position. However, back here, the problem comes if they decide to not capture, and instead just develop with like knight to f6. We can't really take now, because then they trade queens and then capture, and we are going to be pretty miserable. And so from here, we just kind of have a sad game after like knight c3 and bishop f5, but still, it's nothing too bad, and I still think this opening has some merit in it. At 530, I have the Gundaram Gambit. This comes after white plays e4, we go e5, knight f3, and we play queen to e7. This is the Gundaram defense. I will say there was another Gundaram Gambit. This one is specifically from the Gundaram defense. Here, white now plays bishop c4, and the move is f5, and this looks very peculiar with the queen on e7. However, I think this works surprisingly well, because after white captures, we can simply play knight to f6 here, and we're going to be able to strike in the center probably with d5, or even if we can't, if they play like knight c3, to prevent that, a simple d6, and we're probably going to win this pawn back instead. No, we do not have a great position, but it's not that bad, I think. We can also probably go c6, and potentially in the future, maybe even d5 like that, at which point we're going to have a pretty good game going on. But if white does play well, you will get a small disadvantage, but who knows how to play against the Gundaram Gambit. Arriving in style at 529, I have the Lowen Gambit. This comes after c4, English opening. We play d5, the Anglo-Scandinavian, which isn't great. They capture, and now e6. After captures, there's nothing too wrong with this Gambit. It more so that it just doesn't do too much, because white can still take the center with d4, and even though we have an extra piece developed, we can't really do much with it, and it doesn't really impact the game that much. So after something like knight f6 and knight to f3, we have an okay position. We can probably strike the center with c5, but overall, it's probably not worth being down a pawn, but it's not too bad. At 528, I have the Basman Gambit. There's a couple of these, so this one is the King's Gambit variation. Comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, and after they capture, we play the move Queen e2, which isn't that great. It blocks out our bishop. It doesn't really do that much, but then again, it is still very solid, and our position is not anywhere near like bad, I would say. And the best part, after black plays this check, we can move our king over to d1, where it is actually surprisingly safe, and because of that, the check isn't that great, and after something like d6, we can play knight to f3, potentially try to strike in the center with d4, and here, even though our position is quite awkward, our pieces are kind of in the way of each other, our queen and bishop and knight and pawns are actually working together better than it seems, and as a result, we have a decent position here. It's nowhere near, I would say, like great. It's probably only mediocre, but hey, it's not that bad. Coming in at 527, I have the Herrstrom Gambit. This comes after knight f3, the ready opening, and we go g5. And in this case, this g5 move is actually not that bad, because after captures, we can play e5 and take control of the center, immediately attack their knight, and after it drops back, we can play e4 here and force the knight to come to the center, at which point we can play like d5, and we kind of get a reversed Alekhine here. That actually pretty, or not heavily, but we do have a decent position here. The big problem is white can play d4, immediately attacking us again, and now the knight is defended, and after like h6, knight back up, e4, knight back up again, it's not bad, and we can defend the pawn center with a move like d5, but white can quickly lash out with c4 and knight b to c3, at which point we don't have an incredible position, but it's not too bad. Coming in at 526, the Volclus Johansson Gambit. This comes after knight c3 of Van Geet. We go e5, knight to f3 attacking, and we don't defend, we instead play bishop c5. Now this one is a bit odd. After they capture, if we just try to play normally with like d5, then white can simply go d4, and we're pretty much getting dominated here. This is a pretty bad position. However, we can play the very tricky queen to h4 and attack like this. The engine is not the biggest fan of this, but it is quite tricky practically. Like a lot of people here just play g3, but now we have bishop takes on f2, king takes, and queen to d4 check. And at the end of the day, we're actually going to get a pretty decent position out of this. But sadly, if they do properly defend with a move like, let me go back here, e3, and then future strike in the center with d4, we're probably not going to have a great game ahead of us. However, it does have some good surprise value. At 525, I have the Danish Gambit. This comes after white plays pawn to c4, and we now play b5, this being the Danish Gambit. This one, honestly, is not very special. After they capture, we can play a move like bishop b7 and take control of diagonal and leave this pawn later for us to kind of pick at, in which case that would actually be a pretty good idea. Or you can play a move like a6, trying to take advantage of the fact that if they capture, we can take back with the bishop, and if they ever play e3 now, then we can trade and their king cannot castle. We do not have full compensation for the pawn in this gambit. However, it's a fun little thing. There's nothing that wrong with it, and if you want to play it, go right ahead. At 524, I have the Williams Gambit. This comes after we play f4, bird's opening. Black replies d5 here, and we now strike in the center immediately with e4. This is not a great gambit, but after they capture, you have a couple of good options here. You can play a move like d3 and try to attack them immediately, or maybe knight c3 and try to attack them like this, or you have some other options here. You can try maybe a bishop c4 and just try to ignore this, and go knight e2 and quickly castle. This gambit is not that strong, but there's also nothing too wrong with it, and it's a pretty fun and very rare weapon against the bird's opening. And at 523, I have the Philidor counter gambit, and there's two of these. This one is from the Vienna, which comes after e4, e5, knight c3, Vienna game. We now play knight c6, and white tries d4. This is the rare Fife gambit, which isn't that good, but it does have some value. And here, instead of capturing, which would be one of the best moves, we instead play f5 here. I don't have too much to say about this move. It gambits in the center, but it doesn't do it that great, and white has a couple of good options. They can try to take, at which point we can play knight to f6, and we could go in typical gambit fashion with a move like d6 in the future and try to win the pawn back. Or maybe they can play a move like d5 here, at which point we might have to launch our knight into the center with like knight d4, and this can get pretty sketchy, but overall, there's nothing that wrong here, and as such, this is where it goes. Coming in at 522, I have the Basman Gambit, this one from the Grob after 1g4. Black plays d5, attacking our pawn, and here we go, bishop g2, Grob Gambit. And black doesn't capture or defend, they play h5, which is a very rare move, attacking us like this. And the Basman Gambit is the move captures here. This move, I'm a little conflicted on this. The other option here would be maybe to push up to g5, which isn't that great either. But capturing this position isn't great because black can either just take back immediately, and now they have a lot of pressure on the h-file where our king is already very weak, or the move e5 here they can also play, and our pawn is basically dead. However, it's not actually all that bad. We can strike in the center immediately with d4, and because black is kind of wasting time for our pawn on the side here, we can immediately strike in the center, and if they try like e4, then c4, and we're actually going to start a nice queenside operation that can actually favor us quite a bit. However, overall, this is still a pretty weak gambit. Coming in at 521, I have the Sleipnir Gambit. This comes after knight c3, the Van Geet opening. We play e5, preventing, or I guess discouraging d4. White plays e3, they want to do it anyways. And after d5 and d4, here we don't trade or defend. We play bishop b4, pinning their knight to their king. This is a kind of odd one because the idea is that after they capture, we can develop or we can take their knight. If we take, then yeah, they have a very ruined pawn structure, and if you want to go for this probably would be a good option. Or you can play knight e7 and try to quickly talking a lot. Coming in at 521, I have the Sleipnir Gambit. This comes after knight c3, Van Geet opening, we go e5, e3, d5, or what did I say, d5. Why can I grab the pawn? What? Coming in at 521, I have the Sleipnir Gambit. This comes after knight c3, Van Geet opening, we go e5, e3, d5, d4, and here the move bishop b4, pinning their knight to their king. After they accept our gambit here, you have two options. You can take their knight and try to go for their ruined pawn structure, which is not the best option because even though their pawns are ruined, they can strike in the center of c5, which will kind of get rid of it, and they have the semi-open b file. The other option is knight to e7 back here, and just trying to quickly castle, but this lets white consolidate with f4. Soon they'll go knight f3, and we can't really regain the pawn that easily here. So overall, this gambit is kind of weak, but it's not that bad. At 520, I have the deferred Solar Gambit, which comes after white plays pawn to d4. We go e5, England Gambit, and they take, knight c6 attacking, knight f3 defending, and now f6. With this move, if they capture, which a lot of people do, then after you take back with the knight, we don't have a great position, but we actually have a pretty decent gambit for us being down a pawn. We have a good amount of compensation. The problem here is that if white doesn't capture, if they just play a move like bishop f4 defending, we have a very sad position, or especially e4 here, because now we cannot take with the knight, because then captures, and queen h5, and we are actually just completely losing here right away. So because of that, this gambit does have some merit to it, but overall it is quite bad. Coming in at 519, I have the Bavarian Gambit, which comes after white goes e4, we play e5, and c4. This is not a very common or good combo, but if they play this, you can then go d5, this being the Bavarian Gambit, which isn't a great move, but it is better than it looks. The point being, after they capture, we can then play knight f6, attack the pawn, and after something like knight c3, we have c6 here. And the very good thing here is that if they capture us, we can simply take back, and this is honestly quite good for us because now we have supreme control over their very weak d4 square, which is going to be a big advantage for us. The problem here is they can still defend, they can strike immediately if we move like d4, at which point after something like captures, and there's a lot of chaos here, but maybe something like bishop b5, here we definitely do not have any sort of advantage, and we have kind of flustered anything we could have had. Or back here, a move like knight f3 may be very annoying to attack our pawn. Overall, it's still not incredible, but actually does have some good moves to it. Coming in at 518, the Ellis Gambit comes after e4, and we play e6, French defense. Now a d4, d5, knight c3 defending, we capture, and after they take back, we now play the move e5 here, which looks kind of stupid, but the point here is that they cannot really capture, because then after this queen trade, we can play knight c6, attack the pawn, quickly long castle, and we have very good odds in this endgame. Or back here, also they can play a move like knight f3, but now our bishop, this c8 bishop is now opened up, which does allow us to have a more open game. But overall, this really does not fit in with the theme of the French defense, and because of that, it doesn't end up working that well in most variations, but it does have something to it. Coming in at 517, I have the Hanstein Gambit, which comes after e4, e5, and f4, King's Gambit. Black captures, now knight to f3, g5, bishop c4, bishop g7, and now in this position, the move castles. And while usually in the King's Gambit, these free moves are all very good, in this scenario, it's not quite the truth, because with Bishop G7, by castling, we can remove our only real attack here, which would be H4, and we'll only try to get a good amount of, attack against them. By castling, Black can simply play a move like D6, H6, and a lot of what we could have to try and attack is now going to be gone. Something else in position, like maybe D4 here, or potentially H4 immediately, would be a lot better. At number 516, I have the Senecaud Gambit. This one comes from the Latvian. Comes after E4, E5, Knight F3, and F5, the Latvian Gambit. And here we now play B4. As usual, B4 is not a very useful move. It just doesn't do that much helpful. However, here it does have actually some good value to it, because if Black captures, we can now play Knight takes on E5, and with various tricks of now capturing and our queen potentially coming in, this is actually a decent position for us. Problem being, if they just ignore this and like capture here, after we take their pawn, our knight is no man's land, and the pawn on b4 is just kind of a waste of time. It would have been a lot more useful if back here we had just played like knight c3 or some other move, but still it does have something to it. Coming at 515, I have the Kotov Gambit. This comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight to f3, d6, and white plays a rare move g3 here, going for this and this, at which point we play the move b5 here. This takes a lot of space on the king side, or sorry, queen side, but it's not the best because, Coming at 515, I have the Kotov Gambit specifically for the Sicilian. Comes after e4, c5, Sicilian defense, knight f3, d6, and white plays g3, which is quite the sideline, going for bishop g2 and castles here. And here we play b5, this being the Kotov Gambit. This move takes queenside space, but is not the most useful move in the world. White's best try here is to capture, but this does get a little tricky here because we can play bishop d7. And even though we are down a pawn, now g3 here doesn't make a lot of sense. If they try to back up to f1, then now even though we're down a pawn after knight to c6, we have wasted a lot of white's time, and because of that, we might actually be able to get a pretty good position out of this. Or if they trade either, then here, once again, g3 has really weakened their king side, and we might be able to attack them in the future. Overall, though, it's still not that great. We don't have full compensation, and they can just ignore it and play something else like bishop g2 here anyways, or maybe a simple d4. Both of those would be good moves, but overall, there is a decent amount of good to this gambit. Coming at 514, the Khan Gambit comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop's opening, and here the move d5. And d5 in a lot of these bishop's opening positions can actually be quite good, but here it is simply too early. If they capture with their bishop, we can get a good position here after like knight to f6, attacking. They'd have to play like knight c3 here. And after this trade, we've gotten rid of their golden bishop. We can then play a move like bishop b6, attack them again. And here I do think we have compensation for the pawn. Problem being, they can simply take with their own pawn. And after like knight f6, knight c3, we simply don't have enough here to completely attack the pawn. And because of that, we don't have quite enough compensation. But after something like c6, and potentially this trade, here we do still have some compensation for the pawn, so this is not entirely worthless. Coming in at 513, this one is a personal favorite of mine, the Troon Gambit. This comes after white plays e4, and we play g5, the Borg defense. White now plays d4 here, we play h6 to defend the pawn, and white plays h4 to try and attack us, and here we push up to g4, sacrificing the pawn. Now, the reason I like this one, even though it's definitely not objectively better than some of the other ones I've had so far, is that if white accepts the gambit by capturing, this is actually not a great move, because we now have d5 here, attacking center and their queen, and after like they back up, for example, we can capture, queen takes back, and now knight to f6. And surprisingly, their position is actually quite strained here, and after like queen to d3, we can play potentially knight c6, maybe move our bishop out to g4 like here, bishop g4, attack their knight, and even though our position is very odd, we actually have a surprising amount of counterplay here, even if it is not a ton. Real problem is that back here, if they just simply don't capture and just kind of ignore us with like knight c3, then we're just kind of wasting time over on the king side, but still I do think there is a decent amount of merit to this. At 512, I have the Paintal-Dankis counter gambit. This comes after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit, and here we mirror them with f5. This one is quite interesting. If they capture on e5 here, this completely loses because queen to h4 check, which a lot of people end up falling for, and if like g3, queen takes, and they simply get forked, that could be quite tragic. Other options include them trying to capture here, which is their best try, and we can now play a move queen to e7, and after something like this check, we can simply slide our king over to d8, and surprisingly here, we are very safe, and even though we're down a pawn, they have a very weak position here, and we're likely going to win at least one of these guys back. And other things they can try, not really much else, maybe knight c3 to try and defend, but then we can simply go d6, defend everybody, at which point we have a pretty good position ahead of us. At 511, I have the Hobbes-Zilberman gambit. This comes after white plays f4, we go h6, knight to f3, and here, now the move g5. This one is very fun, because if they do end up accepting the gambit all the way, this is actually not great for them, because we now can play e5. Take the center and attack their knight. If they play d3 here to try and defend like this, then after simply d5, we are controlling the entire center, and this diagonal here is actually making them having a quite weak position with a lot of weaknesses and holes that we are likely to exploit. Their best try here would probably all the way back here to be simply e4 and just kind of ignore this, but honestly, not a lot of people are going to know this move, and because of that, this actually ends up working quite well for a lot of people. At 510, I have another Zilberman gambit, this one coming out of the Grob. This comes after g4, black goes d5, and here we now play e4, gambiting our e4 pawn, letting them capture, and here we now play knight to c3, attacking them. This, while not objectively great, does have a good amount of tricky value, because if they try to defend with their knight f6, then we might actually be able to play g5 here, and end up winning this pawn back, at which point we don't have a great position, but we actually have quite a decent one after like knight d5 and knight captures. I can't really say that we're doing bad here, maybe subpar, but I wouldn't say bad. The best try would instead be probably a move like e5 here, and just completely ignore and just try to keep developing, or maybe h5 here to try and capture, or sorry, not really capture, but start putting pressure on us immediately, maybe like g5 here, but after like bishop g4, we are kind of suffering in this position, but still, I think you do have good chances in this gambit. Coming in at 509, this is such a weird one. This is the Spike Lee gambit, which comes after h3, Clemens opening, not exactly the strongest. Black plays h5 here, and we now play g4, this being the Spike Lee gambit. It is very, very, very rare. You're almost never going to get this, but it does actually have a surprising amount of value to it, because after black captures, you can then go bishop g2. We're not threatening to capture the pawn. We could not before, because our rook would be hanging like so. So after this, they're probably going to capture again. But after like knight takes on h3, yeah, we're down a pawn, but in return, we have gotten two pieces developed. We do have the open h file, which can be used in the future, and if you want to plan on going long castles here, that might actually give you a pretty good attacking game, and as such, while this is, while this is going to be astronomically rare, it does have some good value if you do want to end up playing it. Coming in at 508, the Napolitano gambit comes after c4, English opening, c5, symmetrical English, knight f3, knight f6, keeping the symmetry, and here, now the move b4. This is one of the much better situations to play the wing gambit in, because after they capture, you can play a3, or even better, is d4 here. and in return for the pawn, which is very weak, you have complete control of the entire center, which black really cannot match for you. And the real problem here is after like e6, we're probably not going to get the pawn back for some time, which may be kind of bad, but at least in the short term in this position, you're getting more development, you have a lot more space, and you have a very good game ahead of you. 506, the Carlsen Gambit, not Magnus Carlsen, I think it's spelled differently, or maybe I'm just insane, comes after e4, e6, d4, d5, knight f3, they capture, and here now specifically the move knight to e5. And in this position, even though you are down a pawn, you do have a lot more space control, and this pawn center is very weak. However, this is definitely not the greatest gambit. If black knows a move like knight d7 here, just trying to trade off immediately, this is not going to end up great for you, but potentially maybe queen h5. You actually do have some tricky potential in this position, and maybe a move like bishop e3, knight c3, and long castles can actually give you a pretty good game, but overall, this is still kind of weak. At number 505, I have the Konikowski Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez or Spanish. Here, we now play bishop c5, the classical defense, and white plays c3 here, going for d4, and trying to take the whole center, and here we play the move d5. Lashing out in the center immediately. This has some weaknesses, but it has some pros. Most people play knight takes on e5, taking advantage of the pin they have here, but we do have the very tricky queen to g5. And here, we're attacking their knight, we're attacking the pawn, and I mean, if they capture here, then we can actually take on g2, and attack the rook, and a potential checkmate threat, and this will actually give you a slight advantage. Even though they have this, you do have a little bit of a better position here. Problem being is that, one, if they respond best to this, you're not going to get a better position, or they can just not capture. They can simply play like castles here, and after like captures and knight takes on e5, we have the same problem. We do have a lot of control over the d3 square though, which can still give us a good position, but overall, this is just a bit weak. At number 504, I have another Zilberman's Gambit. This one comes from the England. After d4, e5, captures, knight c6 attacking, knight f3 defending, and now knight g to e7. This move isn't horrible. The idea here is after like knight c3, you can play knight g6, and you are going to end up winning the pawn back, but I feel like if you're going to go through this much effort to win the pawn back, just wasting so much time and not developing, you probably should just not have played the gambit at all, because here, even after like bishop g5 here, bishop e7, and this trade, and after like something like, I don't know, e4, and we win the pawn back, I mean, well, we have equal material. It's not a horrible position, but really we're just wasting so much time. We have a pretty awkward position, and white has a very large space advantage, and really, just why would you do this when you have better options? At number 503, the Bunton Gambit comes after e4, knight f6, the Alekhine's defense, e5 attacking them, they move to the center with knight d5, and here we push up again, which is very, very funny, with e6 here. This move looks really dumb at first, but it does actually pose some pretty big practical problems, mostly being after they capture. Here, after d4, what does black really do here? They can't move the e-pawn because, you know, there's two of them. The bishop is now blocked out, and everything is just kind of tight and awkward here. If they do play g6, which is their best try, then after like knight f3, bishop g7, and probably like a c4 here to attack their knight. At the end of the day, we don't have complete compensation for the pawn, but still, we do get a pretty good game with a pretty big center that black really cannot match, and in a lot of endgames, their extra pawn is not going to be very useful. At number 502, I have the Willemsen Gambit. This one just makes me kind of sad because it's not really that bad. It's more so that you just have much better options. Comes after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, they capture, and here, now the move d4, which on its own isn't bad. It does take a large space advantage, but if you're allowing black to play queen h4 here, you now have to move your king to the very awkward e2 square, which just doesn't make that much sense. If you want to play like this, go bishop c4. That way after the check, you have the much better king to f1 square, and you are infinitely safer and much easier to develop and everything. With this, after king e2, your bishop is blocked out, and even though you can still attack the queen and probably get a decent King's Gambit position, you just have better options, so I don't really see the point of this gambit. At 501, the Comorant Gambit comes after white plays d4, and we go c5, the Benoni, they capture. And here, usually in Benoni, you play e6 here to attack the pawn like this. But the move here for the Volclus Gambit is b6, Comorant Gambit, which it just doesn't make that much sense. After captures and queen takes back, you don't have by any means really a bad position. You are down a pawn, but white is pretty undeveloped, and your queen is attacking a lot of very important squares, and you can play bishop b7 and get a long term attack with the bishop on their king side. However, overall, b6 is just not a great move. e6 is far superior, or even just developing with like maybe knight c6 I think is also quite a bit better, but still overall it's not actually that bad. At number 500 clean, I have the Gent Gambit, which comes after g3. Black goes d5 here. We now play knight to h3, which is a pretty awkward developing move, but it's not horrible. Black goes e5, and now f4 here, attacking. If black just captures right away, we can take back with our knight, and this actually is not that bad for us. Instead, black might try to win a pawn with bishop takes, and now pawn takes. We cannot take back right away, because then queen comes into h4, we get murdered, which is very, very sad. I do not like it getting murdered. Instead, the move here is just castles, which might look kind of goofy, but after they capture, and we recapture, surprisingly, our king is very safe, our bishop is quite strong, preventing black from ever long castling, and with these open lines, there's actually a pretty good amount of play that we can get from this gambit, and the win rate seems to agree it is about equal for both sides, even though this is quite odd. Coming in at 499, I have the English Wing Gambit, which comes after c4, c5, symmetrical English, in here, now b4. If you saw the other gambit a second ago, which was a knight f3, knight f6, and now b4, this is very, very similar. After b4, they can capture here, and we have a couple more options this time around. I like taking the center immediately with d4, at which point black really cannot do too much to combat our center, and their pawn is very weak. But if they do play e6 here, regaining the pawn in the future is going to be quite difficult, but overall, you still have a big center and a pretty good game ahead of you. At number 498, I have the Bucker or Bucher Gambit. This comes after e4, g6, and by the way, this one is from the Modern Defense. I think there's two more. White now plays d4, bishop g7, bishop c4, and here, now the move b5. This is unlike other wing gambits though, because after black captures, or white captures, we can now play c5, which carries a hidden threat. If white just captures, then now queen to a5, and we're actually going to end up winning their bishop with a very nice fork, which clearly favors us by quite a lot. Other tries though, if they just simply play like knight to f3 here, then after something like captures and knight captures, we don't have the greatest of positions. We probably don't have complete compensation for the pawn here, but still, you can play bishop b7, probably maybe knight to f6 here, not quite d6 because of the pin, but still, we can play in typical style, and I think we have a good game ahead of us. At number 497, I have the Franco-Hiva Gambit. There are three of these, and they're all very, very similar. This is the d4 one, which comes after e4, e6, French defense, d4, and now f5 here. This gambit is not the best, but it's also not the worst. Point being, after white captures, you can take back here, but to play in the style of this gambit, instead you probably want to play a move like probably d5, or actually not d5, probably knight to f6, control this check, and after something like captures, you can now d5 to then go ahead and win the pawn after a moment. And here, it's not that unique of a position, but it's a fine gambit game. You'll probably go c6, bishop d6, and castles, at which point you can probably plop your knight onto the very strong e4 outpost, and you have a good game ahead of you. At number 496, I have the marshaled gambit, and this is for the Sicilian, which comes after e4, c5, knight c3, the closed Sicilian, e6, white strikes in the center right away with d4 here, and after we don't capture, we instead play d5 here, and this is the marshal gambit. The point here is that even though we have this pawn defended now, after captures, and pawn captures, here, if we just take back, they can then go ahead and take this guy, at which point we have a pretty meh position that doesn't really favor us that much. Instead, our best try here would probably be knight to f6, letting this pawn hang, and after something like bishop e3, we can just go bishop e7 and promptly castle on the next move. There is nothing wrong with how we are playing, and this pawn is probably going to be weak. We can likely try to take it on later. This is not the most aggressive option, but it is very solid, and there's not that much wrong with it. At number 495, I have the Giannuccio gambit, which comes after e4, e5, and f4, king's gambit. We capture, and white now plays bishop c4, going for the bishop's gambit, and here we play the move f5, counter-striking like this immediately, and this is quite the tricky option here. The point here is that if they take, then after we play this check, and the king moves over, we can now play probably knight to f6, try to get our knight in, at which point this pawn is just going to be very easy pickings for us later, and we have a pretty good game ahead of us. A good thing here is that there's no one really strong option for them. There are a couple of tries. Another thing they can try is just to defend with like knight c3, at which point after something like queen h4, and king over to f1, we get a pretty typical position for the bishop's gambit, and there's nothing really that wrong with it. At number 494, I have the Cologne gambit. This one is so ridiculously rare. You're going to see this and you're going to be like, this is never going to happen to me. I'm pretty sure it's only been like a few games ever. A4 to start out, and here we play b6. Now white plays d4. We match with d5, so I don't, what is going on here? I don't really know. White now plays knight c3, and here we go knight d7, allowing them to capture the pawn. And despite how unbelievably rare it is, and it's not actually horrible, if they just keep developing bishop f4, then this is just kind of a waste in development. It's not really any reason to play that. Or if they do end up capturing, then after like bishop b7, probably knight backs up, we can then play knight f6, prevent them from playing pawn to e4, at which point we can play e6, bishop d6, and we actually have a pretty good gambit position. But honestly, this is so rare, I don't think anyone is ever going to get this, ever. Coming in at 493, I have the Solar gambit. This comes after d4, e5, England gambit, captures, now knight c6, or sorry, not knight c6, but instead the immediate f6 here. This one is not great. I do think it's a little better than its counterpart, which is the deferred Solar gambit. If they capture, then after knight takes on f6, we have a decent gambit position here. We can probably play d5 and c6. Development's easy. We can castle pretty safely, and we have a good position. The more so problem here is if they don't capture. If they play like knight to f3 and just defend like this, after maybe like captures back and maybe knight takes, and we're kind of down a pawn, we don't really have that much for it, even if the knight is a little awkward in the center, or maybe something else, maybe like e4 here, and now we can't capture because queen to h5, and this is quite brutal. G6, now we get forked like this. This can get pretty bad pretty quick, but if you know what they're doing, or if they capture, you have a very good game ahead of you, which is what most people play, so as a result, I think this is pretty good. Coming in at 492, this is probably the longest name out of any of the gambits. This is the Zilvermint's gambit, Blackmar Demer variation. Comes after d4, d5, so the long one, e4, Blackmar gambit. Captures, knight c3 attacking, knight to f6 defending, f3, captures, knight captures, e6, the EU defense, which isn't the best, but it is very solid, so what can I say? Bishop g5, bishop e7, bishop d3, knight c6, and here, now castles, black will capture, and here, the move is now king to h1. This move, it has two things to it, as a little trick attached to it, and also now that the king is safe in the corner, we can go full force of attacking black. A lot of people here simply castle, which is a blunder because knight takes on d4, queen takes. This is not a check because we walk the king over, and because of that, we can play bishop takes on h7 check, and simply win because after king takes, we can now take their queen, and yeah, we're up a lot of material here. We're basically completely winning. But also, if they instead try to capture us, then after queen takes, even though we are down 2 pawns here, we have a ton of pressure on this pawn. We have a ton of pressure down the f-file, and also with a wide open board, we can probably play rook over to d1 and potentially try to get a discovery on their queen like we did in the trap variation, and because of that, we actually have quite a good game ahead of us. At 491, the Dype Stratton counter gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, and f5, a Latvian gambit, and here we play the move c4, which is definitely not the best move here. However, for how stupid it looks, it's honestly not that bad. If they capture, now we can take on e5, and c4, while not very helpful, doesn't really hurt us that much. It does control the d5 square, which is good, and after like knight to f6, we have a decent Latvian game ahead of us. Not the best, but I don't think it's bad either, and if we instead play something else, like, I don't know, knight c6, then maybe we can strike in the center of d4, and here, despite having the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, we actually have quite a good game ahead of us in this position. The Dodo Gambit, this is a personal favorite of mine, comes after 490. This comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, they take, and here the move queen g4, which is honestly just pretty funny. It makes a very direct attack against the pawn, and black has a couple good options. They can try like g5 here to try and hang on, and then play knight to f6, at which point we will have a worse position. However, even though the queen is on g4, which is very stupid here, it's honestly not as bad as it looks. The other try would probably be d5, taking advantage of this discovered attack. However, here, after like captures, and queen captures, after black blocks, yeah, we're going to be down on development, but it's not that bad. We can recover, and even though this is not the greatest gambit, I think it's pretty funny, and I kind of like it. At 489, the Omega Delta Gambit comes after white plays knight to f3. We now play d5. White goes g3, the King's Indian attack, and we now gambit the pawn with e5 here. This just is not really a necessary gambit. After like captures, we can play bishop d6, attack the knight, and like it'll probably back up. And now c6, and yeah, we have a fine position, and we probably have some compensation for the pawn, but honestly, this is just not very interesting. There's not much to this gambit. There's nothing much wrong with it. There's nothing that much good about it. Let's move on. At 488, the Aachen Gambit comes after white goes e4, and we play knight c6, the rare Nimzowitsch defense, which is underrated. d4, we play d5 now, immediately striking the center. They capture, and here we don't take back. We play the move knight to g4, trying to capture the pawn like this and take it with our knight, which isn't the best plan. The other idea here is after like c4, we might have some way to play like bishop f5 here and get into this fork, but currently we have to deal with queen a4 check, which in this case would lose a knight, but after something else maybe like c6, no, we do not have the greatest position here, but honestly, I don't think it's that bad. We have a lot of pressure on their center where they are pretty heavily overextended, and the very awkward knight on g4 does a better job than you would think, also b4. At 487, the Arafat Gambit comes after d4, knight to f6, the Indian game, and now e4, but this is the Omega Gambit, not quite this one yet. They capture, now bishop d3, attacking their knight. They back it up to f6, and now bishop g5. This move isn't great. Attacking the knight like this just isn't very necessary, but to be fair, after something like d5 here, probably knight to f3, let's say now bishop to g4, and like castles, we have a fine gambit position here. It is not super open, which does make it a little troublesome to attack, but we do have the open e-file to take advantage of. It's really just that the bishop on g5 is not placed very well. There are better spots for it, but overall, this is probably fine. At 486, I have another Franco-Hiba Gambit. This one comes after e4, e6, knight to f3, and here, now f5, and here we can play in the same style after like captures, probably knight to f6, takes again, and now d5 here, going for this capture. It is very samey. I do think developing the knight instead of d4 favors us a little more, but overall it is very similar, and it's just a nice kind of subpar but fine gambit. At 485, I have the Tartakower Gambit, which comes after b4, Polish opening. Now e5 here, we then play bishop e2, attacking them, and they defend here with f6, and in this position, instead of defending with like a3, we go e4. And this is quite a good gambit. Their best try is to lash out immediately with d5, but at this point, after like captures, and probably knight c3, the queen must back up, and even though we have an awkward position, the pawn on b4 doesn't really belong there, we are doing quite well here, but black should not have that much of a problem getting developed. The good thing here though is if they don't play d5 immediately, if they wait for like 1 second, let's say knight c6, here we can then play b5, the knight is probably going to have to jump to the middle, and then bishop c4. And this way, we are controlling this diagonal, which makes it near impossible for them to actually get castled, which is very, very important. And as such, you have a lot of good attacking games here, but overall, it is not the best. Coming in at 484, the Rotary Albany Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez. And here we play the very odd b6. This move is very interesting. Not a lot of other Ruy Lopez setups utilize this. The idea is after captures, and knight takes on e5, we can now play the move bishop b7 and defend, or even queen d4 and just try to win the pawn back immediately. And after like playing knight back to f3, captures, and queen e2, in this position we actually have an advantage. So for that reason, capturing and trying to win the pawn like that is not the best try. However, if white just castles here, we have a pretty awkward pawn setup here that really does not favor us in the Ruy Lopez. However, we can still play a move like bishop b7 maybe, or not here, we should probably try to defend first with like bishop d6, but bishop b7, f5, or sorry, c5, what is going on right now, and you can still get a decent gambit position, but it is definitely not the best. At 483, the Ross Gambit comes after knight to f3, and here we go e5. I don't really know what to say here. It's just not that special after like captures, and now probably d5. This is such a nothing gambit. There's really nothing unique here after like, I don't know, d4. Bishop d6. I mean, you've already seen this exact position. Let's move on. Coming at 482 is the Feldbecker Gambit. That is a funny name. d4, e5, England Gambit, my archenemy. They capture, knight c6, knight f3, and now bishop c5. This move, it's not really that much wrong fit. It's more so that this is just the England Gambit. Unless we're playing for some tricks, just trying to develop normally probably is not going to work. We maybe can still get decent position after like knight g to e7 and castles, but having to break through with d6 is just not going to be the strongest option here, and as such, this is where I'm going to rate it. At 481, I have the Sleipnir counter gambit after knight c3, Van Geet opening, d5, f4, d4, attacking the knight, we move it to the center on e4, and now e5, something called the Pfeffer gambit, I'm sure I'll get to it later. And here, instead of capturing, we play knight to f3, counter gambiting, letting them capture us. And here, you have a couple options. You can play e3 and try to attack everybody immediately, or you can go for a more low-key strategy of either like d3 or c3. All of these options are quite legitimate, and even though our knights are kind of off in the center, they're not very, knights are usually not like this, their pawns are very overextended, meaning their position is very tight, and they're going to have to play a lot of careful moves to keep their advantage. So overall, while very rare, this can prove to be worth your while. At 480, the Anderson-Cordell Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, they capture, knight to f3, g5, h4, g4, a lot of mainline nonsense jargon, knight e5, knight f6, bishop c4, d5, capture of pawn, bishop d6, d4, defending our knight in the center. Black tries knight h5 to defend the pawn like this. And you have a couple of options here, but the move to play the Anderson-Cordell Gambit is bishop takes on f4 here, which looks very odd because black can just capture that. We're now down 2 points of material, an entire piece. But after we castle here, we see the idea. We are skewering their knight and their pawn on f7, and they can survive here, but they have to be very, very precise, which is why this is very good. They have a couple moves they can try though, even though they're all pretty hard to find. Like queen takes an h4's move, like nobody's playing that. f6 to try and counterattack our knight, and also move like queen e7 to try and get something done here. All of these can work, but they're also all going to be quite rare, and in these crazy positions, you are probably going to end out on top, so this is a very crazy option, but if you want to go for it, you definitely should. At 479, I have the Pac-Man Gambit, this one coming from the Nimzo Larsen attack after b3, e5, bishop b2 attacking, knight c6 defending, and now the move f4 here, attacking the pawn in the center. This one isn't great because after they capture, and we play knight to f3, black can simply go knight to f6, just keep on developing, and this pawn is just kind of a nuisance, and because their knight's on f6, our bishop doesn't really get that much action, but after something like a c4 here, you still have a decent enough position, development is going to be pretty easy, and you still have a good game ahead of you. Coming in at 478, I have the Deemer Doom Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, c6, Slav defense, and here, now pawn to e4. This one isn't too bad, really, after black captures. The problem is, after like knight c3, attacking, black can just play like knight f6, defend, and here, after like bishop e3, our development is fine, but this pawn makes it really hard for a bishop to get developed anywhere good, and after something like bishop to f5, probably f3 here, and likely this trade, we have an okay gambit position, but it's not horrible, it's not too bad, it is what it is. At 477, I have the Zilbermans Hart-Laub Gambit. This comes after g4, Grob opening, black plays d5, and here we now play e4. They capture, knight to c3, attacking their pawn. Black here plays pawn to e5, letting us have the pawn back, but here we don't capture, we instead play d3. This move, it's kind of going too much into that gambit here. We really should just go ahead and capture the pawn back and be happy. After d3, yeah, if they capture, then after bishop takes, this is probably a slightly better position. But because they already want to sacrifice a pawn, they can just play like knight c6 now. At which point, now our bishop is blocked in, and we just have a pretty awkward position. We're able to play bishop g2, but then they can capture, and the bishop can't take, so this gambit is just a little clunky and awkward, but there's nothing too horrible about it. Coming at 476, I have the Alekhine Gambit. There are a few of these, but this is the only one that actually comes out of the Alekhine defense after we play e4, and black goes knight to f6, and here we push up, knight to d5, d4, d6, chipping away at our center, now c4, attacking the knight backs up, knight to f3 here, defending the center, and after black plays bishop g4, pinning our knight, here we play the gambit with bishop to e2. And the point here is that after black captures, we're going to take back with the knight, because after this trade, we can take with the queen. Queen takes on d4 now is the gambit, and here you have a couple options. You can probably just castle is your best try, and even though their queen is in the open and we do have rook d1 coming, it's really just not that strong. Black has a lot of good options like simply knight 8 to d7, and here we don't really have that much. We kind of have to trade here, rook d1 immediately. They could simply capture the knight and that would not be good, so we kind of are forced to trade our very good knight in the center, and after something like knight takes back, probably let's say bishop e3, and now queen can just slide over maybe to f6 or e5 is what the engine likes. Here, I mean, it's not a horrible position, but I really do not think that we have complete compensation for the pawn, and so this is where I'm putting it. At 475, I have the Bush-Gast Gambit. After white plays pawn to e4, we go e5, knight to f3 attacking, and here we now play bishop to c5. Now this one is very interesting because after white captures, you have two ways you can play this. You can go knight c6 and try to get a kind of Stafford Gambit, at which point after captures, it's worse than the normal Stafford Gambit, but it does still have some trickiness potential, which can be good. Most people play some move like knight to f6, which allows white to play d4, at which point your position is quite bad, and that is very, very sketchy. Don't like that. Additionally, you have the option of queen to h4, which, while not objectively great, is very, very tricky, but overall, this gambit is kind of on the weak side. Coming in at 474, I have the Kahiko Hula Gambit, which comes after c4 and e5, the English opening. We now play e3, knight to f6, f4 here, attacking the pawn, and after black captures, we play knight to f3. The point of this gambit is that after black captures, we don't just take back, we instead play d4 here. And now we have the big center, and this pawn is going to be pretty easy pickings for us to take on later. Black has a couple of options, but most people just play some move like, let's say d6 here, at which point, after we can capture back, we've gotten a pretty good gambit position out of this. It's not fantastic, but I think it does have a good amount of merit. At 473, the Bird Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit. They capture, knight to f3, g5 now, and d4. Now black pushes again, g4, and here we actually do move our knight, which allows them to come in with their queen to h4, and here we now play the move g3. This may look really bad because after black captures, we can't take back because then we lose our rook, and they have a deadly discovery here. However, we have the move queen takes on g4, and after the following line here of g2 check, they capture, and they take our rook in the corner. Even though black is up an entire rook here, their queen is completely stuck in the corner, and after knight to c3, the engine still does not favor this for us. However, we do have a lot of tricky potential with our knight potentially coming in and wreaking havoc, and along with our other knight and our queen too, there's actually a lot of checkmate ideas that can also occur, so it's not objectively best, but it does have a lot of fun ideas that come from it. At 472, the Batavo Gambit comes after white plays pawn to f4, d5, knight to f3, c5, and here we now play the move e4. And at first, this looks like some other typical kind of bad gambit, but after black captures, we can play the move here, knight to e5, at which point this is actually quite good. Our knight cannot really be kicked out very easily, our bishop may potentially come in with a lot of ideas, and after something like knight to d7, which is our absolute best move, we can simply go knight to c3. Attacking the pawn, and if after like knight to f6, they keep trying to hang on, then after d3 here, we actually have a lot of potential in this position for a lot of tactics, like if they capture, then here we can now take it back with our queen or bishop, and even though we are down a pawn, black has a very tight position, we have an extra piece developed, and like if they trade here, then already we can take the advantage after something like knight backs up. Now we can probably go e6 here, which is the engine's suggestion, and already they cannot capture because queen comes in, and this is actually straight up forced checkmate. So that is a very good little trap. Overall though, it's not the strongest gambit, although it does have some good trick potential like this one right here. Coming at 471, I have the Polish Gambit. This is from the Anderson opening after a3, which, I mean, it's not horrible, I guess. It does control b4, but it's just kind of a waiting move. After black plays a5 here, we can now play the gambit with b4, and the idea is that after they capture, we can play bishop b2, and after captures again, we can take with our knight, and here, it's not, incredible, but it's not that bad. We do have two pieces developed, and our bishop is going to be aiming directly at their king side, which can cause a lot of tactics, and we have the open a file for the future. Not too much to say, let's move on. Here at 470, I have the young gambit, and this one is pretty crazy. Comes after e4, e5, king's gambit. They capture, knight to f3, g5, bishop c4, and g4. And here we're going to castle. We get a Muzio gambit. Now they capture. We take back the queen, and they play queen to f6 here, which is the Surratt defense. This is probably their best try. And here we sacrifice the bishop with bishop takes on f7. Here it's definitely premature. You'll see the engine really hates this, but black is going to have to play razor sharp to survive. Here they're going to take with their king most likely, which is what this gambit comes out from. Now we play d4, control the center. Black captures the pawn. We now go bishop e3. You're probably never going to get this gambit for a while, but still. By the way, they cannot take the pawn or the queen because queen takes and the pawn is pinned, so they cannot capture back. That would be very tragic. Instead, queen drops back to f6. In here, now the move, knight c3, is the young gambit, or I guess really, technically, it's after they capture. But the thing is here, we are completely winning because after queen to h5, we are simply going to win their queen and win the rest of the game. This gambit is more decided from all these other moves, and if black does play with precision, they are going to get pretty much a completely winning position, but this gambit is so tricky that most people are not going to be able to play like that, so as it rounds out, this is where it's going to go. At 469, funny number, I have the Noah Gambit, which comes after e4, e5, and we get a 4-knights game after something like knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight to f6 here, and after we play bishop c4, black tries the trick, knight takes on e4, with the idea being that if we just capture back right away, black can play d5 here, and here we now get forked, and we're going to have a pretty meh position afterwards, if not just straight up worse. So instead we try to avoid this by playing bishop takes on f7 check. This looks good on the surface, but the problem here is that after black captures, and we take their knight, they can still play d5, and even though we can get one more check in, after the king drops back to g8, at the end of the day, even though we do equal material, and our knights are funny, black has the entire center, which we sadly just cannot really compete with, and the best way to play from here is something like d4, black goes h6, now attacking the knight, we're forced to back up, and after something here, like let's say captures, or maybe bishop g4 is what the engine likes the most, it's just kind of a meh position. Black has a pretty odd setup going on, but it is working for them. So this is where this gambit is going to go. It has some value, but overall it's a bit poor. At 468, I have the Lemberger Gambit, which comes after knight to f3. Black goes knight to f6, and now e4. This is like, I don't even know what to say. It's just such a non-unique gambit. I'm pretty sure I've already seen this exact position about 10 times. After black captures, here we can just play d4, control the center, and after something like d5, probably bishop d3, let's say now bishop f5. This is a very basic position. We're down a pawn, we have some compensation, let's move on. At 467, I have the radish gambit, which comes after e4, e5, d3 here, which is not a great variation, knight to f6, f4 now, and here we play the move bishop c5. Very, very odd position. You're likely not going to face this, but it is pretty tough for white to get an advantage. The only way is for them to capture here. We can now play the very tricky knight takes on e4. If they just capture back, then after queen to h4 check, at the very least we have equality, and at the very worst we have checkmate. So, you know, it's pretty good. Not too much else to say there. Their best move here would be like queen to g4, but this is very hard to find, at which point after like d5 here, probably queen takes, and now our queen can get in with a check. This is a very complicated position after like g3, bishop to f2 check, king to d1, now queen to g4 check, forcing this trade. At the end of the day, we're probably slightly worse because we are still down a pawn, but this does have a good amount of tricky potential, and not a lot of people are going to find queen to g4. At 466, I have the Alekhine Gambit. This one is from the Scotch game after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, captures, knight captures back, and after knight to f6, here we play the move e5. The point of this gambit, it's a little odd, but the point is that after they capture, we can play queen to e2 here, and this gets kind of crazy. If they don't find queen to e7, it's probably going to be bad news for them with a move like d6 here. We can go f4, and they can survive here if they're very careful, but they most likely will not, and we're going to end up winning a piece. Queen to e7 here is their best try, at which point after something like bishop f4, d6, and knight to c3, we do not have complete compensation for the pawn, but they do have a very tight and strained position, and this can go very well for you in a lot of ways. At 465, I have the Ginocchio Gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, we take, bishop c4 now, and f5, immediately counterattacking them, and we actually have a lot of tricky potential here. If they capture back, then yes, we can come in with the check, but what might be even better is to simply go knight to f6, with the idea of trying to go c6, and maybe simply bishop e7, and d5 here. Like for example, if they just play one move that's not the best, then after d5, bishop drops back, then here, now we can take our pawn back, and at this point, we're actually now up a pawn, and we are doing quite well here. But other options include not capturing, which would be something like knight c3, at which point f5 just proves to be kind of a waste of time and just kind of weakening our king side, but still, this opening is pretty good. At number 464, I have the final Franco Hiba Gambit after e4, e6, d3, the King's Indian attack variation of the French, and now f5. Same old story. It's a little bit better because their bishop is now blocked in, but after like captures, probably d5 now, captures again. Let's say bishop takes back. White does have a small advantage here. They are up a pawn, but you know, similar story. We have more development. Their position is a little awkward. Let's move on. At 463, I have the Breyer Gambit after e4, e5, f4, captures, and queen to f3 now. Not in the best spirit of the King's Gambit, however, it's not that bad. If black plays this check here, we can always play g3 because after captures, now we can actually take back the pawn, and even though our king side is kind of awkward, we do get the open h file because the queen defends our rook, and this is actually quite good for us. Their best try here would simply be to ignore us and just play a move like d5 here, at which point after like queen takes, probably captures. Queen takes again, and now like bishop e7 here, we have a slightly subpar position. However, it's not that bad. The idea of playing queen to f3 to capture the pawn back, while very simple, does end up working. So, what can I say? Not that much. Good gambit, or not really good, but, not bad. At 462, the Heart Lab Charlie Gambit comes after white plays d4, e5 England Gambit, they capture, and here the immediate d6. This move, a lot of people are going to capture, at which point, after bishop takes back, you're honestly not doing too bad here. Yeah, you are still down a pawn, but you have an extra bishop developed, there might be some tactics on the queen, and you actually have a pretty good gambit position in a turn, not too much you can say here. The problem here is if they don't capture, if they delay with like knight to f3, this can get pretty bad after like knight c6. Now here, potentially just bishop f4, hanging on to the pawn, at which point we have a kind of annoying position because we can never really capture, because then queen takes, king takes, and now knight takes, at which point white is still up a pawn and our king is awkward. However, there is still some merit to this, and you can probably get a playable position. At 461, I have the, I don't even know how to say this, Hjoring counter gambit, not really sure to say it. d4, black here plays c5, the old Benoni. After we play d5 here, black goes knight to f6. We now play c4 and b5, the Benko gambit. And here we play e4, the Hjoring counter gambit. This move is interesting. If black captures, which is their best try, then we can just kind of ignore this with knight to f3. And even though we have no immediate advantage, this knight is going to quickly be kicked with bishop d3, and we're going to have the open e-file, which in an opening that's usually very closed, kind of like the Benko, that can be quite good to actually have some central attack that we can try to play off of. But other than that, there's not too much here. If they play something else and captures, we are going to get likely a good position, but still, it's not the strongest gambit in the world. Let's move on. At 460, I have the Gladbacher Gambit. There's a few ways to get this one. It's a little strange. Comes after knight c3, the Van Geet opening. There's a couple of move orders, but I'll show the most popular one, which comes after e5. Here, we now play d3, d5 here, e4. They capture, and now the move b3, going for this fianchetto. It's another situation where if they capture, then good news, we can take back with the bishop, quickly go bishop e2, knight to e2, at which point I would say we have enough compensation for the pawn. We have a pretty good gambit position. The problem here is if they don't capture, because if knight to f6, well here we can't really comfortably take, because then captures, queen takes, at which point we're not down material, but we just have a kind of miserable endgame that you don't really want to go into, at which point here you could still play a move like bishop b2, potentially try to go queen to d2 and long castles here and still get a decent position, but black always has an annoying bishop to b4 here, at which point you have a pretty meh position, some bad, some good, it's mixed. Let's move on. 459 I already included by accident, so you can just ignore this. Lemberger Gambit comes after knight f3, knight f6, e4. It's the same thing as what occurred in 468 a couple spots ago. I accidentally included it twice. Sorry, but let's move on. At 458, the Zilbermans double gambit comes after white plays pawn up to e4. We go e5. f4 here, king's gambit, we defend with knight to c6, which is not the strongest way to defend, but it's not that bad. And after knight to f3 here, we go g5. If you thought we were past these g5 moves, this is one of the cases where it's actually not that bad, because if they take with their knight, then we can simply take their f4 pawn. In here, their knight is now attacked. We've regained the pawn, and our queen might come in, at which point this is a surprisingly good position. If they take the e4 pawn with their knight, then same story, just a little swapped, but it's just going to be the same thing. And if they try taking the pawn, like pawn takes on g5 here, then after h6 or simply d5 counter-striking in the center, you still have some decent chances here. It is very peculiar, but honestly it does have a good amount of tricky potential to make up for its objective shortcomings. At 457, I have the Urban Gambit after e4, e5, knight c3, the Vienna, knight to f6, and g3, which is the rare Mises variation. And here we now play d5, they capture, and c6. This is not too bad of a gambit. After captures and knight takes back, we do have a pawn in the center and we have an extra piece developed, but honestly against bishop g2 here, it's just not that strong. After like d3 here, white just has such a solid setup. After like, let's say bishop b4, bishop g2 now, and white's just gonna go knight to e2, castle, at which point, well, we might still have a more aggressive position. White is very solid, and because of that, we don't really have any good way of breaking through, but it still has some good qualities to it. At 456, I have the Newman Gambit, just like the pizza and salad dressing guy. Comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, and now c3, the Ponziani opening. And after black plays knight to f6 here, attacking the pawn, we play bishop to c4, letting black have it. The point here is that after they capture, we can either strike in the center immediately with d4 or simply castle here, and usually allowing d5 like this is very bad, but here it's not too bad because after bishop b5 we have some threats on the center, and after like bishop d6 we can play rook e1, potentially d3 here, and we are going to have a good amount of pressure on their center, but it would be better if we just didn't play c3, instead played the gambit on an earlier move. c3 just isn't that helpful in these positions, but still it does have good qualities that make it a decent gambit. At 455, I have the Hobbs Gambit, which comes after white plays f4, and here we go g5. Not too much to say here. It's honestly not as bad as it looks. It's actually kind of good because after they capture and we play h6, if they just capture again, then after like bishop takes back, we're honestly not doing too bad here. Even though we're down a pawn, white has a pretty bad kingside weakness on this diagonal, and they have just literally nothing else here. Honestly, yeah, not too much else to say. Pretty easy game plan. You can probably go e6, maybe d5, probably go long castles here, and yeah. At 454, I have the Toikinen Gambit after we play e4, black goes c6, the Caro-Kann, and after we go c4 and d5, here we push our pawn up to e5 here, which looks kind of stupid, but it's actually not that bad. If they just capture us right away, then here we can either take back right away, or even what's better is probably knight to f3, and this pawn is just going to be easy pickings for later, and we actually have quite a strong position here. Instead, most people just play a move like d4, at which point our position is kind of meh. After like knight f3 and e6 here, we're fine. It's not quite a gambit because we're not down any material, however our pawn structure is just a little odd. At 453, I have the Bello Gambit after we play e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, they take, knight to f3, now here g5, bishop c4, and g4, and after we castle, here we get the Muzio Gambit. We sacrifice the knight to have a lot of development, and all of this going on, and after black plays queen to f6, the Surratt defense, which is their best try, here we go knight to c3. This move is very odd because if black does nothing, we're probably going to play knight d5 and honestly just crush them, but their best move here is to play queen d4, which straight up wins our bishop after like king to h1, and they take. But here, our plan is to now go d3, and even though we are down 6 points of material, black must defend extremely accurately. If they play one wrong move like queen d4 here, then already our knight can jump in and just start getting everywhere. They would have to play like knight to a6 to try and defend, and after bishop takes on f4 here, black can survive, but honestly this is horrifying. Our bishop and knight are now lining up, our queen and rook are also targeting the extremely weak f7 pawn, and in the end, back here, if black does defend accordingly, they're just going to get a winning position. However, that is quite tough to do from a practical standpoint. At 452, I have the Omega Gambit. This comes after d4, knight to f6, and now e4 here. This is very, very typical. they capture. I do like this a little bit better than the other ones because d4 is quite a useful move. You have a lot of good options here. You can simply go knight to f3, or if we're feeling a little crazy, maybe knight d2 here, trying to get a little funny. And after something like knight drops back, potentially c3 here, we can then go bishop d3, like here, bishop d3, probably knight to f3, at which point it's a pretty typical gambit position. You have good development and open game, but you don't have complete compensation. Not too much else to say. Coming at 451, I have the Grunfeld Gambit, which comes after the Tarrasch defense after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, e6, knight to c3, and now c5, the Tarrasch. And here, white captures. We will take back. Now knight to f3 developing, knight to c6 developing. Now here, white captures us. We don't want to take back right away, because then they can simply take our d5 pawn. That is bad news. Instead here, we're going to play pawn up to d4, attacking their knight. Now here, they play knight to a4, defending the pawn. And in this position, we play the move b5, which honestly is just kind of unnecessary more than it is bad. After captures and pawn captures, we do have the open a file now. However, we are still down a pawn here, and our pawn structure is just so weird and awkward now. There's not really a point to go for this, and honestly there are a lot of better solutions, like just kind of ignoring this for now and just playing a move like bishop e6. This is just way too immediate, way too responsive, but then again, it's not horrible. At 450, the Rocher Gambit comes after we play e4, black goes d6, the Pierce defense, d4 now, knight to f6, attacking our e-pawn, and we don't defend, we go knight to f3. This is very similar to a lot of the other ones. This one I like a little better though, because they've already played d6, so playing d5 would be kind of a waste of time for them. And after something like bishop d3, knight backs up, c3 now. This is a pretty typical gambit position where you don't have complete compensation, but you have a fine game. At 449, the Lopez counter gambit comes after e4, e5, knight to f3 attacking. We play d6, the Philidor defense defending, and after bishop c4, here we play f5, defended by the bishop. We are immediately attacking their pawn in the center, and they have a couple options here. Most people just play a move like d3, which does give you a decent game after something like knight to f6 here. You'll then probably go knight to c6, and honestly you don't have that many problems here. And one very fun trap is that if white plays knight g5 trying to get in, you can now go d5, they capture, and simple h6 now. And at the end of the day, you're probably going to win the pawn back, and this has been a very pointless excursion for them, at which point you have a very good position. However, back here, if they do know the best move of like d4 counter strike in the center, you're going to have to play pretty careful to get a mediocre position, but overall, I think it is still a pretty good gambit. At 448, I have the Herford Gambit, which comes after white plays e4. We play knight to c6, the Nimzovich defense, d4, e5, the Kennedy, they capture, and here we play the very tricky queen over to h4. This is not the greatest move, but it does make a very important threat on their e4 pawn they have to be careful about. If they just play like knight c3 here, then we can either take back or play very tricky bishop b4, once again going for their e4 pawn, at which point they're likely to survive, but you're probably going to get a good position out of it. Or they simply play like bishop d3 here, then once again you can just capture, or maybe even better is to play bishop c5, threaten a checkmate, at which point you actually have a pretty good and tricky game ahead of you. But overall, if they do know what they're doing, you're probably going to get a map position, so this is where it's going to go. At 447, I have another Nimzovich defense after e4, knight to c6, d4. Here we now play d5, white goes knight to c3, just trying to defend everybody, and here we counter strike with e5. This is kind of like when a beginner wants to mirror everybody, but here it actually kind of works. If they capture our e-pawn, then we can now push up, and after like they move their knight, we can probably play knight g to e7 here, just immediately attack them, and at the end of the day, we have a very strong pawn on d4, while both their e-pawns are kind of just weaklings that we're going to be able to pick up or pick off later, and if they try to take our d5 pawn instead, then our own knight can hop into the center on d4, at which point we once again have a pretty good game ahead of us. Nothing incredible, this is where it's going to go. At 446, I have the 4 pawns gambit. This one is really rare. You'll see why. Comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop's opening, bishop c5 copying us, and we now play b4. They take f4, gambit on the other side of the board. They take again, and now knight to f3. Black here decides to back the bishop up to e7, which I will say is very rare. You're probably never going to get this gambit because of that move. And here you can now play d4, this check, g3, captures, and here we don't take back, we play castles. They will take one more time, and now our king walk is over. What do I say? Walk is over to h1, at which point, I mean, we're down 4 pawns, and we do have a lot of development in a turn, but in reality, the bad thing about this opening is that black can just play d5, kind of stop everything we're doing, and after like this and knight to f6, they can kind of just quickly castle, at which point our position isn't really making too much sense, because even though after like this and this, we can win some pawns back, we still have a pretty meh position. And also, honestly, like, you're never ever going to get this gambit, so any hope of having any study that is worthwhile is completely useless, which makes it a bit troublesome. At 445, I have the Zilbermans double gambit. There's another one very similar to this, but this is slightly different. Comes after e4, e5, f4 by white, king's gambit, and here we now play g5. The other similar one comes after white plays both knights first, like that, knight f3, knight c6, and then g5. Here it's very similar, but it's basically the same thing. Captures, now knight c6, attacking, and white has some good moves they can play here, like d4, and after we can strike back in the center of d5. Despite how stupid our position looks, surprisingly it's actually kind of working, and after something like let's say captures here en passant, we can take back with our queen, and yeah, it's a little tricky. I mean, if they take this pawn, then here now queen g6, and we get a fork. There's a lot that can happen, and this is a surprisingly good counter gambit against the kings. At the 444, you could say a chore, I have the Baldwin gambit after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit, captures, knight f3, and we get the Muzio after g5, bishop c4, g4, castle, sacrificing our knight because we now have a ton of pressure on black, and now queen to f6, we play knight to c3, letting black play queen to d4 check, and win our bishop like this, and after this, in captures, we play the move knight d5. This move doesn't do like anything directly, it's more so just getting this knight into the action. Now black here must play the move d6. That way after queen takes, they can play bishop e6 and defend like so. If they play like just about anything else, like let's say just bishop g7, some random move, then here, now we can take. And this is really difficult to stop because we're also threatening this now. So you can see if they make one small mistake, they're already like pretty much losing here. The problem is that if they do know what they're doing, if they go d6 and get the following line, and we kind of run out of firepower after like a d3 here, let's say queen backs up to c6, which I might add is their only move to not lose, like bishop e3 now. We've kind of run out of steam, but still you do maintain an aggressive position, and there is a lot of tricky potential along the way. At 443, I have the England gambit after d4, and here we now play e5, which, despite its opening, does have some tricky potential with some pretty good traps for beginners. Overall, objectively, it's not great. After they capture, here we can go knight c6. We do have other options. We can play like d6 or maybe some other move, but usually they're not very good. knight c6 attacking, and after like knight f3 here, queen e7, which is the normal line, bishop f4, queen b4, triple check. This is white's best line. Bishop backs up, captures. Here, a lot of beginners are going to play bishop c3, which does completely lose after bishop b4, and I mean, they're going to be completely lost here. Worst case scenario would be an immediate checkmate, so that really does not work for them. If they know the move here, which is knight c3 though, you're probably going to be suffering for the rest of the game. So because that's opening, it does have some tricks, but overall, it's pretty bad. At 442, I have the Horwitz Gambit after e4, e5, knight to c3, knight to f6, Vienna, bishop c4, and here we now play the move b5. In this case, usually b5 moves aren't great or they're just mediocre. Here, it's honestly not that bad. One, they cannot take the knight, because then we can simply take this guy or probably play c6 and go for d5, which their bishop would walk right into, and you're going to be doing pretty well after that. If they take their bishop, which is their best try, you have a lot of good options here. You can just develop like bishop c5 with a plan of going then like bishop b7, and then probably trying to strike with c6 and d5, and that is quite a good plan. There is a lot of good plans here. However, overall, this is not great. It's just not strong enough to justify losing an entire pawn, but if you're a beginner, this does have some good potential. At 441, the Regina new Gambit comes after knight to f3, the Reti, d5, b3, and after black goes c5 here, we go c4, they will take, and now, also I want to mention there's a couple moves orders, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. Here, we don't take back, we play knight to c3. This is one of those gambits where it's just kind of like, why? I mean, after they capture, we have some options. You can take with the queen, which would be like fine, I guess. You have a fine position. I mean, you do have 2 extra pieces developed for a pawn, but it's really just not a gambit style like position. If instead we take back the pawn, we now get the open A file, which is also good, but overall, this one's just pretty mediocre. At 440, I have the Paris Gambit. I think there's another one that's very similar to this, and this is also, you know, very, very similar. Comes after g3, black goes d5 here. We now put our knight on h3, e5. We now strike in the center of f4. If they take, then we can just take back the knight right away. That's not great for them. Instead, we're probably going to take our knight first. We take the bishop. They take here. And now, we don't do anything. We simply castle. The point of this is that after the trade, even though we are down a pawn here with a very odd position, surprisingly, this scores very, very well for white, probably because their bishop, or our bishop, prevents them from castling, and with the open F file as well, we have a lot of more space in their position than they do for us, and here, we can actually go on a pretty standard path. We can probably play after like knight f6, probably go d4, potentially try to get this bishop to g5, and in the future, strike in the center with either c4 or e4, at which point you have a surprisingly good game ahead of you. At 439, I have the the wing gambit from the ware opening after a4. We play b5, they take, and now bishop b7. 1, you're never ever going to get this, and 2, even if you do get the ware, playing this move is honestly like you're giving white back the advantage. After this, bishop b7, you're fine here. I guess you do have this diagonal, and their b pawn is quite weak, but overall, there's really just not that much here. Let's move on. At 438, I have the Aston Gambit after white plays g3, the King's Fianchetto or Hungarian opening. We now play knight c6, knight to c3, pawn to d5, threatening d4, so white plays d4 themselves. And here we now play e5, attacking their center. They capture. Now we play d4, and after the knight hops into the center, here we play the move f5 instead of just capturing their pawn. And there's quite a bit going on here. If they just capture and we get all of these trades, surprisingly, this is really not that great for them. If anything, they have a very small advantage just because we can quickly go like bishop to maybe c5 here, maybe bishop f5, quickly castle, and even though we are down a pawn here, we have a very strong pawn in the center, while white lacks a lot of space and development, which they drastically need. Their best move is instead to back their knight up to d2, which is very hard to find, and then like in a real game, you probably would never play that. But still here, after like knight captures now, you're not down a pawn anymore, you have an okay position, and you don't have that much to complain about. At 437, the Moody Gambit comes after e4, e5. By the way, who named it Moody? I'd really be surprised if that was someone's last name. Knight f3, knight to f6, the Petrov's defense or Russian game, and here we play queen e2, which is a very interesting sideline to protect the pawn. Not the greatest, but it does have some merit. Knight to c6, and here we now strike in the center immediately with d4. This move gambits a pawn, but not in the usual way, because if they take their knight, this is their best try. Then after captures and captures, we can simply push up to e5 now, and yeah, we're down a pawn, but theirs is so weak that we're probably going to end up winning it back after like knight d5 here. Maybe something like a knight to d2, trying to get development, get our knight onto b3 or to f3 to go ahead and attack their pawn. And despite how closed and kind of off this opening looks, surprisingly, we're not doing really that bad. And if instead they try to take their pawn back here, which is a worse try, then after e5 and knight e5, the same line, here we can push our queen up to e4, getting this fork. And honestly, we're not doing that bad here. Maybe like knight backs up, you can capture now, or maybe you can play c3 and go for this type of position, which is also good. Yeah, not the greatest, not the worst. Let's move on. At 436, the Hammer Gambit comes after e4, knight c6, knight c6, the Nimzovich defense, d4, e5, captures, and now here f6. With this move, if they capture, this is what you want, because you can now take back with your knight, and you have two pieces developed while they have none. And from here, after something like, let's say knight c3 defending, you can probably go bishop b4, trying to pin them, and from here, you have a pretty good game ahead of you. Problem here is if they don't capture, they play like knight to f3, then now this is a pretty meh position. You can't take back the knight, because then takes, queen comes in, and this is completely losing for you. That's just completely lost. Instead, you probably have to play either pawn takes back, which white can now play bishop c4, and this is very bad news for you, or just try to ignore it, but that's not very easy. You'd probably have to play like d6, at which point now this isn't as good because your bishop is blocked in, but overall, this gambit does have a good amount of stuff to it. Coming at 435, I have the Bronstein Gambit. After e4, e5, knight f3, and f5, I get a Latvian Gambit. Captures, takes, oh, sorry, wait, not takes. Queen to f6 is the move here, and now d4, defending the knight, d6, kicking the knight away. It will back up to c4, and after they take here, the best move here is probably just to develop with like bishop e2 or knight c3, but the Bronstein Gambit is the move queen to h5 check here. They block, and then queen backs up to e2, attacking this guy and letting them take the d4 pawn. The good thing here is that if they get greedy and take, this is actually kind of bad for them, because we can now play knight to c3, and after they play something, we can go bishop e3 here, attack their queen. They must move, and after long castles, we are still down a pawn here, but this guy is probably going to get captured very soon, and we have a ton more development, and we have a great position there. The problem here is if they play something else, like a d5 here, to kind of solidify everybody, this is pretty meh. We're probably going to move the knight to e3, and after like knight e7, trying to defend, we can play c4 now, at which point we do still have initiative. There is still game to be played. However, it's still a pretty meh position, and especially considering what you can get against a Latvian, it just doesn't make that much sense to ever play this. At 434, I have the Philidor counter gambit. That sounded like the time. This comes after e4, e5, knight to f3 here, attacking our pawn, d6, the Philidor defense, and after white strikes back immediately with d4, here we don't capture, we play f5. This move, while not objectively the best, does put a lot of pressure, especially on beginners, because what do you actually do in response to this? If they just play like knight c3 here to try and defend, then after this trade, honestly, you can go knight f6, and you're doing quite well here. After like this, probably queen takes, takes. Yeah, you do have an isolated e-pawn, but honestly, it's a fine position. There's not really that much actually wrong with it. The problem here comes if they play something else like a bishop c4, just kind of ignoring everybody, and after captures, the really mean move here is knight takes on e5, at which point this is kind of bad news for us. However, most people are not going to know that line. They're probably going to play something else like just captures, at which point takes, knight will probably move over, and now a simple d5. Everybody is defended very well. You really don't have that many problems in your position, and yeah, you're fine here. At 433, the Grinberg Gambit comes after d4, d6, c4. Now black plays knight to f6. We go knight to c3, and after bishop to f5 here, we play e4. This immediately strikes in the center, and this is actually quite good because most people are going to take with the knight, but here we now have the nice queen to f3, attacking their bishop, their knight, and the pawn behind their knight on b7, at which point their only way they can survive is to capture on c3. We can take their bishop now, and after knight to a4, black is up a pawn and probably slightly better here. However, we have a very, very tricky position, and we still have a lot of space in the center. Their better move here is to instead take with the bishop, which is a lot harder to find, at which point, after the trade, and here probably now bishop d3, or Engine likes queen b3 the most, you're fine here. Engine prefers black slightly, but it's very, very slight. You still have a lot of space in the center, and you have a good gambit game ahead of you. At 432, the Pac-Man Gambit, this one from the ready, comes after knight f3 the ready, d5, we now play c4, they capture, and after we play e3 here, attacking the pawn, black just lets us have it, they play c5, and here we now play the slightly odd move, b3. This is just kind of unnecessary. Honestly, after captures, we do have compensation for the pawn. Our queen is very open, and our bishop can develop pretty easily, but it just doesn't make that much sense, especially why on the move before, you can simply capture and just have a better position. But to be fair, here, you are fine. You do have a good amount of compensation, so what can I really say? At 431, the Quaid Gambit comes after we play e4, e5, f4, another King's Gambit, they capture, knight to f3, and after g5 here, we actually develop the other knight with knight to c3 here. Now, this gambit looks very odd at first because black can play g5, at which point it looks like we have to move our knight, which we do, allowing them to play queen in, and this looks completely losing here, but after g3, captures, and queen takes on g4, you're actually doing quite well here. You're up a little bit according to the engine. This pawn is not going to survive for long, and you're completely fine there. The problem here is it's just not the best way to play in the King's Gambit because the knight on c3 just isn't really the priority. Playing a different move like bishop c4 or d4, just a more useful move first, would be better, but overall, this is just fine. At 430, I have the reversed King's Gambit, which comes after white plays e4. We play e5 here, and after white plays d3, which is the Leonardus variation, not very common, not very great, here we go f5. Yeah, not too much to say, it's quite literally just the King's Gambit, but white has the extra move d3 here, which considering that is vital in most King's Gambit positions, doesn't really make it a great opening for us. After captures, you can play this in a lot of different ways as you would in the King's Gambit, and after something like probably knight f6, yeah, there's many ways it can go. g4 is probably the best try, and after like, I don't know, h6 here, prevent that from happening. I mean, yeah, it's a King's Gambit, I guess, but it's just not great. At 429, I have the Spielsmet Gambit, which comes after we play knight to f3 the ready. Black plays c5 here, and after we go d4, and they capture, we play e3. This move it's fine, I guess. After they capture, and we take back with the bishop, we do have two pieces developed, while black is up a pawn. However, because black hasn't really committed anything, they can pretty easily play around us. They can go like knight c6, and after we develop probably knight c3 here, they can just keep on developing knight to f6. They can stay flexible, and even though we have extra development, it is not really felt because we can't really attack them in any meaningful way. However, overall, it is still a fine gambit. At 428, I have the Frick Gambit, which comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez. And here, black plays d5, the Spanish counter gambit, which overall is not a great gambit. We now take on e5, and here, black plays the fun counterattacking option of queen g5, which is known as the Harding counter gambit, but here, we simply castle. The point is that by letting them capture our knight, we can now play d4, take the whole center. They cannot take the pawn because rook e1. They get pinned, which would be very, very sad. They're going to be losing there. And after the queen moves somewhere, f6 is their best try. You have a couple options. You can probably take and try to open up the whole position, but the engine really likes to move a6 now, counterattacking our bishop, at which point we're not actually going to end up winning a piece, very sadly. However, most people are not going to find that. Most people will just play a move like queen back to d6 here, and after like knight c3, probably captures, and a knight takes back. While the engine does prefer black a little bit here, practically, I do think you have a better position. It is very open, it's very easy to play, and black has a tough time completely defending against you, but overall, if they do know what they're doing, you're going to end up with a far worse position, so take what you will. Coming at 427, I have the Monkey's Bum Gambit. Yeah, it comes after e4, g6, the modern. We now play queen to f3, bishop g7 here, now bishop c4, threatening a checkmate, and after black plays e6 here, we play pawn up to d4. The problem with this one is that black is just so solid in these positions. Even though after bishop takes and like knight e2 here, we do get a lot of development, there's nothing stopping black from simply going like knight to e7 and castles on the next couple moves. And because that this just isn't great, after something like castles here, probably, maybe knight in, knight to c3, yeah, like, you have a lot of development, but black is just so solid, you can't really break through that easily, and so because of that, it does have something good about it, but overall, it's just kind of meh. At 426, I have the Zilbermans Benoni Gambit, which comes after we play d4, black goes c5, the old Benoni, and here we now go b4. Of these b4 moves, this is one of the better ones, because if they take our gambit here, then after like a3, and let's say captures and bishop takes, we're honestly doing pretty good here. We have a strong pawn in the center. They can never play like e6 here, because then after this, their king cannot castle, which is very awkward for them. So overall, in those lines, we're doing pretty well. Once again, the kryptonite of these positions is that they can just take on d4, and after like we take back, for instance, b4 is just a waste of time. So much that black can now just play knight to f6, completely ignore that we ever played b4, and it's basically like we're playing a move down, which is no fun. 425, the Pierce Gambit comes after we play pawn e4, e5, knight c3 Vienna, knight c6 copying us. We now play pawn to f4, the kind of a deferred king's gambit. They capture, knight to f3 now, and after g5 here, we play d4. This is the pierced gambit. The point here is that after g4 attacking our knight, we can move it, although what we'll probably do is go bishop c4. And after captures, we can take with the queen, and even though we are sacrificing our d-pawn, like they can take this, well then we have bishop takes on f7, king takes, and now queen to h5, and here we have a perpetual, or just an even position really, if we can get anything from this. Otherwise, we're probably going to capture the pawn, castle, and there's a lot that can go on, especially from this initial position, but overall, most of the positions are going to at least give you an equal opportunity, or at least an aggressive one that is very fun, so do with this what you will. At 424, the Brentano gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez, and here we now play the odd move g5. Here, it's surprisingly better than it usually is, because you can push up to g4 and attack their knight because it is already there. Also, if they try to win a pawn with captures, pawn captures, and this does not work very well because of the typical Ruy Lopez move, queen to d4, forking these guys, at which point you actually have a small advantage because you can then go probably bishop g4 soon and long castles. You're actually doing quite well here. Even though you have g5, it doesn't really affect that much. Otherwise though, g5 is kind of a waste of time. White can immediately strike back in center with d4, kind of like the Scotch, at which point g5 here, or g4 just wouldn't work because knight captures, and yeah, I mean, this trade, I mean, overall, you'll probably be fine with g5, but positionally, it's not great, and so this is where it's going to go. At 423, I have the Rasa Studier Gambit. There's two of these. This one is from the Black Mardimer. The other one's a bit higher up. Comes after d4, d5, e4, Black Mar Gambit, captures, knight to c3, and knight to f6. It's now the Black Mardimer. And here, the typical move is f3, but instead here we play bishop to e3, which... I mean, it's developing a move, or so what am I saying? It's developing a piece, which is a good thing, but in this position, the move f3 is really, really necessary. Nothing else can really compare to that. And after, like, e6 here, this move is just kind of a waste of time, just kind of getting in the way of everybody. You'll likely go queen d2, and then try to long castle here. At which point, I don't think you have a bad position, but black can still go bishop e7, castles, and you're just not putting enough pressure on enough time. At 422, or nearing the legendary number, I have the Voss Gambit after knight to f3, d6, d4, and here we now have the move e5. This looks quite odd, but the point of it is that after they capture, we can play knight to c6, and this is kind of like an England gambit. There's a lot of ways this can go. If they capture, we can take back with the bishop, and we're doing quite well here. We have a pretty good gambit position. Their better try here would be to play something like bishop to f4 and hang on to the pawn, at which point we have kind of a meh position. But if we go back here, we actually have another option here of playing a move like bishop g4. Attacking their knight, and if you don't like the other line, I prefer this one. Attacking their knight, which in turn is going to attack this pawn, and from here, we can probably play some move like knight to c6, maybe queen e7 and long castles, and honestly, I like this position. Objectively, it's not the greatest, but I do think it has a good amount of potential. At 421, I have the Tate Gambit. Not Andrew Tate. I have a lot of fans from like Andrew Tate, which honestly kind of scares me because he's not a good guy. But I'll keep the politics out of this. This one comes after d4, f5 Dutch defense. We now play g4 here, the Krajicek Gambit. They capture, and after e4 and d5 by black. Here we're gonna play knight to c3. This move defends the pawn in the center. And after captures, you can take back with your knight, and honestly, this is fine. I don't have too much to say. It's not really this part so much, the knight c3. It's more so just the fact that you have black has a pawn on g4, and your king side is kind of irreparably damaged, which is not a great thing, but, overall, I think it's a fine gambit. At 420, haha, funny number, everybody laugh. This comes after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit, bishop c5, king's gambit declined, knight to f3 attacking, a d6 defending. By the way, we cannot take and win a pawn because then queen comes into h4, which would be very, very unfortunate. We're going to lose a lot of material. Instead here, we're going to play the move b4, this being the Rot-Louis counter gambit. The point here is that if they capture, then after c3, now we're going to strike in the center soon with d4. A lot of people here play bishop c5, which is a mistake because d4 now. And after captures, probably one check, we can simply block with the bishop. We're doing very well here. We're down a pawn, but we have a very big center that black simply just cannot match in the slightest. The problem here is they can play the move bishop a5, which kind of weakens d4 by a lot, but we still have a good position. Or back here, if they just play bishop back to b6, b4 kind of proves to be a waste of time and just kind of a positional weakness in the far future. However, in the now, in the moment, there's not really that much of a problem here, and so this is where it's going to go. Coming at 419, the Mortimer Evans Gambit. There has been literally one game played out of literally 3 billion on Lichess. Just take a look at this. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, b4, Evans Gambit, bishop takes c3, bishop c5, d4, captures castles, d6, capture back, bishop b6, knight c3, bishop g4, queen a4, pinning their knight to their king. Bishop drops back to d7, queen b3, knight a5, bishop takes f7, check, king walks over, and now queen c2. Letting black capture. At the end of the day, black is up a piece, but we're only slightly worse because their king is very weak, and we probably can get a big attack with e5, but this is literally never going to occur in any of your games, and I'm just going to move on. At 418, the Leslie Gambit comes after g4, and we play f5. Once again, it's just kind of unnecessary, but honestly here, it's not that bad, because after white captures, you can play a move like a d5 here, attack the pawn immediately. White's best try would probably be e4, taking advantage of this stuff, at which point, after g6 here, and this trade, not too much to say. You are still down a pawn. However, white has an extremely weak king side, much weaker than yours, and because of that, you actually do still have a pretty good game here. At 417, the Eastbourne Gambit comes after white plays d4, and we play b6, the English defense, and after c4, bishop b7, and knight c3, here we're going to play e5. The point of this is that after white captures, we can now play knight to c6. Immediately attack the pawn, and after white defends with knight to f3, you have a couple options here. You can play a queen to e7, and then quickly long castle, or you can go f6. And after takes, knight takes back. It's a little atypical, but you are still down a pawn, and you do have a very good amount of development in return. You can quickly go probably bishop c5, queen e7, either long or short castles, and you have a pretty good game ahead of you. However, you still don't have complete compensation. Coming at 416, I have the Hobbs-Zilbermitz Gambit. I think there's another one earlier, but this one is different. Comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, knight to f3, knight c6, knight to f3, and here, now g5, white will capture, and here we play the move h6. Attacking the pawn again. If they capture us, then we can now take with our knight or even our bishop and go for this pretty peculiar diagonal. White is not going to be used to this, or probably not going to know what to do, which is a big advantage to you, and if they just try to ignore it, like bishop c4, well then, we're going to capture. And now we have the open h-file that we can try to attack them on. We can potentially push up to g4, and honestly, even though it looks very, very weird, this is actually quite a good position. At 4:15, the Westerman Gambit comes after we play e4, g6, modern defense, d4, bishop g7, and here we now play the move bishop d2. This lets black play bishop takes on d4, at which point we can go knight c3, or maybe even better, bishop c3, and force this trade, at which point, we're down a pawn, and even though black does have a big dark square weakness, because we have also lost our dark square bishop, it is pretty hard to actually take advantage of it, and in a lot of these modern defenses, black will have such a solid setup that we cannot really attack them easily, and this is one of those positions. Also, bishop d2 just is not a great developing move overall, but overall, it's not really that bad too, so, At 414, I have the Steiner Gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, and d5, the Falkbeer Counter Gambit. Here, we now play knight c3, attack this guy, and defend this one as well. And after captures here, we're simply going to take back the knight, and here we gambit this pawn. If they take, then we're doing quite well after like knight to f3. We can probably quickly here play a move like maybe d4, or the engine's best is bishop b5 and then d4 soon, at which point after maybe this move, let's say d4 now, we're going to win the pawn back, we're going to quickly castle, at which point we have a pretty good and, if anything, basic gambit position that you can't really complain about that much. The problem here is also if they don't capture, if they instead play like knight c6, then this is not great for us after like captures. Their queen can get into d4 now with this fork, and we're going to have to play surprisingly precisely here, but in this position, and also if they accept as well, we're doing pretty good in both, so you can't really complain that much. At 4:13, I got the Burke Gambit after g3, e5. There's a couple move orders to this one, but it's pretty weird. Now a3, which is not a useful move, but it's not horrible either. d5 now, knight to f3, attacking the pawn, they push it up, and here we actually slide it over to h4, and after black plays bishop e7, attacking the knight, we don't just back it up to g2, we play d3. We sacrifice the pawn, and black's best move here is to not capture, and instead just go f5, just try to maintain their center, at which point our position is kind of weak and closed. But if they do end up trying to get the extra pawn here, it's probably going to be bad news for them, because after like captures and like let's say queen captures, we now have knight c3, or not knight c3, rook g1, attacking their pawn, and after like knight e7 here, probably sacrificing it, or maybe g6, knight c3 now, and we are forking them, probably going to win a pawn back, or even if back here, if they take the pawn instead, then now, very similar story, we can go knight c3, and in return for the pawn, their queen is way off in the side, they have no development, and we have a pretty easy game plan here, pretty much going to just oh my god, I can't even talk, we're pretty much just going to develop, queen d2 maybe, long castle, and yeah, we have a good game ahead of us, nothing too special. At 412, I have the Zilberman-Spinoni Gambit again. This one is from the ready this time. This comes after knight to f3. Black goes c5 here. We now play d4. They will capture. And now the move b4, which it's not like here is just a good position. b4 it's just a worse position now. One, you give black an opportunity to defend it with a move e5, because if we capture, then bishop takes here, at which point now we kind of are down a pawn, and it's a lot worse here. But to be fair, after b4, black still does not really have any like complete one solution fits all fantastic solution here, but overall b4 just kind of a weak move, but it's not that bad either. At 411, I have the Shapashnikov Gambit after e4, e6, French defense, d4, d5, knight d2, the Tarrasch, and after c5 here, and white captures, we don't take back just yet, or we take this pawn. We instead play knight to f6. This move is a bit funny because if white actually accepts the gambit, this is not great for them because bishop takes back. And even though we're down a pawn here, after like knight g to f3, if they play a move like this, then they just give the pawn back. But if they do try to hang on here with like captures, then now bishop takes back, and we straight up have an advantage here. We're doing very, very well. The problem is if they don't actually accept it, if they instead play bishop b5 first, and they plan to accept it on a later move, this really messes stuff up because now we cannot get our bishop to actually capture it. Our best try would be bishop d7, but after captures, queen captures, pawn takes on e6 now. This is just kind of awkward. We probably have to take with the queen, and after knight e2, white is still up a pawn. Even though we can capture this guy, they can just castle now, and we have a pretty bad position. Not bad, but definitely mediocre because our pawn's just here, it's isolated, and we just don't have a ton of development. But overall, most people will not play bishop b5, and it's still a good gambit. At 410, I have the Basman Gambit. There's a few of these. This one is from the Taylor opening, which happens after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. In here is the move bishop e2. This is the Taylor, which isn't bad per se. It's more so just really passive, and if anything, you're just going to get an equal position. Black now plays knight to f6, attacking. We strike in the center immediately with d4, and after they take our pawn, we push to e5. Attacking their knight, this is the Basman Gambit. They have a couple options here. If they play knight g4, trying to attack the pawn in the center, then you have a couple of options here, like bishop to f4, trying to defend. But what is probably best here is to simply castle, because after like captures, you can always take the pawn in center. And let's say now like d6, trying to defend, you can go f4 here. You don't have the best position in the world. However, their knight is now being attacked. You have an aggressive queen, and if like you can go fast enough, you can get your bishop out and your rook onto e1, and their king may even be trapped in the center still. So that can actually end up pretty well for you, but their best try would probably be back here to instead hop into the center on e4, at which point after like castles, black can just go bishop e7, and they're quickly going to be able to like castle here after like knight takes now, probably castles. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You do end up winning the pawn back, but I really can't say you have anything better than equality here. 409, I have the Chabanon Gambit after c4, f5, Anglo-Dutch. We now play knight f3, d6, and here we sacrifice a pawn with e4. The point here is that after captures, we have knight g5. Attacking the pawn, we're probably going to win it back. If they try to hang on with like knight to f6 here, we can now play d3, and after like captures and bishop captures, the engine doesn't prefer this. However, with the bishop and the knight and also potentially the queen too, there's a lot of tricks that will happen on black's king side they have to be prepared for, which can go in your favor very easily. But other than that, if they just play like e5 here, then after captures, this is basically an equal position, probably slightly worse for you, but overall, there's not too much here. 408, I have the McDonald double gambit, which comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, or sorry, actually bishop c4, bishop c5, b4 here, and after captures, we now play f4. The point here is that if they take again, we can now simply go knight to f3, and our life is pretty easy from this point forward. We're probably going to try to play d4, or I mean not d4 right away because we're pinned, probably c3 first, and then d4, try to win the pawn back, and it looks like we're doing pretty well. The problem is 2 pawns is a pretty big material deficit, and without something immediate, it's just not good enough. For example, black here can try to play like knight to e7, at which point after like castles, and they castle as well, black just has a solid advantage here, even though we do have some good attacking prospects on the king side, especially after a move like d4, and we're probably going to win this guy back. it's just not enough. Black can strike back equally fast with d5 in the center, and in the end we're probably going to get a meh position, or we're either going to get a meh position or probably going to get a big all-out attack, so pick your poison. At 407, I wrote down the Philidor Meraxi Gambit in my notes, but I literally cannot seem to find what this gambit is. I can't find it anywhere. This is where I rated it, so just take it with a grain of salt. At 406, I have the Cole's Sicilian Gambit after we play e4. Black goes c5, the Sicilian. We now play d4. They capture, and normally here you would go c3 and go into the Smith-Morra, but here we instead play queen takes on d4, which isn't a bad move, but it's definitely not the best one either. Black now goes knight c6, attack the queen. We're going to back it all the way to d1, and after knight to f6 here, we're going to play bishop takes on f7, with the key idea here being that after black captures, we don't just keep developing, we instead play bishop takes on f7, because after king takes, we have queen to d5 with the corresponding fork, and here, after e6, and queen takes on e4. Black isn't really there, or what am I saying? Black is not very troubled here. Their king is pretty fine on f7, and we do have our queen in the center not doing too much. However, if you want a quick solution to Sicilian, this is actually quite good. At 405, I have the Lopez Gambit after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop c5, the boy variation, or bois, not sure exactly how to say it. We now play queen e2, which is the Lopez variation. Not a great move, but it's not too bad. Black now plays knight c6. We go c3, preventing their knight from hopping to the center. And after knight to f6, here we go f4. This move isn't the greatest, but it's not the worst either. If black captures, then it's actually quite good for us because we now get d4 in, and after they move their bishop like to b6, we can confidently take back the pawn, and we're doing great here. We have a massive center, and we have two bishops very well developed. The problem here is they don't actually have to capture us. They can literally just play castles, at which point after like captures, knight takes, we can't really play d4 here because they can just capture our bishop, takes, and then they'll just like move the bishop or something like that. So instead here, what we'd have to do is probably play like knight to f3 first, or maybe just move the bishop back to like a b3 or somewhere, but this is a pretty miserable position. Overall though, back here, you still have decent chances, not the greatest, but a lot of people are going to capture, and so this is where it's going to go. At error 404, I have the Wholesome Gambit after knight c3, the Van Geet opening. We go d5, e3, e5. Now white plays the aggressive queen h5, attacking our pawn and the pawn behind it, and here we play the move bishop e6. This isn't the best way to treat the Van Geet because overall it's not a strong opening, but to be fair, if they do capture the pawn here, we can now play knight c6, get a good amount of development in return, and after we move the queen away, we can just develop the other knight. And here, there's nothing too special here. It's a pretty basic gambit position, but, you know, from here, we can probably play a move like a queen up to d6. Like, let's say here, queen up d6, this trade. And at the end of the day, even though you are down a pawn, you have a lot of development in return. Or even back here, you potentially can even sacrifice the pawn, like this, because you now have the open g file. You can go for a double pawn gambit like so. There's a lot of options here. It's very open-ended, but overall, it's fine. At 403, I have the Hinrichsen Gambit, which comes after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, d5 Falkbeer Counter Gambit, and here now the move d4, which other than just being funny because, you know, we pushed a ton of pawns already, it's actually not that bad. Problem here is if they take this guy, then after we take him, this just isn't great for us because black has queen to h4 now. We would have to move our king away to e2 or to d2, which is just quite an awkward position. And if we try to capture back instead, then they can just take this guy and they're pretty cleanly up a pawn. However, there is some chance for them to make a mistake. If they try to take this guy immediately, then after captures, you're actually doing quite well here. You have a big pawn center, very strong. Theirs is quite weak. You can probably go c3 here and make a fantastic pawn chain. Not too much to say. It's a fun gambit. Let's move on. At 402, I beg you to give me a chance because this one looks really stupid. It's honestly not that bad. Comes after a4, Ware opening, which is not a good start. Black now plays e5 here. we push again to a5, black goes d5, we push to e3 to move our bishop out, and after f5 here, black just taking the entire center, we push up to a6. This positionally and also tactically and developmentally is just kind of stupid. You're wasting a lot of time. However, practically this works surprisingly well, because if black tries to accept it, then here, d4. And already, despite how stupid our position looks, and black being up a pawn, their pawn that they're up is extremely weak, and we're actually striking back in just enough of a timely fashion that they cannot fully recover all of their advantage. Their best try here will likely be knight takes a6, but after bishop takes and pawn takes, we can still play d4 here. And we're probably not going to regain this pawn for some time, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much because it is very weak. More so, after black plays bishop d6, we're just kind of in a tight spot in the center, but other than that, it's honestly not that bad. At 401, I have the Blackburn Shilling Gambit. I'm probably going to get some flack for this one. It comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4, the Italian game. And here, we're going to launch our knight into the center on d4. This one is a bit odd, because if white accepts the gambit, you're probably going to get a very good game after queen to g5 here. Attacking the knight, attacking the g2 pawn, a lot of beginners are going to play knight takes f7, which, after queen takes on g2, they can probably get checkmated with rook over to f1, captures with this check. If you block the queen, we'll simply capture it. So bishop blocks, but now knight to f3 is a quick smothered checkmate. And that trap is really fun and really great, but the problem is only about a quarter of people are going to capture the pawn because they're probably going to know about that trap. If instead they just capture here, and after pawn takes and white castles, we don't have a bad position, but it's definitely more meh than anything else. We have a pretty weak pawn on a d4, and white can pretty easily play around us with just castling, probably a c3 or d3 in the future. And yeah, we don't have a bad position, but it's nothing to speak about. It's nothing you can tell your parents, say, look at this position, it's so great. Yeah, not much to say. Other than the trap, it's just meh. And at 400, the big 400, I have the Wheeler Gambit after e4, knight to c6, Nimzowitsch defense, and here, now b4. Not too much to say here. If they capture, then after c3, knight backs up, and d4, you have the whole center. You definitely have a good amount of compensation in return for the pawn. Yeah, black can try to strike out with like a d5 here, and after e5, you don't have like 100% compensation, but you have a good position for the price of one pawn. The problem here is if they don't capture, if they just play a move like e5 here, this kind of proves to be a waste of time. We can try to push up, but after knight drops to the center, probably c3, their knight can drop back to e6. I wouldn't say we have a bad position, but it is definitely pretty atypical and not something you probably want to have in your games, but honestly, it's not that bad. At 399, I have the Norwald Gambit after e4, e5, and a rare move c3, the Macleod attack, going for d4. We're going to play d5 here, which is the best move to attack them immediately. White tries the tricky queen h5, and here we actually give them a pawn with bishop to d6. After white captures here on d5, the point is we can now go knight to f6, attack their queen and their very weak pawn, just get a lot of tempo. If they back up to f3 and try to keep on hanging on, then after castles here, we honestly have a great position. But if they just back up all the way, like to d1 or somewhere else, then after probably captures, white goes knight to f3. We have a fine position here, but it's nothing too special. White is probably still going to go d4, which is what we kind of wanted to prevent, but overall, it's a good gambit. At 398, the Brian counter gambit comes after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit. We accept it, and bishop c4, the Bishop's Gambit. We're going to play this check. The king walks over, and here, b5. The point of b5 is that by sacrificing the pawn, the bishop is off its best diagonal, and here we have some extra time, so we can now play knight to f6, immediately attack them, and after something like knight to f3, the queen can probably back up to h6 and keep hold of the pawn. Let's say d4 now. They can give us this pawn, but we can't really take it, because then queen e2, and this is more than likely bad news. Instead, after d4, probably a simple move like bishop e7, and we're just going to try and castle quickly. Nothing too special. Sacrificing the pawn isn't bad, but it's not entirely necessary, but you still have a good position. At 397, the Bucker Gambit comes after white plays e4, and we go g6, the modern defense, d4, bishop to g7, and here white plays bishop c4, at which point we sacrifice a pawn with b5. Once again, this isn't actually that bad, it's more so unnecessary. After white captures though, we can play c5, and there is some tricky potential with the queen coming into a5 here, and getting some type of fork, like if they capture, then queen a5 does pretty much just win a piece here after knight c3, captures, pawn captures, and bishop takes, and they get their pawns tripled, which is just depressing. The problem here is more so after this, they can just play like knight f3, defend their center, at which point we're down a pawn, we don't really have a ton of compensation in return, and any tricks are pretty easy to avoid, but to be fair, after bishop b7, we still have some good chances here. At 396, I have the Tan or Tan Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit. We now play knight f6, the Marshal. They capture, and here we don't take back, we play c6. This gambit, it's fun, there's nothing too wrong with it after captures and captures. It's a pretty basic gambit. White has a strong pawn in the center, whereas we have two knights developed early on, but after knight to f3 here, it's just simply not challenging fast enough. Like, I mean, the white can survive pretty easily here. Any move other than e5 would give us just a kind of sad game, at which point, after captures, we can get this endgame, which may favor you or may not. You're still down a pawn here, but their king cannot castle, and you have an extra piece developed. If you want to go for this, it's fine, but in my opinion, it's a bit boring and not that special. At 395, I have the Win Gambit after e4, g6, d4, bishop g7, and bishop d3, letting black capture the d4 pawn, at which point you have a couple options here. You can just keep on developing with knight f3, at which point after bishop drops back to g7, and probably knight c3, you have a fine position. However, black is going to be very solid here because that is just how the modern defense is after like d6, knight to f6, and castles, but you still have more development, which is good. Or feeling a little crazy, you have the other option here of going h4 and trying to play h5, which, if you want to, is also fun, but not quite as objectively good. Either way, you'll probably get a decent gambit position. At 394, I have the Hartlaub Gambit after c4, e6, the English opening, now d4, b6, which is the English defense, which is kind of transposed, but whatever, knight c3, bishop b7, e4, and here, now f5. And this is the Hartlaub Gambit. After white captures, we play knight to f6. They'll probably take again, and here you can take back, or what the engine suggests is actually bishop b4, which is probably quite fun, having a two-pawns gambit after captures, and probably queen or maybe even knight takes on d7. Here, you are down two pawns, and white does have a somewhat solid position. However, we have developed pretty much everybody. We're going to castle very soon, and after we castle, like knight f3 and castles, we have the open F file and also the open E file, both of us to have a lot of fun in. So this is not objectively the best, however practically it is quite fun. At 393, I have the Damhaug Gambit after knight to c3, d5, f4, and now e5, sacking a pawn. Point being here, after they capture, we can push up to d4, their knight must move, and now knight c6, and their pawn will probably get captured soon because it is very weak. After like knight f3, we can play queen d5 and just straight up get a fork here. Problem is, after the knight drops back, or probably like d3 here, and we capture the pawn, in the end, this whole escapade to get the pawn has caused us to waste a lot of precious time just not really developing. And here, after like c3, immediately trying to attack us, we don't have a great position. I mean, after captures and captures back, engine gives maybe slightly better for us, but pretty much just equal. And we have a kind of an awkward position with our queen in center. However, objectively, it is about equal. At 392, the Gendrosek Gambit. This one honestly isn't that bad as an opening, but only has 3 games ever played, so not exactly the biggest sample size. Comes after knight c3, d5 here, f4, and after black pushes again, we're going to put our knight into the center. f5 here, attacking once again. We're going to back up to f2, knight to f6, knight to f3, c5, and here we now gambit the pawn with b4. You can probably see why this has only been played 3 times, because nobody's playing this opening, but it's not that bad. If black immediately captures, then after bishop b2, we have a lot of pressure on their pawn in the center, and after like knight c6, we can probably push our other knight to the center on like d3, and their position here, while they are defending everybody in the moment, is quite strained, and we can probably go g3 and bishop g2 in the soon future, and we can actually get a pretty good game out of this. Other options here will probably be something like e6, and after like captures and bishop captures, this is pretty much just an even position, nothing to write home about, but overall, it's fine, I guess. At 391, I have the Kietoretsky Gambit. There is another Kietoretsky Gambit, which will be much later on because it is a lot better. This one comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit captures, bishop c4, and here we immediately play the move b5, which is very similar to a gambit we saw just a little bit ago. After white captures, here I like this a little more because we can play queen to h4 and go on the other line, or you have more options here. You can play c6 first, and after bishop like backs up, you can play d5 here, which is a strong option, and after like captures, probably queen e2 check, and you can block with your own bishop. You have a fine position here. I mean, there's a lot better ways to get some sort of an advantage from the kings, but this is an okay opening. At 390, I have the Bordeaux counter gambit after e4, e5, and f4, another King's Gambit. We're going to capture, bishop c4 now, and here we play the move d5, which is the Bordeaux variation, and after they take with the bishop here, we go knight to f6, like this being the Bordeaux counter gambit. Here, their best move is to play knight to c3, which is what most people do, to defend like this, at which point we have a couple options. We can take right away, but after like knight takes here, we have a fine position. I mean, we can always give this check, but after king walks over, I mean, this threat is annoying, and after, bishop d6 probably, we're okay here. You can go for this, but it's definitely not your best try against the King's Gambit. Instead, probably just developing with bishop d6 and trying to quickly castle would be your best option, at which point this is a pretty legitimate gambit. At 389, the Weber Gambit comes after white plays e4, we go e5 and d3, which is the Leonardus variation, which is not very common or good, and here we now play d5, they will capture, c6, they capture again, and now we take back with the knight, and here, I don't have too much to say. It's not a very unique position. We're down a pawn, but we have good development. This is probably a little better for us than other ones, though, because their bishop is already blocked in, making their development just naturally a little harder. But overall, I don't have too much to say. At 388, I have the Petrov Gambit. Once again, don't know where this one went. I kept searching for it, and I couldn't find it, but this is apparently where I rated it, so take it with a grain of salt. At 387, I have the Maiet Gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, captures, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, black goes bishop g7, here we strike in the center with d4, and after d6, here we play the move c3. This, on its own, is not a bad move. On its own, in fact, it's a good move. But the problem is, in the King's Gambit, we must be timely, must be going fast and really trying to get black out of their comfort zone as soon as possible. But here, we're just not doing that. We let black play like h6 here and probably knight c6. Just like, we're letting them develop and get safer, which we really do not have enough time for in the Kings. And yeah, I mean, we don't have a bad position here, but we should be a lot more timely in the King's Gambit. At 386, the Tartakower Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, and we play knight c6, the Shogun defense. White now plays knight c3, and here we play the tricky e5, immediately striking in the center. This one is kind of tricky. Their best try is to capture on d5 right away, at which point you can take on d4 for your knight, but the best move is actually take with a pawn, and after captures, queen takes, king takes. This is pretty much an even position after like captures. You have to play, bishop takes here, takes back once again. At the end, white is up a pawn, but this is very weak. You're probably going to end up winning it back. And after bishop c5, you actually have quite a good amount of development in this endgame. But overall, it's more or less just kind of equal and honestly not very exciting. At 385, I have the Smith Gambit. This is coming from the Owens defense after e4, b6, d4, bishop b7 attacking, and here, now knight to f3. The point of this is that after black captures, we can go bishop d3. Now, they don't really want to trade their bishop because that's the only reason they played b6, so they're probably going to back up again. At this point, you can now play c4, and for the cost of that one pawn, you've got an extra piece developed, and you have a much bigger center than them. They have basically no center here. After knight to f6, they can still get a decent game out of this, but this is a pretty basic gambit position. You can't have too much that you can ask for. At 384, the Winkelmann Reamer Gambit comes after e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, and bishop b4. We get a winnower from the French, and here we play the immediate a3 to attack their bishop, and after captures, they can win our e4 pawn. However, this is fine because we can play queen to g4 now, which we get this, and after knight f6, we can take the pawn on g7. We win the pawn back, and after rook g8 and queen h6, I would say you're probably slightly worse in this position because even though you won the pawn back, your queen is kind of out in no man's land and you have little to no development, but black also has a pretty awkward position. They're probably going to have to long castle here. Yeah, not too much I can say. You're fine here. At 383, I have the Eiffel Gambit, not the Eiffel Tower Gambit, but one less F, comes after e4, e5, knight c3 Vienna. We play knight to f6. We get a pretty standard position after bishop c4, bishop c5, knight to e2, and here we're going to play the move b5. This is actually a quite good wing gambit because c6 and d5 here works quite well in this position. To take with the knight, then after c6, knight backs up, and d5, we're doing pretty well here. Captures. Yeah, they can play one check, which might be a little annoying, but we can just block. And we have a big center, which I does think makes up for the being a pawn down. Or they can take with their bishop instead, at which point, after c6 and bishop a4, usually bishop a4 is a good move here, but in this case, we have knight g4 to attack this guy, and if white just castles here, then queen comes into h4, and they have to be very careful here not to get actually just straight up checkmated. They're probably going to be losing there. But if they instead move to c4, then we get a similar position. d5, captures, and the check. White is still probably slightly better here because even though we have good compensation, we don't have total compensation. But still, I think this is a good gambit. At 382, the Wind Gambit comes after e4, b6 owns defense, d4, bishop b7 attacking the pawn, white goes f3 to defend, which is a pretty rare move, and here we now go e5. Point being, by sacrificing this pawn, we can now play knight c6, and because of how they've played here, they don't have any good way to really defend the pawn. They're probably going to have to play knight c3 and give it back, at which point after like captures, probably bishop f4, and here maybe just back up to g6, back up, and you have a couple options here, maybe bishop c5. You're fine. Your bishop is pointed at white's pawn chain on e4, which is not the best for this gambit, but to make up for it, you have this one, which is very, very strong. So there, you're probably fine. Otherwise, if they do try to defend with like bishop f4 here, this is worse because you can now play f6, captures, probably queen takes here to attack this guy and this guy. You have a pretty good game from here. Long castles, not too much to complain about. At 381, I have the modern gambit coming from the queens after d4, d5, and c4, queen's gambit. Now knight c6 by black. We're going to play knight c3, and after they capture, we're going to delay pushing up and instead play knight to f3, and now black plays knight to f6. And here we have a couple options. The main move is to push up to d5, which isn't the greatest because after knight to a5 here, surprisingly, black is actually hanging onto the pawn these lines, and queen to a4 trying to fork just doesn't work because c6 and it is defended, and surprisingly we really have no way to push forward there. Instead, our better try would probably be e4 here, at which point black can go bishop g4 like this, and there's always some other threat here. Objectively, we're fine. We're probably going to be fine in most of these games, but it's just kind of annoying, and when there's a lot better options to play against knight c6, I just don't really see the point. At 380, I have the bar gambit after f4, black plays e5 for Rom's gambit, and now knight to c3 here. This isn't a bad move, but against the Froms, the best move by far is to just go ahead and capture it, or maybe play e4 and go into a king's gambit. Knight c3, it's not a bad move, but after it captures, and knight to f3, probably d5, d4, and bishop d6. Black here is hanging on to the pawn, at least in the meantime, or wait, whoops, not bishop d6, because then we could capture this pawn, probably bishop b4 instead, at which point, yeah, we can capture the pawn back. Now I'm going to restart. At 380, I have the bar gambit after f4 and e5, the Rom's gambit, and here we now play knight c3. The problem with this one is there's just better options here. In this position, the best move by far is to just capture, or maybe even just play e4 and go into a king's gambit. Knight c3 here, yeah, it's not bad, but after like captures, knight to f3, black has an annoying bishop e7 here, trying to get in, kind of forcing us to play a move like h4, which is kind of annoying. And after knight to f6, we can play d4, win the pawn back, at which point we have an okay position. At 379, I have the Blackburn gambit coming from the King's gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's gambit. They accept, knight to f3, g5 now, and we play h4, black goes g4, and here we play knight to g5, because after black goes h6, we're going to sacrifice our knight on f7, this being the Algier gambit. But after black captures, you have a couple of moves here, specifically the Blackburn gambit is the move knight c3 here, which isn't a bad move. You still have good chances in this position to win, but it's just not that aggressive. It covers the d5 square, which is, or makes d5 a lot less powerful here, which is good, but it's simply not good enough. You are still down a full piece, and if you sacrifice an entire piece, you should try to be winning as fast as possible, because before you know it, black is going to get the upper hand. At 378, I have the aged Gibbon gambit after we play d4, black goes knight to f6, c4, d6 here. This is the old Indian defense. And here we now play the move g4. This would be a lot better if it came on in the move earlier, like if in this position you play g4, that would be a lot better. The problem is by playing it here, black can actually take with the bishop instead, which is quite a bit better. And here, after knight to c3, you don't have a bad position because you can still play here. You can still eventually get your knight out and get your rook onto the g file and take advantage of all of this, which will be good, but it's just not as powerful as what could have been. At 377, I have the Rider Gambit after d4, d5, e4, Blackmore Gambit, captures, knight to c3 attacking, knight to f6 defending, f3 now, attacking them, and after they capture, normally here you take back the queen, but here we instead play queen takes on f3, this being the Rider Gambit. This move is interesting. There is one very common trap associated with it because after queen takes on d4, you can now play bishop to e3, and a lot of people here will go queen to b4, attacking like this, and after long castles to defend, it looks like black can play bishop g4 here to skewer us and they're winning, but after knight to b5 here, point being that they can't take because knight takes on c7 is a quick checkmate, you're completely winning here. There's some other variations, but you're winning in all of them. And while that trap is great, if they don't fall into the trap, you're likely going to get a meh position after something like queen backs up to d8. And here, you probably have to play something like bishop d3 to try and then go long castles pretty quickly. But here, after like probably knight c6, let's say knight to e2 here, you don't have a bad position, but I would not say you have full compensation for the two pawns. At 377, I have the Rider Gambit after d4, d5, e4, Blackmore Gambit captures, knight c3, the Blackmore Deemer now, black defends, f3, they capture, and here instead of the normal move of capturing with the knight, we play queen takes on f3. Now, this move is interesting. If black dares to capture a second pawn, you can now play bishop e3. The queen is likely going to move somewhere, probably back to d8. And here, you have a couple options. You can probably play like a rook over to d1 now. And after like probably knight blocks, this is what the engine gives, you can just keep on developing, maybe bishop c4. There's a lot of lines here. However, all of them are going to give you a lot of development, even though you are going to be down 2 pawns. The problem here comes really if they don't accept, if they just kind of try to ignore us with like knight c6 here. I mean, after bishop b5 and black just goes bishop d7, they do have a passive position, but it's sadly not one we can really break through very easily. They're then probably going to play either e6 or e5 to break in the center, at which point we just do not have complete compensation for being down a pawn. At 376, I have the LaRoche Gambit after knight c3, the Van Geet opening, and here we go, b5. This is a pretty common move in a lot of these gambits. However, this one is better than the other ones because after black captures, you can immediately play d5. And even though you are down a pawn here, after something like d4, probably a6, and knight backs up, you have a very good amount of compensation for the pawn purely because your rook can now go to the open B file, which is going to be very important in these variations. And after something like probably bishop f4, e6, we can then play bishop d6 and just play this in a typical kind of, d4, d5 style. Nothing too special, nothing too bad. Let's move on. At 375, I have the Philidor Gambit. There are 2 of these. This one comes a little earlier than the other one. The other one is pretty close by. Comes after e4, e5, d4 by white. We now play d6. And after white captures, here we play the move bishop d7. This move, it's not like bad, but this is just not the best way to develop your bishop. I mean, e6 I think is just a little better, and I don't really get the point of going to d7. But to be fair, after captures and captures, surprisingly, you do have both your bishops developed for the price of a pawn, and you actually have a pretty decent gambit position here. Other things they can do, is if they don't want to capture, they can just play like knight to f3 and steer this more into familiar territory, at which point the move bishop d7 just doesn't make that much sense. So once again, bishop e6, or maybe here, now bishop g4 would be better. Overall, it's not too bad, it's not too good. Let's move on. At 374, the Argentinian gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, and we play bishop f5, the Baltic defense, which, while not the greatest response to Queen's Gambit, is an okay one. And here, white captures. We now play bishop takes on b1, which is not a great move, but, I guess it's not too bad either. But here, white actually doesn't take back right away, and instead plays queen to a4 check. And here, to go into the gambit, we're going to block with c6, they capture, and here, knight takes back on c6, and this is the position. White has two options here. They can try to push up to d5, or they can just take the bishop right away. Their better try is to just take the bishop, at which point, after something like maybe e6 or maybe e5 here, just try and strike in center right away. Yeah, I don't have too much to say here. It's not that special of a position. This trade did happen, but doesn't actually impact that much. And really, this is more or less just an even game. Also, by the way, here, if we try queen takes on d4, then after captures and knight captures, white can go e3. And despite the fact that we win the pawn back, this is a surprisingly not great position for you, so that's not the best try. Their other move they can try is d5 here to immediately try and push, but we could simply capture, and after rook takes back, we are slightly better here, but once again, it's not that special. 373, I have the Steinbock Gambit after h4. Awesome move. Black now plays f5 here. Kind of a Dutch kind of counter, not really sure. Here we now play e4. They capture. d3 now, this being the Steinbock Gambit. This one's interesting. If they capture, we can take back with the bishop. And despite how useless h4 is here, we still actually have a pretty good position, just purely based on the fact that we have this, and their king side diagonal here is quite open and weak. And after like knight f6 here, we can play very tricky g4, and black is going to have to be very careful to survive here after like d5. They have to allow g5, which, there's a lot that can go on here, but black is probably going to survive if by the skin of their teeth. Otherwise, if they don't capture, they can just defend with like knight to f6, at which point after takes, probably bishop d3, we're going to get either the same or a very similar position. Do with this what you will, but problem is really here, h4 in the first move is just never going to give you a good position. At 372, I have the Basque Gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez or Spanish. Here, black now plays a6, attacking us. We're going to back up to a4 to keep this pressure. Now, knight to f6, castles, bishop e7, and we strike in the center immediately here with d4. Now, black takes. We push up to e5 to attack their knight. They're going to hop it all the way into the center on e4, and here we play the gambit with c3. The point here is that after black captures, we are going to take, because at the end of the day, even though here we are down a pawn and our pawn structure is a little scuffed, after black castles here, we can back our bishop up to c2. And surprisingly, they have a very closed position, close enough that we can actually get some pretty good attacks potentially going on. Also, we can go probably rook b1 feature to get the open b file, and although it looks a little odd, we do have full compensation for the pawn. At 371, the Stroughton's Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, and we play f5, the Latvian Gambit, and white here goes bishop c4, the Mayat attack, which isn't a bad variation, but it's not their best, and here we now play b5. The point of this tricky move is that if white just captures, this is actually pretty bad for them, because now we take the pawn on e4, their knight must capture on e5 now, and we can play queen to g5, and here we're now skewering their knight and their bishop behind them, and we're attacking the g2 pawn, and they can survive here after something like probably d4 to get this, and queen takes on g2. But even here, you still have fantastic practical chances. The problem here comes more so if they don't capture. Most people will, But if they don't, if they instead play like simply backs up to b3, b5 just kind of proves to be a weakening move that's just kind of a waste of time. Or they can even play bishop takes on g8 here, and after rook takes back, this does not really favor us that much. However, it is still a decent variation. At 370, I have the other Philidor Gambit. This one comes a little later after e4, e5, knight to f3, attacking d6, the Philidor defense, and after d4 here, we play knight c6, they capture, and now bishop d7. Once again, this on its own is not a bad move. It's just that we're not really developing it to the best square. If white does capture after bishop takes back, we do have two extra pieces developed and a pretty good gambit position. But once again, the problem here comes more so if they don't capture. If they just play something else like bishop g5 here to just try and attack us, after probably bishop e7, captures, and queen takes, I mean, we don't have a bad position per se, but it's definitely not the best, and we have a lot better options. At 369, haha funny number, I have the Chiodini Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, and here bishop c5, the Bush-Gast Gambit, but after they capture, we must play the move knight c6 here. And after they trade here to, or they want to trade because it would be best for them, this is kind of like a Stafford Gambit, but instead of us already having the bishop on c5, we have instead of having the knight on f6, we have the bishop on c5, which just isn't as good because with the knight on f6, we're already attacking the pawn, but bishop c5 just is not forcing enough, and this gives white a lot of good options, namely the immediate c3, and we have no good way to stop the d4 advance, at which point we're just going to have kind of a sad position. But even with that, we do still have a lot of tricks and traps that can come out of this because it does share so much DNA with the Stafford, but overall, it's just kind of meh. At 368, I have the Cambridge Gambit after e4, knight to f6, Alekhine's, e5 now, knight d5, d4, d6 now, trying to chip away at their center. White now plays c4 to attack our knight. We back it up again to b6, and after f4 here, we play the move g5. This is a very tricky move because if they actually try to capture, this is not very good because we can now take on e5 here. And if they just try to take it back right away, then after this trade, we can go bishop e6, and we actually have a great game here. We definitely have an advantage. Instead, their best try here would probably be like c5 to attack our knight again, and after knight d5 and knight f3, this is more or less just equal. The problem here is more so if they just kind of ignore us. If they just go knight c3, g5 as a move just doesn't make a whole lot of sense here. We can maybe try to play bishop g7 and try to aim at them, but now white has the extremely strong move, queen h5, attacking this guy, putting a ton of pressure on us, at which point we barely win like any games here. But to be fair, in this position we do win a lot of games, so pick your poison, do what you want. It has some risk, it has some good. At 367, I have the Tennyson Gambit, which comes after e4 here. Black plays d5, and now knight f3. Or you can go the other move order, which is knight f3 first, d5, and then e4. This gambit gained a lot of popularity because it does have the extremely fun and cool intercontinental ballistic missile trap after captures. Knight to g5 now, knight to f6, d3, captures, and the very common h6 here now immediately falls for knight takes, king takes, and bishop g6 check, at which point they are all out of luck and they're going to be losing a lot of material here. However, back here, overall, even after knight g5, it's just not great. One, black can defend with their bishop, at which point, I mean, if we try d3 now, then like captures, we're going to get this big trade that at the end does not really favor us. So overall, the gambit is pretty meh. However, the trap does make up for a lot of it. 366, the St. George Gambit comes after e4, e6 French, d4, and now a6, the St. George kind of variation of the French. And after c4 here, we actually gambit a pawn right away with b5. The point here is that after this trade and they win the pawn, we have the open A file, potentially the open B file as well, and we can go bishop b7 to immediately attack their center. It's not incredible after like queen to e2 here, or maybe knight to c3. White is completely defending, but still, after like bishop b4 here, potentially pinning, we do still have a lot of compensation. We can probably go knight f6, potentially castles here, and for how stupid a6 and b5 looks, we have a surprisingly good game ahead of us. At 365, the rotation of one entire year, I have the Bifelder Gambit after e4, knight c6, Nimzovich defense, d4, e5, Kennedy, they capture, and here we now play the move bishop c5 instead of recapturing. This is actually a pretty good developing move. Problem here is that white has more than enough resources to defend. After knight to f3 here, we can still play knight g to e7 or potentially f6 here, but I mean this white can just keep on developing with like some moves, maybe bishop c4 here, knight g6, probably just castles, and at the end of the day they can just give the pawn back and get at least an equal position, or if they're playing very accurately, they can get an advantage. I actually made a big mistake here. This would allow bishop takes on f7 check, king takes, and queen to d5. And white could actually just straight up win a pawn here. So you can see how even I can make mistakes in these positions. But overall, it has some good, it has some bad. This is where it's going to go. At 364 here, I have the Yefimov Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, captures, now e4, attacking the pawn. We play c5 here, the Rubinstein defense, immediately counterattacking, and after they push up to d5, here we can play b5. This is the Yefimov Gambit, and while it counts as a gambit on this move, the real gambit happens after white plays a4 here to attack our center, and we now play e6. Immediately attacking their center. Point being here, if they just take on b5 right away, then after takes, we can go bishop d6, and even though they are going to end up winning one pawn here, we can just play knight d7. We're going to get an extremely strong knight onto the e5 outpost, quickly develop the other one, castle, and for the price of one pawn, we have a pretty good gambit position. A little atypical, but it is still going to be quite good for you. Or their best try here, according to the engine, is to capture on e6, at which point after this trade, and we take back, white will take this guy. Eventually, we're probably going to end up winning this pawn back after knight d7. White can keep developing as well, probably knight h3. They're probably going to end up winning this guy back. There's a lot that goes on here. It'll be fine. Knight b6, you're probably defending. More or less is going to be kind of an endgame line, so if you like that, you could play this, but otherwise, this probably isn't for you. 363, the Stein Gambit comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop's opening, bishop c5 mirroring us, and now the move f4 here. This is a pretty good try. If black captures right away, then you have a couple options here. You can play bishop takes on f7 and get this because you have the fork, and after g6 and queen takes, you have a slightly better position if you want to go for this, or you can simply play a move like d4 here and go for a more King's Gambit type position. If they don't decide to capture though, this will probably be more meh for you. They have a couple options. They can play like knight c6, take advantage of the fact that we cannot capture, because then queen h4, and we are instantly lost. At which point, after something else, probably like knight to f3 here, and d6, this is a pretty standard transposition to the King's Gambit declined, at which point it's probably about equal. If you want this, you can go for it, but otherwise I find it a little boring. At 362, I have a very similar one after e4, e5, bishop c4, knight to f6 attacking, and here, now f4, immediately counter-striking in center. There's a lot of ways this can go, but none of them are going to be particularly good for you. If they capture on f4 right away, you have to defend this guy. So after like knight c3, black can probably go c6, build up for d5, at which point your position is going to be more or less a little meh, but I still would not call it bad. They can also try to take on e4 with their knight, at which point, after something like knight c3 and probably captures, you can get a sort of, a little scuff, but a sort of kind of Stafford Gambit position that will probably work out in your favor. Or black can just play a move like d5 here, which really allows you to have no fun, but overall, this is still a decently strong gambit. At 361, I have the Zollner Gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, knight c6, d4. They now capture. We're going to recapture, and black plays g6, going into an accelerated dragon. We now play bishop e3 defending, bishop g7, bishop e2, knight to f6 attacking. We defend with knight c3, and after castles, d6, we make a play for the center here with f4. Black tries queen to b6, attacking this, and here we sacrifice it with pawn up to e5. The idea here is that if black takes on e5, then after captures, knight captures, we can play knight to f5 here. With this move, we defend our bishop that attacks our queen. They can take an extra pawn on b2, but we can play this check. King walks over, and now bishop d4. And this is a decent gambit position. The main problem here is that this gambit is going to be so rare that it is basically going to be impossible to get any good sort of practice in, which is a pretty big part of being able to play a good gambit. Alternatively, all the way back here, they could try to take on b2 immediately, like this. But then after knight takes, pawn takes, and you take their knight, the thing is going to end up favoring you because queen takes, you'd have bishop d4, you're going to take their bishop on the next move, and you're actually going to end up with a good position. However, overall, it is still just pretty rare. Coming in at Xbox 360, I have the Reshevsky Gambit after d4, knight to f6, c4, g6, and after knight c3, we're going to play d5 here. This is called the Grunfeld defense, and white here actually ignores us. They play bishop f4. We now go bishop g7, and they play rook c1, followed by e3 here, and we're going to make a play for the center right away with c5. They capture, and now queen to a5, this being the Reshevsky Gambit. With this move, we're attacking their very weak c-pawn, as well as putting a lot of general pressure on their queen side, and they have a few options here. Their best try is to capture on d5 the pawn, at which point, instead of taking, the best try is to simply go rook d8. Add more pressure on them, and because their knight is pinned, we're actually threatening to straight up capture it. So after a move like d6 here, probably just having to give the pawn back, you can play knight c6 now, and maybe try to go e5 here. There's a lot that goes on in this position. The c-pawn is still extremely weak, which means their d-pawn is probably going to be lost in the future as well. There's a lot that can go on here. It can favor you or white. It is very complicated. Or back here, they have some other tries. If they just try to ignore you with like knight f3, then after rook d8 once again, this is actually quite a good position for you. But overall, it's not the greatest gambit in the world. At 359, I have the Decker Gambit after e4, c5, knight to f3, d6 in the Sicilian, now d4, captures, knight to f6, knight to c3, and here, after a6, this being the Najdorf variation, we play g4. This move intends to completely sacrifice the pawn, because after black captures, you have a couple options here. You can go bishop e2, and go for this trade, at which point, yes, you are down a pawn, but you have the open g file. You can quickly go probably bishop e3, long castles with a pretty good and aggressive position, which is very unique against the Najdorf. Or you can also try like f3 here, bishop probably has to drop all the way back, and now bishop g5. And once again, you have the same thing. You're probably going to go rook g1, get a lot of pressure on the king side. It's not the greatest gambit, but it's not the worst one either. At 358, the Warsteiner Gambit comes after knight to c3, the Van Geet. We now play d5, white tries f4, and here we gambit a pawn right away with g5. Point being here, if they just capture, you can now push up to d4. And after their knight moves, this guy is very weak, and we can go ahead and trade him off right away with like h6, or you can just keep him there with like knight c6, and white has a very awkward position after like e3 here, probably now h6, maybe captures, and you can take with any piece, but probably knight takes back, or maybe bishop. Even though you are down a pawn, white has a very awkward and tight position. You have extra development, and you have open files against their king side in the future. Overall, yeah, not too much to say. You're probably not going to get it very often, but it is good. At 357, I have the Lecco Gambit after d4, knight to f6, c4, g6, and after f3 here, we're going to play e5. Usually, these e5 gambits are bad, especially because after captures, your knight is also attacked, but here, you have the great move, knight to h5. Point of this is that if white just plays something random, like, I don't know, knight c3, you can play queen to h4 check. And their king is going to be forced to run to d2, because if g3, then knight captures. This is very bad news. We're probably going to have to capture anyways. And after queen takes, you're just up in exchange now. It might be a little complicated after knight h3, but overall, it is still going to end up favoring you by a wide margin. Otherwise, their best try here would probably be to play like a move like maybe f4 here, or possibly knight h3, and just let us come in with the queen, because they can block with knight f2. At which point, you can go ahead and capture this guy, but even better is to simply go d6, or maybe just bishop g7 now, and quickly try to castle, or actually not bishop g7, because then g4, and that is very, very bad for you. My mistake, instead, d6, that way this is probably prevented because of g4. You can back the knight up to g7, at which point, yeah, it's not the best position, but it is still very tricky, and there's a lot of ways that white can go wrong. At 355, I have the Amar Gambit after knight h3, the Amar opening. Black goes d5, we play g3, e5, f4 here, and now black can win a pawn with captures, bishop takes, and pawn takes. And here, in some of the other gambits, we castled right away, but in the Amar Gambit, this is the position, so you still have other options here, like d4, which is probably your best try, at which point, after captures, you're probably still going to castle here, and even though objectively it's not the best, you still have all the tricks and traps you usually get from the kind of Amar Gambit style, which I will say looks very bad, but practically it works a lot better than you would think. Engine's best try here is probably bishop b4 check, we block, and then bishop d6 here to attack the pawn, at which point, if you want to, you can sacrifice it straight up with castles. Point being, if they take, then we could simply play a move e4. And even though we're down 2 pawns here, potentially a third, we are blowing up the entire center. Our queen is potentially going to get in, and black has to play very careful to survive here. At 354, I have the Noah Kansky Gambit after knight c3, the Van Geet. Black goes e5, we play f4 here, they capture, and now e4. This move is odd because here, black can actually play en passant. And normally, this will be bad, but here, it's actually not that bad because you can now play knight f3, or potentially another move like d4 here. Point being, after knight f3, if they just capture, then after bishop takes back, yeah, you are down 2 pawns here, but you have 3 pieces developed while black has nothing, and you can quickly go bishop c4, castles short here, and you have the open e-file, which you can use all to your advantage. So objectively, it's not the greatest, but you have a lot of development while black really lacks behind, so this is really going to put the pressure on them. 353, I have the Dunce Perennic Gambit. There's a lot of these gambits that come after knight c3, the Van Geet, which before making this video, I almost never even, I forgot the name of this opening. I didn't even know the name of it, but now I know there's a lot of gambits. A lot of them aren't very good, but some of them might be. Now, d5 is what white plays, or sorry, black plays. We go e4, they capture, d3, and this is the gambit. A lot of these gambits, if they capture, then this is very good for us because we can now play bishop takes back, and this is exactly what we want for the price of one pawn. We have two pieces developed. We can quickly go knight f3, castles, and we have a great gambit game ahead of us with nothing really to complain about. This one is a little better than the other ones though, because if black tries to defend with like knight f6, then here you can just keep playing in the normal style and probably try like bishop f4 or bishop g5, or if you want to, you can straight up go into this endgame, because after captures, queen takes, king takes, even though you cannot castle here, this is essentially equal. Only way for black to get any sliver advantage will be knight d7, which is not a natural move. You have the extra pawn e4 already, so if black tries to mirror us, you can quickly go bishop c4, and yeah, you can probably go from here c3, king c2. This is an equal endgame. Don't really have too much else to say. If you like endgames, this gambit might be for you. At 352, I have the Alpin gambit coming from the Ruy Lopez after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 now Ruy Lopez, and we go bishop b4, which is the rare Alpin variation, which looks really stupid, but is surprisingly a little better than it looks. Here, white now tries c3, we back the bishop up to a5, they capture, and here we take back with the d-pawn. This is the Alpin gambit, point being because white can now take on e5. First off, if white just castles here, this isn't great because your bishop is on, what's that, a5, doing God knows what. It's not the greatest position from the Ruy Lopez, but to be fair, it's not that bad either. It could be a lot worse. But if they do accept the gambit with knight takes on e5, the typical Ruy Lopez move of queen d4 simply isn't here because the pawn's on c3. You can't do that. But you have some other options. You can try queen e7, at which point after d4, f6, knight probably will back up to f3, and captures, and bishop e3. You do regain the pawn back, but your queen is very in the center, and white can probably go knight d2, attack her queen again, at which point this isn't that great. The other more aggressive option here is queen g5, at which point knight backs up to f3. You can take this guy. Problem being, white has rook g1, and after queen h3, they can still be up a pawn with rook takes on g7, but after knight f6, you don't have the greatest position in the world, but I still think you have practical chances here, and especially from back in this position, it's better than it looks. Let's move on. I thought I would never hear from Zilbermintz again, but it turns out he actually did make one gambit that was like halfway decent, which comes after e4, e5, f4 king's gambit, and now the move f6, which is not good. But the point being, after white captures here, we're going to play knight c6. By the way, capturing back would lose immediately because queen h5 check. And this is very, very bad news for you. Instead, after knight c6, point is here, if white captures again, you can take back the knight on f6. And this is actually a pretty good gambit. It's not great. It's good. It's not great. It is against the king's gambit, which usually counter gambits against the king are not great. But here, you do have two knights for the price of a pawn. And after, like, knight to c3 here, probably defending, engine does give you the edge because you can now strike in center right away with d5, which can actually be quite good for you. The problem is more so if they don't accept, if they play knight f3 instead, then this is not great. You probably have to capture back now, at which point something like bishop c4, their bishop here's right in your position, preventing you from castling ever, which is very annoying. But after bishop c5, you don't have a great position, but I would not consider it bad. At 350, I have the Van Kujic gambit, not the Van Krujic gambit, which is some different guy. Comes after g3. We now play h5 right away, and after knight f3, seemingly trying to stop h4, we just play it anyways. This is a pretty simple gambit. Point being, if they take the pawn, well, their pawn structure is ruined. They probably won't do that. Instead, they'll likely take with their knight. At which point here, you can go e5, potentially with the idea of sacking the rook on the knight on h4. Like, for example, if they play e4 here, you can try sacrificing the rook, and after captures, you are down an exchange here. However, your queen is very in their position, their king side is ruined, this pawn is weak, and development is quite easy. This is a definitely more risky option, but if you want to go for it, the engine does like it. 349, the Ralphson Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and d4, the Scotch. Black captures. Normally here, you either take back right away or play a gambit with c3, but here you go bishop b5. Point being, quite simple, you're attacking the knight, and that is defending the pawn. The problem here is that because black already kind of wants to give up this pawn, it's just not entirely necessary. Here, black has a couple options. They can try bishop c5 to attempt to hang on to the pawn, because after captures, they are hanging on in the meantime. Problem here is you can now play c3, and this is one of those very good gambits that come from the Scotch, and wink wink, a lot of these c3 gambits from the Scotch are going to be higher up because they're all very, very strong. But this one's not great. Bishop b5, it's not a bad move, but more so, it's really just unnecessary. 348, another Van Geet opening, comes after knight c3, black goes d5, e4, captures, and now bishop c4. This one doesn't have too much unique value. After something like knight f6, you have a couple options here. You can try f3, maybe go into more of a kind of Black Mardimer style gambit, or the engine's best is probably knight g to e2, trying to go knight to g3, and then win the pawn like so, which we actually can afford to do because black doesn't have any real way of defending the pawn in the meantime. Once again, the problem here is more so that black is let off the hook. They're not really being challenged in any way. They have many good options here. Just about any move land them a fine position, like knight c6 here, maybe now castles, probably, I don't know, bishop g4, trying to pin us. They have many options. They all work, but none of them are going to be too bad for you. 347, I have a very interesting one. This is the Seigeneer Gambit after f4. Black goes e5 here, and the Frum's Gambit, and you now play d4, allowing them to capture, at which point you're going to play knight to f3 to attack them. They now play c5 hanging on, and you play the Gambit here with c3, letting them capture once again. The engine is not the biggest fan of this one, however practically the win rate is quite high. If they capture, then you can take back with the knight, and already here you can go e4 very soon because d5 is prevented, and you actually have a very good position from this point on that definitely favors you. Problem here is more so black can kind of just let us capture the pawn, which in the middle of the game is not the most intuitive thing. They can try knight f6 to keep e4 prevented, at which point after captures, probably knight takes, and bishop c5. You are definitely slightly worse here because black is kind of pushing her pieces around, then castle very quickly, and the pawn on f4 is not really helping here. However, overall, this is a pretty good gambit. At 346, I have the given gambit after d4, knight to f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5 now. This is the Grunfeld, and here you play the gambit with g4. This is an interesting one. Most gambits against Grunfeld just aren't very great because it is a very solid and more so positional rather than tactical opening. But with g4, if they decide to capture with bishop takes, this is interesting. You can now go bishop g2, take open over this diagonal, which especially in the Grunfeld is quite atypical. And after e6 here, you can trade in the center, and then queen b3. At which point, engine does not love your position. However, practically, you do quite well here. You have a lot of pressure on black, and you're probably going to win at least one of the pawns back. Or actually, sorry, you're only down one pawn, so you're probably going to get equal material afterwards. They can also try to take with the knight here, which is not as good because you can take on d5. And after the knight probably backs up, bishop g2 here, defending, or possibly e4, and you actually have a great game ahead of you. Coming at 3, 4, 5, I have the Liedman Gambit after d4, c5, the old Benoni. You now go c4 here. They capture, and you play e3, letting them capture once again, and you take back with your bishop. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with this gambit. It's just more so that black is going to be very solid, so maybe playing a gambit here just doesn't make very much sense. And black has a few options here. They can try knight c6. You can go knight c3, just keep on developing, possibly d6 here. Yeah, I don't have too much to say. Like I said, it's a pretty basic gambit. More so, it's just that black is very solid is the problem. But if you want to play this, it is still a good gambit. At 344, I have an interesting gambit. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. By the way, this is called the nicotine gambit, or nicotine. We now play c3, Ponziani, d5, which is black's best response against Ponziani. You'll now play bishop b5 with this pin, and black captures. You take on e5 now. Black plays queen d5, attacking our knight and defending theirs, at which point we actually let them take our knight with queen a4. Now, black must play the move knight to e7 here to defend their knight like so. If they try to capture our knight, then after captures, taken back would result in their rook being lost, like here. Now king d8, rook is lost, and you're up 3 points of material. Engine says that black might still be might still be able to survive here with like bishop c5, but you're up a lot of material. Development might be a little odd because of how you've developed, but after castles here, you should probably be fine. But their better option here is to instead probably play like knight e7, defend like this, at which point you can try the fun f4, anchoring the knight, and if they take en passant, after knight takes back, you've now removed their only pawn in the center, and you can quickly go d4 here, even if it does come at the cost of a lot of positional play, because after a6 here, and you probably have to go for this trade, or maybe there's something else here. Knight a3 is what the engine suggests, but that move kind of looks insane. Yeah, this trade, you are going to get d4 here. Is it worth it? You decide. 343, I have the Mason Curious Gambit after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit. Now they capture, and here you play knight c3. This move isn't great, but it's not too bad either. You are developing a piece and controlling the very important center, and you do allow white, or what am I saying? You do allow black to play queen h4, and you have to put your king on e2, which, while very awkward, can work surprisingly well, because after, like, let's say they play something, let's say d6, you can now go knight f3, attack the queen. Let's say they drop it back to f6, try to keep this guy guarded. You can now play d4. And your plan here is to move your king over to f2 to then get your bishop out on c4, at which point your king is going to be surprisingly safe. And they can play in better ways here, like back here after the check. Their best try is probably g5 to try and, make knight f3 worse, because g4 will be coming. However, there is a lot that can go on from this gambit, and as a whole, I do not think it's that bad. At 342, I have the Shabalov Gambit after knight f3. We now play e6, c4, a6, which is interesting, knight c3, more pawn play of c5, and after g3, we sack a pawn with b5 here. And despite the fact that white has developed 2 more pieces than us, and we've only played with pawns the entire game, this gambit is surprisingly good, because if they do go for this and try to win a pawn, then here you can now play knight f6. Your bishop is going to go on b7 to counteract their bishop, and you have the open a file, and you have potential tactics with the queen coming into b6 or a5, and you actually have quite a good game ahead of you there. Alternatively, if they try to not accept the gambit and maybe play something else, like just bishop g2, then you can push up to b4 now. You can win the pawn c4 and try to go d5. All these are good options. Its main flaw is really just that you are playing with so many pawns. Even if it is good, lacking your development this much will usually lead to failure, and if you're not careful, it can lead to that quite fast. 341, the Nasal Wasp Gambit comes after e4, b6, Owen's defense, d4, bishop b7. And here the extremely odd move, bishop g5. This looks really odd, but the idea is by pinning this pawn, we really put a surprisingly strong hold on their development. If they accept the gambit with bishop takes, we can now push up to d5. And this looks ridiculous, but their bishop is actually kind of stranded. Knight f6 doesn't work because you could simply capture that. And their best try here would probably be c6. At which point, you have a couple options here. You can defend with c4, you can push up to d6, taking advantage of this pin. My favorite is c4, at which point, this looks, once again, just so stupid, but surprisingly, it's working very well. And if back here, if they don't accept the gambit, this is probably the gambit's bigger flaw, because after something else, maybe like d5 here, our bishop just doesn't really make that much sense on g5, but the engine still likes it, so if you want to go for it, this is good. At 340, we have an extremely decisive one. This comes after e4, e5, knight f3, f5 Latvian gambit, they capture, knight to f6, white plays bishop c4, trying to get their pieces into f7, and we actually embrace it. We play pawn takes e4. Letting them put their knight into f7, at which point we'll play queen e7, captures, and d5. This is the corkscrew gambit. This is an extremely odd one. The engine really does not like this. The engine says bishop drops back to e2, white is up 5 points of material, and they have more than enough ways to completely defend against us. And even though we have an aggressive position, we can't really do anything with it. However, practically, black wins a lot of games here. Most people just back their bishop up to b3, and bishop g4 here already wins because their queen's trapped, and if f3 then captures. This is completely horrible news. They're completely lost already, so that certainly does not work. But if they instead play something else here, like bishop backs up to e2, the way you would try to progress here would be knight c6, and try to get back at this knight later, at which point if you can capture the knight, you'll only be down in exchange, which honestly isn't that bad considering how much of a dominant hold you have on the center, but still, after d3, white can and will still break in center, at which point your position kind of starts to crumble apart, but simply because of how tricky and practical it is, I still think this gambit is quite good. At 339, I have the Dorjan Gambit, which is named the Danube Gambit on chess.com, so I don't know why it's different. Comes after d4, knight f6, c4, g6. Now white plays d5 here, the anti-Grunfeld variation, really trying to make it so he can't push up to d5. And here we play b5 here. Point being, if white captures, which is what the engine prefers, you can now play either bishop b7, or what the engine likes the most is the immediate a6, kind of going for some sort of a banco. Like if they capture again, you can play pawn takes, or bishop takes back, or maybe even c6 is what the engine likes the most, which is a little insane, going for a double pawn gambit, but this guy is still very weak. Either of those options are good, and on the bright side here, if they try to not capture us, it's probably going to end badly. If they try something else, like knight f3, you can now play c6 here, and really chip away at them. Although it looks like quite complicated, most of the variations are going to favor you, like captures. You can take on c4, let's say takes, you can take with your knight as well, and here, bishop d7, castles. It's not quite a Grunfeld anymore, but it is still a good position. At number 338, I have the Bonnet Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, c6 Slav, knight to f3, knight to f6, and here we let black capture the c4 pawn with bishop g5. Point being here, if they capture, you can now go e3. Attack the pawn. If they try to hang on with b5 now, then after a simple bishop e2 here, although you do have to develop a little bit passively, you do have 2 extra pieces developed, and you can quickly go probably a4 in a lot of these lines to try and chip away at their pawns, at which point they can survive, but they do have to be quite careful to actually go ahead and do so. Otherwise, if they try to not accept it, then something else here like bishop f5 will probably be fine for them, but it will probably give you a slight edge because like captures, pawn captures, and now e3, and you have quite a good position here. Not too much to say, not too special. Let's move on. 337, the Sankey George Gambit comes after e4. We play e6, the French, d4. Now a6, which is not the best variation, but it's fine. White now plays c4, and here we go b5. This one is interesting. Point being, after the capture, and bishop captures, while objectively it's not the greatest, here we can go bishop b7, and also we have potential tricky ideas of going c5 as well, like bishop b7 here, knight c3. Here we can have strike and center right away with c5, or maybe bishop b4 first, to get a lot of pressure on them. This is very similar to a gambit we saw just a little bit ago. Yeah, not too much else to say. 336, the Warsaw Gambit comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, knight to f6. Here we strike and center right away with d4, the Ponziani or Yuroslavl Gambit. They capture, and here we now play c3. This move is not bad. Usually these c3 gambits, though, come a little later when the e4 pawn is not hanging, because if they capture this, they lose a lot of their luster, mostly because d5 now comes with more strength because the knight will be defended as well. And here, their best way to play would likely be knight to f3, at which point, after d5 here, you can back the bishop up to d3, maybe captures now, knight takes back on c3. Engine does not like this, however, practically, it does end up scoring quite well, and if they decide not to capture an e4 right away instead, and instead try to take this guy, then after knight takes back, this is quite a good position. 335, the De Smet Gambit comes after e4, knight c6, d4, e5, now Kennedy variation of the Nimzowitsch defense, they capture, and now d6. Not too much to say. This is not the most unique gambit we've ever seen. In fact, it is very, very basic. But, you know, same ideas apply. If they capture, this is what we want. We can take back with the bishop. We're down a pawn, but we have two pieces developed, which are well placed. We can go bishop e6, knight f6, and yeah, it's a basic gambit position. We don't really have that many problems. Once again, the problem here that makes this gambit from rising up higher is if they don't capture, if they instead play knight to f3, we're probably going to have to compromise on our position, which isn't great. However, if you want to, you can still play like knight takes an e5 here, and in this endgame, even though you can't castle, white only has a very, very small advantage, and I find it hard to say that you have anything but a slightly worse position. 334, the Geshev Gambit comes after e4. We play knight f6, the Alekhines, knight c3, d5 here, the Scandinavian variation, they capture, and now c6. This is not too special. If they take, then after knight takes back, we don't have the greatest position in the world. However, we do have an extra piece developed for being down a pawn, which is good. We can probably go e5 here as well, which will really help us to take control of the complete center. And otherwise, if they decide not to capture, like d4 instead, this is going to favor us because we can now just capture. We win the pawn back. Yeah, we have no problems here. Not too much else to say. Let's move on. Coming at the 333, I have e4, e5, this is the Colossus Gambit, by the way, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, we get knight g5. I think this is the first time we've actually seen the fried liver for the entire time. Here, we now go d5, they capture, and normally here, you'd either take back, or maybe play knight a5, or some sideline here, maybe like b5. Instead, you go knight to b4 here, which is not a well-known move for a reason. Yes, it attacks the pawn, but the problem here is that the point here is not really to regain the pawn, it's more so to create their pawn there, that way it blocks, and here, it just doesn't work because white has d6. They can just give the pawn back because if we take, then knight takes here, and we get forked. So instead, we would probably have to play after d6, like something else, probably a knight into d5 here. At which point, captures, or not check, captures, queen takes. like, you're fine here, but white is up a pawn, and in return, you don't have a ton of compensation. However, it does still throw off white. This is quite the atypical position in the fried liver. If you want to go for this, it does have a lot of stuff behind it. At number 332, I have the Algier Gambit after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, captures, knight to f3, g5 now, we play h4, going to a more main line here, g4, and the main move here is knight e5, the Kieseritzky Gambit, but here we instead play knight g5. Point being entirely here, after h6, we're going to sacrifice the knight on f7, and this is a very complicated sacrifice. You have a lot of lines here that you can play. Overall, if black knows what they're doing, they're going to get a better position. However, the majority of people don't, and if black doesn't know what they're doing, you're probably going to get a winning position against them, just because even though they can defend, it might be quite difficult. And from here, you have many options. Knight c3 is not a great one, but you can also play like bishop c4 check here, or maybe the immediate queen takes on g4 and try to get your queen in, and after like knight f6, queen takes, and now maybe like knight c6 or potentially bishop d6 is what the engine likes the most. This is the horny defense. That's really incredible. I don't really know what to say here. Yes, you are still down a piece, but there is still a lot of chances for black to go wrong, especially earlier as well. So if you want to do this, it is very risky, it is very aggressive, but yeah. 331, the Herjert Gambit comes after knight c3, Van Geet. Here we play d6, f4, e5 now, they capture, and we don't take back. Here we instead play knight c6. Not too much to say, it's a pretty like typical gambit. If they capture, then after bishop takes back. I do like this a little more than the other ones though, because they have a weak king side here, and if you're bishop and queen, there are some tactics that may come on that side which can work out quite well for you. And if they decide not to capture, then instead after like d4 or something else, if they try to not capture, it's probably going to favor you. You now have a queen h4 check here, and you can win this pawn like so. g3, queen captures, and now there's a couple options here. Engine says knight d5, which is pretty interesting, getting the knight into the c7 fork. There's a lot of lines here, a lot of stuff that can happen. Most of the time it is going to end up favoring you though, so yeah. 331, I have the Herjert Gambit from the Raptor variation. There's a couple more of these Herjert Gambits. Comes after d4, knight f6, bishop g5, Trempowski. We now play knight e4, and they go h4, the Raptor variation, allowing us to get this trade which messes up their pawn structure, but gives them the open h-file. And here you play the gambit here with e5. Not the best move, not the worst move either. If they capture, you can take this guy, but then knight to f3. Both of these are attacked, and this is not bad for you, but I would not call it great and not something you probably want to go for. Instead, a better option here might be knight c6, probably followed by d6 here, at which point I like this a little more. There's always going to be a lot of stress on this pawn, and overall, not too much to say. It's not too special, but it's a good gambit. At 330, I have the Hungarian Gambit from the Catalan after d4, e6, c4, knight to f6, g3, the Catalan, and here you now play e5, which is usually bad because captures and your knight is attacked, but here after knight g4, surprisingly, this pawn is quite hard to defend, and you actually have a good amount of compensation in return. If they try to hang on with a move like f4, this is premature. You can now go bishop c5 here. Your bishop here's right in, and they're likely going to have to sack a pawn here with like e3 or some weird development with knight h3, both things that you would like to have against them. And if instead they defend with a more normal move, knight f3, then after probably knight c6 or maybe just bishop c5 now, probably e3, and here this shares a lot of DNA with the Budapest Gambit, and this is good. Not too much else to say. You're probably going to win the pawn back with maybe a slight lack in development, but still a good position. At 329, the court lever comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, d4, captures, knight to f3 now, a6, O'Kelly variation, and here we don't take back, we play bishop c4. Usually, bishop c4s aren't good in the Sicilian because e6 and d5 will launch you with a slightly worse position. However, here it still applies. Knight f6 is black's best try, and here you can take back on d4 right away, but after, like knight c6, queen backs up to e3. This is just an okay position. Black can go d6, and really, we have kind of a tight position here. Our bishop is now blocked by our queen. Well, they are just playing in the same old style, which is good for them. Otherwise here, you could try a move like e5, but then d5 occurs, which, once again, after like bishop probably backs up to d3, and maybe knight backs up as well. If you want to go for this, queen e2, black does have quite a tight position and can give you good games. However, this is still not objectively that great, so if you want to play this gambit, you can, but overall, it's not good. At 328, I have the Malik gambit after d4, knight to f6, knight c3, which is a more rare move, and now d5. You're going to play bishop g5 here to attack their knight, c5, counter-striking in the center, captures, and normally here you take back to the e-pawn, but the other option is to take back the g-pawn in positions like this. You can now play e4, strike in the center, captures, and now pushes up to d5. This is an odd one. The engine does not like this that much. However, practically, this does end up favoring white a lot more than black. If they try to defend the pawn with like bishop f5 here, then after a check, probably knight blocks and knight g to e2, you're quickly going to go knight to g3 here, win the pawn back with a pleasant position, nothing that you can really complain about that much. Their best try is probably f5 here, at which point you have a couple options. F3 is one good one to try and do it like that, or you can try queen to h5, which is my personal favorite. Even though it doesn't directly attack anything, it puts a lot of pressure on their king side, and there's a lot of ways the game can go, but most of them are going to end up favoring you. If you like more risky positions, this is probably something you want to go for, but otherwise, this might not be your cup of tea. At 327, I have the Shevalik gambit after d4, d5, and after knight to c3 here, we play the move e5, which at first looks kind of useless, but the point here is that after white captures, we can push up to d4, which objectively is not the best. However, practically, this is very annoying for white. If they try knight to b5 here to defend, we can go c5, just defend like this, then go a6 very soon, at which point white has a pretty awkward position. Or if they try to move their knight to the center, like to e4 here, then we can just go knight c6, defend the pawn, attack their pawn, and after knight to f3 here, white is surviving. However, I think we have a pretty good position in return for the pawn, and the pawn that they are up is very weak, and we're likely going to win it back in the future. At 326, the Wiedenhagen beta gambit comes after g3. Here, we now play d5, knight to f3, and now g5 here. With the sacrifice of this pawn after white captures here, we can simply go e5, attack their knight and take the complete center, and if they try to back up to f3, then we can probably go knight c6 or potentially try to push up to e4, at which point we don't have full compensation for the pawn. However, we have the open g file, and we're going to get a lot of attacking out of that, which is very good. If you want an attacking game, you're probably going to end up liking this gambit, or they can try a move like d4 here, which is their best try to defend like this. At which point, after like bishop e7 here to attack the knight, probably queen d2 now to defend, or maybe h4 is what the engine suggests. And you have a couple options here. You can go h6, attack them, and after knight to f3, possibly capture here or push up to e4. The engine does not really favor this gambit that much. However, practically, once again, you have the open g file. Development is pretty easy, and you have a good attacking game ahead of you. At 325, I have the Muttkin counter gambit after d4, knight to f6, c4, c5, but no need defense, so we push up to d5 now, b5, Banco gambit, and here we play a counter gambit with g4. The point of this move is that black doesn't really want to capture. If they play knight takes on g4, then here you have a couple options. The engine's best is to now play pawn takes on b5 and kind of get an interesting Banco gambit that may not be objectively better. However, their knight is very awkward on g4. This is not something that they're probably used to playing. Or instead, back here, if they try something else, like maybe pawn takes on c4, you can push this guy all the way up to g5. This is a very annoying kind of problem for black. They probably have to move the knight somewhere awkward, either to e4 or maybe to h5 is what the engine likes the most, at which point you can now play e4, take the whole center, attack their knight, attack the pawn, and the engine still likes this for black after g6. They think it's about equal. However, practically, I think you are doing fantastic here. 324, I have an Alekhine gambit. This is coming from the queens after d4, knight to f6, c4 here, e6, knight to f3, and now d5 here. We get a transposition to the queen's gambit declined. Now, knight c3, knight b to d7, which is a fun way of developing to defend the other knight. And here, after like bishop g5, we go h6, attack the bishop. They back it up to h4. And here, now we capture the pawn on c4. The point of capturing now is that white does not really have a good way to actually try and attack it. Their only way to really try and attack it would be e3 here, which is their best move, at which point we can just ignore it. We can just go bishop e7, and after bishop captures and castles, this is by no means an incredible position, but, it's good. You don't really have many problems. Your development might be a little bit passive, but, you can go c5 here, strike in center, and you have a fine game ahead of you. Or if they play something else here, if they try like e4, this might be a little bit too aggressive because you now have b5 here. Point being, if knight captures, then you have a couple ways to play, but bishop b4 check is likely the best try. Knight c3, g5, attack their bishop, bishop backs up, and now knight takes on e4. And at the end of the day, you're actually up a pawn, and you're doing pretty well here. Not too much to actually complain about. But otherwise, there's not too much to hear. It's just a fine way of playing against the queens. Let's move on. At 323, the Lemberger counter gambit comes after d4, d5, e4, Blackmar gambit, we capture, knight c3, Blackmar Demer gambit, and here we play the counter gambit with the move e5. With this, we're counter-striking at them immediately. If they try to capture, then this probably won't end up that well for them after cap. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. At 323, I have the Lemberger counter gambit after d4, d5, e4, Blackmar gambit, captures, knight to c3, the Blackmar Demer, and after e5 here, we're immediately striking in the center. If they try to capture us, this probably won't end up well because you can take them. If king takes, that's pretty awkward, or knight takes is also awkward. Knights is probably a little better, at which point after like knight c6 here, this is, if anything, an even, maybe slightly better endgame, which, if you want this, you can't really complain about. It's an even endgame. Or back here, the engine also suggests some other moves, like maybe knight g to e2, or possibly captures. But here, after like queen takes, and pawn takes, you are up a pawn, which is good. But to be fair, after knight f3, you're probably going to end up losing it, or white's going to get a lot of development in return. There's a lot of ways the game can go here. It's probably not the most exciting or best way to fight against the Blackmar Demer, but if you want to allow white to have absolutely no fun, you're almost always going to go into some type of an endgame or liquidation in these lines. At 322, the Halla's gambit comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, we now play d4, a kind of Smith-Morra, they capture, and here normally you would play a move like maybe knight f3 or probably c3 most likely, but here you play the move f4, which is not bad, but it's just not your best way of playing here. The problem is after knight to c6 and knight to f3, even though you have the advanced f-pawn in these Sicilian positions, black is very, very solid, meaning that the extra f-pawn here doesn't really help us because we can't really have any big attack from it. However, after something like maybe knight to f6 here, or probably the most same move as e6, you can keep developing. Bishop d3, probably knight to f6 here, attacking the pawn, but we're defending, so just castles. b6, and yeah, black has a kind of passive position. If you want to go for this, however, it is probably fine. You still have some potential here, probably c3, and you can still go into one of these types of positions. It's not the best way to play, but it's not the worst either. Coming at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I have the Mechanist Gambit after e4, knight to f6, e5, knight d5, this is an Alekhine's defense, c4, knight backs up, and now c5 here, which is the Lasker variation, which is not the best variation because now black has a kind of uncontested knight in the center, and both our pawns are very advanced, however, it still can be good. Here, we now play bishop c4, e6, knight to c3, adding more pressure, and after d6 here, you're going to capture the knight, pawn takes, and bishop takes. Point here is that after black captures on e5, you're probably going to end up losing a pawn because material is even, your bishop is attacked, and this pawn here is very, very weak, likely going to get captured. The best way to play here is to now go queen to f3, attacking the pawn on f7, and the pawn on b7, and this looks great, but actually it's probably not going to end up that well for you. If they play like f6 here, this is their best try. It looks a little odd, but they are defending everybody. We can't really break through here. And after like captures on b7, bishop takes, queen takes, and now knight to d7 here. Yes, we are still up a pawn. This might be more of a gambit for black, but still, this is not that great of a position. You can go b4 here and hang on to your one pawn advantage, but there's moves. Rook b8 is always going to be a looming threat. Probably not immediately, but it is always there. Black's best try here probably be a5. At which point, yeah, we're up a pawn, but it is very, very weak. But if you want to go for this, it is still probably a fine gambit. At number 320, I have something called the Sumov Gambit, which I think I probably misspelled or something because I was searching for it and I could not find it anywhere on the internet. So if you want to, you could go down to the comments, maybe be a detective and help me out, but otherwise, this is where I placed it, and this is where it's going. At 319, I have the Marshall Gambit coming from the Nimzowitsch defense after e4, knight to c6 here, d4, d5, we capture, queen takes back, and now we sacrifice the pawn here with knight c3, queen takes on d4, and you have a couple of options here. The classical move is to go queen to e2, which is a bit odd, but it does control the center, and after something like probably e6, knight to f3, queen may back up to b6, and you have a couple ways to play here. a3 is what the engine likes, or possibly a queen c4. You do have compensation for the pawn, your bishops can come out, you can castle. However, I still don't think that it is completely worth it. You don't have a ton of compensation. Alternatively, you go bishop to d3 here, which I like a little more, and after something else like maybe knight f6, knight to f3, probably queen will back up maybe to b6. You have a good position here. You can now castle, possibly go bishop e3 and sacrifice the b2 pawn. It's definitely a little offbeat, however, I think you're doing fine. Coming at 318, the Tartakower Gambit from the Ruy Lopez comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, Ruy Lopez. You've seen this before. You now play g6. There's a couple ways to get this gambit, but this is the most common way. And after d4, immediately striking in the center, we take, knight takes back, bishop g7 attacking, bishop e3 defending, and after knight g2 e7, white now plays knight c3, we castle, queen up to d2, going for bishop h6. Here, we sacrifice, or not sacrifice, but really attack in the center right away with d5, this being the Tartakower Gambit. The point here is that if white decides to capture right away, we can take back with our knight. And in the heat of everything, even though we are going to be sacrificing a pawn on c6, we're striking out in the center right away. Our rook is going to come alive, our bishop is coming alive, all of our pieces are now doing great all of a sudden, and white is uncastled in the center. Their best try, according to the engine, is to long castle right away, at which point we can take on e4. They will probably capture on c6, and after something like queen takes and d2 check, maybe rook takes, maybe pawn takes here, and bishop backs up to c4. Here we're actually up a pawn, however our pawn structure is a little bit messed up, and if anything, this is about equal. If you like this position, you should definitely go for it, but otherwise, it's only okay. 316, I have the Alpin Gambit from the French after we play e4, e6, French defense, d4, d5, and here we sack the pawn with bishop to e3. Not too much to say here, not too special of a position. After black captures, you have a couple of ways to play. You can go like knight to e2, or possibly knight d2, knight to c3. The engine's favorite here is to play pawn c3, with the idea of putting the queen on c2 and attacking like this. Not too much to say. The most annoying thing here is that black can defend with f5, at which point this pawn is actually pretty hard to get at, but still, knight d2, and you have a very solid position, probably knight f6. In the future, you can probably also play pawn to f3 to try and chip away at them. Yeah, not too much to say, not too special of a gambit. Let's move on. 315, the Ross Gambit, not the other one. This is from the center game, comes after e4, e5, d4, center game, black captures, and here you play bishop to d3. This is very similar to the French one we saw just a second ago. Yeah, they capture the pawn. Black can try to defend with some moves, maybe c5 here, or probably bishop c5 is their best try. We can keep developing. We can now play like knight d2 or probably knight f3, and after d6, castles, you have a fine gambit position. This guy is pretty weak. You're probably going to end up winning him or trading him off later with a potential c3. You don't have entire compensation, but you have a very good amount of compensation in return. Not too much to say. Let's move on. At 314, I have the Lucchini Gambit. This is a personal favorite of mine after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to c4 here, bishop c5, gocho piano, and after d3 by white, we sacrifice the pawn with f5. This move on its own is honestly not that great. If white does capture, you're probably going to get a good game here after like d5. Attacking the bishop, you take the whole center, probably bishop b5 here. And you have a couple ways to play, probably queen up to d6, maybe a knight up to e7. You're doing well here, not too much to say in those variations. Problem is more so, if they try something else, like knight c3, and just kind of ignore us, then now their bishop is peering right into our position, which is kind of bad. However, this gambit does get some points because there's a very fun trap, which comes after knight g5. If white tries to get in like this, you let them. You play f4, knight drops into f7, and now queen comes into h4 here, threatening a checkmate, so white wants to stop it. The most natural move is to simply castle, and here you're winning after knight to f6, knight captures rook, and knight g4, and at the end of the day, there are too many threats for them to counter against, and you're going to end up winning. And while that trap is very fun, let's be honest, most of the time it's not going to happen, in which case you'll be left with a kind of miserable position, but overall, it's not too bad. Hey, I will go bitch for 3. Hey! Coming at 313, I have the Philidor Gambit coming from the King's Gambit after e4, e5, f4 here. They capture, accepted, knight f3, g5, and after bishop c4 here, black plays bishop to g7, developing their piece. And here, the move to play the Philidor is h4. If you want to play h4, the problem is you should play it on this move, or back here, you should play h4 now. By playing it here, black has the extra option of going h6, at which point, if you try to capture after pawn takes and this trade, which is not possible before because the rook would just be lost, the bishop would not be defending. I mean, you can go d4, take the whole center, but this is just kind of subpar. It's not that it's a bad variation, it's just that there's a better one, so what's the point of this guy? At 312, I have the Miles Gambit after e4, e5, f4 kings, d5 Falkbeer counter gambit. They take on d5, and here you have a few ways to play. You can capture, you can push up to e4, or go for some counter gambit here of c6, but the move here is bishop c5. Just kind of letting their pawn hang in the center, and it is up for white to decide what to do. They cannot really capture again, because queen comes into h4, and this is very bad news for them. They have to play g3 here, at which point queen e4 check, and they're losing a rook. So that's a fun little trap that they can fall for. But their better tries here is likely to go either queen e2, which is very rare, or more likely knight c3, just defending the pawn in the center, at which point, although bishop c5 looks good and does peer into their position, without any other pieces, it's not actually doing that much, and from here, the only really good options are to play either knight e7, just kind of go for some subpar development, at which point they can take on e5, and after probably captures, and you have a couple ways to play here, maybe knight takes on d5, I mean, it's not a bad position, but it's really nothing too special. Or they can also try another move here, maybe captures, or we can try this move. But if you're going to play captures on f4, you should probably just have played it back here, where it's a lot better. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too good, like a lot of these gambits that I'm going through right now. Let's move on. 311, we have the Tübingen gambit after knight c3. Knight f6, and here now the move g4. This is not too special. We've seen some like this so far. If they decide to capture, then after e4 here, attacking their knight and taking the center, if they just back up right away, this is great for us. We can now play e5, and they have to back up to g8, which is depressing. Instead, their better try is d5, defending like this, at which point you can play, you can capture the pawn on d5 here, and after e5, this is more or less an even position, maybe slightly better for black because you've lost the g-pawn, but you do have some attacking prospects in the future, or instead try the more low-key d6, like so. Then after probably h3, knight backs up, and d4, you once again have the whole center. This is a good gambit. Its bigger flaw, I would say, though, is that if they decide to not capture, they can just play a move like probably h6 here, prevent g5, which is very annoying for us, at which point g4 is just kind of a waste of time, not very a useful move, but overall, it's not that bad. At 310, I have the Maroczy variation, or Maroczy gambit, or of the elephant gambit. I'll show you what I mean. Comes after e4, e5, knight to f6, and now d5, which is the elephant gambit. White takes the pawn on d5, and here you have a couple of main options. You can try to take the pawn immediately, you can push up to e4, or this option, which is the move bishop d6. This defends the pawn, however, simply it's just not fast enough, and with the elephant gambit, this one objectively is not great, so you really have to try and move quick. This is just not moving fast enough. White has many good options here. Really, any developing move is good for them. Their best try would likely be d4, and here, after probably captures, they can take back with their queen, knight to f6. I wouldn't say you have a bad position, but it's definitely not that great. I would not like this for black. Instead here, probably e4 is your best try, and after, knight drops into e5, knight to f6. I mean, you're fine here. Not too much to say. It's not a bad position, but it's not that exciting. 309, I have the Hinkman gambit after c4, f5, Anglo-Dutch defense, and here, now e4. Not too special. Point is, after black captures here, this pawn is very weak. We can attack it with knight c3, probably knight f6, defending now, and we have a variety of options. Our best try is likely d3, which is probably the main problem in this gambit. If we could play d4 here, that would be great, but black could simply go either captures, which would be annoying, or simple e6, and just ignore us, at which point they can go bishop e7, strike in the center of d5, at which point and we don't really have compensation for the pawn. However, back here, if we do play d3 with the intention of capturing here, this is likely our best try, and after like captures, you can take back right away. They do potentially have some tactics on their weakened king side, probably knight c6 from them now, or maybe e6. You can go knight f3, complete your development. You have a bit of an odd position with no space in the center with your pawns, except for this guy, but that's not very useful. But overall, might be a little bit off-brand, but it's fine. 309, it is winter time. That rhymed, and that is beautiful. But this comes after g3, e5, bishop g2, d5 now. We now play c4, striking them immediately. Black decides to take and try to win the extra pawn. And here we play the move b3. It's just not the best move here, but it's not bad either. If you want to regain the pawn like this, just play like queen a4 and go for this. By playing b3 here, after captures and queen takes, is it bad? No. But is it anything special? No. I mean, we're threatening a pawn on b7. Black can pretty easily defend with like any move, maybe c6 or potentially knight c6 here is what the engine likes the most. And after d3, I mean, we're fine. Like, yeah, I don't really have much to say here. Our development isn't that bad, but it's just not that special. There's a lot better ways to play. Let's move on. 307, I have the Novikov Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, they capture, accepted. We now play e3 attacking. Black strikes back immediately with e5, which is an underrated option for black here. We now capture on c4, they take on d4. We now play queen b3, attacking the f7 pawn, and black defends with queen e7. And here you have a couple of very good ways to play, but here you just play the most awkward move, knight d2. It just doesn't make sense. Why would you purposely block out the bishop? Here, after black captures, you now have to capture back with the pawn. And because you have such good development, this is still a very strong position. Their queen defends the pawn. But one, you have much better options, like back here. Maybe a simple knight to f3 is just better in practically, objectively, every way you can imagine. But with knight d2, I guess the idea is that queen b4 check is prevented because, you know, it's not check anymore, the knight blocks. But this is simply not worth it. The bad pawn structure isn't enough to make up for that, but overall, it's still fine. 305, I have the Blackmar Gambit, or the Jadot one. Don't get mad at me yet. It's not what you think. Comes after a d4, d5, e4 captures the Blackmar Gambit, and here we play the immediate f3. Usually here you would play knight c3 to attack the pawn first, and black would defend with knight f6. At which point, this is good for you. Got an extra piece developed. This very much favors you. By playing f3 first, you just kind of remove that potential, which there's no point to do. And black has like a lot of options here. Pretty much all of their options are stronger now. If they just want to capture here, then after knight takes back, it's probably about equal as before. But if they try a different option, like maybe c5 or potentially e5 here, this is very not much going well for you after like you have to maybe push. This is not going well. Knight f6, I mean, it's not that bad. Back here, you're probably going to get an okay game in most of your games, but overall, as a gambit, it's not great. 304, I have a very long name one. This might be one of the longest names. The Labordanas Danker Gambit after e4, e5, bishop c5, bishop's opening, or sorry, bishop c4, bishop c5 by black, and here we play b4, the McDonald Gambit. They capture, and now c3. Point here being, it's kind of like an Evans Gambit, and most of these Evan Gambits wannabes are pretty bad. However, this one is actually quite good. They just back up all the way to like e7 here. Then after d4, we're doing well. You really have nothing to complain about. Problem is more so the biggest problem in the Evans Gambit is move bishop a5 here. This is always black's best try, and it applies here as well, at which point you can't really play d4 right away. because pawn captures, and we can't take back because of the pin, which is annoying. Instead here, you probably have to play like knight to f3, probably knight c6, and after d4 and captures, this has transposed into the Evans Gambit, which is going to be good for you after like castles. And yeah, this can be fine. This is a line from the Evans Gambit, but it's not the best line. Still though, this is overall pretty good. Most likely will transpose to the Evans, but if it doesn't, it might end up very bad. 303, I have another gambit that I searched for and just could not find. If one of you detectives want to help me in the comments, that would be great, but otherwise, sadly, this one is going to belong in the mystery drawer. At 302, I have the Pollock Gambit after e4, e5, knight c3 Vienna, knight f6, and g3, the Mises variation. Here, we now play bishop c5, bishop g2, knight c6, and after knight g to e2, we strike immediately in the center with d5. The point here is that after white captures, you have two options. You can play knight to d4 or knight to b4. Knight b4 is the engine's choice, simply being that we're going to win the pawn back on the very next move, and after like castles, you can take immediately, or probably castling as well is the best option here, d3, and captures. Not too much to say, it's more or less an equal position. If you want that, you could go for this. The other, a little more risky, but probably more fun option is knight d4, with the key idea here being that if white takes, you can take the pawn, and you've now opened the e-file, and their knight is attacked, which can go in a lot of ways. Or back here, if they try to ignore it and just castle, you can play bishop g4, take advantage of the pin you have here, at which point white actually has a pretty tight position, and they have to be surprisingly careful. 301, the Lewis Gambit comes after e4, e5, we get the double bishops opening, and here, the immediate gambit, d4. Point here is that if they take with the pawn, then this is not great because bishop takes f7 check, king takes, and queen h5, and after this and this is an equal material position where this guy is very weak and you're likely going to end up winning him, but this can still go many ways. Or if you don't like that, you can still play other moves like knight to f3 if you would like. But back here, the best move is to take with the bishop, at which point after knight f3, knight to c6 here, this trade in the center, and now bishop e3. Not too much to say, it's not that special of a position. Knight backs up to c6. Here you can just castle. The engine's choice is actually queen g4, which can get quite fun and risky, but overall, most of the time you're just going to get more normal and kind of boring positions, but, I mean, it's still not a bad gambit, it's more just average. And at the big 300, I have the Demer Gambit after d4, d5, c4, c6, Slav defense, and now e4. Point of this gambit is that after black captures, you can play knight to c3 and immediately attack their pawn. If they try f5 here to defend, this is the engine's favorite choice, but here after a move like f3, this proves to be very, very weakening. They would have to find e5 here, which is not a move that you would probably find in the middle of a game, and if they try to trade instead, then now their king side is just irreparably damaged, and you have more than enough compensation for the lost pawn. Back here though, if they try to defend with their pieces, knight f6, your best try here is likely to go knight to e2, with the plan of moving your knight to g3, and then your queen to c2 eventually, and then trying to win the pawn on e4. The main problem here is you're just wasting a lot of time, winning the pawn back when you could be just, developing your pieces, but overall, it's not that bad. At 299, the Mason counter gambit comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, f5, the Latvian gambit, which is a little bit dubious, and here we now play the move d4. There's nothing wrong with this, it's more so that it's just not really the best try against the Latvian. After pawn captures on e4, we can now take on e5 for our knight, something like knight f6 here probably, maybe bishop e2, trying to get in. Black can solidly defend with a move like g6 here. And at the end of the day, we have a slightly better position, but honestly, there are a lot better of ways to play against Latvian. More so, this just isn't the best way. At 298, I have the Grob Gambit after g4. Black plays d5, attacking the pawn, and here we don't defend, we go bishop g2. Objectively, the engine really does not like this one. They say black can simply take or just play a solid move like c6 and just be totally fine here. However, practically, after black captures, we can now play c4, and there is a lot of tricks that black can fall for. For example, a common one is black will play c6 to defend. We can now capture, and play knight to c3. Once again, attack. By the way, they can't really push up here because then bishop takes on b7 is always going to be bad news for them. And a lot of people just defend with pawn e6, but now queen a4, and they are losing a piece. So that's already one fun little trap, but the other one's probably a bit more common is back here. Now, knight to f6, defending, we go knight c3, more pressure, and after something like e6 here, queen to b3. There's a lot of options on how this can go. The most common way is now knight b to d7, at which point after a central trade, we can win one pawn back. But at the end of the day, bishop d6, and we're still kind of worse here. Plus, I'm pretty sure I messed up a little bit. There's definitely better options for black. Still though, if you want the tricks, this gambit is very, very good at those, but otherwise, it kind of crumbles. 297, I have the Harding Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, a Ruy Lopez. And here, black plays d5, the Spanish counter gambit, which is not their best option, will now play knight takes on e5 here, attack their pinned knight, and black tries a tricky queen g5, attacking our knight in g2 pawn. The best move here is to simply back the knight up to f3. However, you can play this gambit with knight takes on c6. Now, this does get rid of all of your advantage, but black has to play pretty carefully. They must play queen takes on g2 here to attack your rook, and you have a couple of options. The main move here is queen to f3, which does not hang the queen, because after takes, knight to e5 check, c6, any other move would be losing, and now knight takes. At the end of the day here, you are up a pawn. The engine still doesn't like your position that much, but you're up a pawn. Black is also like equally as undeveloped as you are, and I think you have a fine game ahead of you, if nothing incredible. 296, I have the Jaff Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, another Ruy Lopez. And here, black goes a6, attacking their bishop. We back it up to a4, and after knight to f6 here, attacking the pawn, we sacrifice it with c3. Point being here, that if black captures right away, this is not their best move. We can play d4 here, but what is even better is a simple queen e2. Attack their knight and the pawn behind it, and after something like knight c5 here, you can play knight takes on e5. If they take our bishop, then knight takes c6. We win their queen with a discovered check and attack, so that's very, very good. If instead they capture, then after queen takes, queen e7, this trade, and now our bishop backs up to c2. We have a fine position here. It's not that special, but there's nothing wrong with it. We'll quickly go d4 here, and we have a fine game ahead of us. The problem is all the way back here. Their best move, instead of capturing, back here, is after knight f6 and c3. They can play b5 first. Bishop is going to have to back up to c2 to defend, and now d5. Striking in center immediately, and we're not completely equipped to handle this as well as we could. However, overall, it's still a fine gambit. 295, the Blockley Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, we capture, knight to f3, and we play knight c6, the Maclia defense, which is not our best try here, it's just not that great, but white plays bishop c4, and here, we now play the move g5. This gambit is good for you. It shares a lot of its DNA with the immediate g5 back here, but simply by playing knight c6 first, you just give white other options to play moves like d4 or potentially knight c3, both of which would probably give white a small advantage rather than you, but after bishop c4 and g5 here, this is still an okay position. 294, I have the Wade Gambit after c4 English, f5, Anglo-Dutch, and here g4, sacrificing the pawn. This one is pretty straightforward. After black captures here, you have a couple of options. You can strike and center right away with a move like e4, or just keep developing. My favorite would probably be h3 here. Point being, if they capture once again, then after d4 here, this pawn is completely dead, and once you capture it, you're going to have open g and h files, both pointed against their king side, which is already weakened. So you're probably going to get a lot of very good attacks against black in this line. The main problem is back here, after like h3, black can just play something like d6, and if they try to not capture on h3, it's probably going to go a little bit worse for us, but after like d4 here, we still have a good position. 293, I have the Bilowiecki Gambit. This one only has 10 or so games played ever, and you'll see why. Comes after d4, knight f6, c4 here, and now e6, and after knight c3, we play bishop b4. This is the Nimzo Indian defense. Now queen c2, classical variation, d5, striking in center. White captures us, and you can take back with the pawn here, but we actually take back with the queen, which is not bad, but definitely atypical. White now plays knight f3. We go queen f5, offering a trade here of queens, and white backs the queen up to d1 here, which is just not a logical move, and here we now sacrifice the pawn with e5. This isn't a bad gambit. It is just going to be extremely rare. In fact, I'd be extremely surprised if anyone watching this video has ever gotten it, and I don't think anyone in history has ever gotten it more than once, so, you know, what can you really say? But after pawn takes and knight launches into the center, we're probably fine here. Bishop d2, maybe just knight c6, developing. Yeah, I mean, we're fine. 292, the Wagner Gambit comes after d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, bishop g5 here, the Tory attack, and now c5, attacking our pawn in the center, and we sack it with e4. Point here is that after pawn takes, we can take back, but if you want to play in spirit of the gambit, you're going to push up to e5. And after the following line here, h6, counterattacking the bishop, bishop backs up, g5, pawn takes, and now queen takes on d4. At the end of the day, black can go knight c6, and here we're actually up a pawn now, which is a little bit surprising. But even though we have a very good strong pawn on f6, we really don't have any like solid or concrete way to actually attack them. Our development is kind of lacking, and after like queen b6 here, yeah, we're up a pawn, but it's not really helping us in any substantial way, and we're likely going to have to play knight b to d2 and sacrifice it right back. Coming at 291, the Colorado counter gambit comes after knight to f3. We go knight to c6 here. White now plays e4, and we sacrifice the pawn with f5. Engine is not a fan of this one, but practically it ends up working quite well. If they capture, here we can simply play knight to f6, or our best try is likely d5, and we're going to get a pretty simple and standard gambit position. Here, maybe after something like, I don't know, d4, we can take. We don't have an incredible position, but I would not call it bad by any means. Maybe it's a little subpar, but, you know, nothing really wrong with it. And if they try something else, if they try to, like, push up to e5 here, then after d6, we can immediately chip away at them. Captures. And here you can play a very fun gambit with e5, like takes, queen takes, and even though here you are down a pawn, you have a big center, an extra piece developed, which I guess is a queen. You're doing quite well. Coming at 290, I have the Sturm Gambit after f4, d5, and c4, sacrificing the pawn. This is pretty standard. Point is that after black captures, you can now strike in the center right away with potentially e4 here, which might be a little bit too much, or potentially e3 is what the engine likes a little bit more. And it's very solid, not too much to say. After like knight c6, we can take the pawn back, probably bishop f5 now by black, and knight f3. Not too much to say. We can try to push in center soon with d3, e4, quickly castle. We just have a fine position. 289, I have a very fun one, the Heavendell Gambit. This comes after d4, f5, the Dutch defense, and white plays g4, the Krajik Gambit trying to get us to take, and here we actually sack the pawn with e5. This move now strikes in center right away and is a very clear counter gambit. Point being here is that after white captures, by now taking on g4, it's a bit of a different position. Their pawn is now on e5, which is going to be a very good target for us to attack, and after something like probably h3 here, we can go d6, defend everybody, and after possibly captures, bishop takes, maybe takes here, and bishop takes back. At the end of the day, we actually might get equal material like we do here. Development is quite easy, and we have a good game ahead of us. 288, I have the Zaitsev Gambit after d4, knight to f6, c4, g6 by black, knight to c3, and d5, the Grunfeld, and here we played the very fun move, h4. This very clearly shows our intentions. We're trying to push up to h5 and eventually start some kind of a kingside attack over there. There's a lot of ways this can go. Most likely after like a c6 here, we can now capture, pawn captures, and bishop g5. And we'll likely try to either trade or pin the knight away and then push up to h5, at which point h4 back here is not the most useful move, but if you really want to attack, this is a fun option. 287, the Nescafe Frappe Gambit, not sure how this one got its name, not sponsored, comes after d4, knight to f6, c4, c5, the Benoni, here now d5, and b5, the Banco Gambit. We are going to accept it. a6 now, attacking us. We play knight c3, pawn captures, e4 now, b4 by black, and we're actually going to move our knight into b5 here. And black has to be very careful. If they try to capture an e4 right away, this does not work because queen e2. Attacking their knight, and if they're not careful, knight backs up, knight d6 is just straight up smothered checkmate. So, you know, that's quite a fun and quick win. But otherwise, if they play d6 instead, officially we get this opening after the move bishop c4 now. And now they can capture on e4. It's still not great after queen e2. And knight drops back to f6. We can now go bishop f4. And here we have so much firepower on them that black has to be really careful here to actually defend. Their best try here, though, is to simply not accept the pawn and just play something else like a knight b to d7 first, or possibly g6, bishop g7, and castles, at which point our knight on b5, while surprisingly safe, is not really doing much and is not being very helpful. It's kind of like very far out of the way, but overall, this is still a very good gambit. 286, I have the Kevitz Gambit after e4, e5, we get another Ruy Lopez, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5 now. And here we go g6, the fianchetto defense, white plays c3, going for d4, and here we strike in the center with f5. Now, at first, this looks really stupid, but the point here is that if white actually decides to capture, we can push up to e4, which is surprisingly annoying. They'll probably have to play something here like their knight backs up to g1, or maybe try to trade first, and after this, play knight e5. But still here, we can now go queen f6, attack the knight, attack the pawn, and we have a great game ahead of us, which is surprisingly good considering how dumb f5 looks. Their best try here would probably be d4, counter-striking in the center, at which point after captures and knight takes, we have a kind of sad position. But to be fair, after bishop g7 and one trade here, probably like this, we're honestly not doing that bad here. Bishop backs up, we can strike in the center soon with a d4, and from here, knight f6, castles, and even though it looks very odd, we actually have a good game. 285 have the Krajik Gambit after d4, f5 Dutch defense, and now g4 here. Not too much to say about this gambit. It's not too special. After black captures, you have a couple options. You can strike in the center right away with like e4, an attack like this, but after d5, This probably is not great. Black is defending. A better option would likely be h3 here, and if they capture right away, then after like rook captures, or honestly you can just wait and play something else like e4, this guy's dead. In the future you're going to have both the open g and h files for attack, and you have a very good game ahead of you. Main problem here is that if black decides to not capture and instead play like d5 here to try and defend like this, we're not going to have the best game ahead of us, but it's not something I would call bad. 284, the Hornung Gambit, comes after e4, knight to c6, the Nimzovich defense, d4, d5, and here we sacrifice the pawn with bishop e3. This one isn't too special. After black captures, you have a couple ways to play here, but the best way is d5, attacking their knight, and they have to be a bit careful here. If they back up to like b8, which a lot of people do, then, you know, we're doing well here because they've undeveloped. If they play something else like e5, this is their most common option. Then after knight c3, we're attacking their pawn, which is quite weak, and after knight f6, we can play queen into d4 here and simply win the pawn back, at which point we're going to have maybe a slightly worse position, but really we're completely okay here. 283, I have the Fritz Gambit after we play g4, black goes d5, and we go bishop g2, the Grob Gambit. They take, and now c4 here. Not too much to say. This is your best try with the Grob Gambit. It's not the best according to the engine, but it is hyper tricky, especially with moves like a knight to c3 to add more pressure, and also queen b3 to add more pressure to this, and the pawn on b7. Excuse me. You have a good game ahead of you. Not too much to say. It's very tricky. Objectively, yeah, if black knows what they're doing, you're probably going to end up a little worse, but you'll be fine. At 282, I have the Jeller Gambit after d4, d5, c4, c6, Slav. We now play knight c3, knight to f6, knight to f3, and after black captures on c4, here we push our pawn up to e4. And with this move, we are down a pawn, but we're likely to capture back, and black here must play the move b5. If they find this move, then you're probably not going to have a great game. You'll likely have to play like a bishop e2 here, at which point maybe they can try to push up to b4, and after like knight a4, captures, and now bishop takes on c4. You are fine here, but this is about even. It's nothing special for you. The good part is that most people will not play b5, and if they do not, if they play something else, like anything else, literally like bishop g4 or whatever, then after bishop takes back, you're already doing fantastic. 281, the Blackburn Gambit from the Scandinavian, comes after e4, d5, white captures, now c6, takes, and immediately knight takes back on c6. Honestly, not too much to say here. It's a very basic gambit. We're down a pawn, but we have an extra piece developed. It's a little better against the Scandinavian because most of the time white will be able to play in a very similar way. So this is good. And after like maybe knight c3 here, possibly knight f6. The good thing here, another good thing, is that white cannot play d4 now, which is commonly known as their best try against the Scandi. So after something else like knight f3, we could potentially push up to e5. And even though we are down a pawn here, we have a very good amount of compensation in return. 280, I have the Bogoljubov Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, black captures, and here we delay the move e4, we instead play knight f3 first, knight f6, and now knight c3 by us. The problem here is black can go a6, and at this point we play the gambit with e4. Not too much to say. The problem here is more so that black can play b5, hang on to their pawn, at which point, even though we have a big space advantage in the center, we cannot really use it that effectively. And also because black just played a6, 99% of the time they will end up playing b5 here, which is a bit annoying, but still, after like e5, knight drops to the center, you can still play a move like a4 here, try to chip away at them, and black must be pretty careful to keep their advantage, but even so, we're not doing that bad here. 279, I have the Dorfman Gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, d6, and bishop b5 going for a Moscow or canal. We now play a knight c6, or sorry, black plays knight c6, we now castle, bishop d7 undoing the pin, queen e2, enhancing this defending, and after g6, we sack the pawn here with pawn up to e5. Now black must actually be a little careful here. Their best try is to go knight takes back on e5, and after knight takes, if they try to take our bishop first, then queen takes and b5 check, queen blocks, and queen takes is checkmate, so that's something to look out for. But if black does take back right away, then after queen takes on e5, attacking the rook in the corner, they can play knight f6 and defend here, or they can try bishop takes on b5, and after queen takes, this is looking a little sketchy after bishop takes and king takes. Technically, even or material is even, but, you know, this is a little sketchy. My queen is still stuck in the corner. If you want to go for this after knight to f6, it's kind of Probably here we have to instead play queen takes and g8, at which point the game is still complicated, can go many ways. That's something to look out for. But if they instead play knight f6 back here, then after this capture, we can take this pawn, and at the end of the day, we might actually be the ones up a pawn, but that might not be the best thing in the world. Overall, though, despite what I've said, this is still an okay gambit. 278, we have an extremely rare one. This comes after knight a3, the sodium attack. We now play e5, attacking their knight. They move it to the center to attack the pawn. We defend with our knight, and after white plays e4 here, with this position, we play pawn up to f5. This is a pretty basic gambit. It's made better simply by the fact that they've played in such a odd way, and also now that d5 will come with tempo, so if they capture, then we can now play knight f6, d5 will come soon, the pawn will be recaptured, and they just have a very awkward and kind of bad position. Their very best try here would likely be knight to f3, because if captures, they can take our pawn on e5, and here, after one more trade, knight f6, we can easily go c6 and d5 in these positions, and we have a very good game ahead of us. Some points are taken off, though, purely by the fact that you will never ever face this, but if you do, this might be a fun option. 277, I have the Nimzovich gambit coming from the French after e4, e6, d4, d5, e5 here, advanced French, black now plays c5. The universal move here is c3 or potentially knight to f3, but here we play the very odd queen g4, which is the Nimzovich gambit, which puts pressure on g7, but at the cost of letting black capture, and here the move is knight to f3, this being the Nimzovich gambit. Point here, we're attacking the pawn, we're likely going to end up winning it back, but not right away, because of knight c6, we probably don't want to capture, because takes, this maneuver has been useless, and black now has a solid advantage. So instead, after this, we'll likely go bishop d3, quickly castle, or potentially even start pushing up with h4, h5, potentially h6. This is not objectively the best, but practically, this is quite a fun weapon against the French. 277, I have the Blackburn-Kloosterbauer gambit after e4, d5, Scandinavian, they capture, and now c6. This might look a little odd because we saw this gambit a second ago, where after white captured, we took back with the knight. However, after c6, there is an additional option here with e5, which does fare a little better, and you'll probably see later on, and so this is where it goes. 275, I have the Cotter gambit. This one is really hard to rank, comes after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit, they capture, knight f3, g5, and after h4, push up to g4, knight to g5, which is the Algier gambit, black plays h6, forcing us to capture an f7. This one is very tricky to rank because even though the engine really does not like this, engine's giving a more modest score now, but a second ago it was like -2. Practically, this scores very well for white. There's a lot of options here. You can capture in g4, you can play bishop c4 check. The main problem here is after like this check, black can play d5, bishop captures, and now king walks over somewhere like the g7. This pawn is now defended, which is kind of annoying, and our attack is kind of stopped. If we try to go the other way, if we try to capture first, then knight f6, queen takes, and now bishop d6. At which point, it's not bad, but there's a lot better options. 274, I have the horsefly gambit after d4, knight f6, c4, knight to c6, the Mexican defense, or two knights tango. We now push up to d5, knight launches into the center, and here we let them take the c4 pawn with f4. Point is, after captures, we go e4. We now have a gigantic center. They're pretty much forced to back up to b6 here, and you have a couple options. Probably knight c3 is the best one to just solidly defend your center, and after something like e6 here, this gambit would be a lot better if we can now play e5, but sadly it's prevented. Also back here it's prevented because they just capture, which would be bad. But after e6 here, potentially this trade, pawn takes, and this black here is up a pawn, and we don't have a ton of compensation in return. But after bishop d2 here, we still have a space advantage. We're going to quickly long castle, and their king is stuck in the center, so this can go either way. At 273, I have the Romford counter gambit after g4 by white. We play d5, bishop g2, they play the Grob gambit, we accept, and then I'll play c4, trying to add some pressure onto our pawn in the center, and here we play the move d4. The point here is that, yes, white plays bishop takes on b7, and after knight to d7, they go ahead and win our rook in the corner. But here, even though white is up 2 points of material, they have a very positionally bad position. The rook is trapped in the corner. The only way to not lose it is to play a move like f3, at which point we back the bishop up to f5. And even though, yes, white is up material, we have at least equality. Engine gives us slightly better because their position is very bad. The knight cannot be developed. Their king side is dead. No development is really easy at all. And because of that, even after something like h4, which is what the engine considers their best try, we can simply go e5. Take the whole center, development is easy, and surprisingly, we're actually doing very well here, even though if white can end up consolidating, we're simply going to be down material. 272 have the El Columpio gambit after e4, knight c6, knight f3, knight to f6, and after you push up to e5, they play knight g4, the El Columpio defense, which is not a common or very good defense, but it is something. We will now play d4, defend our center of the pawn. Black plays d6, chip away at us, and here we play h3, knight has to back up to h6, no other options, and now we push up to e6. With this move, one, they cannot take with the bishop, because then d5, they get forked and we're just winning material. So instead, they probably have to take with the pawn instead. And the idea of the sacrifice is that after this trade, now here, we can simply go c3, and even though we are down a pawn here, we have a very solid position. Development is going to be very easy, and black has a horrible pawn structure. Doubled h pawns that are isolated, and also doubled e pawns that are very not helpful to their position. 271, I have the Nimzovich gambit after e4, e6, d4, d5 French, and after e5, the advance, while black pushes c5. Attack our pawn in the center, and here we play the very tricky queen g4. The point of this move, it looks very odd, but the point is that after black captures, we don't take, we'll simply keep developing, likely with a bishop d3 here, a potential knight f3 or knight e2, and despite the fact that we are down a pawn and this guy might be a little weak, we have a lot of pressure on g7 and their entire king side, and by preventing castling, we can likely go h4, h5, h6, and just keep on rolling the attack. Despite how this looks, the attack carries on and it works successfully. 270, the Ghulam Qasim gambit comes after e4, e5, f4 king's gambit, they capture, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, and after g4 here, you play the move d4. The point is, after captures, yeah, you're down a piece, but this pawn is not going to survive, and you have a very big center. Bishop and queen are pointing at each other, and you can castle pretty quickly. It's not bad, but the problem is you're just not making threats fast enough. Black here can pretty easily go d5, and after bishop takes c6, bishop will probably have to back up. and they can capture the pawn on d4. Now that castling is prevented. Surprisingly, black actually is hanging on here despite how their position looks, which is very annoying. And also, you just have a much better option here with the immediate castles. This is the Muzio Gambit, and it's basically the same thing, but we've castled first, which is a lot more useful. So, Ghulam Qasim, it's not bad really, but it's more so you have a better option. 269, funny number. I have the Von Popul Gambit after d4, d5, e4, Blackmar Gambit, captures, knight c3, knight to f6, Blackmar Demer, and here we now play the move bishop g5. This is not quite as good as the normal f3 option in the Blackmar Demer, but this is a very good side option. Key being here that black's only real good move is likely h6. Any other move will give us a very good game simply because we can capture and then capture the pawn. And after h6, this trade, and then we capture the pawn, we don't have an incredible position. Black can still go knight c6, but after like c3 here, or potentially bishop b5 pinning, I would not say we have a bad position here. We've regained the pawn, development's pretty easy, we can move our queen out and potentially long castle, and we have a pretty good game ahead of us. And if they play something else here, like, I don't know, something else, let's say bishop f5, not immediately going for this, then now f3 is a very good option. Captures, knight takes back, or actually here, queen takes is good to attack the bishop and the pawn on b7. It's not objectively your best try in the Blackmar Demer, but overall, it's a pretty good thing. 268, I have the Vampire Gambit, which one of my viewers pointed out for me, thank you very much, comes after c4. Black now plays e5, and we go f4. I don't think this one is officially recognized, but it is the Vampire Gambit. Point here is that after black captures, we can play knight to f3, and we're very quickly going to go d4, capture the pawn, and have a good game ahead of us. Their absolute best try here is bishop e7 to go for this, which is very annoying. We'd have to play queen b3 here, and after a check, we can trade g3, and then this is defended like so. That's how we would have to play there, but otherwise, we're probably going to get a very good game. Like, let's say they play something random, let's say knight c6, we can play d4, take the center. They try to counter-strike back at us, we can simply take the pawn on f4, takes, and now d5. The knight has to get kicked away, we'll soon play e4, capture the pawn back, and we have a very, very good game ahead of us. The only real problem is, once again, a lot of those bishop e7 lines are very annoying and really challenge us. Also, potential g5s and g4s can get a little sketchy, but overall, this is a good gambit. 267, the Ferenc Gambit comes after c4, f5 Anglo-Dutch, knight c3, knight f6, and here we sacrifice a pawn with e4. The reason we play this is that if knight captures, then after this trade, we can play queen to h5 check, g6, and now queen to e5, and we can straight up win the pawn back like this, at which point it's a very odd position, but our queen is in center, it cannot be easily kicked out, and a quick d4, bishop e3, and you actually have a pretty good space advantage, while black cannot castle kingside, which is quite annoying. There are better tries likely to take with the pawn instead, at which point you can play d3, just attack them, or potentially d4, and after captures, bishop takes back. Not too much to say. Pretty sure you've seen this exact position before. Yeah, not too unique. Typical game position. Knight f3, castles. You have no problems. 266, I have the Rasa Studio Gambit. There's another one of these from the Blackmar Demer, which came a lot earlier. This is from the Carol Khan after e4, c6, d4, d5, knight c3. They capture, and here, now f3. This one shares a lot of DNA with the Blackmar Demer. Most of the time, it's going to end up transposing after, like, captures, and knight takes back on f3. This is not the greatest variation because c6 is already one of the most legitimate lines against the Blackmar Demer, and you've already made black, like, preemptively play it. So after, like, knight f6, potentially bishop c4 here, bishop f5, and castles, this is straight up a transposition into the Blackmar Demer, and you're already giving them, like, in one of the best defenses from the Blackmar Demer, so it's not your best try, but there are still a lot of tactics here. For example, a lot of people will go, like, e6, and here you can play a very tricky knight into e4, and if black does not find bishop back to g6, this may end up very, very bad for them, but overall, this is just okay. 265, I have the Trenchiansk to police gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, Italian game, knight to f6, and now knight g5 here. We get a fried liver, and black goes for bishop c5, the Traxler counterattack. And here we have a couple good ways to play with knight takes an f7, or more likely bishop takes, but here you play the move d4, which is not a bad move. It will give you a very good chance against the Traxler. Point being, if after black captures, now you can play knight takes an f7 safely, whereas before they would have this sacrifice, king takes, and knight takes on e4. But here, simply because you've covered all of these squares with your bishop now by playing d4 first, your king can safely run to g1, and you are completely okay here. You've really no problems. Once you survive, you'll be completely fine. Problem is more so back here, if they know the move d5, this is probably going to be bad news for you. We're going to be a little bit better, but it will take a lot of time. And otherwise, I would honestly just say this is a kind of impractical weapon because, one, objectively, bishop takes f7 is better, and also it's probably easier to play as well. After king e7, just back the bishop up. If you really want to try and really test a Traxler, d4 is a good option, but otherwise, you have much more practical ways to play against this. At 264, I have the Wagner-Zwitzerch gambit, thanks how I say it, comes after f4, f5, double bird, and now the move e4. This is surprisingly a lot better than it looks. The point here is that after captures, you can go d3. Attack the pawn immediately. If they take once again, then after bishop takes, you're doing quite well here. The pawn on f4 advance actually just takes more space in center, which is good. They also have a very weakened diagonal, which you might be able to take advantage of. And after like knight f6, you can play an ultra aggressive g4 if you want, which is just a lot of fun. Try and push up to g5. That cannot really go wrong for you. The bad part here is that if they play knight f6 to defend like this is probably a little more tricky because after captures, and bishop at d3, they can also try to defend d5 here, which might be annoying, but usually they'll just back up to f6, and after g4, you get a very similar position. 263, I have the Albin Blackburn gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, d6, Philidor defense, and after bishop g4 here, white plays d4, and now we play bishop g4, pinning their knight to their queen. They capture, we go knight to d7. With this move, we're attacking the pawn, which is pinned, or not defended because their knight is going like this. So, pretty much everybody here is going to capture, which is good. There's very similar gambits to this in the Philidor, but in a lot of those, they don't really have to take, which is annoying. Here, they pretty much have to take, and after bishop takes back, not too much to complain about. This is a pretty typical gambit position. You are down a pawn, but you have two extra pieces developed. You can go knight f6, queen e7, potentially long or short castle. You have a good game ahead of you. 262, the Sorensen gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, the king's gambit. They capture, knight f3, g5, d4, and after g4 here attacking our knight, we push it into e5. Which looks very odd because queen h4 is allowed, but the key idea here is after g3 takes, we have queen takes on a g4 with this action. So if they take right away, then after knight takes back and one more trade, here we are down a pawn, but we have more development. We have the open h file to play with and bigger center as well. More development. We have a good game ahead of us. Even though we are down a pawn, it's surprisingly good. And if they try the other option here of g2 with this discovered check, after queen takes, and they take our rook, here you have a couple options. The very fun one is likely knight takes on f7. If they take back, then queen h5, and you actually have a straight up perpetual. So if you want to go for that, you can go for that, or if you want to keep on playing, you can play a move like knight c3 here, and their queen is actually just straight up trapped. It cannot really go anywhere, and best case scenario, you'll go bishop f4, long castle, and eventually some type of bishop h3 action, and you'll end up trapping them, which could be great, but overall, they're likely to get out of the pickle and end up with an okay position. 261, the von der Lasse gambit comes after e4, e5, d4 center game, they take, and now we play bishop c4. This is not too special. This can often transpose into some kind of a Danish or some other gambit with c3 here. Yeah, pretty standard. After like knight c6 attacking, you can go knight f3, maybe knight to f6 here. You have a couple options. You can try to push up to e5, and this is actually straight up This is straight up transposed into the Scotch gambit. So if you want to go for that, that is a good option. Or back here, you can also try some independent line, potentially with an early c3, or maybe some type of knight e2 action. Both of these are good options. Not too much to say. There's not that much independent value here. It's just a pretty basic gambit without many problems. And also, if they play a bishop c5 here, you do have bishop takes, king takes, and queen h5 with a good game after this, because I cannot try an arrow, because you'll just end up winning the piece back. Probably this pawn as well. Good game ahead of you, not too much to complain about. 260, this one's a personal favorite of mine. I have the Russo gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, Italian game, and now f5 is the Russo gambit. A good thing about this one is that if they capture, you can now play e4, and already you are going to be winning a ton of your games because their knight has to back up to g1. It can also go to d4, but that is a very hard move to find with the idea of this sacrifice and queen comes in. Less than 1% of people even find that. Most people will just back up to g1, at which point you can confidently play d5, which is always my favorite, because even though they get this check, simply king e7. Bishop moves, knight to f6. Queen is going to have to drop back somewhere, at which point, you can take the pawn. Good game ahead of you. Not really much to complain about. Even though your king is awkward, it can walk to f7, at which point it won't really have many problems at all. The problem here is instead of capturing, they have a few good options. Either d3 or d4 are both legitimate lines. If d3, then after knight to f6 here, the key problem is that if we can't play d5, their bishop is peering right into our soul, meaning that we cannot castle, which will make me want to cry. But if they play something else here, like d4, both of these lines after captures, knight takes, and likely d5, although it is a little sketchy, you are surviving, which is the important part. Plus, in this position, common trap is queen h5 check, which loses after g6, knight captures, looks like they're winning, but simply knight to f6 here, attacking their queen, so they cannot capture our rook yet, and after queen drops back to h4, simply knight takes on d4, and they can get our rook, but we're going to get their rook, and at the end of the day, we're actually going to be completely winning here. So, that's a fun little trap to keep in mind. Overall, Russo, personal favorite of mine, but sadly, when objectively put to the test, it's not the best. 259, I have the Jadult Gambit from the Barnes opening after f3, which is Barnes opening, not very good, probably most commonly known for the Fool's Mate after e5, g4, and then queen in, which is just funny, but the Gambit here comes after black plays f5, we put e4, they capture, and now knight to c3. I mean, it's not that special. After black captures, knight takes back, we get a kind of standard gambit position, and this is one of the few times where f3 was a useful move, because now you have the open f file for future attacks, which is always good. And yeah, you're down a pawn, but you have two knights extra developed, while black has nothing, which is fun, I guess. Other stuff they can play is potentially just a move like maybe back here, just e6 defending, at which point we won't get the gambit, and we'll only have a kind of meh position, because once again, f3 is a horrible move, don't play f3, but in this one gambit, it's honestly not that bad. 258, I have the Adams Gambit after e4, e5, knight to c3 Vienna, knight to f6, we go bishop c4, and black plays the famous Frankenstein Dracula variation with knight takes on e4. Key point here being that if we take back, then d5, and we have a surprisingly bad position. So instead here, we play queen h5, attacking the pawn, threatening the checkmate. Black backs up the d6, and here we actually don't take because that would allow a forced queen trade after queen e7. We back the bishop to b3, knight to c6, and here, now d4. This gambit, the engine does not like this, however, practically, it ends up scoring quite well. If black takes on d4, we can now play knight to d5, and black has to be very careful. If they simply take our bishop, then queen takes, bishop e7 has to block. If queen, then we just capture, and then queen takes on g7, rook moves over to f8, and bishop h6. It's kind of odd, but this is very bad news because if black captures, then knight to f6 check takes, and queen to f8 is checkmate, which is a fun little trap. But if they don't fall for that after knight d5, they would simply play knight to e6, at which point, yeah, we can take one pawn back, but like c6 now, kicking our knight out, we're going to have to back up. And from here, black can start getting their pieces out. Queen g5 to try and develop is probably their best try. I mean, practically, we're probably still scoring well, but objectively, it's not great. 257, I have the Morris counter gambit after d4, d5, bishop f4, accelerated London, c5, Steinitz counter gambit, and here, e4, a counter gambit with the Morris. Point being here, if they take on d4, this is not their best try. We can take back, attack this guy, and like, if they take again, then this trade, knight c3, we're probably going to win the pawn back, long castle, we have a great endgame ahead of us, and if they instead try to keep playing on and take on e4, then after d5 here, we get an Albin counter gambit, where we have an extra piece developed, which is just a good thing. However, overall, back here, you have a lot better ways of playing here, and especially if you want to play in the London type of way, e4 is not a good option, but I guess objectively and win rate wise, this is still a decent gambit. 256, I have the Morris counter gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. White plays d3 here, which is, it's not a good option, blocks out the bishop. And here we play f5, kind of transposing into a kind of Latvian gambit. The point here is that if white accepts, then here, d5, very simply, taking the whole center, at which point the game is likely going to go pretty well from here. We can win the pawn back. Yeah, knight f6, bishop comes out. Not too many problems here, not too much to say either. Their best try is to likely play knight c3, and if we capture, they can just take back for the pawn, and now their d3 move is actually kind of justified. So here, we would likely instead just play knight f6, at which point the eternal d5 is what we want to play, which might be a little bit annoying to get, but overall, we should be doing quite well here. 255, the Hallis-McDonald gambit comes after e4, e5, d4 center game, they capture, and here we now play f4, which is not the best move, but it does take space in the center, and it doesn't really hurt our position that much, and from here we can play in a pretty typical way, like knight c6, we can go knight f3, probably bishop d3, or maybe bishop c4, castle. There's not really too much unique factor here, it's an okay gambit. 254, I have the Fazekas gambit after d4, d5, c4 queen, c6 Slav. We get a pretty typical line here, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, captures, a4, the Alpin variation, preventing them from playing b5, bishop f5, knight hops into e5, black here plays the very rare knight to a6, only occurring about 7% of games. Point here to get development like this, or potentially coming into b4 and going for the fork, and here we play the move e4, this being the Fazekas gambit. It's interesting. Point here is that we're sacrificing the pawn in the center to get the pawn on c4, but after a simple e6 by black, we don't have a bad position. I want to stress that it's not a bad position. It's more so basic more than anything. There's nothing really unique here. After we castle, Like, we're fine. Black is up a pawn. We probably don't have complete compensation, but we have a pretty good position in return. Our knight is centralized. We can support it with a future f4. Development's easy. Not too much to say. Let's move on. 253, I have the Prefrang Gambit, or maybe just Frang Gambit. After d4, d5, e4, captures, knight c3, knight f6, black Mardimer. We now play f3, and black goes for e6, which is one of the ways to decline the black Mardimer, just not a very good way. And here, we don't waste any time. We capture back right away. Instead of playing something like bishop c4, letting them capture, we take back right away. Not too much to say here. Black is definitely not playing in the best way here with e6. And after captures back, this is about an even position. We've regained the pawn. Black has some play with c5 here, but d5. And this trade, we're doing completely fine. Development will be pretty easy. Castle, nothing to complain about. 252 of the Calabrese counter gambit after e4, e5, bishop's opening, and here we play f5 here. I don't really know what to say. It's a pretty basic gambit. It's the same kind of stuff. It's a little bit better here than other ones, though, because they only have the bishop, meaning d5 will always come with tempo. So after captures, knight f6, something here like maybe knight c3, we can play potentially c6 here, build up d4, let's say knight f3, d4 here, bishop will probably back up, e4, we're doing very well, we're going to win the pawn back, good position, very strong pawn chain, that is very fun, but other than this, not too much to say, not very unique. 251 of the Paulson counter gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, d5, and after they take our pawn d5, this is the elephant gambit by the way, we push up to e4, which is probably one of the best ways to play in the elephant gambit. If white here does not know the move queen e2 to pin, it's likely going to be kind of sad for them, because after they move the knight away, we can take on d5, knight will probably have to move, and then a very simple knight c6. We don't really have too many problems. They can attack us once. We can slide over to e5, and despite our queen being in the center, their knight is over in hee-haw land, so they have no way to actually go ahead and attack us. We have a good position. Problem here is if they do know queen e2, this might get a bit sad. You have a couple ways to play. My favorite would probably be bishop e7, and after queen takes, knight f6 check, or sorry, not check, queen a4 check, which is thinking of c6, maybe this, and knight captures back. We're down 2 pawns, and white does have enough stuff developed to keep going safely here, but we can go castles and try to take advantage of the open e-file before the castle. It's not objectively best, but practically, you're still doing quite well here. 250, the Schlechter gambit comes after f4, e5, Frum's gambit, they capture. The normal move here is the immediate d6, but here we play knight to c6 first, which will usually transpose into the normal Frum's gambit. With this move, we're attacking the pawn with our knight, with no intention of actually capturing. Quick trap, if they play d4, we have a nice queen h4 check, and we're going to win 1 pawn back here after g3. Queen takes, that's just a fun little trap to keep in mind, but otherwise, this is just okay. After knight f3, probably d6 by us, this transposes back into the normal Frum's gambit line after captures. Bishop takes, white can just play d4 now, and they're probably going to be okay. Knight to c6 is not normally what we would play, but it's fine, I guess. 249, I have a fun one. This comes after d4, knight f6, c4, e5, the Budapest gambit, they capture, and the normal move here is knight g4, but we instead move over to e4. This objectively is not great. Engine says a3 or maybe just a simple knight f3, and we lose a lot of our luster. But the point here is that after something like I don't know, let's say knight to d2 here, we can place our bishop on b4. Our queen can come in on this side, and surprisingly, although here I will say it looks not that strong, in a real game it's surprisingly good. How we're going to play also is we're going to go b6 and bishop b7 to support our knight in the center, and it's actually going to go quite well for us. There's also one common trap here, which is after knight to f3. You can go bishop b4 check, knight will block, and b6 here. Or sorry, wait, this is not the trap. Back here, this is the trap. You can play a move b6 immediately, and if they find queen d5, this looks like they're winning, but after a check, the knight blocks, we can just play bishop b7, and if they take, then after knight c6, they're actually going to end up losing their queen eventually, which objectively they're probably still going to be fine afterwards, but practically they're probably going to get very sad, flustered, and end up making some horrible mistake. Overall, this gambit objectively is not good. It's much more a practical gambit, but if you like this, it might be good for you. 248, I have the Alexandra gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop c4, the Italian game, bishop c5 by us, the Goccio piano, and here c3 by white is what they play, going for d4, and we play f5, gambiting a pawn. This one looks bad on the surface, engine's not like it, and also win rate is not great, but if you go a little deeper, it's actually quite good. Most people here play d4, and after captures, takes back, we can play this check. And it might not seem like much, but after knight c3, and pawn takes on e4, the knight is attacked, and already white has lost almost all of their advantage, and this scores very well for us, and this is the most common line. Most people from here, play knight g5, attacking this and going for f7, but after a simple d5 here, we're doing great. Bishop will back up, knight g to e7, and already we have a good position. We're going to castle, take advantage of the semi-open f-file. Great game ahead of us. Not enough to, not much to talk about in that line. Other options, though, include trying to capture us, which also won't work out well, because d5. Attacking the bishop, after moves, knight e7 here, trying to defend, and if they capture us, then just castles here. And even though at the end of the day, we're likely going to be down 2 pawns, it's still actually quite good for us, and in this gambit, we can even play bishop takes f2 here, which I cannot spot. Point being, after captures, pawn takes, we're going to take this guy with either the rook, or the bishop, or the knight, and their king is actually probably going to die in the center, a horrible death. Overall, better than it looks. Let's move on. 247, don't get mad at me when I show you this, it looks really dumb. I have the Myers gambit after c4, we play g5, d4 now, and bishop g7 will we play. Don't get mad at me. The point here is that if white captures a pawn, we can play c5. And surprisingly, this kind of works like a Grob gambit where white has played c4, which kind of actually benefits us. And we have a lot of same tactics. After like knight f3, we can play captures, or maybe knight c6 and queen b6 to add pressure. Surprisingly, this works quite well for us. And if they decide to not capture, instead just defend with some move, or maybe like e4, then after like probably d6 here, we can keep on gambiting, eventually play h6, and push up in the center with knight c6 and e5. And surprisingly, this reversed Grob is actually working very well for us. You might think I'm stupid, but if you want to try it, then I really think you should. 246, the Prinz gambit from the Sicilian comes after e4. c5, we play the EU variation with b3, or Snyder, which is not the best, but it's quite rare. Comes after black now plays d5, and we play bishop b2. The idea here is that we let black capture the pawn, because we'll simply go knight to c3, attack it, and after knight to f6, we have a couple of good options here. We can play d3 and immediately try and attack them, at which point after captures, bishop captures, this is a pretty good gambit position. We'll then go probably queen d2, knight to e2, long castle. Good gambit position. This bishop will soon open up against black's king, which will actually end up working very, very well for us. Or we can also try and move knight g to e2 immediately, to go knight g3 and try to win the pawn like that. Both of these are good options, and this gambit with the bishop fianchettoed actually works surprisingly well, especially against the Sicilian, because most people are not going to know what to do. 245, the Nanu gambit comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, we now play b4 wing gambit, they take, a3, and d5, which is one of black's absolute best options, and here we're going to take, queen takes back, and now knight to f3. A classic trap here is that if we take back right away, then queen e5 check, and we lose our rook. So we have to play knight f3 first, and after e5 by black, we play c4, attacking our queen. They move it to e6, and now here we play the extremely odd-looking move, bishop d3, which looks really weird, but the idea is we're kind of preventing e4, although e4 is still the best move. The point here is that after castles, if black decides to take, then rook e1, they get pinned, and this is actually looking quite good for us. So instead, they'll likely play something else like bishop e7, at which point after rook to e1, they have an annoying queen over to f6 move, and here we're going to straight up sacrifice a rook. We play bishop takes, queen takes rook, and now queen to b3, and in all the craziness that is going on, their queen is kind of stuck in the corner. Queen will have to drop back, and then pawn takes on b4. This looks insane. We're down a rook for what seems to be little compensation, but in reality, we're actually going to be doing quite well here. We're going to go probably d3, attack their queen with a bishop g5, and this, all this pressure we have on their bishop with our rook is eventually going to come to fruition. Although this looks crazy, give it a chance, and you'll see it might actually be fantastic. 244 have the Doherty Gambit after knight to c3, the Van Geet opening. Black plays d5, we play e4, they capture, and now f3. This is a pretty standard gambit. If black captures, which it most likely will because otherwise we'll be able to capture back, we can just take with our knight now. This is a very standard position, very similar to a black Mardimer as well, and yeah, pretty simple. Black will keep developing. We can then strike in center of d4, go bishop c4, castles. There's nothing wrong with this gambit. It's not too special either. Let's move on. 243, I have the classical Tarrasch Gambit after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, e6, Queen's Gambit declined, knight c3, c5, Tarrasch. This one takes a while. They take on d5, we take back, knight f3, knight c6, g3, going for a kind of Catalan, now knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles by white, castles by us. They take on c5, and here we push up to d4. With this move, we're allowing white to play knight to a4 here and defend their pawn on c5, and surprisingly their knight, although it is a bit loose, is a lot more solid than it actually seems. No b5 ever because they can simply capture en passant, which is not great for us. Instead, here, what we can simply do is just keep developing. We can go bishop f5, and our plan is pretty simple. They have a weak point in e4, so we can launch a piece onto the e4 square, and once we get that after something like bishop f4, knight to e4 here, we're likely going to end up winning the pawn back, at which point we'll be fine here. We won't have an incredible position, but we will be okay. 242, the Slav Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit, they capture us, accepted, and here we play knight to f3, allowing black to play b5 here. This is the Slav Gambit, and here black is really hanging on to their pawn with the idea of after a4, to simply play c6, and if this trade happens, well, they're still solidly defending the pawn. The best way to play here is to likely go b3 and chip away at them immediately, and after something like e6 here, captures, and we can now strike in the center with either e4 or potentially e3 here. We're likely going to end up winning the pawn back, but after like knight f6, bishop captures, and something like bishop d6 here, while we are okay, we have let black kind of get away. They're not really being that challenged here, but overall, this is still an okay gambit. 241, I have the Spielman Gambit, which comes from the Dutch. There's another one that comes from the Alekhine. This one comes after d4, f5, Dutch defense. We play knight c3, the Raphael variation, knight to f6, and here we now sack a pawn with g4. The principles of the one you've probably seen a few other gambits. If they take with the knight, we can now play e4 here, put pressure on this and this guy, and they obviously cannot capture because we would simply win their knight. That is great. Instead here, after like d6, trying to defend like so, we can go bishop d3 here, likely captures, knight captures back. We don't have an incredible game, but we will play c3, and for the price of one pawn, we now have the open g-file and a lot of attacking ideas against black, of which they will have to defend against pretty much all of them, and that might get a little tricky for them to actually have to deal with. If instead they try to take with the pawn, then we can do a very similar thing here. with pawn up to e4, and yeah, very similar thing, taking the whole center, and after something like d6, we can play h3. If they take, here we can now take back with our knight, or likely the bishop instead. We can do either. And yeah, very similar. We now have the open H file and the open G file to play with in the future. We can likely go bishop e3, queen d2, long castles. Yeah, good game ahead of us. Not too much to complain about. Maybe slightly dubious, but I still think it is very good. The Stummer Gambit comes after d4, knight to f6. We now play g4, which is the Gibbons-Wadenhagen Gambit, and after knight takes, we play pawn up to e4 here, taking the whole center, attacking their knight. They'll defend with d6. We now play bishop e2, attack their knight once again, and after they back it up, this comes at 240 by the way, I forgot to say it, we now play knight c3. This is the Stummer Gambit. Nothing incredible, nothing too bad. For the price of the pawn, we have the open G file to play around with, and also a lot of extra space on center, and an extra piece developed as well. Objectively, this is not the best, but practically, it's pretty hard for black to find a consistent plan of what to do, just because striking in the center is quite difficult here. Their best move, according to the engine, is to go c6. We play knight f3, and then g6 like so, which is quite passive, but it is very solid. And from here, we can go bishop e3, probably queen d2, and prepare to trade off their bishop, like bishop g7, queen d2, if they castle, bishop h6, we can trade off their very good bishop, which is great for us, or else we can simply long castle here. Yeah, nothing too incredible. We have fun attacking ideas with the open G file. Yeah, not too much to say. 239, I have the wing gambit from the French after e4, e6, knight to f3, d5, pawn pushes up to e5, and after c5, we can sack a pawn here with b4. If black takes, which a lot of people will, we can push up to d4 now, and it's a good position. Their pawn is, while well defended from their bishop, likely going to be captured in the future, doesn't really have any friends helping out. Meanwhile, we have very good control in the center, and black's main play here of going c5 and trying to put pressure on our pawn in the French just doesn't work here because our pawn is on b4, and we can go bishop d3, castle, without really many problems to actually hunker us down. Otherwise, their best moves would probably be something like knight c6 here, at which point, after captures, probably d4 now, which is quite annoying. Maybe c3, bishop captures. This is a bit of an odd position. Their pawn's on d4, and it is atypical both for us and for black, so this can go either way. 238, the Lasker Gambit comes after f4, bird's opening, e5, Frum's Gambit, they take, and now f6. Not too much to say, it's not too special. If white takes, this is not their best try. After knight takes back, we can quickly go d5 here because e4 is prevented, like d4. We can go d5, c6. Gameplay is pretty easy. Bishop d6, castles, not too much to complain about. We have a very good hold on the e4 square. Their best try is to not capture, but instead back here probably to play d4 and just try to defend, at which point after something like knight c6, knight to f3, a trade in the center, and then a simple d6. This will likely go back into some normal Frum's Gambit lines, captures, probably bishop takes, and we can play in the same way here, knight f6, castles, very typical Gambit position, nothing to complain about and nothing too special. 237, the Duthiluel Gambit, I don't really know how to say it, d4, d5, e4, the Blackmar Gambit, captures, knight to c3, knight to f6, Blackmar Demer, and after f3, captures, knight captures, e6 by black. Here we play the move bishop d3. With this move, because black has already played e6, the idea is bishop c4 would be a bit odd because it's not really looking at anything, it's actually damaged, so bishop d3 instead. But by closing our queen's protection from the pawn, really it's just going to make life a little more difficult for us. Black can now play a couple of moves, likely bishop e7 to quickly castle is their best, and here we can go bishop e3, let's say castles, we can counter castle. Not too special of a position. The bishop is pointed at their king side, so we might have some potential attacks there. Overall, it's not the best try from the Blackmar Demer. Still, even though the pawn is on e6, Bishop c4 likely is still the best try, just because even though it's looking at gravel, it might actually be better and supports a future pawn d5 advance, which is actually quite good for us. Bishop d3, it's not a bad move, it's just not the best. 236, the lie big gambit, if you want to lie a lot, or maybe you're a pathological liar, comes... 236, if you're a pathological liar, you'll like the lie big gambit, very funny name, comes after knight c3. We play d5 Vankeyed opening, white plays e3, we go e5 here, and white now plays a very odd queen h5 to attack both of these guys, and here we let them have it with knight to f6. Point being, after white captures, we can go bishop e7, and even though we're down a pawn, their queen is just straight up in the center. We can quickly go like probably c6 and probably knight d7 or knight c6 to just go ahead and attack their queen, at which point they're kind of lacking in development. The most common way this will go is something like knight to f3 here, probably now just castles by us, or potentially knight c6 first. Let's say now bishop e2. We can play c5 here to put the knight behind the pawn, like castles, knight c6, queen will probably have to drop it back to somewhere. If g3, then knight h5, and their queen's actually trapped, so watch out for those little things like that. Instead, queen f4 is likely their best try, at which point you can play this pretty normally. Engine suggests a6 and b5 for a quick queenside space advantage, but you can play this in many ways. Not too much to say. Their queen is stuck in the center, which is quite annoying, but otherwise it's pretty standard. 235, the San Francisco Gambit comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, the Rossolimo, and black now plays the rare option knight a5, which is odd looking. Point is that now the bishop cannot capture, and it's surprisingly safe here, but we play b4. Point here is that after black captures, we can simply castle ourselves, and with their pawn on b4, their position is just kind of out of whack. It's all over the place. Their knight's on a5, and nothing is really making sense. Their best try, according to the engine, is likely e6, at which point we can play d4, take the whole center, knight to f6, knight b to d2, and after something else here, the engine gives like a6, we can just back our bishop up to d3, leave whatever atrocities going on their queen side alone, and after something like maybe b5 here, engine gives black a very slight advantage, or possibly just equal, but I think you are doing very well here. This is an extremely atypical position for the Sicilian, so you're going to have that nice advantage, and otherwise, you're doing quite well here. Big center, lots of development, you can put your bishop on b2, queen on e2, yeah, you're doing great. 234, I have the wing gambit from the Scandinavian after e4, d5, capture, knight to f6, the modern variation. White here plays d4, letting us capture back, but we play g6, the Richter, not capturing back right away. So here, white plays c4, trying to hang on, and we have b5 now. If they take, then here we can just keep on going for a plan with bishop g7, castle, and their pawn structure, despite the fact they're up 2 pawns, is extremely weak. We'll be able to take this guy, probably this guy out soon, and potentially even this guy in the future, because that doesn't really have any good protectors. Also bishop b7, yeah, we're doing quite well there. Instead, their best try is likely to try and ignore and just play something else, like, I don't know, knight c3, but at this point, after the trade we have here, we can go bishop g7, and once again here, we're likely going to go bishop b7, win the pawn back, quickly castle, at which point we have little problems. 233, the Chris Dennison Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, yet another queen's gambit, they capture, e3, attacking the pawn, and e5, this is the old line, which is a bit underrated. Here, we're going to capture on c4, they take on d4, queen b3 now to attack f7, queen e7, and here, now the move, knight to f3. With this move, we're letting them capture once again, and if they do so, we're actually not going to take back, we'll instead just castle, and from here on out, even though we are down 2 pawns, we're likely going to be absolutely dominating, purely because their queen is on e7, allowing us this pin, which is complete death for them. They really cannot avoid that in any substantial way, and also they have literally no development, which is not always a good thing. If you get this, you're going to have an incredible game. The problem is if they know the move queen to b4, At which point, how you can play here is you can push your king up to e2 because you're likely going to go to an endgame. Queen takes on b3. You can take with the bishop or the pawn if you want to go for the open a file. Taking with the bishop is likely slightly better. And after captures, bishop takes, we get an endgame where you have, or black has an extra pawn, but you have 3 pieces developed, and your rook can come to the center very easily, and the rest of your development is also very easy. If you like endgames, you're going to like this gambit, but otherwise, this might not be for you. 232, the Chinese gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight to f6, we get a Petrov's, capture, d6, knight backs up, takes on e4, we get a bunch of main line, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop d6, castles, castles, c4, c6, rook d1, and here with all this attacking, we sack the pawn with a bishop g4. Point here is that if they do actually try to end up winning the pawn like so, we can play f5, which is very annoying, attacking the rook. They're going to have to back it up somewhere or maybe try to push it into e6. But from here, we can simply take an f3, queen takes, and now queen h4. We get this action. We're going to win the pawn back. Technically, they can end up keeping the pawn with like rook to e6, but this is an extremely unnatural move that most people are not going to find, plus an annoying f4 here for this discovered attack is always an option that does not look very good for white. And if instead they don't accept the gambit, well, you have this pin now, which is just a good thing, like h3, you can play this, queen takes, and now f5. Reinforcing your knight in the center, nobody can attack it, and you have a good game ahead of you. 231, the Fife gambit comes after e4, e5, knight c3 Vienna, knight c6 max Lange, and here d4. Key point here is by sacrificing the pawn, we can launch our knight into the center, and we're just going to keep on developing. We can then play like bishop c4 here, yeah, like knight f6, we can play knight to f3, bishop e7, and here you have a couple options. You can try to win the pawn back immediately, or you can just kind of let it stay there with like bishop e2 or probably bishop c4 instead. And if you ever take this guy, then after knight takes on d4, captures and captures, this is likely going to end up being quite bad news for them. Backs up, castles, yeah, you're down a pawn, but you have a lot of extra development and many active pieces in the center, while black is kind of lagging behind. And back here, if they instead try to take with their knight, just knight f3. Captures, you can actually take with the queen, or the engine actually likes the pawn even more, which is surprising, but point is, you have a very strong control of d5. If they try c6, simply bishop c4, retaining the control, and yeah, you'll soon go f4, strike in the center, probably going to end up castling along here, or something like that. Good game ahead of you, not too much to complain about. 230, I have the Gibbons-Wadenhagen gambit after d4, knight to f6, and g4 here. This is a very, very typical wing gambit in d4. After captures, point is, we can go e4 here and just take the whole center. Their knight is attacked. Yeah, 2 pawns in the center. And after something like d6 here to defend the knight, you have a couple options. You can try like f3 to just try and attack their knight. And after backs up, knight c3. Engine does not love your position. However, overall, you have big, strong center. Development's easy. And you can go bishop e3, move your queen up, long castle, and you have a very good attacking game. Also helped by the fact that because you sacrifice the g-pawn, the open g-file will also help you attack black in the future. And otherwise, if they decide not to capture and instead play like d5 here, you can push up to g5, which looks stupid, but surprisingly almost always ends up working very well for you, because this pawn distracts their knight away, which is surprisingly annoying, a lot more than you would think. And once again, you have a good game ahead of you. 229, I have a contender for the longest gambit. This one comes after a while. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight to f6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, knight a5, bishop c2, c5, d4, queen c7, knight b to d2, castles, knight f1, bishop g4, knight e3, attacking their bishop, capture f3, and here we take back with our queen. This gambit, honestly, if we're talking purely objectively, it should actually go quite a bit higher, but like practically you're never going to get this. There's about 10 games in the database. Point here is that even though you're sacrificing a pawn on d4, you can put your knight on f5 here, which is surprisingly annoying. And after like g6, you can go for this trade and bishop g5 now, and you're likely going to end up getting some very good pins against black. King g7 is forced to actually go ahead and defend. And after captures here, we win the pawn back. We're doing okay. Nothing really, too special here. But really, I mean, we're on move 18. This is not even the opening anymore. 228, this might be a little controversial. I have the elephant gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, and d5 here. Although this gambit has been clowned on time and time again, honestly, I was going to make an opening video about this gambit in the past, but I scrapped the video. But overall, this is a lot better than I once thought it was. If they take on e5 first, you have various good options here. You can play bishop d6, and after like d4 defending, you can take on e4. And in this position, development is going to be pretty easy. You can potentially capture the knight. Your pawn on e4 can be supported with knight f6 and bishop f5, or potentially even pawn to f5 if you're feeling a little crazy. But otherwise here, another option would be to take on a d5, at which point you have various good options. You can try bishop b6, or my personal favorite is e4, attacking their knight. If it just moves away, you can take on a d5 now with this. Or they can also try queen e2, which is their likely best try. And after, unless something like a knight to f6 defending, probably d3 here, you can now take on d5. Although the engine does not like this, and this opening gets clowned on a lot, overall, if we're talking purely objectively, it's honestly not as bad as people think. 227, I have the Mises gambit after e4 and c6, Caro-Kann, d4, d5, and bishop e3. This is very similar to a lot of gambits we've seen already. I like this one a little more though, because after captures, you have a lot of other options. You can play knight c3, you can go knight d2, you can play c4 feeling a little crazy, or you can go knight e2 and knight g3 also. Many good options. My favorite would be something like knight c3, knight to f6, and after f3 here, this will likely transpose into a black Mardimer like so. Or if you don't want to, you don't have to go f3. You can simply go bishop e2 and eventually develop your knight. Probably f3 eventually, but if you don't want to rush it, you don't have to. You can also go queen d2 and a long castle, and black is kind of lacking in development. 226, I have the Hector gambit from the Van Geet opening. There's another Hector gambit. This comes, knight c3 first, Van Geet, d5, e4, captures, bishop c4. This is the position. It's not too special. We develop the bishop. We have 2 extra pieces developed despite being down pawn. And after knight to f6 here, you have a couple good options. You can play d3, or my favorite would likely be knight g to e2 here. Trying to go knight g3 and attack the pawn in the center like so. And after something like knight to c6, castles here, I don't really have much to say. It's a pretty typical gambit position. 225, I have the Kalmov gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to f6. They capture, we copy them with knight takes on e4, and after queen e2 here, we don't move our knight back and make a horrible mistake. We play queen e7. By the way, if you're a beginner and you're in this position, do not drop the knight back, because knight c6 check, and we lose our queen with a horrible discovered check. That is very bad. Queen e7 is the Kalmov gambit here. Point being, after captures, we play d6. They cannot move the knight away because we're pinning it to their queen. So instead here, after something like d4, captures, we can now play knight c6. And this is going to go likely into an endgame after something like bishop b5, bishop d7 here. The pawn is either going to be lost, or after something like maybe captures, and let's say queen drops back to e3, we're actually doing quite well here. We can take the pawn on g2, or a simple castles here would be good, or actually not castles, because they can take this guy. That might not be great. Or actually, wait, I made a mistake. If this move, then queen takes e5. And if they move over, rook comes in, checkmate. You always have to check everything twice. So if you do a long castle here, that would be great. And after white also castles, we can go like queen e6 here. Eventually get our bishop out, and we're actually doing quite well here. It might be more of a not super, big attacking gambit, but on its own, it's quite good. 224, this might be a little controversial. I have the Milner berry after e4, e6 French, d4, d5, e5 advance, c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3, queen b6, bishop d3 is the Milner berry. Point being here, after captures, one, if they try to win the pawn immediately, fun trap, knight takes, queen takes, bishop b5. We win their queen like so, which is always great, but if they instead play bishop d7 first, we castle, and then they win the pawn, here he can play the very fun knight c3. This is the branching point. If they take again, then after rook e1, they're almost certainly going to die some horrible death. All of these Milner berry gambit positions where you sacrifice 2 pawns end up working very well for you, but if they know the move a6 here, it's probably not going to end up that great. After something like queen e2 here, their queen can always drop back, and like rook c8, they're surprisingly solid here, and we're actually not going to be doing that great in the majority of these lines, but overall, it's still a strong and tricky gambit. 23, I have the Mar del Plata gambit after d4, d5, this is another long one, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop b7, e3, castles, knight f3, h6, attacking their bishop, bishop h4, knight e4, trade, queen b3, rook d8, c4, and here we sack the b7 pawn with bishop e6. Point here, after all that, is that if they take the pawn, we can take on c4 now, so material is even, but also we'll quickly go likely knight over to d7 here and take over the now open b file, which will likely end up going quite well for us. Or if they instead play something else like c5, from here we can still sack the pawn with like knight d7, or better according to the engine is simply c6, defending like so, at which point this is just a normal position. At 2-2-2, I have the Rosenschroeder gambit, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and bishop c5, the Goccio piano, and now d4. With this move, we're sacrificing the pawn to open up our bishop and open up a lot of lines as well. And they can take just about anything. If they take the bishop, then after knight takes, and bishop e3, we're doing well here. We have an extra piece developed. We also have their bishop for our knight, which is always a good thing. If they take with their own knight, then we can take on e5 here, like so, which will likely end up well for us. They have to find queen e7, at which point after knight backs up to d3, captures, we can play a very tricky king to f1 here. Engine does not love this, however, we will quickly go knight c3, and they're probably going to be overrun from their lack of development. And lastly, if they take with the pawn, then here, c3. And this will transpose into some type of a Scotch gambit, like captures. Here, we actually have a lot of good options. We can play bishop takes, and then win like this, which is also great, but this transposes into a different gambit. Overall, this one doesn't have too much independent value, but it's good on its own. 221, the Tamarkin counter gambit comes after d4, c5, we play the Benoni, knight to f3, we capture, b4, which is the Zilbermans Benoni gambit, not a good one, I rated this pretty low, and here we play e5. This is the move. b4 is not good on its own, but e5 really puts this opening to rest. They cannot take, because then we can take this guy with a check, probably something like c3 here, and after captures, we're just doing fantastic. We're up now 2 pawns. We can always back up safely, and yeah, we don't really have many problems. And if they instead just play something else, like c3 here, try and chip away at us, then you have a couple good options. You can capture, but the engine's best is knight f6, retaining, letting them capture us, and if they do, then after takes, knight takes, we can take on b4 now. We're still up a pawn. Castles is pretty easy, and yeah, we're doing great here. This is the best option against the b4 move, but let's be honest, are you really ever going to face this? 220, the Lizard Gambit comes after d4, knight to f6, knight d2 now, which is not the best move, and e5. This is very similar to the Budapest Gambit, but it's just a little better because their knight is on d2, which is just not a strong option. After captures, we can play knight to g4 now, attack the pawn, at which point, like, we're doing great. You don't really have much to complain about. One fun trap here is if white plays h3, then after knight e3, we straight up win because their queen is trapped, and if captures, then queen h4 is a quick checkmate. But other than that, we're probably going to win the pawn soon. Like here, we can go knight c6 now. Let's say e4. But here, the e4 would actually be bad because bishop c5, they're suffering. e3 is likely a little better, and after captures, and I don't know, they keep developing, let's say bishop b5 now. This is an okay position. We've won the pawn back. Nothing is too special. 219, I have the Marshall Gambit from the 4 knights after e4, e5. We get the 4 knights opening. White plays bishop b5 here to attack our knight. We launch it into d4. They back their bishop up to a4. And here, we let them capture with bishop c5. And after they take the pawn, we'll simply castle here. The point of the sacrifice is we've now opened up the e-file, which is going to be very useful for us. And they have a couple of options. If they simply castle, we can play d6. The knight will likely back up to d3. Bishop also backs up. And we have a lot of attacking potential with various rook e8. But first, obviously, bishop d7 because their bishop will be looking at our rook. But here, I mean, h3, we're doing completely fine here. c6, we can also push up to d5, and we have little to no problems in these positions. The 2 knights are also quite awkward. And otherwise, if like back here after this, if they play something else like knight back to f3, then we can play an immediate d5. And here, we're going to be doing quite well in most of these variations. Not too much to say, not too special. Let's move on. 218, the Scorpion Horse Gambit comes after e4, c6, Caro-Kann, knight c3, d5, and here we play d3, pawn captures, and now the move bishop g5, which while looking very odd and doesn't visibly attack anything, it's a good developing move. And after pawn takes and bishop takes back on d3, for the price of 1 pawn, we have 3 pieces developed, which is very good, while black has literally nothing. And because of our bishop, even though it looks a little placed odd, we are pinning the pawn, preventing them from playing e6 and quickly developing. And from here, their best try would likely be knight d7. We can go queen e2, knight to here, and long castles. Engine gives it about equal, maybe slightly better for black, but I think we are doing fantastic here. Knight f3, we have loads of development in return, even if black is still very solid because it is the Caro-Kann. 217, the Shara Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, queen's gambit, and now c5, the Tarrasch defense. And after white takes on d5 here, we're going to play the very tricky pawn takes on d4. The key idea here is we're counterattacking their knight. If they take back right away, we can play the nice knight c6. They cannot take because their queen would be hanging. So instead, after something like the queen backs up, now we can take on d5. Queen takes here, bishop e6. And at the end of the day, we get an endgame where we have the rook already on the open d-file. We can still castle short, and we have an extra piece developed, which is very good for us. We don't really have too much to complain in those variations. Their best try would be to play the disruptive queen a4 check, which is kind of annoying. We'd have to play bishop d7. And after queen takes in d4, now knight c6 is no longer possible. But still, after captures, queen takes, and here, knight to f6. We can sack another pawn because knight c6 here, and even though we're down 2 pawns, we have the open b-file, a ton of extra development, and their queen is in no man's land, and you have great chances here. 216, the Melleby Gambit comes after knight c3, the Van Geet. We play d5, f4 by white, we push up to d4, they move it to the center, and now c5. With this move, we're reinforcing our pawn center. If white decides to capture, this probably isn't great because e5. attacking their knight and attacking their pawn, and after like knight d3 here, we can take, and probably knight takes back right away. We can go bishop d6 here. Not too much to complain about, honestly. White is up a pawn, but we have a very annoying fork right in their position, as well as an extra piece developed, and the rest of our development is pretty easy, and they have a lot of king side weaknesses as well because of that. And back here, they decide not to capture. We can quickly go e6, knight to c6 with a great game ahead of us. 215, the Richter Gambit comes after d4. Not d4, e4, knight to c6, the Nimzovich defense, now d4, d5 by black, the knight c3, what am I doing? 215, the Richter Gambit comes after e4, knight c6, the Nimzovich defense, d4, d5, knight to c3, they capture, we push up to d4, allowing them to move their knight, and they back it up to b8, and here we now play f3. Very standard gambit. After captures and knight takes, you've seen a very similar position. It's made better by the fact that black has wasted time with this, so we just have 2 extra pieces developed and a strong pawn in center, and after knight f6 and bishop f4, this is very standard. 214, the Devon Gambit comes after d4, knight f6, c4, e6 to get an East Indian defense, and now we sack a pawn with g4. If they take right away, then here we can play e4, which is typical, or here, what is even better, is a simple knight to f3. And going for a quick rook g1 in these lines is actually quite good, because nobody is really defending their knight here. The typical d6 doesn't really work because their bishop is already blocked out by the e6 pawn. And after like knight drops back, knight c3, now e4 be a good move, and rook g1 as well, put a lot of pressure on them, and we have a great game ahead of us. And like a lot of these positions, if they decide to not capture and play something else, we can try to push up to g5 here, which will prove to be surprisingly annoying for them to deal with. 213, the Ney Gambit comes after c4 English, knight to f6, knight c3, e6, e4 now taking the center, we now play c5, and after e5 attacking our knight, we have no good squares to go to except knight back to g8, this being the Ney Gambit. Although we're not sacrificing material, we're basically sacrificing development, and after knight to f3 here, even though we are down development, honestly, it doesn't really matter, because after knight c6, we have a fantastic clamp on the d4 square. Their only way to get rid of it is to immediately strike back in the center, at which point we're just extremely solid. Knight captures, queen takes back, and now knight e7. The other knight will come to c6. Although this is not a typical gambit with development and whatnot, this is an extremely solid gambit where even though you might be lacking development, white doesn't really have any way to push through and get a solid advantage. 212, the Mailadovonic Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, e6, Queen's Gambit declined, knight c3, bishop e7, and here we go e4, takes, and f3. Or sorry, not f4, f3. Pretty standard gambit. After captures and knight takes, we have a big center of pawns. Black can always place one check, but as long as we simply capture and then go g3, this is never scary. We have a good position from there. Instead, their best try is likely knight f6, and from here we can go bishop f4. We're down a pawn, but we have an open game, lots of space, development, while black is much, or they have much less of those things, even though they have the extra pawn. 211, the Manhattan Gambit comes after d4, f5, the Dutch, queen d3, which is a major sideline, the Alpin variation, and after d6 here, like so, we sack a pawn with g4. The point of the sacrifice is that after captures, we can play h3, takes again, and now knight takes back, and our queen, potentially our knight, and our rook too are all going to be looking at their very weak positioning, which is likely going to end up with us winning a pawn, or potentially even more if they're not careful. Their best try here would be after h3 to not capture and instead play knight to f6, at which point after we take, bishop takes, we can simply play knight to f3 here, or knight to h3, with the same idea of heading to g4, and we will have a lot of good tactics that'll come from there. 211, I have the Pfeiffer Gambit from the Van Geet after knight c3, d5, f4, we push up to d4, knight e4, and now we sack a pawn with e5. Point here is after captures, we can always play queen d5 and win the pawn back, which is always a good thing to have in our back pocket, but more likely here, after knight to c6, we'll attack the pawn, likely knight f3, and now queen d5, to just go ahead and win that sucker right back away. Knight drops back, takes, probably takes again, queen takes. Honestly, not too much to say. We've probably seen a very similar position to this. The knight is on f2, which is a bit odd, but we have our queen and an extra pawn in the center, and we've regained the pawn, so you can't really complain. Coming in at 209, I have the Spassky Gambit from the Catalan after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, East Indian defense, and g3, the Catalan. And here we get a lot of theory, bishop e7 and bishop g2, d5, knight f3, castles, knight b to d7, queen c2, c6, very solidly defending our center with a kind of like pyramid, b3, b6, rook d1, bishop b7, knight c3, and here we can now sack a pawn with b5. The idea of this sacrifice is that, one, if white doesn't want to accept it, if they try to like push up instead, then we can push up ourselves, also defend with a5, and we have a pretty good hook on that square. But if they do accept it, point is, after you take back, and likely knight takes as well, we can play rook c8, and now we have the complete control of the open c file to go ahead and play around with. So after like their queen moves somewhere, our own queen can pop out to a5, and we'll just try to kick the knight away with a6, probably try to infiltrate with our rook and potentially double stack as well. We have full compensation for the lost pawn just because we have complete domination of the open file. 208, I have a fun one, the Klosterbauer Gambit after e4, d5 Scandinavian, pawn captures, c6, takes, and now e5. This objectively is not a great gambit. The engine really does not like this, but the point is, after captures and bishop captures, yeah, you're down 2 pawns, but you have a ton of open lines to play with. The other bishop will also come out to c5, and an extended pawn on e5 already. Now, objectively, if white knows exactly what they're doing, they're probably going to win, but 99% of people don't know what to do, and if they don't, you're going to have a very fun game. For example, let's say they just play a normal move, bishop c4. Already, or actually that'll be bad because bishop takes and you would win like that. So you can already see where we're putting strain on their development. Let's say knight f3 instead. We can just go bishop d6. Also, knight to d7, knight f6, castle. Good game. Easy development, not too many problems. The engine's absolute best would be this check, knight blocks, and then knight f3. But here, we can just play a move, bishop d6 once again, or potentially queen b3 and try to counterattack because of captures, queen takes, and now knight takes, then queen takes on g2, and once again, this is going to be probably bad news for white. Like I said, practically, this gambit is very good, objectively, not so much. If you're feeling a little risky, you might want to try it out. 207, the La Bordenas Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3 attacking, and queen f6 defending, which is the McConnell defense, not very good or common. We now play bishop c4 here. Black tries queen g6 with this fork, and here we simply castle. The key idea here is by letting them have the pawn, we have already castled, we have 2 extra pieces developed, and their queen and their pawn are already lined up. And here, the engine says we're completely winning after d4, and honestly, pretty much are. They can't capture because this, they simply lose, not much to say there. And anything else they try would fall to bishop takes f7 check, king takes, and knight to g5. Also completely loses, so that's also something great to keep in mind. So capturing the pawn will almost always end up bad for them. Their best try here would simply be something like d6, after which point we have a good game, but there's nothing really too forcing, and we cannot fully punish this really odd and weird maneuver they have played, but overall, this is a very strong gambit. 206, the Ginsburg Gambit comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, d6, d4, takes, and after knight to f6, attacking, we actually don't defend, we instead play bishop c4. The point of this move is that if they try to accept the gambit, then you have a couple of good options. You can go right away for the sacrifice of bishop takes f7 check, king takes, queen h5, and pretty much everything they can try to do is going to either lose the knight in the center or something much worse like g6, queen check, king will probably walk over, queen takes. Engine gives a slight advantage to black, but if I'm completely honest, I don't really know how they could even get that, and they have a pretty awkward position with their king on g7 and their bishop doubly blocked out, so you can do with that what you will. Or back here, if you don't want to do that, you can also just castle. Another completely fine option. Go for rook e1, and their king is still very undeveloped. For the price of one pawn, we have castled and gotten an extra piece developed, which is fantastic for us. And if they try to not accept and just play something else, like knight c6, well, you can always just steer back to normal territory after knight c3. At which point, this is pretty much just a normal Sicilian position with bishop c4 and nothing to really complain about. 205, I have the Herjert Gambit from the edge variation after d4, knight f6, bishop g5, the Shrimpowski, knight e4, and here we play the edge variation by simply backing the bishop up to h4, and the following gambit comes after d5, f3 attacking, they back up to f6, knight to c3, and after bishop f5 here, trying to prevent e4, we simply play it anyways. The key idea here is that after captures, you can always just win the pawn by, or not like, you don't have to win the pawn, but you have two options here. You can play bishop c4 and let them capture again and go into more of a kind of black Mardimer type position if that is what you want, which after you castle is quite good. You don't really have too much to complain about, but black is still very solid. Or the engine's favorite is to actually just capture back right away. Knight takes, and now knight f3. This is yet another good option. Engine gives like some weird moves like g6 and c6, which are just not really developing at all. And this is once again a good position, not too much to complain about. Or what the engine was suggesting a second ago, you can always capture an f6. Pawn takes here, and you're not even down a pawn. You'll go knight f3, and you have a pretty good position with a big center. 204, I have the Wolf Gambit after e4, e6 French, d4, d5, knight c3, and bishop b4. This is the winnower variation. And after knight e2 here, this is the Alekhine Maroczy Gambit, which you'll see a little bit later on, gambiting the pawn already. But if black decides to not take it immediately, and instead play knight f6, then we can go into the Wolf Gambit after bishop g5. This move very clearly pins their their knight to their queen, and at this point, if they accept the gambit, the best option is simply a3 to attack the bishop, or feeling a little crazy, g3, bishop g2, and castles is another very good option, at which point the pawn on e4 is extremely weak and will almost always be captured back. The most popular one here is after a3, bishop will drop back to e7, and after captures, and knight takes e4, you don't really have many problems. Your knights might be a little bit awkward, but like, let's say knight c6 here, your queen can just drop up to d3, your knight will soon eventually come out, and c3 to enhance the protection, and if they try to take immediately, then knight takes, queen takes here. Good position, and you just won a piece. 3, I have the Von Henning Gambit. 203, I have the Von Henning Gambit after e4, c6 Caro-Kann, d4, d5, knight c3, and after captures, we play bishop c4. You have definitely seen this gambit already. It's very similar to a lot of them, and this one isn't too special. After something like knight f6 here, you can play f3 and go into a more black Mardimer type setup, or what I like about this one more than other ones, you have the extra option of knight g to e2, to then go knight g3, move the bishop out, and probably eventually end up long castling, which can be very fun. Or after bishop 5, if you also want to, a simple castles also works. The engine's best try is knight g3 and then e6, with the intention of really trying to keep the pawn. But here, just castles. Nothing to complain about. Bishop g5 and f3 is always an option in the future if if you want to play that. 202, I have the bishop's gambit. 202, this one's probably a little controversial. I have the bishop's gambit after e4, e5, f4 kings, capture, and now bishop c4. I don't think this is a bad option. I just don't think it's the best. Most often, after bishop c4, black will just play something normal like c6 or whatever, and after knight f3, this can transpose back into more normal lines. But I never like putting the bishop first because d5 is always a problem. We can see this here after like, I don't know, knight f3. If black wants to play d5, this is already putting quite the stress on our position and not really what we're looking for out of the king's gambit. And if they do play the check, which is a lot of people get scared of, this is not actually their best option. If they play the check, after king f1, you're probably going to have a pretty good game ahead of you, knight f3, but still after like d6, knight f3, queen backs up, d4, although not objectively the best, you do have a big center and a lot of extra development, but your king is on f1, which is always a little awkward, but go to king f2, you'll probably be fine. 201, I have the Ruis Donk gambit after e4, e6 French, d4, d5, e5, and c5, the advanced variation, and here we play knight to f3, the Nimzovich system, which is a bit more rare, and after black captures, here we don't take back, we instead play bishop d3, this being the Ruis Donk gambit. Point here is that development is pretty easy, and black does not really have the same pressure they do. Normally, in the French, the pawn c5 is the pressure, but here they've already captured. All the pressure that they normally have is just gone. And here, after castle, something like bishop c5, we can just go bishop to f4 here. Just keep on playing normally, rook e1, knight b to d2. We have a lot of extra development, and there's always some idea of playing something like knight g5 to eventually try and let our queen in onto the king's side. That will usually end up letting us have a lot of fun attacking them. And the pawn on d4, while they can keep it pretty well like they are doing here, is not really that much of a concern for us because that pawn is not really doing anything that is that spectacular. At the big 200, I have the Korknoy gambit from the queens after d4, d5, c4, queen's gambit, captures e3, and e5, we get the old variation. We capture, pawn takes, queen b3, and after queen e7 here, the point of this move has two ideas. You're putting pressure on our king like this, and also queen b4 is always a threat that would force a queen trade. So here, the move we play is king f1. The point here is that now we are avoiding both of those bad alternatives. And what does black really do here? Let's say they develop knight c6. Well, we can keep developing as well. Knight to f3. Let's say they play the other knight to f6 here. Well then, now we can just capture. So instead, maybe they try to capture us immediately here. But we can just take back our bishop, knight will come out, rook will come to e1, and their queen is just straight up stuck in center, which is very, very annoying and often extremely dangerous for them. They're likely going to lose the game to some sort of pin. Engine says they can survive, but the only move here is like queen d7, like anybody's going to play that. This is very, very strong. Not objectively best. I think the engine here still likes the other move, knight to f3, a little more, which I saw a little earlier on. But this always allows the queen trade, which isn't the most fun. If you really want to attack, king f1 is a fantastic option. 199, the Swiss gambit comes after f4, f5, e4, a kind of funny looking reverse Franz. They capture, knight to c3, And after knight to f6 defending here, instead of the normal d3, we can play the hyper-aggressive g4, which is extremely fun. The point here is that, well, we're going to try to push up to g5. And if you can do that, you can also push up probably to f5, and their entire king side is kind of starting to fall apart. The vast majority of people here play d5, which is a mistake, because g5, knight backs up, and now d3. And in this position, after like this trade, their king side is extremely weak. They're forced to play g6 here, and after h4, we're planning to go h5. How can black really like entirely stop the attack and survive? They're probably going to have to play with very high precision, while you can just push and have almost a mind-numbingly fun time while doing it. And other than that, there's not really too much to complain about. Although you do ruin your king side, it is entirely worth it because the attack is so strong. 198, I have the wing gambit from the O'Kelly after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight to f3, black plays a6, the O'Kelly variation, and here, now we play b4. This is the wing gambit, but if anything, it's maybe a little nicer, because after captures, a6 is just not a very useful move. It does prevent our bishop from coming to b5, but that's honestly not our biggest thing that we're going to be doing in the Sicilian. How this will usually go is here we can now play a3, and we'll get a more typical line here after something like d5, captures, queen takes, and here you can just take back. Normally that's not possible because queen e5 would come with a devastating fork. However, the knight is already on f3 defending that square, so we have no problems to worry about. Back here, their best try according to the engine is now e6, and after captures, we can go c3. Quickly take the whole center of d4, not super trappy, but we do have a great game ahead of us, both positionally and likely tactically as well. 197, I have the Pozarek gambit after d4, knight c6, the Mechanis defense, c4, e5, takes, our pawn is attacked, we don't defend, we play knight c3. If they capture the pawn, then, very simple, e4. Take the whole center while simultaneously attacking their knight, and after it likely backs up, we can simply play knight to f3 here. Development will be pretty easy. Castles. For the price of one pawn, the knight is off in no man's land, and we have an extra piece developed, and we have an extra pawn in the center, all of which are very good things for us. And if they decide to not accept the pawn after knight c3 and play something else like knight f6, well, not to worry, we can always play just e3 here or e4 and defend the pawn like so, create a strong bind on the d5 square, at which point the game can go in many different directions, but most of them are going to be favoring you. 196, I have the anti-Winnower gambit from the Slav after d4, d5, c4, c6, the Slav defense, knight to c3, e5 here is the Winnower counter gambit, and here we play a counter gambit with e4. There's a lot going on here. A lot of pawns can be captured and whatnot. If they capture d4, this is not their best option because queen takes, and our queen is kind of defending everybody. And also, if they ever capture, we can always trade here and then take this guy with a great game ahead of us and a preferable endgame. Their king cannot castle, whereas we can go bishop f4, long castle, not too much to complain about. If they instead try taking another pawn, c4 is not a great option either, simply bishop takes, and even if they do end up winning this guy, queen b3. And who is defending this pawn? Probably their queen is the really only option, and after bishop g5 here, quick rook d1, they're really suffering in that position. We're doing fantastic there. Their best option is to take on e4, at which point, a couple good options. The best is likely bishop e3, takes, you can take with the bishop, or the engine prefers the queen, and go into this type of endgame. The pawn is likely to be captured back. We have a lot of pressure on their king side of our bishop, and long castles here, win the pawn back, we're doing quite well. 195, the Kluver Gambit. This one's very basic. Knight c3, Van Giet, f5, a kind of Dutch, e4, takes, d3. Not too much to talk about. This one's quite basic. If they capture, bishop takes back. It's just good. We're down a pawn, but we have 2 pieces developed, and they have a very weakened king side, which we can likely take advantage of if they're not careful. Like, for example, d6. Already, this check. And if g6, we could simply take, takes, the rook, we win, which is fantastic. Their best try, as in a lot of these gambits, is to not accept again, and instead just play knight f6, at which point, after like captures and something else like e5 here, we can simply go bishop c4. We still have a lot of good development and a fantastic position and game ahead of us. At 194, the Hamp Algier Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight c3, knight c6, the Vienna max range, and here we go into a kind of king's gambit after f4, pawn takes, knight f3, g5, h4, g4, and knight g5. If you've seen the Algier Gambit, it's literally just this position, but neither of these knights are here. And with this, I do prefer it a little more, because after h6, in the same sacrifice we usually see, bishop c4 check is a lot stronger now, or really any other move we play, because we're controlling d5 more. And the 2 extra pieces actually favor us in the attack, simply because d5 is such a pivotal square, and we're controlling it much, much more. And here, many good options. d4, we can play check. After queen takes, which is likely the best option, knight f6, queen takes, bishop d6, and the queen backs up to f2. This is just a slightly objectively better version of the other main line in the Algier. 193, I have the Florentine Gambit after d4, knight f6, c4, and g6, a king's Indian, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6, and we play f4, going for a 4 pawns attack, and after castles, knight to f3, c5, here we push our pawn up to d5 here, and black now plays e6, trying to chip away at us, and here we play the very fun option, bishop e2, captures, and now e5. Now, objectively, this might not be the best, but it is really difficult to see through all of the chaos of what is going on here. There's a lot of stuff going on. The best move for black is to move their knight away to e4, which I don't think is the most common move. Most people might try to capture, and after takes and something else here, now knight e4 isn't as good. Probably knight g4. I mean, there's a lot of good options here. Bishop g5, and likely we're going to take this guy on the next move. Let's say queen moves. We can take. Knight takes back on e4 now. And after castles, black at the end of the day has weathered the storm, but still we have a lot more development than them. We're fully castled, we are safe, and there's a lot of attacking ideas that can potentially go on. We are attacking them, so they will capture us. And here we play the atypical but extremely good move, knight h6. This looks really weird. If white decides to take our knight, we don't take back. We play queen h4 check, pawn moves, and now captures. And if they take here, then at the end of the day, we can just take back the pawn. And even though white is up a pawn and our e-pawn's a bit odd, bishop d6, castles, our development is extremely easy, and we have an extra piece developed, and our queen is out, while white has a really, really weird stuff going on with their pawns, and quite literally 0 development, and we are doing quite well there. And if they decide to instead just try to capture right away, the queen h4 trick always is going to stay here, but we can also play knight f5. And after takes, knight can go ahead and capture back. White is up 2 pawns, but they have to play extremely carefully. Queen h4 is a threat. If they play something random, queen h4 check, g3, knight takes on g3 here, pawn takes, rook takes. We're up material now, and development is once again extremely easy to go by. And If they instead play what the engine suggests their best move, which is knight e2, to try and prevent that, then once again, bishop d6. We can once again renew that threat, and they have to be still careful here. Knight bc3 is what the engine says their only move is to stay afloat here, and after queen f6, we can quickly long castle or short castle, and we have a fantastic game ahead of us where white must defend extremely accurately. 191, I have the Blumenfeld counter gambit, comes after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, Indian game, knight f3, c5, counter strike immediately, and after d5 here, we play the move pawn b5. This shares a lot of DNA with the Banco gambit, essentially this position, but no e6, and no knight and f3. And here, they can play a lot of things. If they try to capture on b5, this is not their best option, because we can take on d5, and their pawn is quite weak, whereas we can go d6, strengthen our center, and these pawns are surprisingly strong and annoying for them to deal with. Instead, their best try is likely to capture on e6 first, pawn takes with our f-pawn, and now takes on b5, but once again, same thing, d5, we have a great position, bishop b7, knight d7, not too much struggle here going on. 190, I have the Fromm's gambit after f4 by white, and we play e5 here. This kind of makes me sad because this gambit is a personal favorite of mine, but sadly, after takes, d6 here, captures, and bishop captures back. White is always going to be able to weather the storm, and other than some cheap tricks, maybe like some queen h4 action, it's never really that great. There's the common trick here, which is here, you can play this, and then bishop e7, which is a fun trap, but like because if they capture, this is checkmate. But if a simple knight f3, then we can move our queen, and we're kind of doing miserable now. So our best try, d6, capture, capture, and now a simple knight to f3. And here, you can keep developing with knight f6, at which point this is a pretty typical gambit position. Nothing too wrong, nothing too great, you can keep on moving on. Or g5 is the last good variation, which is a bit crazy, but after g3, white usually can survive. g4, knight will go to h4, and eventually drop back to g2 and play pawn d4, at which point we aren't really doing incredible here. We don't have a bad position, but we don't probably have full compensation. But if you want a very fun option against f4, this will probably do it for you. 189, I have the Urban Gambit after e4, e5, knight c3, the Vienna, knight to f6, and now g3, which is the Mises variation, and here we play d5, captures, and c6. Not too much to say here. After takes and takes, this is a pretty typical gambit. We have an extra piece developed and a pawn in the center while we are down a pawn. The problem here is probably that after bishop g2, we're not making a massive difference on their position. They can still go knight f3 and castles, but we can still go bishop g4, add some pressure like this, at which point I still think we have a good game. 188, I have the Cochrane Gambit after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to f6, and after takes and d6 here, we sack the knight with knight takes on f7. Although objectively not the best, after captures and any move here, but d4 is likely your most aggressive variation. Surprisingly, this is actually working a lot better than you might think. I've heard a lot of people say this gambit is garbage and the others say it's really good, and I think it is really good because after, no matter what they play, let's say bishop e6 here, after bishop d3, although you're down a piece, you have two pawns in return, and you have a big center, and the engine only gives black a very, very slight advantage because honestly, even though they are safe in the meantime, their position is really whacked out, and we're honestly not really doing that bad here. Let's say they play a knight b to d7 here. We can just castle. Let's say king drops back to g8. This is the engine's favorite. f4 now. And already we're going to start pushing up to f5 and e5, and black is going to actually have to be pretty careful to stay in the game. 187, I have the Norfolk Gambit after knight f3, d5, b3, c5, and now we sack a pawn with e4. The point here is we kind of get a fire awake, which we saw earlier, but on steroids, because after capture and knight e5 or knight g5 here, we kind of get a, what's the word I'm looking for? A just kind of better and more aggressive position simply because we have the extra one piece advantage because we're white, which really, really matters here. There's a fun trap also. Queen d4 does not work because you can play a check and trade off. After this, you can play knight takes, and a simple knight c3 now. Or, feeling a little tricky, there's always bishop b2, queen takes, and knight c3. And surprisingly, their queen is actually going to get trapped. Eventually, they'll have to trade for the rook, and you have a fantastic game ahead of you. Or you have the other option of knight to g5, which is a little more typical. And after something like knight f6, knight c3, probably bishop f5 now, we can always play a check, quickly castle, go queen e2, still bishop b2. We have a great game ahead of us. 186, I have the Pounds Gambit. Nothing too incredible about this one. Comes after d4, d6, c4, e5, captures, which is the rat defense, the English rat, which is a fun name. And here we play bishop e6. This allows them to once again capture, because after bishop takes back, we're down a pawn, but they have played c4, which is not very useful, and we have two extra pieces developed, both bishops and both two quite good squares, which is good. From here, development will be pretty easy, not too much to complain about. And also, from back here, or I guess this position, if they try to not capture and instead play knight to f3, we can always play knight c6. Let's say they try to keep on defending. This doesn't actually quite work now, because pawn takes, and this, if this happens, just rook takes back, and like let's say knight captures, well, if knight captures, then knight d4, white loses instantly. So you can already see it's quite tricky. Bishop takes instead, and after the trade, bishop b4, you have a very good position. 185, I have the wing gambit from the Sicilian after e4, c5, and b4. This gambit is fun, but objectively, it's sadly not the best. After captures, you have a couple good options. You can strike in the center right away with d4. My favorite would likely be a3. And it depends on what they play. If they just play like some normal move here, like, I don't know, let's say d6, and let us capture back, well, we're doing great. Not too much to complain about. If they try e6 and try to defend, this isn't that great for them either, because captures, c3, we can build up in the center of d4. Once again, great game ahead of us. The problem here is that if they know the move d5, which is not the most common move, not a lot of people know this, but if they do know it, you're probably not going to have a great game. After captures, queen takes, we can play a knight to f3 here. We cannot take back right away, because then queen e5 check. We lose the rook, very tragic fashion. Knight f3 instead. And by the way, if they ever capture again, bishop takes, this is always good for us, not too much to complain about there. Instead, most people play a move like e6, or this is what the engine suggests, at which point, I mean, we don't have a bad position, but we can always play like d4. It's just not the best. 184, the kitty counter gambit comes after e4, e5, queen h5, wayward queen attack, so unless you're above, or unless you're below around 1,000, you'll never ever see this, but here, you can now play knight f6, queen takes, and bishop e7. And pretty standard gambit. Their queen is very awkward in center, which is definitely a good thing for us. We're down a pawn, but we have two extra pieces developed. We'll castle quickly, and after something like, let's say, d3, we can play knight c6 and attack them. They can probably back the queen up, let's say over to f4, castles, quickly strike in the center of d5, also rook e8 to put pressure on their pawn. Not too much to talk about. 183, I have the Budapest Gambit. This is a personal favorite of mine. Comes after d4, knight to f6, c4, and here we now play e5. If you want to avoid a bunch of the boring d4 theory, I really like this gambit. It comes after white captures, and now knight g4. And the point here is you're simply attacking the pawn, and your plan is to just keep on attacking it. If they play knight to f3, which is a common move, this is not great, because now bishop c5, they're forced to play e3, and after knight c6, we're almost always going to end up winning the pawn back. There might be some weird like queen d5 action, but queen e7 will always end up solving that problem. You're doing great. Their best try here would likely be bishop f4 instead, at which point after we play knight c6, knight to f3, we can play this check. Knight will block either knight c3 or knight b to d2, and here, now queen e7. Like I said, we're almost always going to win the pawn back, and our plan from here is to go b6, bishop b7, and start an attack on the king side. And I would just tell you, a surprising amount of those king side attacks work a lot better than you would think, because one, this position is very atypical. There is really almost no other gambit like the Budapest, except for the Budapest from the white side. I really like this one. I recommend you go check it out. 182, I have the Alekhine Gambit from the Caro-Kann after e4, c6, Caro-Kann, d4, d5, knight c3, captures, knight takes on e4, and after knight f6 here attacking, we defend with bishop d3. It matters on what they do. If they take our knight, we can just capture back. We're totally fine here, not really any problems, nothing to speak about. But if they try to capture on d4, you're going to have a lot of fun. You can play knight to f3, and the key rotation here that black should probably know is queen b6 to eventually move the queen back to c7 or over to d8. And here, after we castle, we're doing fine here. It's not like an incredible gambit, but once we get the b pawn defended, we can play bishop e3. We have 2 extra pieces developed, and rook e1, queen comes up, good game ahead of us, not too much to talk about. 181, I have the Brombacher counter gambit after d4, d5, e4, we get a black Mardimer in this variation, f3, and here we counter strike back at them immediately with c5. White must be very careful, and already pretty much all of the lines are going to favor us. Their best move is to capture, which already forced them to go into this line, which is not great for them. It's an endgame, which is probably not what they want. No gambitier wants to go into an endgame. And after like bishop f5 here, we're doing well. We're not down a pawn, but we're likely going to go e6 and c5, win the pawn on c5, and we might be up a pawn. And we have a great game ahead of us, not too much there. And other than that, if they try something else, like let's say push up to d5, a simple capture, knight takes, and g6. We're up a pawn. All their typical pressure here with like bishop c4 and castles is almost all useless because their stupid pawn on d5 is kind of blocking everybody out. And we can go bishop g7, castles with little problem. 180, I have the wing gambit deferred, which comes after e4, c5, and here, not b4 right away, but knight f3 first. And after black plays d6, now we play b4. And principles are pretty much the same. After captures, we can play d4 first, or potentially a3 too. It's made a lot better because black's absolute best try against the wing gambit is d5, which here isn't as good because we can just capture, takes, and now we can take the pawn in b4. Before, there would be this check, we would lose our rook, but our knight is already here defending, so that's just great. We've wasted one of their moves. Instead, their better try here is now knight f6, according to the engine, and you have a couple options. d3 potentially captures, knight takes, and here a simple c4. We can also play d4 pretty soon, bishop d3. Yeah, not too much to talk about. It's good, probably slightly better than the normal wing gambit, but not that much. 179, this one is pretty hard to say. The Kudishewicz gambit, I think is how I say it, comes after d4, knight f6 Indian game, c4, c6 the Slav Indian, and after knight to f3, here we play pawn up to b5. The idea is after captures, one, we can always capture back if you don't really want to play into the gambit, but if you want to play this like, as an actual gambit, the move here would probably be e6. And one, if they ever capture, simply knight takes back. We can then go bishop b7. It's a bit atypical, but it is a good position. We have good compensation for the pawn, an extra piece developed, the open b file to play around with, and a lot of tactics on the fianchetto diagonal, which is always great. And if they tried to delay it and play something else, like maybe e3 first, we can just delay as well. Bishop b7, let's say bishop e2 here. We can just castle, or we can always take, and a couple good options here. We can always just castle, and the same stuff of going bishop b7, knight c6, potentially rook b8 to take over the b file and hit their bishop. All the same stuff works. At 178, I have the Greco Gambit from the kings after e4, e5, f4, king's gambit captures, knight f3, and d6, we play the Fischer defense, bishop c4, h6 going for g5, and after white plays h4, here we go, bishop g7. This is one of the best responses against the king's gambit, because if they capture, we can simply take back. This trade is not scary to us at all. If anything, getting rid of both of these rooks is actually just good for us. And instead, if white tries something else, like let's say knight c3, they just keep on developing, well, we can just play knight c6. Add more pressure to their center. Development is a little bit difficult, but overall, this is definitely one of the better ways to play against the kings. 177, the Alekhine Maroczy Gambit comes after e4, e6, the French, d4, d5, e5, or wait, sorry, not e5, my mistake, knight c3, and bishop b4 marks the winnower variation, and here we let them capture the pawn with knight to e2. Most people are going to accept, and the point of this sacrifice is you have two options. You can go g3, bishop g2, and try to castle, or the engine's favorite is a3. Just go ahead and get that bishop right out of there right away. If they just back up, we can just take. We win the pawn back, everything is great, life is awesome. If they trade, then after knight takes back, they can try to hang on for a second with a move like f5, but here, you can just keep developing. Bishop f4, soon maybe f3, like really chip away at them, and this is not solid enough to last for a while. Eventually, bishop c4, you can castle. This is probably going to fall apart, and also, if they try to defend with knight f6, then a simple bishop g5, and they're going to lose the pawn like this. 176, the Portsmouth Gambit comes after 176, the Portsmouth Gambit comes after e4, black goes c5, knight f3, knight c6, and here we gambit a pawn with b4. This shares a lot of DNA with the other wing gambits. I like this one a little more though, because they have an extra option of taking with the knight, and if they do so, then after c3, knight backs up, we can strike in the center right away with d4, which is just good for us. We now have the complete center, nothing to really complain about. We have a fantastic position. And if instead they take with the pawn instead, you can go for a3 like the typical one, or once again, d4 right away, taking the whole center. e6 is the engine's best, and after bishop d3, we'll quickly castle. We have good development, a big center. This pawn will likely be captured later as it is very weak. Good game. 175, a bit of a controversial one. I have the Albin counter gambit after d4, d5, c4, queen's gambit, and now e5, the Albin. This I like, but unfortunately it really doesn't stand well when put to the absolute test. If they take on e5, which is what most people do, we can push up to d4 now, and this pawn is very annoying. We'll then play knight c6 and try to attack them, and really, if white knows what to do, you're going to have a bad time. If they don't know what to do, you're going to have a good time, because improvisation usually does not work very well against the Albin. For example, e3. We can go bishop b4 check, bishop d2 blocks, and takes, and this is the famous Lasker trap. Bishop takes, pawn takes, f2 check. And I won't go through the entire trap here, but essentially, if they capture the pawn, then their queen be hanging. So here, we promote to a knight, so it comes with check, and then bishop g4 skewering is almost inevitable. They can survive for a couple of moves, but they are completely lost. And otherwise here, if you don't get the trap, if they play something more normal, like maybe knight f3, we can go knight c6, and now a3, we don't have a bad position, but after knight g to e7, I don't think we have complete compensation. Our position is a bit tight, but still, bishop e6, queen d7, we can long castle and get a fine game. 174, I have the Senecowed Gambit from the Dutch after d4, f5, we play bishop f4, a kind of London, e6, and here we sack the pawn with g4. We've seen a very similar gambit to this many a time. If they capture, you have a couple good options. h3 is always reliable, or you can play e3 and just try to get the pawn right away, at which point black doesn't have many good options. If knight f6, then h3 now comes with more strength, like captures. We can take back with something, actually maybe not bishop best, but maybe knight best to try and get into g5. Good position, not too much to say, let's move on. 173, the Mittenberger Gambit comes after e4, g6, modern defense, d4, bishop g7, and after knight c3 here, we sack a pawn with d5. This is from the Lizard Defense, apparently, which is a funny name. They can take the pawn like this or like this. If they take with the knight, well, then a simple c6, knight backs up, and now we can capture this guy. We win the pawn right back right away. You know, not too much to talk about, it's fine. If they take with the pawn instead, then here you can play knight f6, quickly castle, if that's your thing, or c6, another good option. And after takes, knight takes, this is more like a typical gambit. We have a ton of pressure on their pawn in the center, and after like d5, knight hops in to d4, we're doing fine, not too much to talk about. And if they try to attack us one more time, then knight can simply back up to d7. This is overextension, and once again, knight f6, castles, good game ahead of you. 172, I have the Gary Gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, e6, d4, we capture, and now knight c6, this is the Taimano variation, and white plays knight b5, interesting variation. We will now play d6, they go c4, we play knight f6, attacking the pawn, they defend with their own knight, and after a6, the knight backs up to a3, we can play the move d5 here, this being the Kasparov Gambit. The idea is that after this happens in the center, our knight can hop over to b4. Now, there are various threats of going bishop f5 and potentially getting some of this action, even though the knight here is still defending in the meantime. And also, the pawn in d5 is not going to last for very long. It's almost always going to get captured back. And after something like bishop e2, we capture, let's say, castles now, bishop e7. This is about an equal position. We'll go bishop e6, b5, good position. 171, I have the Caro Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and c3 by white, the Ponziani. Here, we now play d5, striking in the center right away. White tries queen a4, doing some pinning business as well as defending. And here, we play bishop d7. And the sacrifice here comes after they take on d5. The point is, we're going to play knight d4. Discovered attack, queen drops back, we trade, and then a simple knight to f6. And the idea is that after they play something, we'll go bishop d6 here. This pawn is not very well defended. We'll probably go e4. We can castle quite quickly, and our game plan is just easy. After white plays something like c4, we can try c6. Trading would be very bad. They don't want to allow us to get on the strong diagonal. So instead, likely knight c3 here, and after one more trade, we can just castle. Yeah, great game. 170, I have the Tartakower Gambit after the Polish with b4, e5, bishop b2, and f6 defending. We can now play the move e4. The point here is, by sacrificing this, we can go bishop c4. We have an extra piece developed. We have a really good control of this diagonal. Good pawn in center, while black has some weakened pawns over here which aren't great. Our game plan from here is pretty simple. c3, push in center of d4. The queen will potentially come out to give some check. The knight can also come to f3. A lot of ways the game can go. Most of them are going to favor you. 169, funny number. I have the Bird Gambit from the Philidor after e4, e5, knight f3, d6 Philidor. We now play d4. They capture, and we sack the pawn with c3. This is good for a couple reasons. Black's bishop is already blocked out, so we have a head in development, and we're white, so we have an extra tempo as well. After captures and knight captures back, I mean, this is really all you want to have a gambit. You're down a pawn, but you have 2 extra pieces developed. Bishop c4, bishop f4, castle. Your game plan is very easy. 168, I have the Romanischen Gambit after knight f3. We play knight to f6, the ready opening, c4, e6, g3 by white, and here we play a6 followed by b5. This is an interesting gambit. The way we actually sacrifice pawns after captures and captures, white can play knight d4 now and win the pawn like so, but the idea is that this is not really scary because d5. We take the center. Yeah, they can win the pawn, but from here we have many good options. We can play c6 or just develop bishop e7. We have the open A and also potentially b files to play around with. The engine's favorite here is the insane looking move h5, just because nobody's really helping the bishop out soon, h4, and we might actually be able to get a big attack against them that they cannot very easily stop. Overall, good gambit, not too much to talk about. 167, the Salvio Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, they capture, knight to f3, g5, we go bishop c4, and after g4 here, we launch our knight into the center on e5. The point of this is that we're putting pressure and just straight up attacking f7. How do they defend? If they try knight h6, well, this is quite passive. You have a couple good options here, namely just d4, you're doing quite well. Their most common try, though, is to play this check because it looks very odd, but simply king over to f1. The threat still remains, and after knight h6, we can play d4. This pawn is likely going to be hanging, and black has to play very careful here to actually survive. Their best try is f3, trying to get some stuff going on here, but our best way is to once again just ignore it. If they capture, king takes back, then give one check, but king just drops back. They really have nothing here, and you're actually doing fantastic in this position. 166, I have the single Danish Gambit after e4, e5, d4, takes c3. They capture again. Most people tend to play bishop c4, the double Danish Gambit, which I think is a little better, but the single one is the immediate knight takes back on c3. There's nothing wrong with this gambit. I mean, this is all you really want. You have an extra pawn in the center, you have an extra piece developed, you have better control over d5. This is everything you want from a gambit. 165, this one looks a little stupid, but it's actually quite good. It comes after f4, e5 from's gambit, they take, d6, they capture, and here, instead of taking back, we can play the very fun knight to f6. If they take again, this is the Langheld, and we can take back with the queen. And even though we are now down 2 pawns for what seems to be not that much extra development, this is actually a fantastic gambit. Let me give you an example of how a game can play out. White will play e3, we can go bishop d6. This is a threat. They have to defend with, let's say, knight to f3, and now we can get aggressive with knight g4, and already lots of threats going on. And really, they can't defend the pawn. They can try h3, but then our bishop gets in, and they get forked, which is very, very tragic. Already, they would just be completely lost. So instead here, they probably have to play something else, like knight c3, but now this check anyways. And after this, king runs up, queen f2 check. You can decide on what you like from here. Engine gives simply castles, at which point their king is just so dead in the center, it's almost impossible for them to actually survive here. Engine says it's about equal, but I would much, much prefer to be black here rather than white. 164, I have the Hein counter gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4 Italian, bishop c5 Goccio piano, and b4 the Evans gambit, and here we play the central strike, d5. With this move, we're opening up our bishop, attacking them in the center immediately, but there's still a lot that goes on. If they take with their pawn, which is what the engine likes the most, you can take on b4 with the knight. Now, this guy is still a threat. If they try to capture here, then bishop d4, and they get forked. So, most people are probably going to castle here, at which point you can take back immediately, but what might be even better is knight f6 to go for the double knight. if they play this move now, just castle. Just get out of there. I mean, yeah, they can take, but this is always still a threat. And if they try to take with the rook instead, then now c6. And at the end of the day, we're probably going to be down some material, but it will still be good for us. Or actually, sorry, not knight takes back, but instead bishop takes, king takes, and knight g4. And they get forked. So there's a lot of tactical and practical possibilities from this gambit. And if they try to take with the bishop instead, then knight takes on b4. Very similar thing. Bishop will probably back up. And from here, they have a lack of the typical stuff they have from the Evans Gambit, the typical fun. We can go knight f6, quickly castle, very little problems. And lastly, if they take our bishop, we can just take theirs. We're doing completely fine here. Everybody's defended. This pawn is quite weak. And even though this guy's weak, theirs is also. So it doesn't really matter. 163, not entirely sure how to say this. Maybe Schuler again, maybe Schweller. Comes after b4 Polish, c6 the rare outflank variation, bishop b2, and a5 here. Most of the variations here don't favor white, except for if you sack the pawn for b5 and then play e4. The great thing about this gambit is that they're almost always going to have to give back a pawn. If they try to hang on, it's not going to end up well for them. Let's say they play b4 now, trying to hang on. We can just keep developing knight f3, or if you want to go after them right away, a3 is another good option. Let's say takes, you can take back with the knight. And potentially, your pieces might get all up in there, which will be fantastic for you. Most people back here will probably play something like queen b6 to try to get that, but then knight c3, attacking the pawn again, and if b4, knight d5, the fork needs to be maintained, so probably just queen backs up, but then bishop d4, and who is stopping the queen from getting trapped? Almost nobody. This is a fantastic gambit, although very, very rare. 162, I have Blackmar's second gambit, which comes after d4, f5, e4, Staunton gambit, they take, knight c3, knight f6 defending, and now f3. This shares a lot of DNA with the Blackmar-Demer gambit, and for good reason. Similar position. If they capture after knight takes back, I mean, this is exactly what you want from the gambit. You have an extra piece developed, you have a good pawn in the center, and black has some kingside weaknesses you might be able to exploit. But otherwise, you'll probably be fine here. Their best try is likely d5, at which point it might get a little risky, but still you can capture, and then bishop g5, and you're probably going to win the pawn back anyways, at which point you'll have a good position. 161, we have a very fun one, the Nachmanson Gambit after e4, e5. There's a couple ways to get here, but I'll show the most common way. Knight f3, knight c6, d4, Scotch game, they capture, bishop c4, Scotch Gambit, knight f6. We let them capture the pawn after castles, and here we now sacrifice an entire piece. This looks completely insane, but it's actually quite good. If they take with their knight, maybe they get a little scared or something, we can simply take back. And this open file we have against their king is way, way stronger than it appears. For example, let's say they take again. Already, rookie one, we're winning. Bishop e7, knight g5. Who is stopping this stuff? And it's just castles. Queen h5 comes in. This is getting very, very tricky. Captures. Their queen is straight up trapped. The pawn cannot be pushed up because it is pinned, and a rook covers the other squares, which is great. That is awesome. The problem is, if they do know what they're doing, they will end up with a small advantage. For example, their best way to play is to take with the pawn. We can now take an f7 for our bishop. King takes, queen d5 check. King will have to run back to e8. We take this guy, or so actually we don't take yet. We play rook e1. And here, there's a couple ways for black to play. The most safe option would likely be just d6, captures, and then bishop e7. But still here, after bishop g5, we have a lot of potential attacks against them. And although they can survive here, it is going to be quite difficult. But then again, if they do, we are down 4 points of material. Very risky, but if you like that, this is for you. 160, big one, maybe a bit controversial. I have the Black Mardemer after d4, d5, pawn to e4, pawn captures, knight to c3, knight f6, f3 now, and point is that after captures and knight takes, this is the kind of Black Mardemer golden position. This is what you want. You have an extra piece developed and a strong pawn in the center. From here, you'll play bishop c4, castles, bishop f4. It's a good position to play. The big problem with the Black Mardemer is not really this position. You're going to have a good time in this position. It's more if they play something else. There's various e5s and c5s, both of which prove to be quite strong, and a lot of other little counter gambits that may be annoying. But if you can get into this position, you'll likely have a good game ahead of you. 159, I have the 159, I have the Morphy Gambit from the Philidor defense after e4, e5, knight f3, d6, the Philidor defense, d4, they take, and we don't take back right away, we play bishop c4 first. I like it a little more than the other one, which is the Bird Gambit, c3 first. Bishop c4 keeps more options open. If we want to play c3, we can, but we don't have to right away. This will normally go something like knight f6, we can castle. If they try to capture, this probably won't end up well after rook e1, and they're going to have to be pretty careful here to just even end up surviving, which could get quite bad. Instead, bishop b7, at which point now you can just take on d4. Engine likes the queen the most, which might be a little crazy, but if you like it, you'd like it. And after something like castles, knight c3, you're doing great here, not too much to complain about. You have regained the pawn, good, big position, a lot of space, nothing to complain about. 158, I sadly cannot find what this gambit is, maybe just disappeared. I don't really know, couldn't find it, let's move on. 157, I have the Tall Gambit from the Modern defense after e4, g6 by black, d4, bishop g7, knight to c3, pretty standard position. Now d6, knight f3, c6, bishop g5, pinning the pawn, queen b6, attacking this guy, and here we let them have it with queen d2. If they don't want to accept, then we don't really care. We can just continue with bishop c4, castles, and just play like normal. If they do capture, then we're going to have a fun game after rook b1, queen must drop to a3, and now bishop c4. And for the price of one pawn, we now have the semi-open b file, as well as black here is still extremely undeveloped. While we cannot make an approach in the center quite yet, after we castle, we can still continue to prepare, and eventually we're just going to have a far more developed position. 156, the Omaha Gambit comes after e4, black plays e5, knight to c3 Vienna, d6 by black, and here we sack a pawn with f4. A lot of these f4 gambits are very good, especially when black plays more passively like this, because the idea is, after captures, we can just go knight f3. It's kind of like a king's gambit, but we have a lot more development, and black cannot really fight against us in any substantial way. Black has many ways to play here. Their best would likely be g5, and here we can just continue to plan. Bishop c4. If g4, the engine even gives a kind of Muzio gambit with castles, capture, capture. We are down an entire piece, but here we have castled. We have so much stuff just pointed right at them, and it would be a miracle if they could defend perfectly, which is likely extremely difficult and will not happen. And otherwise, if they just play like, I don't know, bishop e7, then bishop c4. We can play in basically the same way. And eventually, this knight will probably pop out somewhere. We'll play d4 here, but the knight will probably pop out somewhere eventually. We can capture the pawn, and we have a great game ahead of us. 155, I have the Schaefer Gambit after e4, c6, bishop c4 in the Caro-Kann, which is not a good variation, unless you're planning to go bishop back to b3. After captures, the idea here is to play queen h5. Immediately attack this, which is a very direct threat. Black will have to defend something with like maybe probably e6, and from here you can play knight c3. Your plan is pretty simple. Targets pawn more, queen drops back to h4, attacking this guy. They're probably going to have to give it back to us after something like bishop e7. And here you can take back. If feeling a little crazy, you may even want to play f3 here and go for some type of a position like this, which could also be fun. The other option is g6 here, And after this, they can try to hang on with bishop to f5 here. But once again, f3, great option. Captures, knight captures, good gambit game. Very atypical, especially in the Caro-Kann, which is a plus for you. 154, I have the Steinitz Gambit after e4, e5, knight c3, the Vienna, knight c6, Max Lange, and here, f4, a kind of deferred King's Gambit. They take, and we have a couple good options here. The one I really like is d4, this being the Steinitz Gambit or Steinitz. The point here is that if black just plays, something, then we'll just capture the pawn back. We're already doing great. If they try to play a check with queen h4, we just move our king to e2, which looks extremely awkward, but what's going to happen here is we're going to play knight to f3, kick their queen away, move our king to f2, and we're actually going to be doing great. And because of the addition of knight c3 and knight c6, this helps us a lot because their knight is very badly misplaced. There's a lot of ways this game can go. The engine gives b6 as the best line, which I must say I really cannot imagine anybody playing that. A more common move likely be something like d6, at which point you can go knight f3. Attack the queen. They'll probably try to pin it with like bishop g4. And the extremely fun line here is you can actually regain the pawn. With the idea of if captures, king takes on f3, which looks ridiculous, but nobody can actually attack your king. And if g5, just back your bishop up. You're doing completely fine here. 153, the McDonald Gambit comes after e4, e5, pawn to f4, King's Gambit, captures, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, and after g4 here, attacking the knight, we don't move it, we simply play knight c3. If the idea is after captures and queen takes, we get a kind of Muzio Gambit where we're probably going to capture the pawn, and we have a lot of pressure on them, but unlike the Muzio, instead of we having castled, we have the knight on c3, which is actually a much more helpful move than it may seem, because the by far best response in the Muzio is queen f6, which just doesn't work now, because knight d5. Attacking the queen, it has to move somewhere to keep this protected. Now d4, you can go e5, and you're already crushing in this position. So it's already something great that can be going on. If they instead play something else, like d6 is the engine's choice, we can simply castle. Very similar story. Engine says after like bishop e6, black is surviving, which they kind of are, but still after captures, and here, a couple good options. You can take the pawn, or you can play d4, or the engine likes knight e2, which looks a little odd, but the point is after e5, you can sack the knight to then play a check, and surprisingly, black is going to have a really hard time to actually escape everything that's going on. This is a fun alternative to the Muzio, which would be castles here, but still, I think knight c3 is a little bit subpar. 152, I have the Wasp Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, d5 is the Elephant Gambit. White captures a pawn on e5. We have a few options here, but the one we play is pawn takes on e4. And after white plays bishop c4, going for this, we can play the hyper tricky queen g5. And this is a bit of a difficult position. Engine is saying white can simply capture. We have to move our king over, and then d4 to defend the knight and attack our queen, at which point after queen takes, rook f1, and we're not really doing that great here. White, material is even, however, white is much better than us in more development. Our king is on d8, we can't castle, it's pretty meh position. The thing is, if we're looking at purely practically though, with this, the vast majority of people take an f7 for the knight, at which point queen takes g2, rook moves over, and bishop g4, at which point we're not going to be completely winning, but we will be able to get a nice advantage after like bishop blocks, takes, and king takes on f7, and from here you have a pretty good game ahead of you. But to balance it out, the problem I would say here is that both objectively, most people won't find d4, but most people will find a better alternative than knight takes on e5. If they take on d5, which is far more common in the Elephant, then here we don't have a bad position. I think the Elephant itself is a bit underrated, but it's still not that great of a gambit. 151, the Spanish wing gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez. Black goes bishop c5 here, and now we sack the pawn with b4. This is definitely one of the much better wing gambits. If they take with the knight, which isn't that common, and for good reason, we can go c3, knight will back up, and here we can castle, and eventually play d4. We have a kind of cracked up Evans gambit, which is very, very good for us. If instead they take with the bishop, then here we can actually do the same thing. c3. If they try to back up to a5, then this might get a little trickier, but the engine's best is simply take, knight takes c4. And we have a good position from here. After queen e7, d4 defending, and f6. We're going to have to back the knight up or play something. You have a couple of good options here. The engine's favorite is queen a4, bishop backs up to b6, and you can now play very fun bishop a3. You can delve through all the variations, but in the end, black might get an extra pawn while we have an aggressive position. Black is going to have to play very carefully to properly defend everywhere here, so this gambit is good. 150, I have the Cordell gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We get the same variation we saw a second ago, bishop b5, Ruy Lopez, and now bishop c5. And here, white plays c3, trying to support d4, and we go f5. This is, once again, a more standard gambit. It's made better by the fact that white's bishop is already committed to b5 and all of this nonsense, because it would be a lot more powerful if it was already on c4. And white has a couple options here. If they take the pawn, then we can now play e4, attack their knight. It is forced to move somewhere, like either to maybe d4 or having to back up to g1. Engine gives d4 here, counter-attacking, at which point after takes, rook g1, we can play a check, and from here, like bishop blocks, just develop knight f6, and we have a good position. We might end up down one pawn, but this guy is really weak, this guy is really weak, and everything in white's position is just kind of like far apart and distant and not really well organized or coordinated well at all. And other than capturing, they can try d4 here, but after takes, you have a couple options. Play takes here, knight takes, and queen e7. Once again, we can then potentially build up ourselves with c6, and we have a good game ahead of ourselves once again. We might even end up long castling in the future if you're feeling just a little crazy. And lastly, they can try d3, but this is more of a sad try. After captures, knight f6. We're doing completely fine here. Overall, I think it's a very good gambit. 149, I have the Fuller gambit after e4. We play d6, pierce defense. f4, we now play d5, which is interesting, but I mean, objectively, it's fine, I guess. White takes, and here, knight to f6 is the Fuller gambit. Just attacking the pawn. We want to take with our knight. We can take with the queen immediately, but then there might be an annoying knight c3 to attack our queen, which, if we don't have to allow, we have no point to. We can instead play knight f6 first to disallow that. If they just play, like, d4 here, knight takes back, we're doing great. I mean, knight f3, we might have to deal some c4 in the future, but still, we're going to be fine in all these variations. And if they try c4 to really try and hang on, we can get a nice gambit after e6, takes, and bishop takes. Yeah, here you are still down a pawn, but you have two extra pieces developed, and white, what is white doing with the f4 and c4 pawns? I don't really know. Engine gives one very fun line with bishop c5, because even here, this is actually good for us, because now the rook can come to the e file even quicker. 148, I have the Spielmann gambit after e4. Knight f6 Alekhine's, knight c3, d5, the Scandinavian variation. We push up to e5, knight backs up to d7, and here we push again to e6. Objectively, this is not the best option, but the point here is that now we've kind of messed up their pawn structure. We can now play d4, take central space, and our plan here is essentially, well, because black, because of this going on, they pretty much are forced to play g6, and we can now play h4, h5 along with bishop d3, potentially move our queen out as well, and black is going to be facing a lot of pressure. Yes, black can survive, but unless they know some theory, it might and really likely will end up going quite poor for them. 147, the Napoleon Gambit from the Scotch comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, and they take with their knight, which is not the best variation, but it's not that bad either. We'll take with our knight, they take back with their pawn, and here we don't take back right away, we instead play bishop c4 first. There's really nothing wrong with this gambit. Maybe it's not the best try. Engine likes queen takes and d4 first a little more, but bishop c4 is fine. And I mean, this is really all you want out of a gambit. After knight to f6, now you can take on d4, or if you want to keep playing in the gambit style, you can play castles, because if knight takes, then queen takes, and now knight backs up, and there's potentially a lot of bishop g5 and rook e1 action that could get very nasty very fast. But I mean, once again, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this gambit. 146, I have the Leonhardt Gambit after e4, d5 Scandinavian, we take, queen takes, knight c3 attacking, and now queen a5, which is the main line, and here we sack a pawn with b4. This is a very good wing gambit, because the point is, after captures, you have a couple of good options. If you want to, you can play the engine's favorite, which is rook b1, queen will move back, and then you can go d4 here, quickly develop your bishop, you can develop your other bishop to b2, and I mean, this is about equal if you want to go for this. Or my personal favorite line here is the much more tricky knight b5 with the vicious trap here after queen a5 defending and bishop c4. Like, I think, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like 70% of people play either a6 or c6, which is the most common move, which completely loses after bishop takes, king takes, and queen h5 check. And with this against their king and with our knight as well, if they just play g6, we can just play check and quickly win their queen. But, oh, not that, win their queen. But even without this trap, overall, this is still a very solid gambit. 145, I have the Moscow Gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, d6, bishop b5 check, the canal attack, knight c6, castles, bishop d7, pretty normal stuff. We play c3 here, knight f6, rook e1 to defend the pawn, a6, and here when our bishop is provoked, we trade, and then strike in the center with d4, and after bishop captures on e4, we play bishop g5 to attack their knight. The point here is that if they just back up, let's do the back up, we can now do the trade. They cannot take with the e pawn because it is pinned, they have to take with the g pawn, and we can shove the pawn up their throat on d5. Bishop is probably going to have to back up again, and from here, we can just develop. We can go knight b to d2, potentially even rotate it to a square like c4 here, and after queen c7, we can just play a more normal game here. They're likely going to have the long castle, which is not atypical, it's not typical or usually that good in the Sicilian. Kingside is usually a little better, but hey, to each their own. Overall, this gambit is good. 144, the Hergert Gambit comes after knight to c3, Vanguard opening. We play d6, f4, e5, they capture. We now play knight c6, takes pawn, and bishop takes back on d6. Don't really have much to say. You've probably seen this exact position before. We have an extra bishop developed, as well as them having kingside weaknesses for the price of one pawn. I mean, I don't have much to say. 143, I have a much more positional gambit. This is the same-ish gambit after d4, knight f6 Indian game, c4, g6 King's Indian, knight c3, bishop g7, e4 by white, d6 to stop the e5 advance, and f3 is the same-ish variation of the King's Indian. And after castles, bishop e3, here we can sack a pawn with c5. The point of this sacrifice is that if after captures, and we go down this line, even though at the end we end up going to an endgame, this is exactly what we want. Here we can now play knight c6, and yeah, it's an endgame which is a bit atypical for gambits, but still here, the same principles that we usually have apply. We have more development, we have dominant control of the only open, I forgot the name, open row? No, open file, sorry. And yeah, there's a couple ways it can go. Usually, the most common way is for them to do this trade, king can capture back, and now knight can drop back to d7, the bishop must kick out, and then you can rotate this knight to the center on e5, potentially bishop e6, and the other rook will come to the d file, and yeah, this is an endgame. If you like endgames, this is a gambit that must be your go-to. 142, I have the Marshall Gambit from the Tarrasch defense after d4, d5, c4, e6, standard Queen's Gambit declined, knight c3, c5 is the Tarrasch, captures, pawn captures back, and now e4 is the Marshall Gambit. This one's pretty simple. It's kind of like an Albin counter gambit, but we have an extra piece developed, which is just a good thing. And by counter-striking in the center immediately, we really clarify what is going on. If they take on d4, then we can simply capture back with our queen, or if you want to, you can also take on d5 with your knight. Both of these are good options, at which point this pawn is simply a sitting duck that we can go ahead and pick at and try to capture back later. And if they take on e4, which is the best line, then here you can push up to d5. And like I said, it's very similar to an Albin counter gambit, but we already have the knight developed to c3. So everything we do just comes with a lot more power, which in a gambit like this really matters and is really important. 141, I have a very fun one. This comes after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit. We now play c5, which is the Austrian variation, which is not the best, but by just copying like this, we can't really get a bad position. And after white takes on c5 here we can just play e6, but the fun variation is d4. This being the Salvio counter gambit. What we're doing here is these pawns are just sitting duck, especially the one on c5. So after something like knight f3, we can play knight c6. Let's say they keep going, let's say e3 here, we can support the pawn with e5, and very soon, captures, we can go ahead and capture this guy, develop the other bishop, at which point we have a good position and very atypical coming from a Queen's Gambit. 140, I have the Schubert Gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, and queen to f6, the Norwald variation, which is not the best, and here we'll play knight to c3, allowing them to capture on f4 because we can now play d4. And I mean, this is just a good gambit. We're punishing them with their very odd and not developing play. There's a lot of ways this can go. Most commonly, black will give a check, g3, and then back the queen up somewhere, like all the way back to d8, at which point we can go ahead and just capture. And even though our pawn structure might be a little odd, we have regained the pawn. Black has been wasting a ton of time. Meanwhile, we can go bishop c4, knight f3, and potentially get a big attack on black, especially while they have very little development. 139, I have the Kaidansky Gambit after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop's opening, knight to f6, attacking the pawn. And here we play d4, the Urasov Gambit. Now they take on d4. We don't take back right away, we instead play knight to f3, and if black takes on e4 now, we can play queen takes on d4. This is the Kaidansky Gambit. It's really all you want of a gambit. After knight drops back to f6, we can go bishop g5, and it's pretty typical. We're down a pawn, however, we have a lot of extra development. Black only has one puny piece, while we have three, and the queen as well. And I mean, there's a lot of ways this can go, but most of the time they'll play something like bishop e7. We can go knight c3, probably castles. We can castle as well. We can you can either castle short or long castle. You can go here, feeling a little crazy. At which point, Engine says maybe about equal, if anything is slightly better for black, but practically, I think you're doing fantastic here. Ton of development, potential for a very big attack with h4, h5, h6. You're doing great. 138, I have the Winnower counter gambit from the Slav after d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit. We go c6, Slav defense, knight to c3, and here we now strike in the center right away with e5. Point here, it's kind of like an Albin counter gambit, but a bit better. If they take on e5, we can push up to d4. Attack their knight, it must move somewhere. Knight to e4 is their best square, with the only alternative being knight back to b4, which is just sad. And from here, engine gives queen a5 check, and actually, you can just straight up win the pawn back. Bishop blocks, queen takes c5, and from here, after something like knight drops back to g3 because we're attacking it, we can go c5, knight attacks our queen, and we can just drop it back to c7. And at the end of the day, we have an equal material position where white is up some development. However, we have an extremely strong pawn center, which we can pretty easily defend and is a very annoying thing for white to deal with. And back here, if they try to avoid that and instead play like pawn takes on d5, well, we can simply take back. The plan is pretty much the same, and if they keep trying to not take back, then here you can just go ahead and trade, at which point you don't have that or you don't have that much of an exciting position, but it's an okay position, kind of like a Slav exchange, and you don't really have much to what am I saying? You don't have much to complain about. 137, I have an extremely fun one. The Burton Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4 kings, captures, knight to f3, and black goes bishop e7, the Cunningham defense, going for this check, and here we embrace it. We're going to play bishop c4, they play the check, g3, pawn captures, castles, takes again, and king to h1. At the end of the day, we are down 3 pawns, but we have complete compensation because their bishop is very weak, and we have a ton of pressure, while black has almost no development, only piece being their very weak bishop. And most people will just play something normal here, like let's say maybe d6, or not d5, d6, which is a fine option, but here after d4, we're already taking the advantage, although we do have to be careful ourselves. Very double-edged position, because even though we do have a very aggressive game and we can try to attack black, we are down 3 pawns, which is a very legitimate threat. If we cannot coordinate our attack fast enough and perfectly, then we're just going to be down a ton of material with a bad position. The problem I have here is, other than that, if they know the move d5, this might not be great for you, because after bishop takes, they can now play knight to f6, and they do hang their bishop temporarily, but our bishop is going to be attacked as well, and in all the chaos at the end of the day, black has an advantage. We can give a check and force a trade, but simply king d8. We sadly do not have complete compensation here. We're down material without a way to really proceed, but still, after we eventually capture, we're only down 1 point of material, and this is an okay endgame. At 136, I have the Krajik Gambit after e4, knight to f6, and bishop c4 here. The point is that after knight captures e4, we can play bishop takes f7 check, king takes, queen h5, and no matter where they go, we're pretty much always going to be able to play queen d5 check, let's say e6 now, and we can win the piece back. If you like this position, where your queen is out, black's king is a little awkward, but they are safe, then go for this. Personally, I do like these positions. However, if you don't like this because black is quite solid, the engine does give black a very slight advantage after like d5, but simply we can play check, king walks over, d4. I struggle to say we have a bad position, and this is a very easy, quick, and nice to learn little counter against the Alekines. 135, the Papaticulat Gambit comes after e4, e6 French defense, and here we go b3, d5 attacking, and bishop b2. Simple gambit. After takes, we have a couple good options here, namely knight c3, knight to f6, and we can now play queen e2, with 2 ideas. We're going to win the pawn back, first of all, and second, we're likely going to be able to long castle here, and eventually play probably d3, and potentially chip at them, or chip away at them like that. And if they try to hang on here with like f5, then d3 immediately is a fantastic way to go. Captures, bishop captures, you're still down a pawn, but you have 3 extra pieces developed. This is pretty weak, and you quickly go queen e2, long castle, with a great game ahead of you. 134, the Bellin Gambit comes after d4, f5 Dutch, c4, e6, and here we sack a pawn with e4. Very standard gambit. It's also known as the deferred Staunton. After captures, we can play knight c3 and, just attack the pawn. There's a few good things here. If black tries d5, then simply takes, pawn takes, and queen h5. And we're going to either end up winning a pawn or even potentially a rook if they are not being careful, like so. But if they do just move their king away, then then knight takes here, and we're completely winning. Instead, king d7 captures. We're doing fantastic here. We're going to end up being up a pawn after everything. So instead, their best try is likely just knight f6. And here, you have a couple good options. You can go f3 and try to move this into kind of a black Mardimer territory, or you can just keep developing with a modest bishop e2, and after something else like, let's say, bishop b4. The way to develop here, the engine really likes, is the uncommon knight h3, which looks stupid, but the idea is the knight is coming to g4, nobody can really attack it, at which point the pawn in e4 is just a sitting duck. This gambit is quite good. 133, I have the Zhurevlev counter gambit. Zhurevlev, not sure exactly how to say it, comes after e4, e5, knight c3, Vienna. We play the very aggressive bishop b4, going for this trade immediately, and white plays queen g4, which is not a common option, but the idea is the pawn in g7 is now attacked. How do we defend it? No matter what we try, it might be a little awkward, so the move here is knight to f6. This being the counter gambit. The point is, by sacrificing the pawn, we play rook g8. There's a lot of positions like this in the French, and after queen to h6 here, you have a couple of very good options. Bishop f8 is what the engine gives, which I think might be a little insane. Instead, a more modest knight c6 is what I like, and you have many good ways to play here. If white goes like, let's say, d3, we can go, many good options, rook g6, queen will probably drop back to d2, and now strike in the center with d5. You're doing well here. You are down a pawn, but white is quickly getting overrun, and they have to be very careful to not lose immediately. 132, the Lisbon gambit comes after d4. We play d6, c4, e5. We go for the English rat defense, which I think is just a funny name. And after white captures, here we play knight c6. This is a very similar gambit we've seen many times. After captures, we can play bishop takes on d6. This is everything you want from a gambit. You have 2 extra pieces developed while we are down a pawn, and white has played c4 here, which is not a very useful move. And after something like knight f3, we can go bishop f5, potentially after knight c3, knight f6. Not too much to say. We can castle, queen e7, rook over to d8 to target their queen. Great game ahead of us. 131, I have an extremely fun one, the Perenni gambit, e4, c5 coming from the Sicilian, knight f3, d6, d4, takes, knight to f6, knight to c3, and black plays a6 here. This is the Najdorf, and we now play bishop e3, e6, and here g4, which is the delayed carries attack, going for this type of action, which is quite dangerous for black. They try e5, we move our knight to f5, they now play g6, just attacking our knight, asking us where it's going to go, and here, we don't move it, we play g5. The point here is that, one, if they just move their knight away somewhere, like let's say anywhere, like back here, well, our knight can come to d5. And we're already pretty much dominating here because our bishop is going to come in, and along with that our knight, and black really cannot stop this threat, or really a lot of the other threats are also going to be coming their way. Instead, they have to capture. We will take on f6, and once again, they have to be careful here. They must play f4. If they try to recapture too fast, then knight d5, queen backs up, bishop b6, queen moves, and knight comes in to either c7 or here, knight f6 also works. They're just completely lost, so that really does not work. Instead, f4 is our only option. We can back our bishop up to d2, and here, after something like knight d7, we have an okay position, but still bishop c4, and there's a lot of threats. Black has an extremely atypical and weird game going on. Even if they are slightly better according to the engine, they have to know what they're doing to play in this just weird setup. I don't know if you've ever had a position like this. I know I probably, honestly, I don't even think I have. It's just so weird. And also, they have to survive a lot of only moves. Overall, it's a very good gambit, if anything, a bit rare. 130, the Tarrasch Gambit comes after d4, d5, c4 queens, e6, knight c3, and c5 is the Tarrasch defense. They will take, we take on d5, they take again. Here we now push up to attack their knight, and they try knight a4, which looks a little odd, but the point is they're hanging on to the extra pawn, and here we play b5. The point of this is that, well, their knight cannot go anywhere. They must capture on b6, and we take back with the pawn. And even though this looks a little odd with kind of messing up our pawn structure, we now have the open a file to play around with, as well as their knight still being kind of stranded there. Many ways this can play out. Most commonly, well, it will just go like something like e3, at which point you can play bishop d7 to attack their knight, probably b3 to defend, at which point you can play a check, bishop blocks, and takes on e3 is a very fun option because if they take, then queen h4, and we get this fork, which is quite rare. That's a very fun fork to play around with, but other than that, this is a bit of an odd gambit, but objectively, it is quite good. 129, I have the Kirkin Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, Italian game, knight to f6. We play knight g5, going for fried liver action. d5 now, we take with the pawn. b5 is the Ulvestad variation. Despite how it looks, the best move here is to back the bishop up to f1, which is odd, but if you know what you're doing, this is the best move. And here, what black should do is either capture the pawn right away or launch their own knight into the center, but here they play h6, attacking our knight, and what we do here is we don't just capture and let them capture, we play knight takes f7, this being the Kirkin Gambit, and after king takes and pawn takes on c6, this is a fine gambit. We're up 2 points of material now, but the idea is after black plays queen d5, even though we are down material, surprisingly, this is kind of hard to play. If we just go like knight c3, then after queen takes and probably bishop takes, well then they can take on g2. And this actually is not great for us. We'd have to probably take with the knight instead. At which point, after like a6 by black, we're fine here, but still there is quite a lot of risk. This might be more of a gambit for black, but still, either way, this is still a fine gambit. 128, I have the Albin Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4 marks the Italian game, bishop c5 here, we castle, and after knight f6, attacking pawn, we don't defend, we play c3. And this is a pretty simple gambit. After knight takes, we can now play d4 here. Our engine actually likes d3, with the point being after the knight drops back, d4 now is stronger because the knight is no longer there. And after, let's say, takes, pawn takes, let's say bishop backs up to b6. Well, if they play this, we're doing good because now d5, and we get the open file with a fantastic game ahead of us. The engine's best here is now d5, which kind of ruins the fun here, but still, after captures, and queen takes on d8, this is not a bad position. Black is still up a pawn, but knight a3, nobody is defending this guy. They can try knight e6 though to attack ours, but we can either defend or simply play captures, and then bishop e3 now. At which point, yeah, we're in endgame down a pawn, but we're going to have access to both the open files, and we have a ton of extra development with a very good game ahead of us. 127, I have the Ponziani counter gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and c3 here, and we sacrifice a pawn with f5. A lot of these f5 gambits in these e4, e5 positions are normally only around mid, but this one is made quite good. by the fact that now the knight cannot come to c3, which is one of white's main defenses in these positions. If they capture, here we can now play, we have a couple good options, namely knight f6 or quick d5. The engine likes queen f6 here, which looks a little crazy, but after d4, e4 here, attacking their knight, knight will probably move somewhere to like maybe back to d2. We can just capture. Quickly go d5, and surprisingly here, we have now regained the pawn, and we have a surprisingly good game ahead of us. Their absolute best try here is likely d4 to counter-strike immediately, but after takes, knight takes e5, and once again queen f6, I don't think we're doing bad here. We'll quickly go d5, and if they trade, pawn takes with the b-pawn to once again d5 support, and yeah, I mean engine, or I guess not engine, but I mean practically also, this is only about equal. White might have a very slight advantage after queen h5, but sometimes the engine should stop talking. 126, I have the Thomas Gambit after f4, bird's opening. Black now plays d5, knight f3, and d4, which is not a very common or great variation, will now play b3. They go knight f6, bishop e2 attacking, they support it with c5, and here we sacrifice a pawn with e3. But the idea here is a bit more complicated than it seems. After black captures, the idea here is not to take back right away, but instead play bishop d3, shielding the queen from seeing our pawn, because after captures, and here we can take with the knight, or the engine likes queen takes on d2 the most. Because the point is, we're going to go knight c3 and try to long castle. And after, like, knight c6, knight c3, I don't know, e6 here, and we castle. We're doing great here. Fantastic game, fantastic position. We can go knight e4, knight e5 as well, centralize our pieces. Yeah, great game ahead of us. 125, the Kunin double gambit comes after e4, e6 French, d4, d5, knight c3, and bishop b4 marks the winnower variation. And here we play bishop d2 finger slip. They capture on e4, and now queen g4, which allows queen takes on d4, this being the Kunin double gambit. Here we're down 2 pawns, but black has an enormous amount of stress on their position. This pawn is only really defended by their queen and I guess their bishop kind of, and this pawn is only protected by their queen through some weird long range stuff. And here you can play the very fun knight to f3. I mean, yeah, attacking their queen like this, they cannot capture because that's a free queen. And here, after something like the queen backs up probably to f6, we can now play knight d5 is what the engine suggests, which is absolutely insane. Or you can just take, but knight d5 is really fun. Point being, if they take, then queen captures, queen blocks. We can play a check, pawn blocks, and now queen takes on b7, and at the end of the day, nobody is defending the rook in the corner. This can get pretty crazy, but pretty much all the variations, as long as you play pretty accurately, are going to end up favoring you, which is very good. 124, the Benoni Gambit from the Pterodactyl defense comes after e4, g6 modern, d4, bishop g7, knight to f3, c5 here, we now play knight to c3, and after queen a5, going for a lot of this business, we sack a pawn with d5. This move is good for 2 reasons. One, after captures, and queen takes, we can play bishop d2, queen will have to drop back, and now bishop d3, and yeah, we're down a pawn, but we have the open b file to play around with, as well as a ton of extra development, which is just a fantastic position. Only con really being that black is still so solid that we can't really break through immediately. We're going to have to wait some time, but still, it's very good. And secondly, the reason this is also very good is that pretty much all of the standard pressure they have here with all this action is just completely gone. Because with 1 pawn sacrifice, their golden bishop is gone, all the pressure they had on these diagonals is gone as well, and you have just, I mean, a great game ahead of you, while black has little to no plan. At 123, I have the Chandler Gambit after d4, d5, knight to f3, c5, we play g3, they take, And now bishop g2 here. And I mean, this gambit's pretty simple. This pawn is extremely weak. There's basically no way they can keep defending it, and we'll be able to quickly castle, capture the pawn back with a good position. If they play knight c6, you do want to take back immediately, because otherwise, after castles, they could play e5, which could prove to be a little annoying. So, take back immediately here, and after maybe, let's say e5, you can go like this. And after castles, this is actually kind of like a Grunfeld, but for white, which is just better for you. You're up a tempo. c4, knight c3, very good game ahead of you. 122, I have the Taimanov Gambit from the Queen's Indian after d4, knight f6, Indian game, c4, e6, knight f3, b6, the Queen's Indian defense, g3, bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, and here we sack a pawn with d5, captures, and now knight to d4. Now, first off, they cannot take again, because then bishop takes b7, the rook is trapped, we're already winning, that is fantastic for us. What can they do? If they try to hang on with like c6, this probably won't end up well after captures, pawn captures, and here, now, knight f5. Launching our knight into the center, and even though they can just develop here, this pawn is still extremely weak, and we can just play a slow game, and just a simple a3, or just knight c3, and black has such a weak and stressed position, they really just cannot do anything to defend everybody, and their best move, according to the engine, is a simple knight c6, at which point we can just take, knight takes, queen takes back, and this is about equal. We can defend our center for e4, and we have a great game ahead of us. 121, the Gusev counter gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, queen's gambit, c5 Austrian variation, copying us, or we're copying them, they take on d5, and here we don't take back immediately, we play knight to f6. If white just takes again on c5, this is what we want, we can now take on d5 with our queen, or play e6 and go for this type of gambit, at which point everybody is just being hit. Their best way to play according to the engine is to play this check. We can block with our bishop, c6, takes, bishop takes. At the end of the day, we're still down a pawn, but white's queen is off in hoo-ha land, and we have 2 extra pieces developed with a good game ahead of us. Or if they don't find that, if they just play something else like the immediate captures, then we can take their queen, they take back, and we go into this endgame where we're down 2 pawns, but this guy's not lasting, and they have basically nothing else to their position except for having extra pawn, which is quite sad. Their best move, according to the engine, is the hard-to-find e4, just giving the pawn back right away, because after captures and knight takes, they can now play knight c3, and yeah, they're not up material, but they have a very strong pawn in the center, but here, just e6. And although our knight is a little awkwardly placed, this is by no means a bad position. 120, I have the Dark Knight Gambit. This is a very interesting one. I'll show you why. It comes after e4, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight to f6, and knight g5. White tries to fright liver us. And here we'll play the very tricky knight takes on e4, also known as the Ponziani-Steinitz Gambit. With this move, objectively, according to the engine, we're kind of losing here. Not losing, but we're going to get a worse position. However, practically, they must know a couple of only moves that if they don't know beforehand, it's basically impossible to find. The majority of people capture an f7, trying to fork us, and here we now play queen to h4. With this action, if they try g3, then you can just sack it, pawn takes, and queen e4 check, and this is very bad news for them. King tries to run, bishop c5, they're already completely lost. So instead, they might try to defend with like queen e2 here, but then after knight d4, they must find the move g3 counterattacking, and after captures, pawn captures, and knight drops back with this threat, this is only about an equal position, which is exactly what we want because we're playing from black. The only way they can get an advantage is to take an f7 with the bishop, king moves up, and here to now play a move either d3 or d4, defending the knight like so. And here how you will play is h6, knight takes, king takes f7. This is not a great position, but to be fair, honestly, after like let's say captures, we can play d5 here. Takes again, bishop takes, At the end of the day, we're only down one pawn, and despite our awkward looking position, this is honestly not too bad, and even though this position is meh, there is so many ways that they can go wrong, and so this is where Gambits is going. 119, I have the Fianchetto Gambit from the Panov after e4, c6, d4, d5, captures, and c4 is the Panov attack of the Caro-Kann, and here we'll play knight f6, knight to c3, g6, and after they take here, we don't take back right away. We can instead simply play g7 with our bishop, and here, even though the pawn is likely going to be captured back in the future, this is still good for us, because after like knight f3 here, we can castle. Nobody's really defending this. If they try bishop c4, we can quickly go knight b to d7 and knight b6, and after something like, let's say, bishop backs up, knight b6 here, there's really no good way for them to defend it, and after castles, we can take back, or even if you want to wait a second and go bishop f5, you're already doing fantastic here. Take the open c file, and this is one of the best ways to counteract the very aggressive Panov attack of c4. My favorite personal weapon against it. I think it's great. 118, the Ortho Snappy Gambit comes after e4, e6, French defense, c4, d5, captures, and now queen b3. I really like this gambit. After black captures, we go bishop c4. Immediately attacking f7, their only really good way to defend would be like queen e7 or queen d7 here, at which point you can go knight c3. You're already threatening your knight to come to the center, which could get very, very bad for them. So after knight to f6, you have a couple of ways to play. My favorite way would be d3 here, captures with check, and simply bishop blocks. This is just a great position. For the price of 2 pawns, this guy is extremely weak. Their best way to play here is to just get rid of it right away with d2. And after we capture back, or even engine likes king f1 too, but we capture back, although the engine still does not like this very much, we can quickly go rook e1, knight f3, our king can slide over to the c1 square, and we're probably going to win the pawn back in the future, or not. They have a very undeveloped position where you can have a ton of fun. 117, the anti-note boom gambit comes after d4, d5, c4 queen's gambit, e6 queen's gambit declined, knight c3, and c6 is the accelerated semi-Slav. We'll now play knight f3, and black captures. This is the note boom variation, and here we don't play e3 and try to win the pawn back immediately, because the whole point of the note boom is that black is going to go b5 and just hang on. So here we just go g3, and after something like b5 here, hang on, we just go bishop g2. We let them take the pawn and let it be defended because they're going to play that anyways. And after something like bishop e7, we castle, knight to f6. We can launch our knight into the center on e5, quickly take the whole center with e4 as well, and we have a great game ahead of us. 116, the Halloween Gambit comes after e4, e5, and we get a 4 knights game, knight here, knight there, knight everywhere. And here we sack the knight with knight takes and e5. Engine's not a fan of this one. The point is, after takes, we can play d4, knight will back up, and e5. This guy is now attacked. It's going to be forced to drop back to g8. And here, you have many good options. I personally like queen to f3 the most. Point being, you're going to go bishop c4 very quick. And for the price of the knight, you now have the entire center and a lot of quick development as well. And this is another gambit where most people don't know what to do. If they do know what to do with pawn d5 here, and after queen takes, something like, I don't know, there's a lot of options, maybe bishop e7, let's say we play something, now bishop c4, and this trade, and now simply bishop backs up to d8. At the end of the day here, we're not really feeling the compensation. We're still down a piece for 2 pawns, which isn't horrible, but we definitely do not have an advantageous endgame. But most people don't know what to do, and if they don't, they just try to play something normal, like, I don't know, maybe c6 here, going for d5. We can play bishop c4. This is a very real and very quick threat they must deal with, and there are a lot of tricks and traps. Their best try here would likely be d5. You can now take en passant. Sorry, not like that. Take en passant. Let's say bishop e6 now, and pawn d5. There's a lot of potential tactics and tricks you have here. Overall, objectively, it's not great, but practically, it is a monster. At number 115, I have the O'Sullivan Gambit after e4, knight f6 Alekines, e5, knight d5, d4, and here we sack a pawn with b5. The point here is that after captures, we can play c5, and there are a lot of tricks here. If they capture back here, then queen f5 check, and this is bad news for them because knight c3, captures, and this is a free bishop. They might be able to survive temporarily with some like knight d2 action, but overall, even here in this position, we're still going to be doing great. Captures, equal material, bishop b7, good position, good game. And if they try something else here, let's say they try, c4 to attack our knight, we can actually capture on d4 here, because once again, if takes, then here we win their bishop. So probably knight to f3 or something else like that here, at which point we can go bishop b7, and although the engine still does not favor our position, I still think it is quite good. And one more trick here, I'm trying to remember the move. I believe it was something like knight c3 immediately here. If they play this, then we can capture, takes, and there is a lot of tricks here. If they capture back right away, once again, queen a5 check, we win. If they take with the queen, well, now the pawn structure messed up. We can go bishop b7, knight c6. Once again, good game. And there's some other tricks here that I can't remember off the top of my head, but remember, this is a very tricky gambit that will end up favoring you a lot. 114, I have the Venice Gambit after e4. We play c5, the Sicilian, knight to f3. We go a6. White tries c3 here, the Venice system. We play d5, captures, and instead of taking back right away, we go knight to f6. This is just a good move, good developing move. This pawn is a sitting duck, so they can't really do anything to defend. If they try c4, this will probably be poor after e6. Takes. We're still down a pawn, but now we have an extra piece developed, and they have a gigantic hole in d4, which is terrible and very, very bad for them. And if they instead try to go with the original plan of d4, then here you can always take back, takes, and now knight takes in d5. Nothing to complain about. This is just a normal position. 113, I have the Romanovsky Gambit after d4, knight f6, Indian game, c4, e6, knight c3, and bishop b4 marks the Nimzo Indian. White tries queen b3 to attack our bishop right away. We defend with c5, takes, and now knight c6, defending. Here, the c5 pawn is extremely weak. We're likely to capture back. Like if they play a3, we can just take. At which point, we're not down a pawn. Our knight could come to the center. We have a fantastic game ahead of us. And if they try something else here, like let's say just develop with knight to f3, we can now take advantage of this with knight e4. Stuff is going on, and after bishop d2 here, captures, knight takes. Now would be a good time to just castle. Eventually we can drop back and just go ahead and capture this guy. And if they ever try to defend like this, simply f5. And nothing here is really working for them. If they launch in the center, simply bishop takes, and their knight is stuck. 112, the Lion's Claw Gambit comes after e4. We play d6, knight c3, knight f6, d4, and now knight b to d7 is the lion defense. f4 here, strike in the center, e5, knight f3, captures, queen takes, c6, and after they keep developing here with bishop c4, we can sack a pawn with d5. The point here is that after pawn takes, we can play bishop c5. Attack their queen defended by the knight. They have no checks anywhere against our king, so they have to back up. d3 is their only good square. And here, couple of options. My favorite would simply be to castle and try to take advantage of the open e-file as quick as possible. And after captures, you can play a check. King will probably slide over somewhere, or maybe they'll block with their knight. Takes back. and this is a good position. Engine gives about equal because even though white is still up a pawn here, we have a ton of development. Our queen can pop out, our bishop can pop out to either here or maybe here. Good game ahead of us. The triple 1-1-1, I have the Charosek Gambit, e4, e5, f4, we play d5, the Volclus counter gambit, takes, we push up to e4, and here white tries d3, this being the Charosek Gambit. This one's a bit tricky because the gambit comes after d3, but the gambit is really for us, so, it's a little tricky. But after d3, the point here is we have a couple of options. We can take immediately, which allows queen takes, at which point we can go queen to e7 check, they will probably block, and then a quick knight to f6. Despite how awkward our position looks, it's actually working. Knight to f3 here. We can go knight to a6 is what the engine likes. And after castles, what we're doing here is we're going to put our knight on b4 when this guy, surprisingly, we're doing quite well here. Yeah, we win the pawn back. We're doing great. Or maybe even better is the immediate queen e7. Engine also likes this. Takes. No, not there. Takes, and let's say queen e2 blocks. In this endgame, you're actually honestly doing quite well. Knight to f6 here, attack it, move the bishop out, probably eventually end up along castling. Good game ahead of you. At 110, the Kadast Gambit from the Scandinavian comes after e4, d5, captures, we go knight f6, d4, c6, we go into this type of gambit, and here we play the ridiculous e5. This looks insane, but the idea here is that they take here. After this trade, we can play knight g4 with a potential fork, and after something like captures, bishop takes, knight h3, defending, we can go bishop e7 here. Quickly castle. Yes, white is up 3 pawns, which is kind of massive. You do have to play quite fast here because, if you don't go fast enough, you let white consolidate, you're down 3 pawns. Their position is basically dead. Their knight sucks. We are doing extremely well here with our knight, our other knight, and, we're doing great here. Castle, take the open d-file. We have a fantastic game there. And if they instead try to avoid this with takes, and now maybe something like knight f3, still, you can capture. Probably knight will take back. And then bishop c5, you are still down 2 pawns here, but if you want a crazy gambit, yeah, you're down 2 pawns, but everybody's coming in, you can quickly castle, you have a fantastically open game. 109, the Bucker or possibly Bucher Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, and queen f6 is the Norwald variation of the King's Gambit, which is not a great move, but it exists, I guess. We can now play knight to f3. They will take, knight to c3, and with this pawn being defended like so, black may try bishop b4, which allows us to play this gambit after bishop c4. The point here is that if takes, we're literally just going to play castles. This looks absolutely insane because we are going to be down a piece, but black's position is so dead, they really cannot actually survive here. For example, let's say they back the bishop up. They're up a piece. They're happy. We can play d4. Take the center. Attack their queen. If they try to take this pawn, we can now play c3. Let's say bishop backs up again. Let's say bishop e7. We can take on e5 now. Nobody is defending all of these threats. And despite it looking really, really bad here, if we do not, goose attack fast enough, then black is up a piece, which is very scary, plus a pawn as well. So this gambit is fantastic, but you have to be on your A game. If you're on your A game, you're going to win very easily, but if you make a slip up, black can get away with a lot of material. 108, not 100% sure to say this one, maybe Taylor Gambit, comes after d4, d5 is for black, by the way, sorry. We now play, Black Redeemer, so white goes e4, we take, knight c3, knight to f6, and after c3 here, and we take, black plays queen takes f3, the Rider Gambit, and here, we're going to accept the extra pawn, white tries bishop e3, going for long castles, trying to get this stuff. And here we can play the move that allows no fun, queen g4. This is the Taylor Gambit. At which point, white is having a very difficult time here. if they go for the trade, then here, well, I mean, we're going into an endgame where white is down 2 pawns, which can still be good for them. However, this one certainly is not. Also, they cannot castle immediately, which is just extremely annoying for them to have to deal with. And if they instead try to long castle here, once again, the same trade, then we can go c6. We're up 2 pawns endgame, which is just good for us. And if they try to back up, like queen f2 here, well then we're still preventing them from castling, and you have many good moves. Engine likes queen to f5 the most, offering another trade, knight to f3, and here, knight g4. And we're going to get this, which is just good for us. We're getting rid of one of their fantastic bishops, and from here, we can just keep on developing, quickly castle ourselves with a great game. 107, the Yurosov Gambit comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, knight to f6, and here we play the move d4. There are many ways this can go, most likely will transpose into some Scotch Gambit, but here there are many fantastic and independent lines. For example, if they take with the knight, we can play pawn takes on e5, and so many people are going to fall for a trick, like if they just play knight c6, we can play bishop takes, king takes, and queen d5. Or nah, oh my god, not there. Queen d5 with this guy, and after the king runs back, we take on e4, we're up a point of material, we can easily defend our pawn, and we're just doing fantastic there. We have really nothing to complain about, and if they instead try to take on d4 first, you can always go c3 and try and move this into kind of a, Scotch Gambit territory, or if you want to play knight f3, this is also quite good as well. Knight takes, you can take on d4. This is now the Kadansky Gambit, at which point you're attacking the knight, you have a ton of development, and you are doing fantastic. 106, the Quell Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, and f4, the Deferred King's Gambit. We're going to play bishop c5 here. They will capture. Normally capturing here isn't possible, but with the addition of the knights, this pawn is now defended, so this doesn't really work anymore. But after they capture, we can instead play d6. This is the Quell Gambit. Point being, after takes, we can take back immediately with our queen, at which point they have a ton of kingside weaknesses, and you are doing great here. Or if you're feeling really crazy, you can also play knight to f6. After takes, you're down 2 pawns, but you have a massive amount of development. Quickly castle, safe, good position. Don't let white consolidate, and you're going to have a fantastic grinding game ahead of you. 105, the Rubinstein Counter Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, bishop c5, the classical variation, knight f3, d6, c3 here, and now f5. Point here, you're just immediately counterattacking their center, which would also be attacking their knight, which could get pretty bad for them pretty fast. If they try d4, you can trade, then play this check, quickly capture an e4 with, you'll be up a pawn, you're doing great there. And if they try to capture right away, then here you can play the very tricky queen e7, which looks odd, but white has to be very careful to actually keep their advantage. They must capture, takes, and then after something like, bishop c4, let's say, we can just take on f5. We're doing great, nothing to complain about, and otherwise, we're also going to be doing well here with a very solid position. This is good gambit. 105, the Gundaram Gambit from the Semi-Slav comes after d4, d5, c4 Queen's Gambit, e6, knight c3, c6, and here we play e4. They will capture, and here, f3. This is a very simple gambit. After takes and knight takes back, you're just doing well here. You have an extra piece developed, you have a big center, and because black has been playing so passively, this also benefits you by quite a bit. You can go bishop d3, castle, your game is pretty easy. Their best move is to not capture right away, and instead play something else, like maybe knight f6. But here you go, bishop g5, and you're likely going to get a very similar position, which is still very good for you. 103, the Grunfeld Gambit comes after d4. Here we play knight to f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, Grunfeld defense. And here, white goes bishop f4, the Brinkmann attack. We'll go bishop g7, and after e3 here, we'll simply castle. The idea is by letting them capture like this, we're not going to take back right away. I mean, we can, or we can play another move. We can go c6 here. And after takes and knight takes, well, not actually really in Grunfeld style, this is a good position. After knight to f3, we can go queen b6, a lot of piece play, bishop g4, we'll get something like that, and there's a lot of ways to go. After like queen d2, we can go bishop f5, and now there's a lot of threats of going knight b4, and potentially getting in. This one's a lot of fun. 102, the Polovadovan Gambit comes after d4, knight to f6, Indian game, c4, e6, knight f3, b6 marks the queen's Indian defense. Here we'll now play, knight f3, and then b6 marks queen's Indian, knight c3, bishop b7, a3 here, d5, and after we capture and knight takes, we can sack a pawn by going e4. Point is, after this trade and they win the pawn on e4 here, we can launch our knight into the center on e5. Now, there's a lot of potential tricks with this check, so black's best move is a6 to prevent all that, and here we can now play very tricky queen g4. Bishop will probably have to go to f5 here, which means it's now off of the golden diagonal it was once gone, and after queen backs up to g3, although objectively only about equal, I really like our position. We're putting a lot of pressure on black. They have an extremely irregular game that they're going to have to play, and after something like bishop d6 here, well, we could just take on g7. So that doesn't work. Probably f6 would be their best try, and after knight will back up somewhere, likely c4. Good game. Not too much to say. They have a very awkward position that they have to handle. 101, I have the Beilinger Gambit after d4, d5, c4. We get the old line of the Queen's Gambit again, which comes after captures, e3, e5, takes, queen b3, and after queen e7 here, the two things that black has is this annoying pin, as well as a potential queen b4 here to trade off. But here, the simplest move is the best, a3. This move just prevents queen b4, at which point, what does black really play? If they capture, then main bishop takes back. We can go knight f3, castle. We already have a very nice advantage here. We're doing fantastic. Their best move, according to the engine, is a simple knight c6. We can go knight to f3, bishop d7, and here you have a couple of good moves, but honestly, just castle. Try to take the open file, and here black's best try is knight a5, queen backs up, capture, and now long castle. At which point here, this might be about equal, but still, knight takes back on d4, and I really find it hard to say you have anything really bad about your position. And at the big 100 mark, now going to the top 100, I have the Pierce Deemer Gambit after d4, knight to f6, and here we play the aggressive h4, g6, and we sack the pawn with h5. The point here is that if they take out the pawn, well, now their pawn structure is just completely messed up. We can go c4, just play normally, and this is completely ruined. They can never really castle kingside now. Instead, knight takes is more likely, and here you have a couple options. You can just play e4 if you want and just take the center, and after something like d6, if you want to have a lot of fun, you can play rook takes h5, pawn takes, and queen takes. And here, yeah, you're down in exchange, but it's only slightly worse, just because black has now ruined their entire kingside. You have a lot of potential play here, and you're going to have a ton of fun in all of these positions. On to double digits at 99, I have the Lasker Simul Gambit after e4, knight f6, the Alekhines, e5, knight d5, and here we play c4 and c5, the Lasker variation. Knight drops to the center, bishop c4 attacking, e6 defending, and here we gambit a pawn with knight c3. Well, what black can do here is they can immediately trade, we capture back, and then go ahead and capture the pawn on c5. But if they do this, we can now play queen g4. Hyper aggressive option, attacking g7. They have to be very careful. If they just castle, then bishop h6 here with this threat. And after g6, you can capture the rook. Engine doesn't even like that. Engine likes h4 and h5, trying to just go all in on the attack, which is another good option. And so because of that, they'll probably have to play something else like the immediate g6. Then we could go bishop h6 here and simply defend them from castling, at which point we can easily long castle with a great game ahead of us. Black is really stressed in their position, and the best they can get is an equal game. 98, the Karpov Gambit from the Ruy Lopez comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 is the Ruy Lopez. Black goes a6, we back the bishop up, knight f6, castles, takes, d4 striking center, b5 counterattacking our bishop, we back it up, and then d5 reinforcing their knight in center. We'll take, bishop e6, knight b to d2, they back the knight up to c5, attacking our bishop, and after c3 here, and a pawn to d4 by black, immediately striking in the center, here we play the very aggressive knight g5. This might look insane to you. The point is it attacks the bishop. However, that is a hanging piece, because this is not, the bishop no longer sees it because our knight is on d2. The point is here we can now play queen to f3, and this is actually simply too strong for black to handle. The only move they can really play here that wouldn't lose is like long castle, at which point queen takes on c6. And I mean, this is a good position. Your queen is really far into their position. If they're not careful, they can lose very fast. And if they just try to back up to d7 to defend, then you can capture this guy with check. King will probably slide over somewhere, and they can take on d4, and the same pin still applies, and you're doing already fantastic in that position. And otherwise, if they just capture your bishop instead, like with their knight, you can just take back with your own knight. At this point, the knight, or there's a lot of knights going on, the g5 knight is defended, and this is a good position. You don't really have anything bad. 97, we have a personal favorite of mine, the Vienna Gambit, comes after e4, e5, knight to c3, knight to f6, and here, now f4 is the Vienna Gambit. The good thing about this one is the lower you are rated, the much stronger this gambit is, because if they capture an f4, which a ton of beginners do, this is a dominating gambit after e5. Their knight cannot go to any of these squares. They are all covered by our queen and our knight, so it's going to have to back up to g8, and here, after knight f3, our plan is so simple. We're going to go d4, win the pawn back. We have a fantastic position already. The problem is, the higher you go, like especially at my level of about 2100, the vast majority of people know the move d5 here. And after we capture an e5 and knight takes an e4, this is the theory. While we are fine here after like queen f3, we will, what did I say? We'll usually be fine in most of these variations, but if they know what they're doing and they play like f5, the Bardello bean variation, we're probably going to be suffering here. We score quite badly in the majority of these lines, but overall, this is still a very fun and tricky gambit. 96, I have the Vitalin's Dorjan Gambit after d4. We go knight to f6, c4 here, e6, knight c3, and bishop b4. We get the Nimzo Indian defense. Queen c2, we castle, a3 attacking our bishop. We're going to go for the trade. They'll take back with their queen, and here we sack a pawn with b5. And despite this looking like just some normal wing gambit, this is actually good for quite a few reasons. If they capture, you have many ways you can play. You can launch your knight into the center on d5. You can put the bishop on b7. The engine's favorite way to play is a simple c6. Point being, after captures, we can just take back with our knight, and we have complete compensation here because all they have is a queen out. Well, we have two pieces developed, and we're castled, and we also have all the tactics of the semi-open b file now, which is all great, fantastic things to have. And other than that, if they decide to not accept and try something else like c5, well then, bishop b7. We can support this guy with a6, and we now control this entire diagonal, and we have a great game too. 95, the Shokran Gambit comes after d4, knight to f6, the Indian game, c4, e6, knight c3, and bishop b4, another Nimzo Indian, knight to f3. We play c5 here, counter-striking in center. White pushes up to d5, and here we sack a pawn with b5. The point of the sacrifice is that 1, they cannot take the knight because it is pinned. If they try taking immediately, then this is too early. We can take on d5 with the knight or the pawn, and we're already doing fantastic here. So instead, their best try is to take an e6. We'll take back with our f-pawn, and then taking on b5, at which point we can just let this guy stay here, and we can just strike in the center immediately. d5, quickly castle. This pawn over here is just a sitting duck and really not useful to their position at all, and after like e3 here, we castle, yeah, we're just doing fantastic. 94, I have the Belgrade Gambit after e4, e5, and we get a 4-knight game like so. And here, we're going to play d4, the Scotch variation, capture, and now we launch the knight into the center on d5. This looks kind of crazy for a couple of reasons, but the idea here is that one, if they take another pawn, this is too much. We can go queen e2 now, and this is quite dangerous. They have to play f5. We can back our knight up to d2, or maybe get aggressive with knight g5 now, and black can survive here, but they're going to have to play very carefully. Like, the only move here is d3, which I think only like 10% of people are, I think, find in this position, which is really, really difficult. Not a lot of people are going to end up finding that, so those lines work well for you. If they play captures, you can just take back this, you're going to win the pawn, you're doing great. And if they try something else here, like maybe bishop c5 to defend, well then, we can just keep developing. Bishop d3, we potentially have bishop g5 here with this very nasty and annoying pin, and the majority variations we're going to end up winning this guy back because it is also very, very weak. Their best move here is knight b4, which literally occurs in like 2% of games, so yeah. 93, I have the Smith-Morra or Morra Gambit deferred after e4, c5, we go knight to f3 here, and after e6 by black, here we play d4, captures, and c3. This is not bad. The problem here is that black can play knight to f6. And after this, we're not really going to go into a Smith-Morra. We either have to play bishop d3 to defend, which is very, very awkward and not what we want to go for, or e5 and transpose into an Alpin variation, which is not bad, but it's probably not something that we want to aim for, and much less lead black straight into. 92, I have the Scotch double gambit accepted after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4 Scotch, captures, bishop c4 now. We will now play knight to f6, and after white castles, here you have a couple of options like maybe d6, bishop e7. The double gambit accepted is when you're daring enough to take on e4. While this is one of the best ways to fight against the Scotch, it comes with a lot of risk, namely after rook e1. This pin is going to be very annoying for a while. We must play d5, and after captures, queen takes, knight to c3, take advantage of all the pinny business that is going on. Queen moves to the side, and they take on e4. At the end of the day, we are still up a pawn, and we're probably going to be doing fine here. However, it does come with a lot of risk still, as this guy is very much a threat that white can try to take, and we don't really have enough defense. Overall, it's fine. 91, I have the Kingfisher Gambit after d4, f5 the Dutch, knight to c3, Raphael. Black plays d5 here, which is not the best move, but it does control e4 very much. But here, we play e4 anyways. The point here is that if they take with the e-pawn, we can play queen h5 check, or sorry, f-pawn. We get this, we just win the pawn back. Not there, sorry. Win the pawn back. Probably going to win this guy soon also, and we're doing great there. If they try to take with the other pawn, which is slightly better, then here we have a lot of good options. My favorite would likely be bishop g5, because this pin is very annoying, and if the knight ever comes to f6, we can always trade it off when we need to, and from here, we can likely play f3, kind of steer this into Black Mardimer territory, and this is fantastic for us. They have a big kingside weakness, our development is fantastic, bishop comes out, we'll castle, great game. 90, I have the Berlin Gambit from the Van Geet after e4, knight to c6 is the Nimzovich defense, d4, d5, knight to c3, and after captures here, we play pawn up to d5. Very simple. We're attacking the knight. No matter where it goes, it's going to be pretty awkward for them. They either have to back up to b8 or maybe knight e5. But here, we can now put our queen on the center. We can win the pawn back immediately. Like, if you want to do this, just capture back immediately. or also h4 the engine likes to go h5 and just harass their knight even more. This is fantastic. 89, I have the center gambit from the Steinitez from the Ruy Lopez after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Black now plays d6, the old Steinitez defense. We play d4, captures, and here we simply castle. Point being, this pawn is a sitting duck. There's basically no way that black can keep the pawn in this gambit. And also, we keep our options open. And after like bishop d7, if you want to, you can go ahead and capture this guy back like right away. There's nothing wrong with that. Or you can also play c3 and go for this type of gambit, which the engine does not like as much, but this is still very quality, good position, nothing to complain about. You're doing great. 88, I have the Kieseritzky gambit after e4, e5, f4, captures, knight f3, g5, h4, captures not g4, and now knight e5. And this is what's been known as the main line of the king's gambit for a while. Point is, this pawn is now very weak, as well as the f4 pawn too, if we can ever play d4 and attack it with our bishop. There's a lot that can happen. Most people will play a move like knight f6, is what the engine suggests, and after captures, they can take on e4 now, at which point we're still down a pawn, but, I mean, we can play d3, knight will probably have to back up somewhere, or actually can head into g3, but here, bishop takes f4, knight takes h1, and bishop g5, and all of a sudden, this is a problem for black. There's a lot of variations here, a lot of ways this can play out. Engine says now h5, and black actually has a large advantage, but like I said, many ways this can play out. Lot of variations, and this has long been known as the main line because it's simply the best. If they play something else like d6, and also here we can just capture, and we're doing great. 87, I have the Steinitz or Steinitez counter gambit after d4, d5, bishop f4 London, and c5. Very good gambit. Point is, one, if they capture, capturing is bad because knight c6, and a quick e4 cannot really be stopped. Maybe knight f3, but here we can play either f6 to go for it anyways, or maybe just a simple knight f6. This pawn's a sitting duck, and white does not really get what they want from the London. They should instead keep the pawn on d4 and play something else like c3, at which point this is still one of, if not the best reply to the London. We can soon play moves like knight to c6 here, put our queen out on b6 to attack all this, bishop f5 action. I mean, yeah, this is one of the best ways to play against the London, and if you like gambits, I like this. 86, the Lenk-Arnold gambit comes after e4, e5, d4, the center game, captures, knight f3 with this attack here, and black has a few ways to play. If they try bishop c5 here, then instead of capturing back right away, you can go into the Lenk-Arnold gambit after c3. If takes, then, knight takes back. You're doing fantastic here. This is everything you want from a gambit. You'll go bishop c4. Your queen may even come to d5 in some variations with a lot of traps. This is great for us. You don't really have any problems. Just a standard and good gambit. 85, the Morphy gambit from the Sicilian comes after e4, c5, d4, captures, and here, knight to f3. The point of this move is that we're essentially trying to either go into mainline territory, or if they make a mistake, we can play into a gambit. If they go e5 here, which is the move to actually keep the pawn, because if we take, then queen comes in, and we tragically get forked, here we can just go c3. And after takes and takes, this is essentially just a beefed up Smith-Morra, because, it's a Smith-Morra, but black has played e5, which is a very poor move and not what black should be playing to survive there. And if instead they just play something normal like d6 and let us have the pawn, then after this and this is just a straight up transposition into main line, and like now we're in the Najdorf. So, if you want to go into the mainline Sicilian, this is a fun gambit to do so. 84, I have the deferred Janish gambit, which comes after e4, e5, knight to f3, knight c6, bishop b5 is the Ruy Lopez. The normal Janish gambit is the immediate f5 here, but we can play the deferred with a6, attack the bishop, it will back up to a4, and here, now f5. This is more or less the same thing as the normal Schliemann. I don't really get the point of a6 because all you're really doing is offering them to capture, at which point you can't really play this in typical Schliemann style, which is just kind of annoying, but it's still fine. After here, and f5, this follows all the same rules as the normal Schliemann. If they capture, we can play pawn up to e4, and all of this is going to end up favoring us in the end. They can try queen e2, queen e7, they can try to capture, we'll capture back, knight goes to d4, and here, many good options. Again, probably just knight f6. You're doing great. 83, the Matvonsky Gambit comes after e4, b6, d4, bishop b7, the Owens defense. We go bishop d3, and they try f5 here. Point being, if we take, then they can take on g2, which looks bad, but this actually is the gambit. Here we can now play queen h5 check. They must play g6, and we capture. Now, the reason I did not rate this higher is that although in a lot of the games, black will not play carefully and they're just going to be, or we're just going to be completely winning, we are going to be losing a rook here. So if we do not get a proper attack fast enough, we're probably going to be losing. And that's what exactly can happen. After bishop g7, we can take this guy with a check and king to f8. The majority of people just take on g8 and make a queen, but after king captures back, this is not really that good for us. Their king is surprisingly safe, and after we move our queen, captures. And now black is up 1 point of material. Our attack has slowed to a halt, and at this point, we're kind of wondering if that was really worth it at all. Instead, here we would have to play probably knight to f3, letting them capture, because then we would have knight e5, and we'd just be winning here. So instead, after this, probably just knight f6. Our queen must move somewhere. g6 is the only spot where we still get some advantage, and after bishop takes f3 here, black is once again up 1 point of material. Rook g1, and rook takes h7, was I meant to say. There's still a lot of game that can go on here, and although most of the time the attack will go on very well, if it doesn't, it could be catastrophic. 82, I have the Irish Gambit from the Queen's Pawn. There's another Irish Gambit, which is far, far worse. This comes after d4, d5, knight c3, the Chigorin variation, which is not bad, but not probably white's best try. And here we play c5. Simple Gambit. If white captures, we can push up to d4 now. Their knight must move somewhere. No matter where they move, it's probably going to be kind of annoying. Knight e4 is their best square. And here you can now play knight f6. Attack them. Trade. This guy is going to end up being lost, and after something like knight f3 here, captures, we're doing fine. It's not like a crazy position, but this is a fun and quick good way to combat the rare but kind of offbeat knight c3. 81, I have the Volclus counter gambit after e4, e5, pawn to f4 king's gambit, and now d5. This is one of, maybe not the absolute best, but one of the best responses against the kings. The key point here is that no matter what they play, we're going to suck kind of all the fun out of the King's Gambit, which is why they're probably playing it in the first place. Their best move is a take on d5, and here you have a couple of good options. You can play c6 and go into this Nimzowitsch Marshall Gambit, which is even higher. This Gambit is actually like fantastic. It is really, really good. Or if you want to play in more the modern style, which which is what the engine suggests, after knight f3, here, capture, knight f3, knight f6. This is about equal, maybe slightly better for us, but it's not really noticed. This is one of the best ways to really suck the fun out of the King's Gambit, which is what you want to do. The point of this move is that one, take with a pawn, this is just bad. Their pawn structures are now messed up. We can play various moves like maybe knight d3 or possibly b4 here, just get it out of there. Knight b5 now, and we are really infiltrating on the queen side, which is where we try to play in the King's Indian while black tries to play on the king side. Their best move is to take with the knight, and here you have a couple options. You can take with your bishop, and after this is okay, but it's not the best try. The best try would likely be b4. The point of the sacrifice is now you've opened up the c-file. Their knight will drop back somewhere. If they just drop back to like knight d7 like before, then after knight b5, you were doing very well here. They cannot really properly defend. You're doing fantastic. So instead, the better move is knight back to a6. And at this point, you can play a couple things, possibly a3 to defend, or maybe knight d3. And your plan here is to still go knight b5 and try to attack the open c file, which is a little bit more difficult now, but it's still good. If I was rating purely objectively, this gambit would be even higher, but practically this occurs 14 moves in, so it's sadly not something you'll get to see very often. 79, I have the Albin Chittard gambit after e4, e6 French, d4, d5, knight c3, knight to f6, bishop g5 pinning, classic variation, and after bishop e7, we play e5, knight backs up, and here, instead of trading the bishop off or moving it back, we play h4, sacrificing the h-pawn because now we've opened up the h-file, and we have a lot of good moves here. The best one is likely knight to h3. Attack their queen, it must back up somewhere. Most people play queen to e7, and here now queen g4. Attacking g7, they must be very careful. A lot of people here go g6, and you can already start playing knight g5. And for the price of one pawn, you already have a gigantic kingside attack that is, carrying on. And after like h5, you can back your queen up to g3. This is fantastic. You can quickly long castle with a safe position. Bishop d3, continue the attack. There even might be some potential knight b5 in the air. And yeah, you're doing fantastic. 78, I have the Averbach gambit. This is very similar to one we saw just a second ago. This comes after d4. We play knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e4 is the Nimzo Indian defense. White plays bishop g5 here, pinning, and we're going to play h6. The bishop will back up to h4, and here we now play c5, defending our bishop and just reinforcing it, and after d5, we sack the pawn with b4. And if you saw that gambit, you'll see that this is very, very similar. The only difference is really this bishop is on h4, which is a little different, but it's about the same. If they capture immediately, then here we can take on d5 with the pawn now. This is great. We don't really have any problems. Yeah, nothing to talk about. Their best try is likely to capture first. We'll capture back for our f-pawn, and then take. But, once again, same thing. We can castle here. We'll soon play pawn up to d5. Bishop b7. The game is great. Not too much to talk about. They do have one other try here, which is a little interesting, which is e3. And if they play this, which is kind of like a counter gambit, you have a couple options here. I'll recommend a simple bishop b7. And once again, just castle. In the future, this pawn has no friends, and it will be fodder for us to capture. 77, the Lewis counter gambit comes after e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop c5, we mirror them, and white tries c3 now, and we sacrifice a pawn with a d5. Point here, if they take with the pawn, then bishop takes f2, king takes, and queen h4. We're doing great here, g3 takes, yeah, nothing to talk about really or complain about. And back here, if they try taking with the bishop instead, then a simple knight f6. Just attack the bishop. The normal reply here would be knight to c3, which is impossible because the pawn is already on c3 here. So likely d4 instead. And after captures, one check. Probably bishop blocks, let's say. This trade, we can then capture on d5. And at the end of the day, we win the pawn back. We have a lot of threats on their position. We can quickly castle, and we have little to no problems. 76, I have the Benko gambit. I might get some heat for this, but personally I think the Benko is overrated. This comes after d4. We play knight f6, c4, c5 is the Benoni. They push up to d5, and here, now b5. The point of this is that if they capture, we can now play a6, and if we get to this, then now we've opened up the B and A semi-open files, which is going to be good in all endgames. And we're going to try and move this into a more endgame territory. That's where we want to go. But overall, even here, after like knight c3, we can play potentially a d6 or maybe e6 here. Either white can now play e4. This is the king block line, and essentially here, white can just go g3 on their king to g2, at which point, even though we do have a lot of queenside pressure here, and objectively, I will say this is not a bad gambit, this is a very good gambit, I still don't think that it is as incredible as people say, but overall, it is still quite strong. 75, the Lutikov Gambit comes after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5 marks the Rossolimo. Black tries g6, the fianchetto, we're going to castle, bishop g7, c3, and after knight f6 here, attacking the pawn, we're simply going to let them have it. We'll play d4. If they take right away, our plan is to play d5 now, attack their knight. Doesn't really have that good of a square to go to. Its best square would likely be e5, launching in the center, but here after captures and bishop captures, queen e2 would be quite tragic. So instead, their best try is to back up to d6 immediately to attack our bishop, and after we play something like the knight a3 to try and defend it, captures, a6, here we'll simply back the bishop up. Knight up. Theirs is still hanging, and after they move it somewhere, we can just go rook e1. Both our knights are on the side, however here we have a very strong and advanced pawn, and after like castles, we can try bishop g5. Yes, we're still on a pawn. No, our compensation is not crystal clear, but we have a lot of good development in return. Despite our knight on a3, we have a good centralized game. 74, I got the Ringelbach. 74, I have the Ringelbach Gambit, which is funny. White now plays bishop b3. Oh my fuck, I can't even talk. 74, I have the Ringelbach Gambit. After we play b3, the Nimzo Larsen. Black tries f5, the judge. 74, I have the Ringelbach Gambit. After we play b3, they go f5, the Dutch. Bishop b2, e6, and here we sack a pawn with e4. If they capture right away, then now queen to h5, and we're not completely winning, but we're going to have a large advantage. If they try g6, then queen e5, and nobody is defending the rook in the corner, we're basically winning. And if king e7 instead, then we can just play normally here, knight c3, castle, we're doing fantastic. Their best try, because of that, is instead something else, probably like knight f6, and here, after takes, we're doing fine. We have many ways to play. Bishop d3 is probably fun. Knight c3, we put the queen in e2, long castle. I mean, we're not like doing like, incredible here, but we're not doing bad. I think we're doing quite well. 73, the double Danish Gambit comes after e4, e5, d4, captures, c3, Danish, they take, and now bishop c4. I like this gambit. The point is, well, if they do nothing, we're simply going to capture back. So if they do take, we can take back with the bishop. And I mean, this is exactly what we want. According to the engine, this is slightly better for black, but to be honest, that advantage is hard to find. Plus, we have a very easy game to play. We'll probably play like knight c3, knight e2, castle, and this game is so open with so many tactical opportunities, especially for our bishops. We're pretty much always going to have some way to attack black. Most of the time, it's going to be very good and very sound. The problem I have here is if they know the move d5, the Schlechter, we're probably going to have a bad position here. We either have to take with the pawn, with questionable attacks from here on out, or take with the bishop, allowing them to play knight f6, at which point we'll either have to play knight c3, a more dubious line like so, or rather than that, we're going to have to play bishop takes, king takes, queen takes, bishop b4 check, queen drops back here, and now here. And at the end of the day, this is an even endgame that heavily favors black, and this is really not what we want out of this gambit, or really any gambit at all. 72, I have the Michel, or maybe Michel, I'm not really sure to say it, gambit, comes after knight f3, we play d5, c4 is the ready gambit, we push up here, and after b5, we play the gambit with c5. Point here, if they capture, then simply knight c6. It's kind of like a reversed Banco. We're probably going to go e5 here. Maybe capture the pawn back. Good game. Not really too much to talk about. Their best try here would likely be, instead of that, to either push up to b5 or maybe just go e3. At which point, this is about equal, which is good for us. After captures, pawn takes with the f-pawn. Like this. Takes. And d4 by white. We do have a bit of a passive position, and our pawn is kind of out in no man's land. However, overall, this is not that bad. We can still go knight to f6, get a normal game, keep developing, and we have little to no problems. 71, I have the Kraus Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We get a 4-knight game like so. We play d4, the Scots variation. Black tries bishop b4 to pin us, and now we take on e5 with our knight, this being the Kraus Gambit. The point here is that if they just take, then after captures, and knight takes on e4, we have the extremely fun move queen g4, which looks insane, but the idea is if they take here, we can just take back. This is a devastating fork that black really cannot survive. And take like this instead, then after takes, knight d5, once again queen g4, and this is not horrible, but very awkward and annoying to have to deal with. And if they instead try to take on e4 immediately, like so, then similar thing, queen g4 once again. And although it's a little different, a little weaker, the same tactic still works, and we still have a decent advantage. And if they just try to castle instead, then, we can just move our queen up to d3, and we're fine here. 70, I have the Russian Gambit from the Queen's Gambit after d4, d5, c4 is the Queen's Gambit, captures, e3, knight to f6, knight to f3. Here, bishop takes on c4, we get some normal moves, and now in this position, we sack the pawn with e4. This looks kind of stupid, but the idea is, one, if they take with the knight, then d5 here. And after something like captures, we can take back our bishop. Here, we would already be winning because multiple rook e1 threats are impossible to stop. And yeah, we're just having way too strong an attack. So their best move is likely bishop e7 instead, at which point after captures, we can do this trade. And at the end of the day, we are still down a pawn, but their pawn structure is now messed up. And a quick rook e1, and we're going to win the pawn back, at which point we just have a decent endgame, nothing to complain about. And if they do something else, like capture on d4 instead, then now e5. Their knight must move somewhere, likely to d5, which would allow us to then just take on e4, at which point we've won the pawn back, we're doing fine, extra development, nothing to talk about. At number 69, I think it's a little controversial, I have the King's Gambit. I know, I'm saying there is 68 gambits better than the one that is almost extremely popular, maybe the most popular one, but this comes after e4, e5, and f4. King's Gambit is extremely fun. After takes, you can go knight f3, potentially other moves like bishop c4. The point here is you're going to go, you're going to develop, you're going to castle, you're going to put your pawn on d4, capture their pawn on f4 eventually, and at this point you'll just have a great position. And for like 95% people, that will just be true. You're going to get that position, you're going to have a great game, and everything is fine. But if they know the best line here with g5 and a quick g4, this can get very hairy very fast. To be fair though, after castles and something like this, even though this is not the most objectively best, still this is extremely tricky, this being the Muzio Gambit. There's a ton of tactics, and once again, 95% of people are going to crumble under the pressure and give you what you want, but if they do know what they're doing, then it can get kind of bad for you, but once again, most people will not know. 68, I have the double Muzio Gambit. To note, this is not the Muzio Gambit. The double Muzio Gambit comes after e4, e5, f4, takes, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4, castles. And after captures, this is the Muzio. Black can now try the move queen to f6, the Surratt defense. And we can go into the double Muzio Gambit after e5, queen takes, and bishop takes on f7 check. The point here is that after king takes, we can now play d4. They can dare, if they're daring enough, they can take again, or maybe a simple queen f5 would be a little better. And this is very difficult to rate because practically this is horrible. Even though black does have a small advantage here, according to the engine, of about one pawn, I really do not want to be playing this position. After bishop takes on f4, this is like complete murder. I really do not want to be dealing with this. It's extremely stressful, and practically, the results show that white wins a massive number of games here compared to black. If we're talking engine-wise, though, engine says, oh yeah, knight f6, black's better, who cares? And here, I mean, yeah, there's so many ways the game can go, like after queen e3 here. And I know there's going to be one, like, idiot in the comments that's like, Marshall Gambit's bad. Practically, this is insanely hard to play. Objectively, black is better. This can go in a lot of other spots as well. This is where I'm putting it. 67, the Greco Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4 Scotch game. We capture, and bishop c4 marks the Scotch Gambit. We'll now play bishop c5. White tries c3 here. We now play knight to f6. And after white pushes up to e5 here, you have a couple of options, but if you know the move d5 here, which is the Greco Gambit, you're probably going to be fine. And this move of playing d5 after e4 in a lot of these Scotch Gambit lines is the key to beating it. Now, why is that? If they try taking our knight, then we can take their bishop, and even though after this, and rook moves over, we are going to be only even material here and potentially down material if we don't play perfectly. After white castles here, none of these threats are really that scary. We can push up to d3, which is a monster move. They can play check, simply bishop e6. We're fine. We'll probably win this pawn back eventually. At this point, we just have a dominating position. And their best try here is to simply move their bishop over to b5 to pin us, at which point we can drop our knight into the center. Pawn will take back on d4, a check, and then bishop d2, at which point we can just castle. We're completely fine here. This is an okay position, probably one of the better ones we'll get from the Scotch Gambit, and yeah, undoubtedly, d5 is definitely one of the best responses against the Scotch. 66, the Rio Gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 marks the Ruy Lopez. Black plays knight f6, and here we let them capture with castles. This, objectively, is one of like the absolute best lines. Like, super grandmasters are playing this. My problem I have with this is after rook e1, while this is not a bad gambit, objectively, like I said, is one of the best, it is almost always going to end in a draw. After knight drops back to d6, our bishop is attacked. We can either trade it or possibly back up to f1. And after something like bishop e7, knight takes e5, capture, and castles, we're doing fine here. This is not a bad position. Once again, I want to say, objectively, this is a good position, but practically, I'm not really having that much fun here. After d4, I have the whole center, and black is a bit awkward here, but still, bishop f6, or not f6, bishop f6, rook has to back up, and rook e8, and at this point, I am not really feeling this position at all. Once again, objectively, it's good. If this is your cup of tea, then good for you. Personally, I don't like it. 65, I have the Goofeld Gambit from the Sicilian after e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5 is the Rossalimo, g6, the Fianchetto, castles, bishop g7, and here after we play c3, trying to go for d4, black can try e5, just trying to prevent this, but here the best move is d4 anyways. This is the Goofeld Gambit. Point here, after captures, and they have a couple options here. Let's say pawn captures first. Here, even though they're up a pawn, it is this very weak pawn that we really at any moment can probably end up winning back. But here, we can just kind of let them have it. We can go bishop f4 here and, just do normal development. Engine even gives a fun line with e5, just trying to block them out, which is kind of funny. And if they try to capture, then rook e1, and they're going to end up meeting a quite tragic fate. So instead, they might try to take with the knight instead, like so. But at this point, you can capture, pawn will capture, and you have a couple good options here. But once again, bishop f4. This pawn is not going to survive. It's simply way too weak. The only thing defending it is this long-range bishop, and it's also isolated and doubled. It's not doing well. We're going to win the pawn back, and after that, we're just going to have a good position. Coming in at 64, I have the Basman-Palatnik Gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, we play knight f3, e6 now, or actually d6, sorry. We now go c3, the delayed Alpin variation, and after knight to f6 here, attacking the pawn, we can play the very tricky bishop e2. Now, they cannot capture because queen a4, and this will happen, which is not good for them. They're going to end up losing a piece, so instead, probably knight c6. And here we can now play d4, striking in the center. If they capture, once again, d5, and our knight must move, and same tactic, we win a piece. So instead here, they're probably going to have to play captures, and now they can play knight takes on e4. And this is the Basman-Palatinate Gambit. Point being, if we play d5 now, then queen a5 will come, and this is a problem. The knight can move away, and this is no longer a possibility. And this may go into the double Palatinate Gambit or double Basman-Palatinate Gambit after knight c3, which we'll take a look at later, but for now, this is still a very strong gambit. 63, I have the Nightingale Gambit, or maybe Nightingale Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 marks the Ruy Lopez, black now goes a6, we back up, b5, attack us again, we back up, knight a5 here, attacking us again, and here we sack the bishop with bishop takes f7 check. Point being, after king takes, we now play knight takes on e5 here, and even though we're down a piece, we have 2 pawns, and their king is in the middle of a gigantic attack. If they just try to back up to e8, we can now play queen h5 check, g6, takes on g6, and after everything is said and done, we're up in exchange with a great position, really nothing to complain about. We're doing fantastic there. The engine's best move here is to instead play king e7, at which point you can play d4. Let's look at knight f6. They can go knight c3, very simply. And even though you are still down 1 point material here, you have more than enough compensation in return, and you still have a fantastic game ahead of you. 62, I have the Staunton Gambit after d4, f5 the Dutch, and here we sack a pawn with e4. Point being here, after captures, this diagonal is now very weak, and we can play knight c3 here and just immediately attack it. If they ever play a move like g6 and just let it capture back, well then we're just doing entirely fine here. We really have no problems at all. If they try to hang on, well, how can they do that? Only knight f6 is a really good move. A lot of people play d5, which immediately loses after queen h5, and we end up winning one of the pawns back. Probably the other one as well. We're doing fantastic here, nothing to complain about. And if they do play knight f6, you have a couple of good options. You can try f3 and go into a kind of blackmar gambit, or a simple bishop g5 with the idea of capturing and then winning the pawn back, and after like c6, probably takes, pawn takes back, knight takes e4. Engine might give a slight advantage to black, but really this is about equal, and still if you want to play in a more gambit type way, f3 is always your best friend. 61, the Kaidanov Gambit. This one takes a while to get to, comes after d4, d5, c4, c6, knight c3, knight f6, e3, e6, knight f3, knight b to d7, bishop d3, captures, bishop takes b5, bishop backs up to d3, bishop b7, e4, b4, attacking our knight, knight a4, c5, e5, knight d5, castles, takes, and here we take back with our knight on d4, letting them capture on e5. Now here, we're down a pawn, but the idea is we now have bishop to b5 check. And surprisingly here, they have to be pretty careful. Their only move that doesn't lose is backing up with their knight. And at this point, you have a couple good options, but the one I like the most is rook e1 to immediately target their pawn in the center. And if they're not careful, if they play something random, then queen h5. And here we have various threats. Their knight is probably going to be hanging here. It doesn't look that bad, but the point is, after captures, you could play knight takes e6, takes back, capture, and we're winning. And if they play something else other than g6, like, I don't know, knight drops back to c7, for example, still knight takes on e6. And this pin proves to be way too strong for black to handle. Their absolute best try here after this and rook e1 would likely be rook over to c8. And here we can still play queen h5, and black can weather the storm here with g6. Queen will probably drop back to e2. And at this point, you still have a lot of compensation for the pawn, and black must keep on defending their position near perfectly. 60, the Shipler Gambit comes after e4, e5, d4, takes, knight f3, bishop c5 now. We play c3, the Lank-Arnold gambit. They capture, and now, instead of capturing back right away, which is completely fine, we go bishop c4. The Schippler, kind of similar to a double Danish gambit, but simply better objectively because of the addition of bishop c5 and knight f3. This heavily favors us. Black can play a lot of things, but the engine's best move is king f8, which is like, nobody's gonna play that. Most people will probably play a more normal move, like maybe knight f6. Here we can now push up to e5. Knight may drop somewhere, let's say knight g4, and already we can sack the bishop and play queen d5. And there are a lot of these tricky lines. Black can survive, but they're going to have to play with very high accuracy, which honestly is just not that realistic. 59, the Bronstein gambit comes after e4, e5, knight c3 Vienna, knight c6, bishop c4, knight to f6, and here we play f4, striking in center immediately. They take on e4, and here we play knight to f3. Engine's not the biggest fan of this gambit because the point is, after takes and takes, Black's only move to get any advantage is queen e7, which, while they can find in a game, is very rare. The vast majority of people will play something else, pretty much all of which is going to give us a nice advantage. If they capture right away, here we can just castle. We'll take the pawn on the next move, immediately take over the open e-file. We're doing fantastic, almost nothing to complain about. If back here they try like d6, we can now play knight g5, and oops, nobody is defending the f7 pawn. They have to play like bishop e6, and after this, we're not even down a pawn anymore, and this bishop is completely terrorizing their entire position. And like I said, their best move here is queen e7, which is very rare and hard to find in a practical game, but even if they do play it, simply we can capture, knight will take back, takes, and here you have a couple good options. You can literally just go queen e2 though, because after takes and bishop takes back, although you are down a pawn in this endgame, you have premium access to the open E file first, as well as the semi-open D and F files, and you still have a lot of play in this position. 58 is the Portuguese gambit coming after e4, d5 Scandinavian, takes, knight to f6, attacking the pawn. White plays d4 here, which is the main line, just letting us have it. And here, we don't capture back, we play bishop g4 first. The point here is we're immediately attacking them, and they must play very carefully. If they just block with bishop e2, this is good for us. We can just go for a quick trade, and then capture back on d5 with our queen, because we're attacking g2 as well. And after castles, knight c6, we're doing great here. We will quickly long castle, and we have a lot of potential kingside attacks so we can play against white. And their best move here is to block with f3, at which point we can just back our bishop up to f5. Engine says that white's a little better because they can play g4 now, but practically this is a very hard move to find, as well as white just has a difficult to play position. Their d-pawns are doubled, the pawns on f3, which is not great. Most people will just play something here like c4, at which point you can play e6, takes, and the extremely fun knight c6. I won't delve into all the lines, but the point is, after captures and king takes, we can quickly go bishop e4, rook to e8, and despite how insane our king looks and that we're down 2 pawns, we're dominating in the majority of these positions. 57, I have the Cauchy-Reyne gambit coming from the king's gambit after e4, e5, f4, captures, knight f3, we now play g5 here, white plays bishop c4, we go g4, attacking their knight, they launch it into the center on e5, which point we play a check. Their king moves over to f1. We have a couple of tries here, but we don't defend and be stupid. We play f3. And this is a very tricky move because the point is they can try to take on f7 with either piece. If they take with the knight, this is not great because knight to f6, which looks stupid because they can take our rook. But then after knight takes an e4, this checkmate is actually very hard to stop. They probably have to play queen to e1 here, at which point pawn takes, And if king takes back, then queen h3 is forced checkmate. They have to play king to e2 instead, at which point you have a lot of lines here, but g3, and you're completely winning because point is after captures, queen takes, yeah, promotion is almost inevitable. At this point, yeah, you're just completely winning, which is fantastic. If they take with the bishop instead, which is the engine's favorite move, we just slide our king over. And a lot of threats still stand. They're likely going to have to back up to somewhere. And at this point, we can just play a variety of moves, maybe knight c6, or engine likes knight h6, with the idea of potentially going g3 and launching our knight in, something like that. There's a lot of ideas here, but f3 is a very aggressive and tricky move. And by the way, if they ever capture, then simply knight h6 once again. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on. 56, I have the Pickler Gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit, d5, Volclus counter Gambit. They take on d5. Here we play c6, the Nimzovich-Marshall Gambit. They take back, and here we go for a crazy double gambit, bishop c5. And this is insane because after this, we get kind of a reversed Danish Gambit that is somehow completely sound according to the engine. Point is here, if they just develop knight f3, we have a variety of good moves. The best one here is a simple e4, attacking them right away. Their knight must drop somewhere, likely to the center, and here, knight f6. Yeah, we're down 2 pawns, but we have a ton of development, and we're almost dominating in that position. If they try to capture us, then here, quick queen h4, we're completely winning. There's many ways this game can go, but the majority of them are going to favor you just because you're controlling so many of these open lines with these just complete monsters and gargoyles of bishops. Yeah, you're doing super well. 55, I have the Middleton counter gambit after e4, e5, f4, King's Gambit. We take, knight f3, g5, bishop c4. We now play d6, kind of merging the Fisher and the g5 defense. White castles, bishop g4 here, pinning, and after h3 by white, we actually don't move our bishop away and instead play h5. This is a super fun move. Point is, if they capture, we take back on g4, and white is struggling to survive. They must move their knight somewhere or sack it back, but sacking would just give us an immediate advantage. They'll probably move it somewhere like d4, and at this point, you can play queen f6. And the point is, we're going to go g3, lock their position down, queen h6, at which point, who is stopping our queen and rook from coming to h1? Nobody. And there are so many ways that white can go wrong here. For example, most common line would be c3, and now g3 here. The only way to stop this is queen g4. Because of this, then queen c8, and king e7, knight to f5. This is quite ugly. So here, you can just simply play knight c6. Now that is prevented, and queen f5 is what the engine likes. We can slide our queen over, or sorry, not slide queen over, that would be bad. Instead here, we can just take on d4 if our knight captures, 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 captures. We have an advantage here. Like I said, there's many lines. Most of them are going to end up favoring you, and this insane sacrifice ends up working very well. 54, the Petrosian Gambit comes after d4, knight f6 Indian game, knight f3, e6, and bishop g5 marks the Tory attack. c5 now, we defend our pawn with e3, b6, and here we sack the pawn with d5. The point here is by shoveling the pawn up like this, if they just capture right away, a simple knight c3. Nobody can really defend the pawn. Also, this pin is very bad. They're likely to have to play bishop b7, and here you can just take on d5. If bishop takes back, then capture, capture, queen d5, and after knight c6 here, we can confidently long castle. Everybody's now defended. We're dominating on the semi-open d-file, and we have a fantastic game ahead of us. Their absolute best try from back here would likely be to just ignore us, maybe play h6, attack our bishop, and after the trade, simple knight c3. And they still have to deal with this just extremely annoying nail in their coffin on their position. That is not fun to deal with. And after like bishop b7, bishop c4, keeping the defense, we once again have a fantastic game ahead of us. 53, I have the Icelandic pawn gambit after e4, d5, Scandinavian, capture, knight f6 modern, c4, trying to hang on, and here you have two options of gambits. You can play c6, or the one I like more, e6. This is the Icelandic pawn gambit. There's a lot of very tricky lines here. Point is, after captures, yeah, you're down a pawn, but white has a very big hole on d4 here, and you have two extra pieces developed. Many ways they can play. The most popular move is d4, just immediately trying to go for this, and here the best way to play is to give this annoying check. Knight will block, and then knight comes into e4. There are so many tricky lines here. If bishop d2, then queen takes on d4, they might even fall into a quick checkmate, but a lot of people will not fall into that. Instead, their absolute best try here is knight e2, which just gives us the pawn back, and Ender says after a3, this is about equal, but I beg to differ, mostly because a lot of people will not play knight e2. One, because it just looks weird, and two, it gives up a pawn, so it's not very natural. Instead, other moves are more natural, something like maybe queen d3, trying to defend like so. And after this, you can play the very fun bishop f5. And yeah, white can survive here, but they're going to have to play a3 and just have nerves of steel. Many ways it can go from here, but most of them I really like, and they're going to favor you. Coming in at 52, I have the Pologajevsky gambit. I think that's how I say it. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6, the queen's Indian defense. We get some theory here. g3, bishop b7, bishop b2, bishop b7, castle, castle, d5 here is the important move. After they capture, we don't take back right away. We instead play knight to h4. Point being, they cannot capture again because bishop takes. This is tragic. And if they try to hang on, it's probably going to end up bad for a couple reasons. If they try c6, then after takes, simply knight c3 here. Nobody is really defending the pawn. Also, various knight to f5s here can get very annoying for black. Like if they play, I don't know, knight a6 here, knight f5. Where do they move the bishop? It's surprisingly awkward. They just move it out. Then here, now just knight takes on d5. And yeah, we're just dominating here. Not really too much to say. It's just going great. Their best move is actually just c6 and the same line you just saw. So even in their absolute best try here, it's still likely going to be kind of miserable for them. Bishop b4 is not the best. Knight c7 to defend is what the engine likes the most. But here, bishop f4, we're going to get the pawn back one way or another. 51, I have the Shirov gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, d6, d4, and after knight d7 here, we go knight c3, two knights out, knight gf6, going to the lion variation, and if you're like me, I really hate these kind of passive positions, just because I know for a fact they're bad, but I really cannot find a solid way to go through here. But the move you play is g4, the Shirov gambit. This is so much fun because we're going to go either g5 and just completely tear up their entire position, or if they accept, rook g1. Attack the knight, it's going to have to back up, and here it's the same position, but now we have the open or semi-open g file to just play around with. So if they're going to castle kingside now, it's going to be a lot weaker, but castling alongside is usually not very good either. And after something like maybe bishop c4 here, possibly captures, queen takes, and c6, I mean, you're doing great. It's basically same positions as you usually get, but this is here, which is just a good thing. Quickly long castle, you're doing great. At number 50, I have the Traxler gambit or counterattack after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, here, knight f6, knight g5, white tries a fried liver, and we play not bishop d6, that's very bad, bishop c5 is the Traxler counter-attack. There's a lot of ways the game can play out from here. Most people take with the knight, and here you have the insane sacrifice, bishop takes, king takes, and knight takes on e4. And here, white can survive and get either an even position or a small advantage, but they must know theory, because after king walks over and queen h4, I will say, not even grand masters like understand these types of positions because they're just completely bonkers, insane, whatever you want to call it. They're absolutely just crazy. There's so many ways to play here. For example, my favorite will be here. Well, I can try King F1, and after Queen E7, we sack the whole rook because now bishop drops back to C5. The pawn is likely to get taken very soon. Or here, you can play D5 with the idea of captures and potentially bishop G4. And like if they took with the bishop here, their queen would be trapped. There are a ton of lines that are all extremely complicated. The way white can try to avoid this would be bishop takes F7 check, which a lot of people really like against this, but still here, after rook to F8, you have a lot of flowing compensation, like castles. Here you can play D6, probably knight C3, H6, knight may back up, and now bishop G4. And surprisingly, you might be able to get a ton of pressure on the F3 knight. A lot of ways the game can go. Very fun, very cool. 49, I sadly could not find whatever this gambit was, but whatever it was, it probably was good because it came in at 49. But sadly, we'll probably never know. Andrashik gambit comes after E4, C5 the Sicilian, D4 captures, and knight to F3 is the Morphy gambit, and here black tries to hang on with E5. Point is, we cannot capture because queen A5 here, and we very tragically lose, which is sad. So instead here, we play C3, this being the Andrashik gambit. This move is just taking complete advantage of black's extremely weakened position that really, like, E5 almost never belongs, except for a few scenarios, it almost never belongs in the Sicilian, because after captures and captures, black just has a massive hole on D5 that we are just dominating control over, and black really just cannot compete. And after D6 here, bishop C4, I mean, yeah, we're down a pawn, but black has a backwards pawn. We can position. We have 3 pieces extra developed. There's a lot of potential knight to G5 ideas. Black must play extremely carefully to even survive this position. You're doing fantastic. 47, I have the Alapin gambit after E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, and bishop B5 Ruy Lopez. We play A6 here, and white actually exchanges the exchange variation, takes back, castles. We now play bishop G4, pinning their knight to their queen, and after H3, here we play the very fun move H5. Point here is that, one, if they don't capture, if they just play like D3 here, well then we're doing fine. We can just keep developing, potentially go queen F6 and add more pressure, or maybe just a simple move like, I don't know, bishop C5 here, which there's also nothing wrong with. Just be careful not to play knight F6 to block out your queen, which could get bad. But if they do capture here, in typical fishing pole fashion after takes back, we're winning. If they try to move the knight away, then queen H4, and checkmate's unstoppable. They can move the F-pawn for a single move, but G3, locking it away. Nobody is stopping us from killing them. And if they try something else, like D3, they must give the knight back. After takes, we can still play queen H4. Queen must go here to stop the mate. Capture, capture, capture. At the end of the day, we're the ones up a pawn with a fantastic game. 46, I have the Zucker-Tort gambit from the Spanish Ruy Lopez after E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5, Ruy Lopez. Black tries bishop C5, the classical defense, and after C3 here, black plays knight F6, attacking the pawn. Here, we just castle. We let them take because the point is we can now play D4, and this comes with a lot of power and a lot of strength. If they take with the pawn, then there's always, we can just take back, quickly play rook E1 to get this pin on. We're doing great there. Their absolute best try from black here would be to probably not accept and maybe just castle, at which point we can still play D4 with, just a great game ahead of us, really no problems. Bishop backs up, potentially E5. Yeah, we're doing great. 45, I have the Mariotti gambit after E4, E5, knight C3, knight C6, the Vienna max range. G3 is the Paulson variation. bishop c5 by us now, and after bishop g2, we play the aggressive h5, followed by h4. I like this a lot because white has pretty much already committed to castling kingside, but with h5 and h4, they can't really now. If they try to castle, then after takes and pawn takes, this is very bad for them, opening up the h file like this. We can now play d6, and this is only going to lead to very big problems for them in the far future. If instead they take with the pawn, well, then their king side is just ruined. We can just develop normally. We're dominating here, nothing to say. And if they take with the knight, you can just play normally here with d6, but the most fun move is captures. Takes, yeah, you're down in exchange, but this is a real threat, and white has an extremely weakened king side now that they cannot rely on. If they try to defend with their queen, then already knight d4, we're winning. If they try to defend on f3, once again, knight d4, we're winning. Their best move would be to sack a pawn with d4, bishop takes, and now that the knight can no longer come to the center, now queen e2. But we've won 1 point of material back. Here when you can just go d6, potential for bishop g4 in the future. Yeah, we're doing fantastic. 44, I have the Shabalov Gambit after d4, d5, c4 queens, e6, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, and c6 is the semi-Slav defense. And we play a more rare variation here with e3, queen to c2, and in this position, we now sacrifice a pawn with g4. We saw this idea just a little bit ago. It is very strong, where they're going to push up to g5 and mess up their whole knight, or if they castle, then once again g5 mess up their whole knight. If they try to capture, rook g1, and here they have an option. They can take a second pawn, but after captures, and rook takes here, we're doing fantastic. We can win this guy also in the future, but what may be even better is to simply let our rook stay here, and after pawn takes back, e4 striking in the center, and yeah, we're doing fantastic. Their king is dead. We're doing fantastic there. And if they just back up or play something else like maybe h5 to defend, then just h3, knight backs up. Once again, we can capture. We're doing fantastic. 43, the Leonhardt counter gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and b4 marks the Evans gambit. We take c3, we back our bishop up to a5, and after d4 by white, a move we want to play here is knight takes on d4, taking advantage of the pin we have here because they cannot capture with the pawn. Unfortunately, they could simply play knight takes on e5, and because of these threats, this will probably not work out very well for us. So here we play b5. The sole purpose of b5 is that if they take, now knight takes on d4 is possible, because if they try the same thing, well, there's not really the threat here, and we can also just capture the bishop. So this is just completely good for us. And if they instead try to capture on d4, then after pawn takes and queen takes back, we can simply go queen to f6, and we've landed ourselves in an equal material position, which is likely more or less about equal after, let's say, castles, bishop drops back to b6, queen might drop back a little bit, and now knight e7. While it's not the absolute best we can get out of the Evans, for how dangerous the Evans is, this is a fantastic line to just get rid and get out of all the unneeded and, stressful stuff that white can try to attack us. 42, I have the Benoni-Staunton gambit after we play d4, black goes c5, the immediate Benoni, we push up, and black here plays f5, going for a kind of Dutch, and here we sack a pawn with e4. This shares a lot of DNA with the Staunton, point being, if they take, we can now play knight c3, just go ahead and attack the pawn. If they just give it back with g6 and after takes, we're just doing fantastic here. We're just doing, nothing to complain about. If they try to defend with knight f6, here you're going to have to get a bit more creative. You have a couple of good options. Knight g to e2 to go knight to g3 and attack it. The immediate queen e2 is potentially another good option. Yeah. 41, I have the Jansen-Korknoy gambit after d4, f5 the Dutch, h3, knight to f6, and here now the move pawn g4. This gambit is exceptionally tricky. Point being, if they take, then after takes back, we already have a good position because we can potentially play g5. But if they take again, we now play e4. And black is insanely likely to fall into a trap. Their knight is attacked. If they just back up right away, then e5 here, knight must drop to the center, and bishop d3. And there's a lot of potential threats here. Black can survive, but they're going to have to play very, very carefully, of which they're not going to. If they try to defend with, like, I don't know, d6, then here we can simply play a variety of moves, but most likely just f3. Knight will back up, and knight c3 now. For the price of one pawn, you have a big center, and the semi-open h and g files to play around with, both of which are very, very fun. And also, let's say back here, their best move in this position is d5, which only occurs in like 5% of games. And even if they do end up somehow finding this, after like a simple g5 here, knight may drop to the center, and now just bishop f4. Like, we're doing completely fine here. It's an irregular position, which is good for us because that means black probably does not know how to play well here. We can continue the standard plan, or even back here, you can play like knight f3 and keep going for the sacrifice. You have a great position. 40, I have the Goring Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. Captures is the Scotch, and here now c3. This is the Goring Gambit. Despite being such a standard gambit, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just what it needs to be. If they take, then here we can take back right away. We can go bishop c4 and go for some kind of a maybe Danish gambit, which is also a good option. But here, after like takes, I mean, don't really have much to say. This is exactly what we want from a gambit. Bishop c4, or sorry, bishop c5, we have bishop c4, quickly castle. Yeah, not too much to talk about. There's nothing wrong with this gambit. 39, I have the tall gambit from the Russian game after e4, e5, knight f3, knight to f6, sorry, knight f6, Russian game. We now play d4, striking in center, they capture, e5, their best move to move the knight to is knight e4, and here we play the move bishop b5. Now, give this a chance. I know it looks really stupid, but this is actually great. The point of this move is by pinning the d-pawn, we make the game surprisingly hard for black. And already here, I mean, we're doing fine. We can probably capture the pawn back in almost every line, safely castle, we have nothing wrong with our position. And the majority of people here just play c6 and, you know, attack our bishop, which looks kind of stupid. What's the point of this? But the point is here, you have two good options. You can take on d4 right away. Point being, we're attacking the knight. If they take here, then after a queen takes, this is even material, but we have more development. Their pawn structures are messed up. We're doing fantastic. And their best try would probably be to play check, maybe c3, and then to sack the knight. But here, captures, queen takes, and a couple good options, but probably just a4. This is about equal, probably slightly better for you. Back here, though, the other option is to simply back up to d3. And despite how stupid this maneuver looks, after like knight c5 here, surprisingly, c6 is actually nothing but a bad thing for them because the knight cannot come to c6, which is where it really wants to go. And also, d5 is really not where black is going to strike in the center in this position. And here, after like you castle, probably they'll take your bishop, you can take back. And I mean, you're doing great here. This pawn is dead. If they try c5, you can go c3. At the end of the day, you might still be down a pawn, but you have a ton of development, a fantastic pawn in, like, deep in their position, bishop f4, rooks on the open files, you're doing incredible. 38, I have the Silberschmidt Gambit after e4, e5, f4 King's Gambit, we take knight to f3, here we now play g5, bishop c4, g4 here, knight e5 by white is the Salvio Gambit. Going for this business, here we play queen h4 check, king will slide over to f1, and here, because of this threat, we're going to play knight to h6 and defend. White will take the whole center with a d4, and now that the pawn is attacked, the move we'll play here is a simple f3. And this is one of the strongest ways to counter the King's Gambit, because even though here you're up a pawn, what really is good about your position is that their king is basically dead. If they try to capture the pawn, then here a simple d6. Their knight must move somewhere, and they're just completely losing here because after backs up, you can now capture. And with your bishop coming in and also your knight 2 on g4, this is actually too much for white to handle, and unless they defend perfectly, they'll probably get checkmated, and if they do defend perfectly, they're still going to be completely lost, which is very, very good for you. And back here, let's say they try something else. If they try to ignore, like knight c3, then c6 here. Point being, you're going to strike in the center of d5. Let's say, I don't know, they play something random here, maybe just queen e1, offering a trade. Just back up to h5. Let's say they drop the knight back, so the engine likes the very most, rook g8. And this I love so much because despite this being the king's gambit, and we're black, we're supposed to be defending and all of that, we are counter-attacking white, and they must play insanely carefully to even survive this position. These variations often get very crazy, they're very fun, and I like them a lot. 37, the Dutz gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, the Gocho piano. Here, we simply castle, and after knight to f6 here, attacking the pawn, we sack the pawn right away with d4. Point here is by striking in center, they must make a decision, and none of the decisions they can really make here is going to be what they like. If they take with the pawn, then e5 here to immediately attack them. They must know the move d5 here, otherwise they basically lose immediately. And after captures, rook g8, here we can play bishop g5. And usually a lot of these d5 variations don't favor this, or don't favor us. This one does, however, because rook e1, very quick, we can keep the pawn with bishop f6, and their king is going to be right in the middle of all of this fire. They're going to have to play kit pretty carefully to survive that position. And back here, let's say they try to take with the knight. This is not a good attempt. Simply knight takes on e5 here. This is looking pretty tragic. They probably have to castle, and here just bishop e3. We're pretty much dominating. We have no problems. We're doing very, very well. If they try to take with the bishop, last of all, this is the engine's favorite choice, but practically this does not look great because black has now lost a bishop for a knight, which is better for us. However, they are still up a pawn, and here after bishop e3, knight will back up. We can strike in the center with f4, and the attack is going to keep on rolling. We have a lot of long-lasting pressure, fantastic development, and really we're doing great here. 36, the Hamp-Muzio gambit comes after e4, e5, knight c3, knight c6, f4 now is the kind of Vienna gambit, but for the king's gambit, with knight c3, knight c6, they capture, knight f3, g5 here, bishop c4, g4 attacking our knight, and here we don't defend, we simply castle. Point is, after takes and takes, we get a kind of Muzio gambit, both the addition of knight c3 and knight c6, which sadly here does favor black a little bit. They have additional options here, of which would be good. Before, black could only really play queen of 6, but here they have a couple of options that are pretty decent. Most popular move here would probably still be queen of 6, but now knight d5, queen can give a check, and king walks over, and at the end of the day, this is getting pretty tragic for them. They probably have to play like bishop d6 to try and defend, and after d3 defending, their queen is stuck in the center. We have a fantastic game ahead of us. However, if they do know the moves here of like queen h4 or queen g5, which is what the engine likes the absolute most, here, d3, attack the pawn. We get typical Muzio gambit nonsense. It's not the absolute best here, but still very fun gambit play that I enjoy very much. 35, I have the Basman-Palatnik double gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, we play knight f3, d6, c3 here is the delayed Alpin variation, and here black tries knight f6, we play the very tricky bishop e2, point being they cannot take because then queen a4 check, and they lose their knight to a fork, if you can visualize that. So instead, black here might try knight c6. We can now strike in the center of d4. If they take now, then same story, d5, knight must move, and queen a4, once again, they get forked like so. So instead here, they can simply try and move captures, and after takes, now they can try to capture. Difference being after d5, they have the move queen to a5 check here, defending the a4 fork from us, at which point it might get a little hairy. And the way to play here is the very fun knight c3. This is the double Platman gambit, or Platnic gambit. Point being, after captures and captures, black can take again. But not yet, because bishop d2, and they lose their knight, which is going to end up being bad for them. Instead, they move the knight to the center first. And here, we have a couple options. You can castle right away. The option I like is to take on e5, because here, black might go for the insane captures, bishop d2, and queen takes on e5. At this point, now you can castle, and queen takes on d5. This is a triple pawn gambit. Here you can even play rook c1 and go for a quad pawn gambit, which I must say is ridiculous. And here you are winning after bishop b5 check. The key thing here is they have record low levels of development. Yeah, black is up 3 pawns, but all they have is a queen. Well, we are just ready to unleash entire entourage against them, which they must be extremely careful to stay alive. The only real way to stay alive in these variations is to find the move f6, either sooner or later, to run the king into f7, and even then they're not surviving. The top line here is bishop d7, bishop f3, queen takes a2, bishop takes b7, rook goes over to d8, and a rook infiltrates into c7. And I mean, this is just awesome. Yeah, we're down 3 pawns, and if we can't find the attack, black can consolidate, we are going to be losing. However, our attack is rolling. Rook e1, queen e2, black is going to have to play very carefully to survive here, while you are just having a ton of fun. 34, I have the Ponomarev gambit after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, e6, d4, captures, and knight c6 marks the Taimana variation. Not the best from the Sicilian, but it's still good. We now play knight c3. Black tries queen c7, allowing us to play knight d to b5. Queen backs up to b8, and here we now play bishop e3. And black goes a6 here. The top engine choice, other than the gambit, which I'm about to show you, is a more passive knight backdrop to d4, which is fine, but the fun gambit here is bishop b6. Launching the bishop in, point being after takes, knight takes back. Despite the fact that we're down a piece, the knight is coming to c7. Nobody can stop the knight. Their best try here, if they try something like knight f6, which is just nothing, then bishop c7, and they may even get their queen trapped, which would be even worse. So their best move is to play bishop b4 check, c3, and now bishop a5. Now bishop c7 here is prevented, but we can still go knight c7, and here they can move their king up, but after this check, king must drop back to d8, and now knight takes on a8. You're doing good here. This is even material now. Queen g4, their king cannot castle. You're doing fantastic. You have a very aggressive position. Their best try is to now sack their queen, and after captures and bishop takes, at the end of the day, we're up 1 point material here, but more so, we can still play queen g4, and they're down a queen for 3 pieces while we have an extra pawn in return. You can do the math, you can figure out if you like that or not, but objectively, this is good. 33, I have the anti-Moscow gambit after d4, d5, we play c4, queen's gambit, e6, queen's gambit declined, knight c3, knight to f6, knight to f3, c6 here marks the semi-Slav defense, and after here, we play bishop g5. Black plays h6, attacking our bishop, and instead of trading, here we just keep the pin if bishop comes back to h4. This might not look that special, but in reality, this is just a good and solid gambit. Point being here, they can capture and defend with b5, and we're going to let them. After e4 here, if they try the immediate b5, then how it's going to go is e5 with this, g5, knight takes, here, and there's a couple ways to play. Most people will probably go knight b to d7, the best try, and after capture, probably takes back, g3, Here, we're not even down a pawn anymore. We can go bishop g2, castle, with a safe and good position, with really no problems at all. And if they don't do that, if they play something else here, like, I don't know, bishop b4, then the option to trade and then capture on c4 is always here. It never really goes away. And at this point, you just have a good position also. At 32, I have the Stafford Gambit. Somewhere, Eric Rosen just won a lottery ticket. This comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight takes e5, and knight c6. This might shock you a little bit because, to be fair, after captures and pawn captures, this gambit is the epitome and the prime example of if white knows what they're doing, they're going to get a better position. And that is true. And I beg you, if you think, oh, the Stafford Gambit is bad, do you know the best lines? Because at my level 2100, I think I've only faced like 3 people that have actually played the best lines, and I've won something like maybe 40 games. The Stafford Gambit is so unbelievably tricky. There are so many traps. I made a video on this a while back, but there are just an enormous amount of tricky traps, so much that white can fall for. I won't get into all of it here, but the key ideas are after bishop c5, castles potentially, or actually not castles, but even h5, knight g4, a lot of f2 tricks. So much can go on, and it's great. 31, I have the Matsukovich Gambit after e4, knight f6, the Alekhine's e5, knight d5, c4 attacking, knight b6, c5, knight d5, this is the Hunt variation, knight c3 attacking, they immediately go for the trade, and after captures and d6 by them, just go ahead and attacking everybody, we play the very fun bishop g5. The point of this move is that although it looks very odd, if black captures any one of these pawns, we can now play queen b3. And already here, black must play the insane looking move queen d7. This is the only move to survive, because if they play just about anything else, then a quick rook d1. This is bad news, because bishop d7, then bishop c4. Nobody is defending this guy. Nobody, and this is not possible because of the pin. So, here, what black must play, instead of that, is h6, bishop backs up, and here, now captures is better, and here, once again, queen d7 is the only move. Probably bishop comes back to bishop comes back to g3, and here, queen f5 is the only move, which is like nobody's ever gonna play this. If we're rating purely off of objectively, this gambit is really, really good, but the problem I have with it is it's just not that practical. Although you're probably going to crush if you ever do get it, this is something like almost nobody even plays the Alekhines, and for all this to happen, including d6 here, which is not a great move, it's not that practical, but the pure gambit itself is incredibly good. 30, I have the hog, or maybe hag gambit, after e4, c5 Sicilian, knight f3, d6, bishop b5, the Moscow or canal attack, bishop d7, we trade here, we now play castles, knight c6, c3 going for d4, and after knight f6 here, we don't care, we let them capture, we play d4 anyways. Point here is that 1, if they just play normally, then, we have the whole center, we're doing great here, development's easy, we just have a good game ahead of us. If they're daring enough and they accept the sacrifice, then d5 here. Their knight must move somewhere, likely to e5, allowing this trade, which is quite awkward for them. And here, you have a couple good options, possibly rook e1, and you can probably just win the pawn back right away. Or even c4 here, just locking in everybody, at which point, black is having a tough time here. After like e6, they can still chip away, but rook e1, maybe f5, attempting to defend, knight to d2, maybe captures now, but simply takes, and here we are down 2 pawns, but queen a4 check, and this is going to pretty quickly be very bad news for black. 29, the Lisitsyn Gambit comes after e4, not e4, 29, the Lisitsyn Gambit comes after knight f3, f5, Dutch, and now e4. This is a simple gambit. After takes, you can play knight g5, immediately attacking the pawn. There's a couple things that black can do here. If they try d5, Then after d3 here, probably captures and captures. This is fantastic. You have a ton of play on their king side, and their weakened king side that is already weak, so it's not helping very much. If they try knight f6 to defend, then once again, d3 here. And you've seen a lot of gambits like this. After captures and captures, we once again have a lot of potential tactics on black, and after like g6 here, you can play knight takes h7. They must take up the rook. If knight takes, then bishop takes, checkmate. So rook takes, capture, rook f7, and here bishop g5. Black is up 2 points of material, but this rook is dead, and they have an extremely stressed position. We can castle safely. Everything's great. At 28, I have the Janish gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, sorry, what am I saying, bishop c4, bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez, and here f5, also known as the Schliemann defense. I think this is just the perfect gambit fun way against the Ruy Lopez. First off, they capture right away. This is already good. e4, their knight is attacked. If they move it back to g1, this is just a huge win because now, like, we have a couple good options, but queen g5 really stands out. This is dominating. G4, h5, you're doing fantastic already. If they try instead, let's say, maybe back here, d3 to defend, then after capture, capture, knight f6. We're simply going to be doing great. This pawn is attacked, probably knight c3 to try and defend, but then bishop b4, bishop d2 here. You can win the pawn, but what is even better is probably just castles. And normally this gambit would be a lot worse if their bishop was on c4, because that would be preventing us from ever castling, but because they've already committed it to b5, almost nobody is daring enough to ever back it up to c4 to get that exact purpose, so we can usually castle in pretty much all these variations. At which point, we're doing once again great. Last try here, probably d4, one of their better tries, but after takes, knight takes, one more trade, and here, simply c6. Bishop is going to have to back up somewhere, and at this point, you can just play a check and immediately win the pawn back. Knight c3, captures, or my mistake, here we're actually up a pawn, a quick d5, we're doing fantastic. 27, I have the Benoni gambit after d4, and we play c5. This is also known as the Benoni defense, but it is a gambit in of itself. If white captures, then here, e6. And we're going to win the pawn back. They might be able to try b4, but a5. And if they try c3 here, this can end up very bad very quick, as in the rook is trapped in the corner, and we're already winning. So they must give the pawn back, and after like knight f3, bishop takes back here. It's not like an incredible position, but we're black. We've already reached equality. We're doing fantastic. Quick d5. We have basically no problems here. And because of that, their best move here is either to play something like knight f3, at which point we can once again just trade and go d5. We're doing great. The real best move is to push up to d5, at which point there's a lot of lines here. I made a quick guide about this opening. I think it's really strong. The most fun option here is e6, c4, capture, capture, knight f6, and after knight c3 here, it's all theory, we play g6. To go bishop g7, take over the long diagonal. We're doing fantastic. 26, the Portish gambit comes after d4, d5 by black, c4, e6, knight c3, c6 is the accelerated semi-Slav. Here we play e3, and black tries f5 here, going into kind of a stonewall setup. And even though this pawn, or all these pawns look kind of odd and stupid, it is very solid. But here we can try to break through with g4. This is the Portish gambit. If they capture, then we've already messed up their entire shindig here. We can simply capture back. And although here, objectively, we're only slightly better, practically, we're much better, as their entire plan here is all messed up. It's all out of whack. Nothing really works for them now. Sorry, let me go back here. And let's say they try something else. If they try to ignore with knight f6, this is one of their better tries. Here we can play g5 and annoy their knight, which is good. But even better, simply trade, and then queen b3. Lot of pressure on them. Now that this pawn is gone, their center is much weaker. Also potentially bishop g2 to maybe even attack it more. They probably have to capture, and after bishop takes back, I mean, we're doing great. We're not even down a pawn. We're not down a pawn. Big center, easy development, great game. 25, I have one with a funny name, the low cock gambit, which is nothing else. Here we now play e4, e5, knight f3, d6, we go into a Philidor, we play d4 here, striking at them immediately. Black tries knight f6 to attempt to counterattack us, and here we defend with knight g5, which looks odd, because while the engine might say, oh, pawn takes on d4, 99% of sane humans are going to play h6 here, just attack our knight, but here we sacrifice it with knight takes f7. Point here is after king takes, we take on e5, and this causes a lot of problems. If they try to take back, then queen takes, and we might not be completely winning because, to be fair, they have bishop b4 check in this action, but after queen drops back, capture, knight takes on d2. We're up a pawn here. Development's easy. We're doing great. This is just a very advantageous endgame. Nothing to really talk about there. If they try to move the knight away, like maybe capture on e4, well then our queen can come in. Queen d5 here, we can win the piece back right away, or potentially even bishop c4, the engine likes more, because after the king maybe runs somewhere, like king g6, is what the engine says is the only move, queen d3. And yeah, I mean, maybe they can survive here after like some knight c6, but they're going to have to play with very, very high accuracy, and I would much, much prefer to be white in this position rather than black, because attacking is fun. And other than that, they don't really have many other options. Knight g4 is what the engine likes the very most, but bishop c4, and the attack keeps on rolling. 24, I have the Walbrat Baird Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and bishop c5 is the Goccio piano. Here we play c3, going for d4, black tries knight f6, we play d5 here, and after takes, we simply castle. I really like this gambit. Point 1, if they take on c3 right away, then here we don't take back, we play e5, which is extremely fun. Attacking their knight. If they take again, then after bishop takes on b2, we have a much stronger Danish gambit where their knight is suffering in center, and there's always some idea of this to win one of the pawns back, and here you'll just have a dominating game ahead of you. Their best try from back here is instead likely d5, but after takes, you have a lot of good options here, but rather simply, you can just capture, king takes, and after capture, rook g8, now knight takes back. At the end of the day, you might still be down one pawn. However, you're now in a very fun endgame. Most endgames aren't fun. This endgame is fun. This pawn c4 is a sitting duck, and their king is just waiting in the center to get absolutely pummeled by all your pieces. Many threats are happening. They have to defend against all of them, which simply isn't realistic. And back here, if they instead try to take an e4 with the knight, you can take back on d4 with the pawn. If they just back up, then knight c3, or maybe a d5 here to attack their knight, you're dominating, you're doing super, super well. And if instead they play the best move, d5, counterattacking, and after takes, queen e2, they must play queen e7. Now queen takes on c4, and at the end of the day, we're not even down a pawn. 23, I have the Muzio Gambit after e4, e5, f4, captures, knight to f3, g5, bishop c4, and after g4 attacking our knight, we simply castle. Point being here, after takes and queen takes on f3, despite the fact that we're down a piece, we have this poise. 23, I have the Muzio Gambit after e4, e5, f4 kings, captures, knight f3, g5, bishop c4, g4, attacking our knight, we will castle here, and after captures and queen takes on f3, this is the gambit. It might look insane to you at first, but it is fantastic. Point is, yes, we're down a piece, however, we have 1, 2, 3 heavy pieces, all looking straight at their f7 pawn, which only has one defender, their king. Now, if black does nothing here, we're going to capture an f4, we're going to take an f7, we're going to roll them, and after like queen e7 here, we can go knight c3. Knight coming into d5 is also a massive weakness for them. Yeah, Engine says they can survive here, but it is not going to be very easy. You're probably going to be winning in loads of your games. Even here, you can just sacrifice an entire bishop, because after king over and this, knight d5 comes with just way too much strength. And even here, f6 is the only way to not lose immediately. So, insanely aggressive position. Their best try is queen f6, the Surratt defense. And here, if you want to, you can go for a more low-key d3. Planning, just capture back on f4 for the bishop and continue the attack from there. That is entirely fine. Or another reason I really like this gambit, you have the low-key option, and you have the bat, I can't say that, but bat, let's say crazy option here, with e5, queen takes, bishop takes f7, and at the end of the day, you're down 7 points of material, but you're only slightly worse because, by the way, you can't take because this, and there's a pin. You're only slightly worse because their king is just so unbelievably unsafe. I find this gambit insanely fun. If you like fun gambits, you'll like this opening. 22, I have the tall gambit after e4, c5, the Sicilian, f4, the McDonald attack, which is not a good move only if you know the gambit. After d5, takes, and knight f6. Point here is by attacking the pawn like this, you have completely gotten rid of their center, making f4 just kind of a redundant move, and you're giving white a choice here. They can play a move, knight f3, which gives into the pressure, allowing us to play knight takes on d5, and after, like, let's say knight c3 here, we can easily develop, and we're going to be coasting for the rest of the game. We really have no problems here, and f4 is just a weakness for us to attack in the far future. Or they can try c4. Sorry, they can try c4 and try to defend the pawn, but here, e6, and after takes and takes, although the engine says equal, I really do not want to be white here, because even though white is up a pawn, we now have 2 extra pieces developed. They have these vampire fangs, but like deformed vampire fangs, and a gigantic hole on d4, which we can easily exploit, potentially get a knight onto there. Yeah, the game's super easy. We can go bishop d6, castles, everything is going in our direction. 21, the Priena Shenmue gambit comes after d4, d5, c4, queen's gambit, captures, knight to f3, knight to f6. We now play knight c3, queen's gambit accepted, and after c5 here, we push up to d5, e6, and now we play the gambit with e4, pawn takes, and pawn pushes up to e5. Despite this looking not too crazy, and black is being up 2 pawns here, their center is about to fall all apart. As soon as their knight moves away, I mean, Engine's second best move here is literally knight c6, and just giving up the knight rather than moving it back. If they move back to like d7 here, after queen takes on d5, we're dominating. Everybody's defended. This pawn's going to be lost. This pawn's probably weak. f7 is a weakness. Knight g5 as well. I mean, everything is just targeting black. We're doing super well there. Their best move, other than sacking the knight, is knight e4. At which point, you have a couple good options here. You can take on d5, because if pawn takes back, after this trade, you have knight g5, and you're dominating here. This is a fantastic option. Or you can play knight takes on e4, just kind of leave it there because nobody is really attacking this guy. Their best move would be b5 here, and after knight g5 here, this is just a destructive position. They cannot capture because after takes and queen takes, knight c7 would lead to a checkmate. So, I mean, yeah, this gambit is insane. And lastly, you also have back here, queen takes on d5. Because after knight takes, queen takes, king takes, pawn takes, yeah, black is up a pawn, but there's no way this guy's going to survive. Plus, they can't castle, plus easy development, plus long castles, plus that comes with a check. We're dominating black. At the big 20, I have the double Goring gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4 here, Scotch game, and after black captures, c3 is the Goring gambit. Let's say they take. Here we play bishop c4. I commonly think of this as basically just the improved Danish gambit, because after takes and takes, what's good about the Danish is these variations with these open lines, these fantastic bishops, and everything is going great for us. And here, the only difference is that black cannot play d5 now, which is the biggest antidote in the Danish Gambit. But here, simply pawn takes and their knight is attacked, which leads this entire opening system to go off the rails and completely fall apart and just start failing here. What else can they try? If they try, like, I don't know, knight f6 here, we can just castle. And, I mean, this is basically a Danish Gambit where black has played an extra either knight to f6 here or knight c6, whereas we have castled, which deeply favors us. We have so many great attack ideas here from moves like e5, knight c3, knight d2, queen comes over to b3. So much potential in this position. The improved Danish Gambit is insanely strong. 19, I have the Maroczy Gambit after e4, c6 the Caro-Kann, d4, d5, f3 marks the fantasy variation. They capture, we take back. Black has a couple moves here. e5 is the best move, immediately counter-striking in center. We'll now play knight f3, and if black takes on d4 here, the move to play is bishop c4. And there are so many fantastic lines here. There's two good things. One, the pawn d4 is always incredibly weak. You basically have it in your back pocket that when in doubt, you can capture the pawn and just have an equal material position. And the best part here is with the combos of pieces, the combo of pieces you have. Castles will bleed to, oh my god. 19, I have the Maroczy Gambit after e4, c6 Caro-Kann, d4, d5, f3 is the fantasy, pawn captures, pawn takes back, and here black goes e5, going for the immediate counter-strike in center. This is black's best try. We now play knight f3, and they take on d4. And instead of taking back and trading and being dumb, we play bishop c4. This is the Maroczy Gambit. This is good for two reasons. One, d4 is always hanging, so I mean, when in doubt, you can capture the pawn and just have an equal material position. That's never a bad thing. But two, and more importantly, after they play something here, like let's say knight f6, and we castle, there are so many potential threats that we have with the bishop taking at f7 and so many other lines. For example, bishop g4, insanely common move. We already win. Bishop takes f7 check, king takes, knight e5. I've won this very trick in this very opening at least 10 times because it's so like common. After takes, and takes, it's a hard tactic to spot, but once you know to look for it, it's insanely obvious, and it's very hard to look for if you're from the black side. Their best move according to the engine is knight b to d7. Like, who's playing that? And here, you have a lot of good ways to play. My favorite is c3, and just plays like a traditional gambit. After takes, knight takes back, you're doing fantastic. And there are a lot of lines here. All of them are insanely aggressive and insanely fun. Also potential e5s, you're doing fantastic. 18, I have the Mengerini Gambit after e4, c5, the Sicilian, and a3, knight c6, and b4. Now, I know wing gambits have come a long way from some of the worst to what I'm rating the 18th best gambit of all time, but the point here is after captures, takes, and knight takes in b4, we'll play c3, knight backs up, and d4. Already here, no matter what black plays, we have a good game because we have a gigantic center. Our development is very easy, and we don't really have any problems, but their best try here is d5. Counter-striking in the center immediately, and here, after takes, queen takes, and knight a3. This mega tricky move is insanely strong, and no joke, in over 70% of games, black falls into a trap. The best move here, queen a5, literally 2% of games. Nobody plays the move because it looks really weird. Most people go e5, but point is, knight b5. Nobody is defending the knight from coming into c7. They must play like bishop d6 to defend, and after bishop c4, they cannot take, because then knight takes on d6, they get forked. So queen e4 instead, but at this point, just knight e2. We're doing great, and this situation is not doing great for them. Bishop b8 probably we can just castle. We are dominating here. And also, if they try to take on g2, then that is just a free bishop. King might try to attack, but simply pawn takes back. And this discovery proves to be absolutely brutal. What else can they try? e6, same trap. Knight b5. It's even stronger now. We're once again dominating. They can also try knight f6. Once again, knight b5. We're absolutely dominating. Potentially also bishop f5 here or bishop f4. And yeah, this can get really hairy really quick. And if they can survive here with queen a5 or maybe some other move like a6 here, still we can go knight c4. There's so many tricks with now the knight coming into b6. Well, objectively not the best. The amount of tricks in this gambit is insane and purely makes up for it. 17, I have the reversed Blumenfeld gambit after knight f3. They're ready. d5, c4 here. They will push up to d4. We now play e6, attacking them. c5, and here we play b4. Attacking their pawn immediately. They have to be careful. This is a gambit we've also seen as black, but because we're white, we're up one tempo, and in this gambit, that tempo really matters because time is of the essence. If they capture on b4, we can take back on d4. We're not down any material. Our position is a little irregular, but I mean, we have a big center, very solid. Bishop comes out, castle. We're doing fantastic. If they try to take on e6, we can take back with the f pawn because if it takes here, then d4. Once again, we have a big center, and honestly, I don't have too much else to say. This is just a very good gambit. 16, I have the Nimzovich Marshall counter gambit after e4, e5, f4, the revenge of the king's gambit. We now play d5. They take, and here we play the counter gambit with c6. A while back, I made a video on every single king's gambit variant. I did not even find this move when I made the video. Someone had to point it out for me in the comments. It is insanely strong, and it is my favorite option against the king's gambit for a couple of reasons. One, it is objectively fantastic. After white captures, if you're feeling crazy, you can play bishop c5 and go into double gambit, or if you want to, simply knight takes back on c6. They'll probably take here, but then queen h4 instantly loses, g3, queen e4 check. Yeah, they're completely lost. So instead here, they'll probably have to play something else, maybe like knight f3, at which point you can push up to e4, you can capture an f4, whatever you want to play, they're all good. This is just a fantastic game. Their best move here is queen e2, which almost nobody knows, and even if they do, you can simply play takes. They will take on e5 for the pawn, and now you have a couple good options, probably just knight c6 here. White is now up a pawn, but I mean, you know, their queen's on e2. They know their development. This guy is super weak. You have a fantastic gambit ahead of you. And no matter what else they try, you're probably going to get a great position out of it. And this is such a fun way to play against the kings, which in an opening is really what I look for. 15, I have the Smith-Morra gambit after e4, c5, d4, takes, and now c3. At first, for a while, I did not really think too much of this gambit, but somewhere around a year ago, maybe 6 months, I got the Mayhem Nomura book by Mark Esselman, who's basically the leading guy on Smith-Morra, and since then, I have been convinced of its power. Point is, after takes and takes, development is easy, knight f3, bishop c4, and you have the open c and d files to play with. There is a lot of variations. I'll give one like sample position. Let's say d6. You can play knight to f3 now. Let's say now, I don't know, knight c6. We can go bishop c4 here. There's a lot of tricks. If black plays knight f6, then after e5 here, this is one of the trickiest variations imaginable. I got this in tournament game. I won in about 5 moves, so it's pretty deadly. If instead they try e6, more for a Schmeningen setup, which is a little bit more solid, just castle. Knight to f6, let's say that. We can go queen e2, just defend, bishop e7, and let's say now rook over to d1. The bishop will come out. d6 is an eternal weakness, also knight b5 to probably try and attack that. The other rook will come to the open c file. I can't explain the entire gambit here, just know it is very strong, and it is criminally underrated. 14, I have the Marshall gambit after d4, d5, c4, the queen's gambit, now e6, knight c3, c6 by black, the accelerated semi-Slav. We now play e4. They capture, and here after we take back, black can win a pawn with bishop b4 check. We'll block with bishop d2, and now queen takes on d4. And after takes and takes with check, this is the position. Here we're going to block with our bishop on e2, and there is a lot of just completely bonkers, insane, off-the-walls variations here. For example, if they take on g2 right away, you can go bishop f3, queen will probably back up to g5, and here simply knight e2. And yeah, you're down 2 pawns with not the clearest plan, but rook g1, and they have like just no development, so you're probably just going to end up murdering them, which could just be incredible for you. Their best try would probably be like maybe knight to d7 here, or maybe knight a6 I think is the best move. But here, a lot of tricky and great options. You can back up to c3, you can play bishop a5 and attempt to go for this action, and after bishop d7, probably knight f3. Now, lot of places the game can still go. Most popular, probably c5 and castles. Once again, there is a lot of variations, but for the price of 1 pawn, black has an insanely awkward position that is devoid of normal and sane development, or if really any development at all. Their queen is in the center and easy to attack. You have a fantastically fun game ahead of you. 13, I have the deferred Lisitsan Gambit. I do prefer the deferred version to the normal one. This comes after knight to f3. F5 now, the Dutch defense. The normal one is e4 right away, but here we play d3, knight f6, and now e4. And I mean, this is all the great things about the other gambit, just more intense. After captures. If they don't take back, we have an incredible position. If they do take back, we can now play bishop d3. This is exactly what we want. We have, for the price of 1 pawn, more development. They have an insane kingside weakness. They must play very carefully. If they just play an immediate d5 here, then after captures, queen trade, we can play knight g5, and we end up winning the pawn back with just a good endgame. Black cannot castle. We can. I mean, everything is great. Not really too much to talk about there. Their best move is knight drops back to f6. And here you have a lot of good options. Knight g5 is always a good aggressive one, or potentially here, if you want to, just castles. Soon, knight c3. Even though black can try to take the whole center, we can go rook e1, and in the end, it is just a sorry attempt. They're only going to create holds for themselves. Yeah, this gambit is fantastic. 12, I have the Haxo Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, Scotch game. They capture bishop c4, Scotch Gambit, and after bishop c5 now, trying to defend the pawn, we go c3. This is the Haxo Gambit. It is insanely powerful. Point 1 is we're attacking d4, nobody defends it, we're going to capture it with a just great game. Well, as they're transposed into some other gambit, maybe a Gocho piano line that favors us. If they take, then now bishop takes f7 check, king takes, queen d5. We're dominating. King must drop back somewhere. Here we can just take, and if after captures, I mean, this is just great for us. I really have nothing else to say. We might still be down a pawn, but we're dominating. Not too much to say. And other than that, I mean, yeah, just good. We can castle. We're always safe. Black really has not that many good counterattacking opportunities. Everything's good here. Number 11, I have the Vukovic Gambit after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and c3 is the Ponziani. If you know this gambit, you're going to win the Ponziani or against the Ponziani. I would guarantee at least 70% of the time. We now play knight f6. White strikes in the center, d4. We take e4. They push up to d5 to attack our knight. And here, we full on sacrifice it. Bishop c5. Point here is after white captures, this is still good for us because bishop takes f2. King must walk up to e2. And now simply back our bishop up to b6. If white does nothing, our knight is going to get into f2. It will be unparalleled. The only move white has here is queen d5, spawning this hard to see fork because after knight f2, they can play this, takes, takes, takes. And here, we're still up 1 point to material, their queen is in no man's land, and even though their knight is back here, it will likely get back into the party, and their king is still incredibly weak. And, I mean, there's so many fun lines here, and like I said, queen d5 is the only move. If they play anything else other than that really hard to spot move, like bishop b3, many good options here. You can capture, king takes, d5. I mean, here. I really have nothing else to say except we are dominating. Alright, entering the big top 10 at 10, I have the fried liver. After e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, the Italian game. Black tries knight to f6 here, and we go knight g5, attacking f7, and black here goes d5, pawn takes, and knight takes back, which is a mistake because of knight takes f7. This opening single-handedly got me from like 700 rating to at least 1300. This saved me, because the point is, after king takes, we can go queen f3 check. We get this action going on. If they just back up, I mean, we can just capture. We're up a pawn, they cannot castle, checkmate is threatened, and a lot of people at beginner level blunder it right away, so watch out for that. And their best move here, king e6. We can now play knight c3. Ton of fun going on here. Knight b4 is the main line, which, by the way, nobody above 1600 will know this, so, you know, that's a good thing too. We have a couple good options now, but the one I like most is simply castles, because if knight takes on c2, well then we can just capture. So instead, probably c6 to defend, and after d4 here, black still can survive if they like run their king back to d7 immediately, but I mean, this is quite tragic. Almost nobody knows this theory. The only real problem with this is not really the sacrifice itself, but rather back here. If they play a move like knight a5 or knight d4, you have to know that theory, but otherwise, this is incredible. Big number 9, I have the Damiano Gambit. There was a Damiano Gambit that came in, I believe, at second worst on this list. This is much better. After e4, e5, knight f3, f6 is the Damiano defense, which loses to knight takes on e5, this being the Damiano Gambit. Almost everybody that plays f6 does not know what they're doing and is going to capture back, at which point queen h5, you're already winning, because this is going on if g6 then takes and you win their rook in the corner, which is, I mean, you're dominating there. If they play king e7, trying to get out of it, then after takes, king runs, bishop c4. If king keeps running, then check king 6 and h4 or d4 check, and checkmate is unstoppable. So I mean, yeah, you're winning there, not too much to say. And their only way to survive from here would be d5 takes, and then here, and now the bishop defends, but you have a couple good moves, but simply h4. You're winning. H6 is really the only move here, because allowing h5 would be deadly. And now bishop takes b7, and you're winning the rook in the corner. They cannot take, because queen f5 is simply checkmate. So, I mean, yeah, the rook is lost, at which point you're completely winning. The only flaw is if they don't take, if they play like queen e7 here, it's not good, but I mean, I guess black is surviving in the moment. Plus, we even may fall for this trap, which, do not fall for this, please. That would be beyond embarrassing, but still, you're far better here. Number 8, I have the Bohdan-Kieseritzky Gambit, or the improved Stafford, after e4, e5, bishop c4, knight f6, knight to f3, and after captures, we now play knight c3 here. I don't know how this Gambit is not more known. After captures and pawn takes, this is the Stafford Gambit, but we're up a tempo. The Stafford Gambit is already one of the trickiest gambits, so by being up a tempo, it is ridiculously strong. The only move that doesn't lose here is f6. Everything else is likely to lose very fast. d6, incredibly common, knight g5. They're already lost. Oops, what happened? e4, incredibly common, knight g5. Oops, already lost. Yeah, I mean, their only move to survive is f6, which is not natural. And here, we're going to castle. Once again, black must be very careful. If they just play some normal move here, like, I don't know, a6, if they don't play anything, knight takes c5 check. Or not check, but after takes, queen comes in, this is completely lost. They're going to lose a rook or get checkmated. So here, they must play d6. We can now play knight comes over to h4. If they do nothing, then queen comes in to h5. And, I mean, they're losing once again. After this, knight takes, taking advantage of this pin here. You're once again winning. Oops, you capture rook. Oh my god, 2 in a row. You would win the rook, and you're completely dominating. So here, they must play g6. And after f4 here, once again going for f5, they must play queen e7 or c6. If they can find this position, which, I mean, God help them, then yeah, they're slightly better, I guess. But I can say with assurance, almost nobody can get here. This position has about 200 games played, whereas the one back here has about 60,000. So that's how strong this gambit is. 7, I have the Botvinnik-Karls gambit after e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, and here we play the move c5. This is from the Carol Khan. This is the advance. This variation is easy to play, it is very tricky, and it is fun. Point being, 1, if they just play c3, which a lot of people do, you're already going to be doing great after captures, and knight c6. Your bishop will come out if potentially knight f3, bishop g4 here. They can defend their d-pawn, but if as soon queen b6, it's going to get very stressed for them. You're probably going to win it and get a dominating position. And if they do actually try to accept the gambit like so, you have a couple good options here, knight c6, or my favorite, e6. It's kind of like a French defense where white has taken on c5, which is never good here. Engine still says after bishop b3, we play knight d7, bishop b5 here. White is fine, I guess, but I mean, the best they can get is equality, which is, I mean, for white, you should have a small advantage. Equality is not what we want, and still, we have a lot of fun here. Our main break in center will be as soon f6. We're doing great. At number 6, the Scotch gambit comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, the Scotch opening, and after captures, we don't take back, we play bishop c4. This is good for 2 reasons. 1, the d4 pawn is incredibly weak. They're basically never going to be able to fully defend it. We are either going to capture it later, or we're going to sacrifice some more material if we want to. And also, we're getting great development. Nothing to complain about. We can pretty much always castle safely. Black getting a counterattack is basically unheard of in these lines. And after something like castles, like knight f6, we can castle here, knight takes e4, rook e1. This gets into some theory, but theory that favors you. There's a lot that can happen here. There's also potential for multiple c3s, which will also likely be very good for you. A lot that can happen. Everything is great. At number 5, I have the Reti gambit after knight f3, d5, and c4. This doesn't look too strong on the surface, but let me know if you are d5 here, how scared are you? Personally, I get really scared because if black tries to push up to d4, after e3, this walks into a slew of powerful gambits with b4, and after captures, probably f-pawn takes back. White, we're always going to get d4 here, which is, I mean, right, that's great for us. Nothing to talk about or complain about there. Number 5, I have the Reti gambit after knight f3, the Reti opening, d5, and c4. This is terrifying. If black captures, a solid e3, black can do nothing to actually really defend the pawn, so probably knight f6, and after captures back here, I mean, we're doing great and nothing to complain about. Soon d4, we're dominating, or here you also have the potential option of simply playing g3 and going for this type of gambit, which is also entirely good. Castles, e3, you're doing fantastic there as well. And if they want to avoid that and try to push up the d4, well, now e3. And this walks into a slew of gambits with various b4s, all of which are very, very powerful. And if they simply try to capture, then after takes, We can go d4 in so many of these variations. We're just going to be dominating. Their best move here is c5, and after takes, we can now play d6. This is quite literally a Benoni, but from the white side, which is just very, very good. At number 4, a very big one. I know a lot of people like this gambit as their favorite. They think it is the best. The Evans comes after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and after bishop c5, the Goccio piano, here we play b4. The point of this gambit is that after they take, most likely for the bishop, taking with the knight is just kind of bad. We go c3. And the point here is we're going to strike in the center quick with d4, and black cannot really stop it. A lot of beginners play bishop c5, and after d4 here, we're already dominating. Captures, here we can just take back, massive center. We can play crazy variations here of king f1 if that's your thing, or a more simple bishop d2. And here, yes, we're down a pawn, but we have a massive center, tons of development, everything we could ever want. And so their best move here is likely bishop backs up to a5 to try this. But here, after d4, takes, castle. This is awesome. If they take again, then here, queen b3, you're down 3 pawns, but black is going to be losing in so many of these lines. Engine gives us the advantage because their position is weak. They have little development. We're being extremely aggressive, and if they try queen e7 to try and defend everybody, takes. And after captures, various rookie ones, we're dominating here. Number 3, I have the Landau gambit after e4, c6 Caro-Kann, d4, d5, bishop d3 is a rare way of defending the pawn, and black goes knight f6, we push up to e5, knight must drop back to d7, and here we sack a pawn with e6. The great thing here is that while it is a gambit, they cannot actually capture, because queen h5 check, g6, and now you can take with either, but for style points, queen takes, capture, and bishop takes is a single bishop queen sacrifice checkmate on move 8, which is incredibly common. That occurs in most of these games, and if they see that and manage to avoid it after knight drops back to f6, well, we can just capture, king takes, and now knight f3. And even though material is even now, their king is stuck in f7. Our knight can drop to the incredibly powerful e5 outpost, or maybe g5 with a check. We can easily castle. We're doing incredible. Coming in at number 2, I have the Queen's Gambit. I know a lot of you were expecting this to be at number 1, but it comes as 2, d4, d5, and c4. Need I say more? There have literally been already 50 gambits that come exclusively from this. The idea is, if they capture, we can now play e4, take the whole center, win the pawn back, development is easy, big center, everything is awesome. And if they try to defend with e6, well then knight c3, and still knight f3, e6, our development is very easy. We have so many options at our disposal, maybe even various g4s and g5, many fun attacking ideas. Everything works here. It is the all-in-one, incredible, awesome gambit. If you think it is number 1, then go with that. But let's get on to what I think is the best gambit ever. Coming in at number 1, I have the Meitner-Mises Gambit. This comes after e4, e5, knight c3, d Vienna, knight c6, black copies us, bishop c4, bishop c5, black continues to copy us, and here we play queen g4. Attacking the g7 pawn, black cannot really defend it easily. Their best move is queen to f6 to try and defend like so. And here we sack a pawn with the incredible knight d5. The point here is we sack the pawn on f2. King walks over. We're down a pawn. Our king cannot castle, but 1, there's no checkmate here because if queen f1, our bishop comes back and captures, so that's not a checkmate. But the idea here is this is a threat, this is a threat. How do they defend both? And their queen might get stuck in no man's land. The only move here that does not lose immediately is king f8, which only occurs in 20% of games. If they simply play like d6 here, attacking our queen, queen takes g7. Very soon, this queen is going to get booted out. This rook is probably going to end up getting lost, or this fork is going to happen. Black has so many threats, while we, our king, surprisingly safe. We can always play c3 and run it over to the king side, or sorry, queen side, and we're just going to be dominating. King f8 is the only move that even tries to survive because it gets out of the fork and the pawn is now defended, but now we initiate phase 2. This is where the genius of the gambit comes into play. Knight h3, attacking the queen. It's only safe square. If you see, we're actually covering everything except d4. We will now play d3. If black slips for even one move, c3, and they are completely trapped. Also, not to mention, there are various rook f1 ideas, and that can also be so brutal in so many variations. Back here, their only way to once again try and survive would probably be knight to f6. But here, simply queen backs up to f3. We are once again dominating here. Their only move to not lose is bishop drops back to e7. If knight takes d5, c3. The queen is trapped. No sacrifice works now, because after takes and queen takes f7 is checkmate. And I could go on with these lines and lines for hours and hours and hours. This gambit is an infinite bag of tricks. Every single move, there's a trap. Black has to play an only move. It is insanely hard to play from the black side, and even if they do end up getting past literally everything, objectively, we are still better. Thank you so much for watching this video. This is by far the biggest video I have ever made, probably one of the biggest videos chess has ever made, and probably going to be my biggest video for a long time. I love all of you. Subscribe, like for more. I hope you have an incredible day, and I will see you next time.